duke it out, switch those seats. So speaking of, ooh, Teddy, that was nice from that particular side. He doesn't have much cover right now. Has to throw a smoke to try to get over to his teammate, and it's going to be a push coming at him. He's got to be very ready for this. AK around the corner, catches him off guard, doesn't catch anything out of it though. Get the nerves calmed down a little bit and do some stuff. BAE struggling on the outside of this compound, but there's two down. Shen still hanging out behind the rock. It's going to be some of the grenades coming his way. Let's capitalize off of that, but Agent taking some damage from no one. CJ gets out, great spray from CJ, and that's going to be the end for number one. And they go down to the combined fire of a couple different teams.
And causing them any pain, and it's just letting them fight each other.
Yeah, Sharper White playing very passive, particularly for a Thailand team, and there's
2 and 2, as you saw there on the split. And now, because of the shift, Sharper White has to mount up and just try to make a tough rotation. They may survive it, but now they're telling everyone else, the other 4 players, exactly where they are.
Yeah, he should not survive this maneuver. He's out in the open. This is not the spot to stop there.
Keeping in mind, we heard the panel talk about international versus localized play. Something that happened. Nice. That's how you save a friend. Maybe. Yeah, there you go.
You got him.
Yep.
Nice.
The old car joust. So when you talk about
lucky there for him, he got away with one there. He was out in the open, and the opening headshot, usually that's going to result in a knock.
What a bold play as High comes up over the top of this hill. He wants part of Archangel. They try to get away. Return fire. Remember, car meta. You can't just run up on top of the hill, seat swap, and now the fight might actually come back towards him. They were unhappy with the attempted ambush. Now he's alone. He's low. He's down. Now is PLM. They had a weird game last time. There's the team we talked about, Teflon Predators, jumping out of the car and going for the split.
Beat up though. Good job by Veds to pick one up there. Over to Maxonis with the throwables, getting in on top of Purple Mood. Big explosions. The fire is there. Purple Mood getting ripped.
Pushing, they can maybe just wait and clean up some free kills, and we'll come up over the top here.
Yeah, I think it's really, Cerberus has no reason to push too far into this. Dude, wow, great shooting from Tycon. That was a ridiculous double there. Great transfer over. Gonna try to tap to pick up the last one. Oh, do it quicker. E365 is gonna take as there is out of the 3. They are able to get to the tractor. I think Sharper White, they maybe had an opportunity to wipe Battle Arena out there. They had 2 down, and now they're with a great grenade from Chibrit. They are almost down and out. Trying to rescue them is Kanoy. He's getting here. He's throwing smokes, but more good grenades from Chibrit are tearing them apart. They are down. They are out. Pulls up to that haystack. That is one of the destroyable ones, though I'm not sure if there are any frags or anything left here. He's going to throw one for himself. That could come in pretty close, just to the side. If he could get that to roll a little bit more to the right, he might have a good one, or get it in the door. Everybody's in the shack. Game Home is swarming on top of this. This is so smart. They've identified it. The mollies are there. It is E365's turn to go down.
Wrong priority compound, given the topography of the map and where you're going to start camping things. Godnew going to be swimming on back. Indian Rivals going to be taking the fight here to Troublemaker. Is that a lot of people look at this and even say they didn't get this knock, for example. Everyone's like, yeah, you didn't get the knock. You wasted so much ammo, like while somebody's moving up here. But actually hitting the car constantly as well, for pops like this, that Western Road is going to be an absolute hotspot. This fight is going on right now. There's likely going to be another 2 or 3 teams potentially rotating up through there unless they take hills. Hoping to try and get it through the garage door. Zoidmate should be stimmed at this point as well. A lot of utility being committed. Finally do they find Moose. Player from TG just lingering and lurking in the distance. Good tag. Not quite a frag just yet, unless the molly will find it. It's absolutely perfect. He's going to burn away. That's a good response. Very good. We see, yes. Right now, the nades are not bad, but they're not great either. They're not really finding their mark. And you may need this utility later on. Flurries is moving on up, gets a spray, gets a little cheeky one around the corner, goes for that the circle might be problematic for him. There might be a sacrifice. A bit of a seat swap. Nade, if it bounces, it could be good. Even if he takes the vehicle out and pushes it back onto it.
Welcome back. It's the Predator League 2021. We're just about to get started with another day here. I'm so excited to be here because it's day number 2 of the APAC region. My name is Illustrato. Joining me on this panel, Aserai and Black and Blue. We've seen some amazing games happen in the past few days here. A lot of great utility uses. I know we're excited to dive into it. But the most important thing, I think, let's dive into that one first, right away. How are you guys feeling today? Black and Blue, I'll start with you, and Asteroid, just follow it up, man.
I'm feeling good, Elu. Early up here in the morning, and I think we're all ready to get the morning coffee off and get some good PUBG action, because today is going to be, the second day wherein it's going to be kind of like a split up on the maps. You have 2 Miramar, 2 Erangel. I'm excited how teams are going to be adjusting.
Yeah, same thing as well. I think this is going to be the most balanced because, again, it's going to be the 50-50. But it also might be a uphill or a advantage or an opportunity for some because it seems like Erangel wasn't really the map for a couple of the particular teams here in the APAC region.
Hello, and honestly, just I feel like the current region, the way that we're playing right now in this APAC region, is just so tight compared to, I think, any other time that we've seen this region play. I feel like this is one of those tournaments where everything's so close and up in the air. I never really seen this before, where teams from Vietnam, from teams from Thailand and the Philippines at the same time, everyone popping off. Usually it's kind of like dominated by one region, one side, but then I feel like today we're seeing a bunch of teams really coming out of the woodwork and are able to perform and show us what they've got. Speaking of like one team in particular that I didn't really expect to sort of show up, Archangel Predator, and sure, we know that they're a very good local team, but regionally speaking, this is, I think, one of their better performances, and especially because they have went through recent roster changes right now. Aserai, how proud of we are of these boys here on the Archangel side?
I think we should be incredibly proud of them. They've, I think for I got a better term, just performed exceedingly well from yesterday's matches. Although they did fell short in a couple of the maps, especially on I think the first edition of Erangel, they still kind of thrived with the resulting kills that they were able to accumulate. I think they still stack up to 5 right now. Maybe just make sure about that. I think they're overall, 5th place at 30 points in total, just a little bit lagging behind of the first placer, but still, this goes to show that Archangel and the other PH teams here have something to, kind of show up here in a particular region.
Well, with $37,500 US on the line, I would not be messing around. So, this is just absolutely monumental. I mean, the shield on top of it as well, really something that the teams are vying for. $60,000 up for grabs for this tournament. Definitely no joking matter here. $15,000 going to the second placer, $7,500 going to the third. Black and blue, man, if you had $37,500 in your pocket right now, what's the first thing you'd go ahead and go and buy?
Well, I remember yesterday I was saying a pizza to celebrate, right, to start things off. But now I'm going to go with myself a delicious cake, because what other kind of birthday would you rather have over $37,000?
Oh, well, that's a lot of cake, man, for $37,000, or a very large cake.
Well, there's lots of celebration to go around.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I feel like the reasonable side of me tells me that I'd probably put it into stocks and, maybe get more GameStop, or probably, but the realistic thing is I'd probably just spend it all on battle passes and really in-game
video
games
games.
and all that stuff. Yeah, and probably a lot of video games. I take it in this fact here. But anyway, going back, Aserai. All right, so day one, very, very interesting for us yesterday. We had a lot of teams that played so well. Sharper, they were phenomenal. Cerberus were also online towards that later half and then kind of fell off yet again. But I feel like the truly important thing to talk about here is a team like Game Home, who are absolutely amazing. They were just on fire the whole day, winning a bunch of chicken dinners and like on the top of the leaderboard for most of the day, just falling off once. But before we talk about Game Home, let's talk about the format right now. We've got a very standard system, and the system honestly that I am happy about. We got the super system here. 10 points going to the chicken dinner, and second place going all the way to 8th is just sort of descend 6 5 4 3 2 1 and 0. And of course we're going to be playing Erangel and Miramar. So it's Erangel, Miramar. That was yesterday. Today we're going to be on 2 Miramars and 2 Erangels right after that. So yeah, that's the format right now that I'm just happy with. I don't want to linger on it too long. I do want to go back and talk about Game Home. So Aserai, break it down for me. Game Home, how have they been playing lately?
Well, wiki. So
Oh no!
What was that?
I just got that. Like now, it took me a minute, but I'll let you off the hook for that one.
all right, thank you. Okay. Just to go to the serious matter at hand, you did talk about was a team that I think really set the pace for APAC. APAC, if I'm not mistaken, was the first day was yesterday. The other ones were Asia. Game Home just were, I think they just went ham on being able to control the macro of these particular 4, maybe 2 maps, just in their hands. Because what they did, I think, was, at least for the Erangel maps, was actually really smart. They played very, very quickly into getting inside the center of the zone and start getting compounds. And it worked well for them up until the 3rd Erangel map, where I think that was Sosnovka and Fairy Pier, where they wanted to use more of the boats, and they've been using it for like the past 3 maps, but they got caught out in the open and got sandwiched by both teams, because I think the other teams kind of lagged behind with how quick they rotated. They didn't respect how the pace of this game really relied on being able to find a compound inside the safe zone and then fortify it for as long as you can, for as much as possible. And then the other teams, I think, at the 3rd map did the same thing, which caught Game Home off guard. Still, Game Home are on top, I believe, with about 47 points in total. That's still very respectable. But right now, I think they might have a struggle point with Miramar, because the way that they went about Miramar was they like to play outside, very, very outside the safe zone, because they know that they don't really have many compounds to work with on the Miramar map, I feel. And even if they do, there's just too many variables to kind of decipher, and that's why you're seeing them play extremely passive, extremely outside of the map at the first and second phases. So that's why I feel like Game Home right now might be bringing that particular same strategy that could offset the teams. But of course, since we're on the second day, teams might have watched the VODs, teams might have adjusted, they've done the mapping and everything, and this could maybe turn the tides and give opportunities to teams like you said, Ilu, Sharper White, Cerberus, or Archangel to start popping off.
So one of the teams that we sort of wanted to pop off, just like you mentioned, but just really weren't able to clinch victories. They were getting a lot of kills, just unable to, truly seal the deal at the very end of it. Victim Rise, we saw them start hot. They got 10 kills on like the first map on the first day, and then they followed that up with a string of really, really good performances, just never really ending in those final circles and failing to get the placement points. Black and Blue, should they start to consider their playstyle at this point, because they're getting the kill points, but the crucial placement points that they do need to break through and get closer to teams like Game Home and Sharper White, they're just unable to find those placement points that they've so desperately been looking for. Is it about time that they change their playstyle, or do you think it's more of like a map that like Erangel, which they struggled on, and maybe just keep their playstyle towards Miramar?
Well, the thing with Victim Rise is that we know what they're capable of, right? And it's very curious because they're getting lots of frags, but the placement points just haven't been falling their way. Now, there is another team that was in kind of a similar situation that were able to pull themselves out of that hole, and it was Archangel. For the first few games, they were kind of, fragging out. I think they got like 8 frags in, but they didn't get a single placement point, and it still helped propel them further up the lobby. But I said, with Archangel, it's only a matter of time before these guys actually do get those placement points on the board. And when they do, the amount of frags they're already getting, even without getting close to the top spots in the end of the day, it will be able to get them higher in the leaderboard. And so right now, for when we're talking about, Victim Rise, I just think, there are some things that they should change, but we do know that, if they do actually get those placements, they're going to shoot up that leaderboard immediately because they're already getting the frags to accompany it. I think one thing that they should try and employ more is being a bit more mobile. I feel like they're kind of not wanting to rotate as quickly as some of the other teams might be, and so they're getting caught out in unfavorable situations in transition to where they actually want to go sometimes. And it's this hot swap car seat meta right now, and they can't be taking these gunfights on top of a hill when 4 people are just Mad Maxing and Mario Karting all around them. So that's gonna be something you have to keep in mind.
I agree with you, honestly. Maybe a little bit more proactive play here for Victim Rise. Maybe not just rotate when you have, but because you want to secure more map control. I don't know, who knows. But what I do know for sure is that we do have the videos of the teams ready and waiting to go for you guys. So if you want to check out all of the teams that are playing here in Acer Predator League 2021, we got you covered. So if you want to support your team, check this out because we've got a little bit of a special video for you guys. So here we go.
I'm Christian Joy, also known as CJ18.
I'm Dan Ayo, also known as Mad Dog.
Hi, I am Dan, also known as Hernan.
I'm Jesse Jude Atrese, also known as Evil Patriot.
I'm Ron Bert, also known as Alvin Watts.
And we are Archangel Predator. Okay, let's go. Start na natin yung game.
Sige, tara.
Kami palang dalawa ni Evil Patrick kasi palagi kami nagduduo minsan. Sa Dota at sa Valorant na naglalaro.
Aljon Bots po, kasi palagi po siya nagbabatak eh.
Pinili ko si Aljon Bots kasi nag-i-stay ng matagal sa paglalaro. So, I took Aljon Bots.
Si Aljon Bots din kasi madalang lang matulog.
Evil Patrick kasi lagi siyang naglalaro mag-isa. Si Alvin Boss kasi pag natitilt siya tapos naiiyak siya sa nakakaiyak na istorya.
Si Aljon Bots din.
So, pinili ko si Evil Patrick kasi di halata pero softy si Evil Patrick inside.
Aljon Bots, palagi na siya nanonood ng mga drama.
Pinili ko si CJ kasi palagi siya nanonood ng anime.
Para mapadali yung nilalaro niya.
Always niya ito ginagawa eh.
Si Dog din kasi gusto niya kasi yung yung challenging yung laro.
Same lang din sa sinabi ni CJ.
Akin sarili ko. Kasi most of the time nakikita ko sa sarili ko yan eh.
CJ kasi nanonood ng anime, tas yung pinapanood niya puros mga babae. So.
Sa akin naman si CJ, palaging nanonood ng anime.
CJ18 kasi kilala namin siya as anime lover talaga.
Sa akin si CJ din. Pagkatapos ng scream o bago matulog, nanonood ng anime.
Para sa akin si Evil Patrick. kasi single siya. Kailangan niya na nakasama sa buhay. Si Aljon Bots kasi lagi siyang natitilt pag lagi siyang talo. Nayawa.
Para sa akin, sarili ko. Since sa IGL ako, parang marami akong complaints minsan pag natatalo kami or may magagawang mali.
Para sa akin si Evil Patrick.
Sa tingin ko, sarili ko kasi ibang beses ako nagpalit ng peripheral sa paglalaro.
Sa tingin ko ako naman kasi madali lang matilt pag sa madaling laban lang. Para sa akin si Dog kasi madali lang siya, mainit din ng ulo eh.
Akin naman si CJ kasi pag sa in-game kasi siya palagi nag-shot call.
Pinili ko si Dog kasi as a captain, pinaka may madaming sinasabi sa laro.
Para sa akin, sarili ko rin. Kasi sa IGL nga, in-game leader, kailangan magsalita, mag-voice out.
Para sa akin naman si Alvin Bots kasi sa lobby pa lang makikipag-pastokan.
Para sa akin si CJ kasi yung makakaano sa amin.
CJ18 kasi in-game wise siya.
Idol niya si Pio yung galing sa GNG.
Maingat siya maglaro.
Para sa akin naman si Alvin Bots, pag may napapatay ka kasi siya, tatakbo siya agad.
Si Evil Patrick yung pinili ko kasi drama siya ng drama.
Sa akin naman si Aljon Bots, madali lang siya matil, lalo na pag inaasal namin.
Si Evil Patrick kasi siya yung drama queen namin.
Si Evil Patrick din, mahilig magano ng emosyon.
Pagiging drama queen mo, drama ako ng drama. Nagdadabo ko, mag-iyak ka eh.
Para sa akin naman si Aljon Bots, siya lang yung nagti-TikTok sa amin. Si Mad Dog kasi lagi kami pinagsasabihin, lagi din siya may nakakaaway sa amin.
Akin si Evil Patrick kasi siya yung parang matapang sa amin.
Kung pinili ko si Dog kasi siya yung pinakamatapang sa amin.
Oo, pinili ko si Aljon Bots. Bago mag-start yung laro, palagi na sa trash talk sa kalaban.
Pinili ko kasi sarili ko kasi wala lang. Walang kasi. Si Evil Patrick kasi alam mo na,
Bakit pinili ko si Nan? Kasi nagtatrabaho to sa kanila eh.
Ako pili ko self ko kasi masyado akong aware sa aking financials and yun.
TJ, kasi dati nag-order siya marami sa Jollibee. Ngayon, pakonti-konti na lang. Ano na siya.
Naman si Idel Patek. Kung hindi kasi siya pro player, artista na siya ngayon.
Oo. Funny. Pogi nga si Pat. Yung ano naman. Hindi na rin dapat kini-question eh.
Summon your strength.
Archangel Predator, a team which we have come to know and love across the region, and they have been one of the stalwarts here of PUBG. One of the best performances as of late, and they're really showing up here today, as we saw in their interview. And so, a lot of interesting questions in that one. You know, it just made me think for a second. Among this panel, is there anyone who could get away with murder? And I was thinking, yeah, probably Aserai. Because
Why?
Such a baby face. I mean, who would ever expect this like cutie patootie to just get away with it? He'd never do it black and blue. Would you agree with me on that?
I definitely do. Hiding in plain sight is sometimes the best way to get away with something like that.
Yeah, totally. But a lot of these teams also getting away with quite a bit now. Archangel, they've been doing fantastically well so far. But the story isn't about them because they're currently around third, I think fifth is where they ended up. Yeah. And they're doing okay. Not gotten a chicken dinner yet. Decent placement points, but there are a couple of maps where they do fall and slip off. Not being able to really truly establish a buffer of points that they need to keep them alive here. Now, one team that we do want to focus on, however, and this is a team that I know that you're a fan of, Black and Blue, Eagle 365. They had a great run, and it seems like they're aging just like a fine wine, getting better and better with each passing game. How are you feeling about this team coming in here today on this next Miramar map?
I'm feeling pretty good about them. The thing is, though, as we saw yesterday, it kind of seemed like they had a decently good start. They were finishing top 5 at the very least for the first 3 maps. As we moved into Miramar, though, that's the only time they ended up quite low. They went for 10, so they're a bit just short of getting those super system points. Now, the thing is, E36, it almost seems like they kind of lost steam in the Miramar, but I'm hoping it was just, last map fatigue, 4th map of the day. It's that type of thing, because otherwise Miramar is not going to be looking too good for them just yet. I'm hoping you see a bit more improvement, but it's going to be a second time they're going to play Miramar, and hopefully yesterday was a bit of a warm-up. They do typically better on their second and third map if it does get repeated over and over. And so as we move into the second and third iterations of when we're going to play Miramar rather here today, I'm hoping they're going to have a, more spectacular time.
And there you have them, Eagle 365. They're all happy and cheerful and ready to go, man. I'm looking forward to them playing here today because they're honestly a team that I feel is just so exciting. They're so intelligent with their nade usage, their utility usage. Every time they have a throwable, it seems to connect and, just hit home. And that's not just with them. I feel like it's a very, a prevalent theme here in the region where a lot of the kills, a lot of the wipes have come from utility usage. And this is, I think, something that we haven't seen previously. Like before, a lot of the time when it comes to the SEA region, when it comes to the APAC region, a lot of it had to do with mostly sieging compounds, really playing for trades. Back when we had that sort of, the smoke meta, where we had, everybody just playing around in smokes and really working around those things. Now it's kind of like, okay, everybody's focusing on learning how to use utility properly. And it's so refreshing, Aserai, because maybe this is giving me hope for this region that we're going to start playing a lot more tactical and a lot less salty in the, a lot less over aggressive in this upcoming next few days.
I feel like you can call it a bit more tactical, but I think it's more of they're equipping their, I think as Black and Blue said it yesterday, frag aggression with a bit more knowledge with the utilities that they have. It's not only about the gunplay now, it's also about the positioning and how far you can stretch the limits of the nades that you have in hand. And that's been used quite a bit from yesterday's matches. We saw the HE grenades being utilized. We saw mollies being used just to flush out like corners or huts or Harry Potters that would normally have to be siege, but because of the nade usage of how well these guys can use it, it makes it slightly easier and makes it though for those who camp out these particular locations to be like, we're getting a bit overwhelmed here. We got to push out or else it's gonna be over for us. And it seems like because of that continuous form of threat, a lot of teams are willing to sacrifice their compounds just because they're more afraid of the bombardments and everything of the like.
You know, in this tournament, we have a couple of teams that are sort of, I wouldn't say foreigners, but maybe guests and visitors from other, other regions here. Mostly it's SEA teams, but we do have teams like Indian Rivals, who are obviously from India. And we have Immunity, who are from Australia. And what's interesting to me is how much they're struggling, because we know that Immunity is a strong team. We don't have much history on Indian Rivals, but considering how good the country is in PUBG, we would expect them to do a little bit better than this. But it seems like they're struggling. I don't know. Maybe is it keeping up with, the rest of the SEA teams? What might be going on here, Black and Blue? Are they struggling? Is it really just a latency thing? What's up?
To be honest, I think it could be more of like a playstyle thing. I have a feeling that, the India scene and also the Australian scene, these two teams, Immunity and Indian Rivals, they do kind of fit into the Asia meta more that we have been seeing in 1 and 2. So there are some notable differences. Well, maybe not too notable, but they are kind of, there's something that you will take into effect and really have to take as a factor. Like, even what Asteroid was talking about for a very quick example is that the way that they use nades here in APAC is like they just bombard you with nades, or in Asia it was a bit more calculated, maybe one or two nades right on the spot. Here it's a whole bombardment of mollies and all, and so it just speaks to how rougher around the edges sometimes our playstyle here is in C, and how we just want to let's do it, let's go for the scramble, let's go for the rumble, fist fight might as well. That type of scene, obviously I don't mean literally you're taking fist fights here, but you get the idea. They are playing more of a rougher around edge side. They like taking those fights up close. People like going a bit more aggressive, and maybe sometimes to their own detriment, but it is a factor when playing in Southeast Asia. Now, so India and Australia, these two teams, in Rivals and Immunity, I just think right now they're having a rough time adjusting because their scenes, their own local scenes, don't necessarily play this way.
I agree completely. And if you want to hear more about Immunity, we actually got a chance to speak with them right now in a special interview. So we saw Archangel a little bit earlier, but now let's hear what Immunity has got to say.
What do you do outside competitive esports? Nothing. I just play games all day, every day. That's basically it.
My favourite PUBG map would have to be Erangel. Bit of a no-brainer there, I think.
Definitely Erangel. That is nice and green. Very good, very good.
Who in your team is the most clutch? I'd say it'd be Extreme 2G.
I'd have to say Extreme 2G. The kids are god.
It's pretty meaningful. We have good competitive experience, so we appreciate the invite and the opportunity.
Look, it's a big honour to be invited to an event, a PUBG event. Obviously, this event was meant to take place last year, but due to COVID, we couldn't travel to the Philippines. So it's awesome that this tournament is back up and running. Obviously, it's going to be online, which will be a little bit of a challenge, I guess, due to the ping. But look, it should be a fun tournament regardless, and we're looking forward to it. I have to say, Archangel, Purple Mood, and Bay are probably up there with some of the ones that the high-performing names that we've come across in the past. Yeah, thanks.
You just heard from Team Immunity, and they've been having, I'd say, not exactly a Cinderella story in this competition. Perhaps it is due to the latency issues. Perhaps it's maybe just a bunch of other things. Only time will tell. Only the team can really truly tell us what exactly happened there. But like I said, a bunch of teams from all around Asia coming up here and showing up for the Shield. Very, very honorable title, and $37,500 for the first place winner, and a total of $60,000 for the total prize pool. Just a lot of money to be going around here. This makes me wish I ended up staying as a player and not retiring. Although I am a little bit old at this point, Asarai. Maybe you have a chance to go pro and win this money for us. You know, share a little bit.
I'm slightly up there in terms of the age as well, but you know, I feel like there are players, there are pros that, how do you say this, exceed expectations in terms of what is the prime age for being a pro player. But you know what? If I get the chance, I'll still try to go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, and honestly, when we're talking about age for a second, does it really, in esports, people always think that, you know, you age a lot sooner, like, 24 is pretty much a hard cap right there, maybe 25. But then you got a lot of pros from other titles that are like performing at top level at like 30 plus, 32, and they still, you know, they're still keeping it going, which makes me think, okay, maybe I won't be stuck at the lower ranks for the rest of my life. Maybe there is a chance that I'm actually gonna be doing quite decently here. But
hey, you know, in traditional sports, like they say your prime is about like, it's just so curious how in esports it's quite younger. Like people typically pop off when they're 21 and stuff, and so maybe going for more of a softball route could be your calling, Ilu.
I'm okay. You know what, softball? Hey, don't be dissing on softball, all right?
I'm not dissing on softball.
I think lawn chess. What is that? What is that game where you throw with a mallet, and then the.
Oh, I wouldn't be familiar.
You know, I totally.
Polo?
No, not. You know what? Never mind. We're clearly uncultured swine on this panel, but. All right, so we're moving on to the next game. We're talking about age and aging and getting out of shape and staying in the lower rungs of, you know, the brackets here. But let's talk about some of the teams that are also quite struggling, honestly. A lot of teams that I feel like should be doing a little bit better. We had, you know, BAE. They were doing quite all right. Battle Arena Elites. They were doing okay. They were starting to ramp up, and then they fell off. The same thing happened to some of the other teams right here. We had TM start off really weird and then end strong here today. So that was sort of the direct opposite to that. You know what? But TM ended up winning in that last one. They were able to pick up the slack at the very last, you know, at the very end of the day, and they got a lot of points and a lot of kills just from one map. They were able to shoot up all the way in the leaderboard. You think they can keep the ball rolling here today, Black and Blue?
I do. We have seen from both of the Filipino squads, actually, Archangel Predator and Trouble Maku, that they are a team that does like to get the ball rolling. It might start off slow. Maybe that hill isn't as steep at the start, but once it actually goes downhill, it's fully trucking on in. And they've just been doing so much better as the day was progressing yesterday, both of these teams, that I don't doubt that it's going to be kind of the same story once more. Trouble Maku, we've only played one map of Miramar, but they are the team that has won a Miramar map. And so moving into Miramar, as we're speaking of it, two of them, I'm looking for them to maybe not have as good of an ending last night. I don't know if it might just be a one-off chicken dinner for them, but it'll probably be more of a case of like they do pretty well, maybe ending up 4th, 5th, getting a decent amount of kills. That's what I'm looking at from both of these, especially from Trouble Maku.
Yeah, and you know, Trouble Maku, they honestly at that very last circle they had amazing position, and this was in Miramar, where they honestly were just about to get wrecked by Game Home. I feel like Game Home pulled up to the corner, they got bailed out by Cerberus and ended up getting knocked out, and Cerberus ended up getting knocked out as well right after that, but by none other than the people they saved. So which is, I think, still good for Cerberus in a way, because even though they lost to Trouble Maku, to TM, they still took out Game Home, and that was a game that if Game Home won, that could have been very, very dangerous.
No.
Asarai, sorry. Tell me a little bit about Cerberus here, and they seem to have been struggling. How can they bring this back?
I feel like, again, Cerberus with the other teams, because first, I think they've been struggling on figuring out who the real threats are, because we've done this kind of interview, right, with the teams and trying to figure out who they think are the big threats or to watch out for. And a lot of them have been talking about teams like TEG, Number One, Team Immunity, and as well as Renaissance, but we haven't really seen them pop off. And again, it seems like I'm going a bit farther from your question, but I feel like it's because of that teams like Cerberus and Archangels are playing at a lower capacity, just because I feel like they're adjusting to the playstyle of these particular teams, where they should be, at least for the trend of the Predator League, should be adjusting to the playstyle of teams like Game Home and Sharper, who rely a lot more on the later stage positionings rather than the earlier bouts. And Cerberus, they've been extremely aggressive here, Illustrado. I think at the end of our map 4 from yesterday, they were able to rack up 18 points in the kills, and it seems like they've been getting a lot of that, but the placement has not really been to their favor. Because if you look at their placements, they're actually pretty far down. Like in overall placements from the 4 maps, that's only 14 points. That's extremely low, I would say, for such a high-performing team like Cerberus. So maybe the adjustment that they need to do as of the moment is hold on a little bit for the frags and wait a bit more, get the positionings that they need, try to feel out the map, try to understand where the others are, and then move forward from that. And I think if they're able to do that, and the other teams as well, such as Archangel and Victim Rise, we might be seeing a different trend coming in for today.
Well, we'll see if that reigns true, but we'll only find that out when we get into the game. In the meantime, of course, however, we will be taking a short break, but when we return, it's going to be the start of game number 1 here on day number 2 for APAC.
Predator's Cestus 350 is the first wireless gaming mouse in the Cestus line, and maybe the next to find a home on your mousepad. But if you prefer wires, just plug in the USB Type-C cable. While plugged in, the mouse can reach up to a 0.5 millisecond response, or 1 millisecond while unplugged. But with speeds like these, you won't encounter any misclicks or delays. This is mainly accomplished via the PixArt 3335 optical sensor, which contributes to the mouse in reaching up to a 50-hour battery lifespan. And if speed and tenacity is your thing, a DPI up to 16,000 awaits those with quick reaction times. Having more buttons is rarely a problem, and with 350, you have a total of 8 programmable buttons, 3 in the thumb area, forward, backward, and burst fire, while below the scroller is a DPI switcher, and another to access up to 5 profiles. If you want to modify your settings, just pop open Predator Quartermaster and tweak away. For more information, please check our website via the link below. From all of us here at Predator, good game.
games today are looking to be hot, and so hot that I started bleeding from my nose in that previous session. Glad that none of you noticed there. Again, my name is Ilistrado, hanging on for dear life here on the panel today with Aserai and Black and Blue. We got so many exciting games here on the Predator League 2021, and I'm absolutely thrilled for today. Any thoughts, any impressions, any expectations before we go into the first map here, Aserai? I'll start with you first.
Careful for Dracula, man. I believe he prefers the blood from the nose, man. So, but just going away from that.
Aserai, I hear that if you're a vampire and you drink nose blood, it is more flavorful because of all the nose stuff as well in there, like with all the.
Can we please move away from where this conversation is going?
I made a mistake. I should not have done that.
You asked for this, Aserai. You dug your grave.
I did this to myself.
Sit in it.
All neighborly vampires aside.
Speaking of graves and maybe surviving and walking from the dead, there have been a lot of teams that have yet to really pass, I think, points where they can mount comebacks. I know that we're on the second day, but a game such as PUBG that requires you to play a stretch of multiple maps for a span of a couple of days really forces these teams to need to perform at the highest level and keep it as consistent as possible, because the reach that you have or the advantage that you have can always be swept from under your feet. And that was what happened with Game Home. They had 2 games of buffer. They were above what was it, like 20 points up against the second placer, and now they're just like 7 points away by being overtaken by Sharper coming into this game 5. So I feel like a lot more teams need to step up. That's kind of obvious. And the team that I'm looking out for to play the most consistent, for me, that I feel like they have the chance, they have the capabilities to do so, is probably going to be Sharper, because they're not only a team that understands the map. I feel like a team that can really strive. The only mistake that they do tend to do, that is, I think, now pretty obvious to everyone, is that they clump up too much and they get punished too much by nades. So that's probably one thing that they have to do, spread out a little bit more, same to what Game Home was doing, and we'll just see if they can do that now for the second day.
Personally speaking, I'm gonna get on board with the hype train that Black and Blue is on. Eagle 365, they're looking good. The way that they just use utility, the way they take compounds and rotating across the map quite decisively, not afraid to take fights. It's a very exciting team to watch. And they're not afraid to shy away from the fight, which is honestly one of the reasons I genuinely love the system that we have right now. And also this meta that we have, where you can really pull up on people and just, knock them down. But that changed in the near future. But however, looking to currently where we are, and that's them, Eagle 365. We've spoken at length about them. Do you think Black and Blue, they'll be able to keep that momentum going into Miramar yet again here for the next 2 maps?
I'm hoping so, Ilu, because, well, they didn't start off yesterday, rather in the opposing way. They didn't start off on Erangel. None of these teams did, but that was a map that they were actually doing quite well in. Going to Miramar, it was a bit of a struggle here for the Eagles, not soaring as high. It was the lowest that they did fly yesterday, at placing at 10th on that final map, which again, and so as they're going into Miramar, I do hope that they can kind of rectify and maybe look back at the VODs. What can they adjust for? Because they did get caught early out going into that zone before, right beside Cabrera, and it has been, something that really could have been avoided if they were able to get there a bit quicker, or maybe they chose a different path to take, because they did get backfilled quite a bit. They also got pincered too, and that is something you really want to try and avoid. There are some other teams who have been really good at just dodging all of that. Game Home has been one here for the APAC scene, and so I'm hoping they can take some notes, because Miramar yesterday, it wasn't too pretty. Today, I'm hoping it's a bit of a glow up.
Yeah, I agree. I absolutely feel like Eagle 365, they can just keep that steam rolling. They can keep the ball rolling there. And if they can do that, Mel, honestly, the lead isn't that big of a gap, Game Home, they slipped up in one game and suddenly things are just blown wide open. And sure, Game Home, they did well in the last game of the day, but they seem to lose a little bit of the traction that they initially had coming into this tournament here. Now, let's talk about one of the other teams that we did really want to focus on, and that team has been doing so great, Victim Rise. However, they have been finding problems sealing that deal, getting that victory here. What are one of the keys here for Victim Rise to be able to take that W, get that chicken dinner? Because I feel like at the moment they have the bits and pieces, they have the tools, but they aren't finding the success that they, I think, should be having, Aserai.
I think one of the issues that they had when we saw them on map 1, or at least for the Erangel maps, is they never really get the nice spots, and they're always just shy bit of getting those particular locations that they need to secure better positioning for the next few phases. I think there was a point where they were sieging a compound up against TGE Esports. It was a nice little hold from TEG, and as Victim Rise was just about to hit home, they get obliterated by a third-party push from Sharper. And this has happened multiple times already for this team. They really have some form of difficulty just figuring out where the positioning of their other opponents are, because I think they tunnel vision a bit more on what's in front of them. And that has kind of correlated to them being a shy bit away of getting higher positions or higher rankings with our maps here. But it's also resulted in them getting more points in terms of kills. But in the end, you still want to get that chicken dinner just because it's 4 points above the second, at 10 points to 6 if you're in the second place. And they haven't gone either or, and it just kind of hurt their chances here. I mean, they're still looking good, yes, because again, we see them at, what is it again? 6th place, I believe?
Yeah.
4th place, rather. But just a little bit more of just knowing when to back off and figure out where your opponents are going to be coming from.
And in a map like Miramar, it's just very much different story than from Erangel right there. The wide open fields, you know, the plains, not really having that much cover. You saw a couple of teams really struggle to deal with that issue. And, you know, one of those teams yesterday that we saw, Sharper White, a couple of weird repositions on their part just led to their demise, you know, utilizing, I think, the vehicles maybe a little too much. Black and Blue, would you say you agree with this? Because I feel like there were a couple of games that we saw that Sharper could have had it, but just ended up, you know, blowing it because they took a vehicle and repositioned in a really weird place. We saw it on the replays yesterday, and this happened in Miramar and as well in Erangel. Do you think that they're being a little bit too haphazard with the way that they're using the vehicles?
You could say that, maybe a bit overzealous with some of the things that they try and attempt. I do like the initiative to go for it though. I don't think that is misplaced, because I like the fact that they're being proactive. It might just be some things that are miscalculated when the timing is and where they exactly should be stopping, going out in the open, when they should be doing that, where they should be doing that. That's something that I think they could address, because right now Sharper, they're not looking too bad, to be fair with everything considered, because they did start out yesterday, you know, going for, I think they started on like 4th on that very first map. Or no, they ended up later on, further down rather in the first map. But come the second map, they went 4th. Come the third map, they went 1st, right? And come the 4th, which was Miramar, they weren't too bad. They were at 7th. Only getting a single placement point, yes, but they did have at least 2 frags to get them, you know, still keep them in where the position that they already are in. And so for Sharper right now, yes, maybe a bit too overeager on some things, but I think it's just misfortunate timing that does end up in their, well, against their favor.
Yeah, we're going to the game shortly, but you know what I'd like to see? I wonder if we can take a look at the current scoreboard and see where we are in terms of the total placements right now, because that would be like really such a great thing, because we ended up yesterday and it was very, very close. The first and second place at some point was, I think, 1 point away coming to the conclusion of map number 3, and that sort of changed a little bit with Game Home yet again picking up that victory, getting closer and closer. There you have it. See, 7 points separating these teams here. That's Sharper White right behind Game Home. 4-0 is what they have, 40 points, you know, and 1 chicken dinner. What do you think about this, Aserai? Like, currently we're seeing a good distribution of teams, and I think the game is wide open. We're still going to game number 2, day number 2. We still have day number 3, and this competition, I feel like, could be anybody's ball game right now.
Yeah, I honestly believe that. There is so many factors that I feel like teams are, again, it's just, it sounds like I'm repeating myself, and I think it is, but there's one little bit more off here, and consistency is definitely the key. And I think now a lot more teams have to strike that perfect balance about being able to understand when they have to back off, when they have to go in.
Yeah.
I think the team that understands that's the most is probably going to be Game Home with the strategies that they've done. And I don't think they're the most explosive team in terms of the kills. I think a lot of the kills that they've had is probably a bit more of utility and third partying. And that could be something that could be caught off by teams like you said, the Eagle 365, Victim Rise, and Archangel Predator, who seems to be so much more hungry, so much more aggressive when going into these fights. And right now, into the Miramar map we go. We haven't really seen too many of the Miramar maps because we only see that one. So
Yeah.
I'm still gonna be a bit topsy-turvy with my prediction with this one, but I'm still looking at Sharper to at least get that one up.
All right, what about you, Black and Blue? If Astra can at Sharper for this, who's your prediction?
I mean, near the end of things, it almost seemed like a battle between two teams. It was Cerberus and Trouble Maku. I think Cerberus, it's their time to shine. We've been expecting some good things from them. Now is the right time.
All right, Cerberus, you called it. Let's see how they do. But for me, I'm going to say, Eagle 365, they look unstoppable right now. I feel like they got a good grip on how it's going to go. But I think aside from that, I want to look at Gamers Lounge. I think that they have what it takes. They just haven't been getting the placement points. But anyway, let's delay no longer because we're ready to dive into the game itself. It's game number 1 of the day, and we're going to be in Miramar. And today we have the fantastic casters waiting at the desk for you guys. I'm going to leave it all in the hands of Paper Thin and Toffees. Guys, have at it.
Hey guys, thank you so much. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by Paper Thin. Action is about to get underway. We're glad to be here. But before we get started, the panel Paper was doing predictions, and I'm going to ask you for a team to watch, but here's the rule. You can only say one team. You can't follow the panel system of 35 teams per pick. So hit me with your team to watch.
Ooh, I mean, it is tough to give them a little bit of leeway. I personally have to agree. Cerberus, for me, is a team that I'm definitely keeping my eyes on. I think what I saw from them yesterday indicated to me that they make good decisions. They put themselves in good positions. They team fight well. They cover each other well. I think personally, has a lot of opportunity here.
Into it. All right, my team to watch. I'm going to give you one, even though you're not asking. I think number 1, if PUBG teams were a fine wine, number 1 would be Frag Forward. They've got 18 kills, but 4 9th place finishes. I think if they can pull it together, translate those kills into some positioning as well, they move up very aggressively here. I mean, to have all 9th place finishes and still be in 9th place with only, I think it was 4 or 5 less kills total than the top 3 teams, means that they've got a good basis. So I want to see them build on that. I'm also a little worried, to be honest, Paper Thin, about Game Home, Sharper, Eagle 365. Game Home is, I'm just gonna say this. People can be mad at me if they want. They're punching above their weight class, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it was. They definitely had some things go their way with the way the circles were. Look, they made the most of it. You'd like to see teams maybe get a few more kills out of positions where they have a compound late into a game. But it is what it is. They took advantage of it. Let's see if Shen can take advantage of this situation with this Vector. He really isn't able to connect very well with that. Gonna switch over to the Mini, but Burning gonna get out around the corner and go for the heal. Now, Shen is pretty far extended from the rest of his team here. The rest of Trouble Maku can kind of isolate and take him down. This is gonna be a problem. Shen throwing some grenades around the corner. That one didn't go where he wanted it to, but that's okay. He's going to wrap around. Maybe he can just steal this Murado and try to get away, but that's dangerous too.
Yeah, I think it's just a runaway situation. I'm actually surprised he made that engagement on the Murado there for the open. It ends up costing him. Alec knocks him down. Had Shen not those initial shots go on and then slipped away quietly, I think it might have been a different story. So again, sometimes the early fight is your best bet, and BAE loses a player early, and that's going to hurt them. They've been depending a lot at Flood carry. But really, you want to have 3 support players available to let him do that. If you're losing people early, there's just no comeback mechanic.
Well, and Shen popped off in one of the rounds where he was allowed to survive later into the game. So I think, yeah, this is definitely not ideal. Now, BAE is trying to maneuver themselves into a position to cover Shen, but really getting down that hill, getting to him is going to be nigh impossible, and Cowboys is going to make sure of that, flushing Shen out here. So yeah, there's 3 teams hanging around Los Leones, so that's perfectly fine. You could actually fit 3 teams in the Los Leones area without much problem, without them having many fights. But Purple Mood, but there's no reason for Shen to do that.
Yeah,
and Purple Mood had a bit of an oopsies early on, and that is what it is.
Well, you can fit 4 teams in Los Leones, but why would you want to? The circle popped, guys, and it is going north. Like, we're talking Campo Militar north. So don't fight in Los Leones. Get out, get a car. And that's the downside for me of Los Leones the most, Paper Thin, is if you put even, let's say, 3 or 2 in some circumstances, teams in Los Leones, there's not nearly, in my opinion, enough stable car spawns to justify the rotations out of there, especially with a circle like this. So I'm curious which of those survivors will make it in time and which will become limping in to the late game.
Yeah, typically you're going to need 1 or 2 members reaching out to the outer compounds around Los Leones to pick up the extra vehicles. And to be fair, there is space for that. Nobody's gone and done it yet. And in Purple Mood's defense, I think part of that was the early knock where they had to go and recover their teammate. And I'm kind of glad I didn't. I was about to pick Purple Mood as one of my teams to watch, but I decided not to. I felt a little bad for them there. It happens to the best of us. I mean, we saw it in PGIS plenty of times. So it's not like it's unusual. And those things are to be the way it is, and I'm just curious about this team. I am there. Are they going to be able to recover? They had some apparent computer issues yesterday, from what we understand. Maybe they can get involved and be a little bit better today.
Yeah, there was a tweet, I think we talked about earlier, that the RAM was capping out, and as somebody who plays the game, right, I think we're all, Groza, I think we're all very aware that when those big rotation moments, when those fights break out, your hardware can definitely cause some issues. So that said, if it is true, and that is what caused Immunity to struggle yesterday, we should see a very big turnabout. Because to me, 24 hours for a team of that caliber who's played at that level, they can make some fixes and get their hardware running enough to show us what they're actually made of. So I look forward to Immunity stepping up today and maybe surprising a lot of people who thought they had fallen off.
Yeah, I think we all know the potential is there on that team, and I suspect if your RAM's capping out and your FPS is having issues, then yeah, PUBG becomes rather difficult to play, particularly at a very high level. You need that full functioning FPS to really make sure your recoil control is there and all those kind of things. We'll see. They're already up on the north side of Cruz de Valle here, so. They've got a couple up there, a couple on the southern edge. So right now they've got a surround on Cruz de Valle. Now they do have one team that is settled up in the middle of Cruz de Valle there. So see how well that works out for them. And, if usually the team that is on the outside skirts of Cruz de Valle could typically keep the team that's inside pretty well bottled in.
All right, a little bit of spray by Shiberate as he opens fire. Eagle 365 to pick up some kills. Not going to get anything, and the cars will continue to go on by. So you took the lead car, got nothing out of it, and everyone else is able to sort of just follow on the rotation. Now, what's happening now is everyone is converging into the middle. This is very similar to what we saw in the games yesterday, Paper. A lot of teams sending early, sending fast, and grabbing those early compounds, and significantly less teams than I'm used to sort of being comfortable with that late edge rotation. The team that's smart, that goes north, that works their way through Oasis, may have an advantage in this one, though, as nobody seems to be interested in that area. We saw a little bit of some gunplay there. Jervis gets knocked out by TEG. I don't think they come back for this.
No, they shouldn't. They're pretty far outside of the circle. And, they are stopping to pop tires. This is okay. I don't mind this from TEG. Pop the tires and then leave. There's no reason to stick around much longer. I mean, you are really hampering Renaissance with that knock and with those pop tires. You make it extremely difficult for them to rotate further ahead, really minimizing the amount of vehicles they have. Now, they got to be careful. It's Downey, found a decent position, landed a couple shots. Really, though, I'd rather see TEG just get ahead of this. Use this opportunity to just keep Renaissance behind them.
Turn around, be mean. It's PUBG. I am a big supporter of, I don't think I can really say it on broadcast, but D moves are very good, I think, right? Like, when I play pubs, I pick up every scope. and I drop them in the grass when I leave the house because screw the guy coming behind me.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You should shoot the tires out on the vehicles you're not using. Like, there's no reason not to. Just completely make any team that's doing a late rotation or anything like that punish them for it. Yeah, absolutely.
Especially because they will likely be, the person you're punishing is the one who will be the blue, who will be coming from a flank position. So anything you do to slow them down gives you a chance to win, and that's all PUBG is tuning your win variables, and that's what that kind of activity, them shooting out those tires, sets a team back, forces them into 2 cards instead of 4, all of that good stuff. Now let's check in with Boss, Gold, Demon Eater again, doing a little bit of peppering, but back in the car continues the rotation. That's what you see on these long rotation games. Move, scout, stick, move again.
Yeah, it's good stuff, and again, harassing, hampering GHD, not taking any damage themselves in return. That's the name of the game. That's good PUBG. Any damage you can do, even if you're just dinging the vehicles, and Kalaris mentioned this yesterday, even if even though you could say, oh, well, you're sprayed and connected to the person, that's fine. Just dinging the vehicles is good. That really beats them up. The vehicles are pretty actually flimsy in this game. They'd only take a couple clips of bullets from 5.56 guns and 7.6 even shorter to blow them up.
Yeah, if they're crashing the next spot they go, maybe that's the end of them. Maybe you hit once and you do some damage to a vest and force them to start looking for a replacement. I mean, there's a whole lot of variables. And I honestly, that's why a lot of us love this game so much, because it's not cut and dry. It's not set pieces. It's not planned looting. Everything changes, and you have to roll with it. A team that needs to roll with it today was Team Immunity. We just checked in with them. They already seem to be a little bit cleaner on those rotations. They're lasting a little bit longer. That said, 16 teams alive, or 16 teams up, 63 players alive, and the circle rapidly closing. That's not a lot of real estate for 63 players to call home.
Yeah, this one likely to keep kind of shifting in between there's some unplayable terrain, so kind of the center of the circle probably going to remain center-ish. It could shift to the south or the north as well, so you got to be aware of that. But there's a lot of weird terrain to the west to Cruz de Valle. It's pretty flat. There's some hills here and there, but those are hard to play until the end of the game, because from the hillsides on the outside that you could see people inside of it. So you got to be careful with those vehicles. Again, very, very important on Miramar. You can't stress it enough going forward. Burning, trying to pop some shots onto SP as they drive through. SP playing pretty good yesterday, but again, some of the passive teams really benefiting yesterday, Toffees. And I mean, do you think that's going to continue here today?
I do. I hate to say it, but there are some farmable teams in this lobby. And I think their crashes and rotations have been very weak. The people on the bottom of the bracket putting up 4, 6, 8 points are being exploited by the teams who are going middle, who are camping it out. And when the crash comes in for people who are rotating late and maybe less experienced at high competitive play, they're giving points to these teams. So, you know, take them where you get them. No hate to the teams that are sort of getting those random feeds, but I do think there's a fault here of people very smartly abusing teams that don't seem to be as crisp in their play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's good PUBG to, you know, try to get in position first, and then get your setups, get your reconnaissance going, and pop shots at people as they go, and then play the game from there. Have good ideas for how to maneuver your rotations, make sure your equipment's good, make sure you've got plenty of smokes and first aids and everything, and then move forward from there. It sounds pretty standard to stay, but there is something to be said about it.
I mean, remember, there is a bonus for winning games, not just the 10 points, but it comes with kills. If you are in the final 2 or 3 and you win, you're going to pick up anywhere from 2 to 5 additional kills. So that's why placement can really pay off. Game Home gets almost all of their kills with the exception of, I believe, game number 1 in that last 2 circles, because they get positioning and teams are rotating into them and they're capitalizing. I think Game Home would be punished if this were, say, a bit of a thicker lobby in terms of experience, because those rotations would be better scouted. The crashes would be less condensed, if that makes sense. We saw Sharper White sort of coalesce in a dip together as they were assaulted by Game Home, right? And so, like, some of these teams that I don't feel like you'd see that at the next level are struggling because of that.
Yeah, I mean, good teams, if they recognize that you're only one person in a building, that you're isolated on your own, they will try to attack you and try to take advantage of that. And we'll see if, you know, the teams are able to get away with that here today. as this one rolls on. Right now, Game Home is outside of the circle, so this one's going to be a little bit of a different look for them for sure. Archangel Predator pretty well spread out along the north side, but that's generally a safe thing to do. You'll see this all the time. Teams are able to come in from the the odd angles, the far angles from the plane path, and they're able to spread out and control a lot of territory. They get some benefit out of it. As you can see here, the circle has shifted north.
Well, this is a big moment for Game Home. Game Home is, as you said, outside the circle. Tough shift, at least 4 teams between them and sort of safety. If they can win this or get, say, top 4+ kills, I revoke my comment that I don't know if they'll continue the climb, because that shows me they can play both sides of the game. Right now, I'm not confident in their ability to sort of push, frag, and clear when their back is against the wall. So I'm excited now to see Game Home step up in this round and come through.
Yeah, I would love to see it. I mean, I like to see teams that are versatile, that can take wins in multiple different scenarios. And absolutely, I would be very happy to see it. We'll see if they can. That's the real question right now. Renaissance has a real tough road ahead of them, no doubt about it. Headshot, not able to connect anymore, but that's actually not too bad for the distance and the angle that he has. But he has SP coming up behind him. And so this is getting a little weird now for Renaissance and Jervis. They've got TEG in front of them as well. So I'd like to see Renaissance get in the vehicles and maybe try to wrap north and get around all these teams that they can see.
Yeah, Jervis did okay, but I feel like he needs to focus more on combining with vision and going for that sort of more powerful play. So we'll see if he continues going there forward. A lot of teams looking for those last rotations to get into this thing and try to make it happen. And I got to be honest, as we watch this pan out, I've talked about some teams that maybe are feeders or we don't expect a lot from. That's fine. TGIS just wrapped up Paper Thin. This is the time to start making a statement. The next World Championship is a year away from now. Start earning those stripes. Start earning those event credits. Start earning your invites to future things. So when I see a team like Game Home, who maybe wasn't internationally talked about as much before this, stepping up, whoa! Nice play there. Yeah. I'll pause this for a second as we see Indian Rivals putting in some work.
Yeah, Indian Rivals has been in Cruz de Valle for quite some time. Now they've got other teams that are getting forced into this area because of the way the circle is shifting up north. So the teams from the south getting pushed in, and they're trying to defend this house. Grenades are out. He should be able to push forward. Really nicely done here by Amit. It's going to be TM down and out after winning the last game of the day. They are the first team eliminated.
That was awesome awareness by Indian Rival. So Amit came down, right? And he saw the nade come out, realized it was a smoke, and that immediately told him, that's defensive. They're going for reses. They don't want me to push. So by aggressively turning the corner, they never even saw it coming. Very smart heads-up play to recognize utility and then get aggressive off of it.
Yeah, it's really, really smart. That's good PUBG right there. And that's just heads-up stuff. Let's see what Renaissance has been able to do. They're kind of been biding their time, and now they're trying to scoot in between a couple teams, but it's Cerberus on the outside of them, already in that shack trying to heal up in the blue. His big blue bird, and he finally gets through. And with a sliver of health, puts himself in a very dangerous situation. The good news for him is Tycon doesn't have a frag grenade, but we saw yesterday that Tycon can land some really, really good shots.
Yeah, those late rotations, though, if your looting is causing you to be scooting, you're going to get booted because you can't win the late game. If you over loot and you show up late, you end up in these fights where both these teams, they're essentially fighting for, to be blunt, nothing. Some kills and then more tough rotations. All this utility lost is absolutely going to put both of them in a tough spot going forward, no matter who comes out on top.
Yeah, but I'd love to see Cerberus just get on top of these guys. They have to know with the information that Tycon has that Renaissance is pretty much stuck behind these rocks. Their vehicles are just completely destroyed. And now Solozy has grenades and he can start making it raid. Here they come with him and Isaki getting it done. Renaissance is almost down and out. Just one member left for them right now. He's going to get in a vehicle, try to get away, putting some shots in through the blue. It looks like he is able to get over the hill and get away, but at what cost, Tavis?
That was fascinating. It was almost like they were playing, Cerberus was playing very careful, and then it was almost like when they got that first knock and realized who they were fighting, all bets were off. They ran forward, just started throwing nades, went a little bit crazy. And I wonder if that's maybe just Renaissance didn't throw enough elbows on day one. They've got 11 points. People aren't really scared of them at the moment.
And they were in a bad spot. I would have liked to have seen Cerberus get a little more aggressive on that a little bit sooner. Tycon should have been able to kind of compute that there were only 4 people there, and they were all very tightly bunched up. So that should have been a very, obvious signal that, hey, we've got a squad dead to rights if we get a couple of good grenades on them.
All right, Purple Moon down to 2, trying to make a play with jump over Indian Rivals as they open fire. They're down to 3 after a little bit of an exchange we saw earlier, but feeling pretty good. Team Immunity, who had internet problems or computer problems yesterday, has locked up a nice little compound. Number 1, a team that I wanted to keep an eye on today, rotating right through the open. Indian Rivals popping off some shots at them, but so far, Number 1 able to avoid any connections.
Yeah, the spray control from Amit, decent, not the best, but the barrel is a little bit bouncy, and it did suffer a nerf, so a little bit more difficult to use than it was in 2020. Sapao under a lot of pressure here for Number 1, able to get that heal off just in time, but he's losing teammates left and right. The various other teams going to throw that molly right next to the cactus. I think it's just short of catching any of SP here. Are there going to be any grenades that follow up to catch? No, that vehicle will be underneath of it on fire, but yeah, just not quite connecting. Highmare has some good shots to take here.
Yeah, that's Sharper White in a nutshell, though. Every time I see this team, and when the fight kind of gets intense, it's like they're in a group giving like a back rub train or something. They're all just standing next to each other, hiding behind a car or a hill, and it just takes one good nade. That said, they do survive. They managed to get everybody back up, and Number 1 doesn't have very much cover at all. Their throwables have definitely been off target. That said, Sharper White definitely risked heavily being punished with how close it just sort of condensed always play.
Well, Sharper White is a real problem now. They're on the edge of the circle as it shifts away from Cruz de Valle. There's 3 teams underneath them that have to push through. There's a team in front of them that they're having a difficult time getting through as well. So it could be very, very challenging for them going forward. They might find themselves sandwiched relatively soon. Archangel Predator still maneuvering around the north side of the circle, still controlling a lot of territory and putting good shots in. This is something we saw yesterday from Archangel is they hit their shots, and that creates a lot of space for them.
Absolutely. They went north. They went north and it worked out. Look at that. They get 3 pop right there. Archangel Predator did the Oasis rotation. They took the north half of the circle. Everyone else got in a fight in the south. Pioneers go west, winners go north, and Archangel Predator knows that.
Pioneers go west. I like that. Indian Rivals, they're one of the teams that has to make their way underneath Sharper White. And Amit doing a pretty good job here so far. 5 kills already. So you like what you're seeing out of these city fights from Indian Rivals. Now they got to do it out in the open. Let's see if they can get it done. Some smoke's coming down to cover the angle from Number 1, potentially pushing forward after that. Blue is here for Archangel Predator, so they've been able to stay in these drums for quite some time. They're going to have to move forward now.
They will, but they already have Nam out there sort of getting them a position, Nansari, so they'll be moving pretty quickly. They've got the cover, and that's what they've been doing, spreading out, pushing everyone away with sort of setting out the quills. Let's jump over to Indian Rivals, though, as they come up on Sharper White, out of the smoke and down on his knees. He is dead. Flix goes to the left side, tries to make a play, gets a trade for a knock. Gamers Lounge, in the meantime, is eliminated. Axel, in the last player for the team for Rivals, just didn't push with them. His team is now dead. Sharper White will get the res. And again, Sharper White survives when I questionably wonder if they should have.
Well, the timing just wasn't quite there for Indian Rivals. If Flix and his teammate can show up at the same time there, then that's a real different situation for Sharper White. They might just go down. That was a great flank angle they could have found there. But the timing was just a bit off, and also Axlin just cannot get through. So that means that Sharper White's able to kind of survive. Yeah. But now it's BAE's potential turn to try. It's their go.
I'm going to say this once. If you are walking out of a smoke, stop your sprint for a second. He sprinted out of the smoke, and in the time it took to bring up his gun, he was dropped. If he had stopped to a walk, he could have came out aiming. He might have had a better chance there. Game Home, this is the team we wanted to watch. They go down. Eagle 365 putting in some work. Big spray from Hansi as he just drops some lead. Game Home down to, it looks like 1. Indian Rivals eliminated officially as this fight breaks out. But look at Hansi just coming through and absolutely knuckle dusting everyone. Boss Gold eliminated, but 365 does manage to knock out Game Home.
Yeah, I mean, Game Home's in the defensive position on the inner edge of the circle there, and Ether65 just outplays him. I mean, they just hit him hard and fast, and all together, you know, some good combined fire, and that's some good PUBG right there from E365. Taking a good fight in a bad situation. Circle's going to head over to the southeast now, so the edge of Cruz de Valle still going to be in at the top. So for IM, Immunity, yeah, having a good start to today, found themselves a nice spot.
All right, let's see how this plays out. VTR just outside the circle. We got Battle Arena Elite down to 3 players. We saw that early loss that they're suffering from. Sharper White has managed to survive onslaught after onslaught, but still only 3 kills as they kind of have been surviving and everyone else has been collecting the kills around them. But now they got to deal with BAE as they smoke up. Good aggressive smokes by Bay as they now push up, and this is going to close very quickly.
Yeah, this is good stuff from BAE. Their timing looks to be pretty dear. They're coming up and over. Tanoy is pinned down, but you can see Dreams there coming up over the top, taking some decent amount of damage. Now Tanoy knows his position. They're going to find Bashi. Here comes Flood, and they flood through, and they are doing it to Sharper White, but Tanoy is still a problem. Finally taken down by Flood. He's going to be the last one to survive for Battle Arena Elites.
That will be the end of that. So Sharper White lived long, worked hard, but ultimately they don't prosper very much as they only make it into the 7th. 6 teams up, 18 alive. 24 minutes into this match, the circle has popped, and it is not... There's not a lot of cover. It is almost all landmass features that they have to work with. Let's take to PLM, who is being hunted right now. They are down below him and literally searching everywhere as a group. Next stop should be the stairs. Just don't go up alone. PLM looking in the wrong direction. He does manage to cover the stairwell. He can hear him running around outside of there. A little nade, which fixes a lot of problems.
Yeah, I think Nick saw him, and now the reinforcements are here for Immunity around the corner. Plenty of time there. Trying to throw a smoke with Style G to maybe just distract or slow down Immunity's push. Not really able to do it. Immunity clears this out, and this means Immunity has pretty good spot in this circle right now. They are the ones with the cover. They can watch what's going on. They can kind of probably get a few picks, some damage in here and there. And then if they have any vehicles left, even better. We'll see what Immunity is able to do going forward. Having a pretty good round of it. Good clear. Haven't lost a member just yet. They've got Flood out there. VTR, E365 still ahead of them. So a little bit of work to do. And still in firm control of the north is Archangel Predator doing a fantastic job. Really just not letting anybody get into their territory, controlling space, and giving themselves a great opportunity to potentially win this game.
They're not only are they doing a great job, they've locked up a good circle shift on this one. They have quality real estate with cover options for transition and push forward. And now they're going to get to benefit. They can sit back and sort of let VTR either push into them or push in towards Immunity. Either way, it's a win in their book. So they can sit and sort of play the sort of masters of the circle.
And of like, your chances of winning a PUBG game start out at 0%. And every little thing you can do to add to your percentage to win the game is important. So the more of the circle you can control, the higher you're increasing that percent chance to win. And that's something Archangel Predator is doing a fantastic job of in this round. I like what they're doing today versus yesterday where we saw them take a lot of fights early, try to, rotation camp teams and other things like that. This time they're just playing for circle control, and it's really paying out in dividends. I mean, what I saw yesterday in terms of their mechanical skill showed me that they were one of the best in this lobby.
Yeah, skilled play comes with kill counts, and that's what we're going to see as they sort of focus on that. That said, E365 is still up and fighting. That is a team that is currently sitting in the top 3 and looking to climb higher. Game Home has gone out. Sharper White has gone out, so E365 knows they're only about 9 points from passing Game Home to get first place. Only the top 3 spots pay. This is a big game for them, so they need to shore up, stay tight, and make some smart calls, but getting the circle is very big.
Yeah, Flood trying to see if he can make anything happen, and he does. Oh my gosh, he's nuts, but Genvoss is there to keep his teammate alive. Mon just barely going to get through with that with his life. Teddy took some damage there as well. Immunity using that opportunity to make their way, continue to make their way towards E365, and now E365 kind of in the position that Game Home had found themselves earlier, with a team encroaching upon them from the edge of the circle. They're already in the defensive position. Can they do what Game Home was not able to do and lock it down?
Immunity, man, they are back. Their computers clearly seem to be working a little bit better, and I'm happy to see it. I got to be honest. I've met a lot of these guys at different LANs that we've been to, and they are always a fun bunch. So seeing them do well is always exciting, and I'm glad that they're feeling back to themselves. Hopefully, that said, a team that I'd like to see at way more LANs and maybe have time to hang out with as well is Archangel Predator. They've been performing well. They've been exciting to watch, and I'm very interested in watching them throughout the rest of this lobby continue to get better.
Yeah, and they're putting a little bit of pressure on E365, and that's really opened the door for IM, but some good shooting from Chabrit and Hansi. It's getting a lot of damage into them right now. Archangel Predator busy trying to keep VTR inside of their scopes, try to keep them pinned down. Hansi pretty beat up here, 21 health left, so a couple bullets, even if they're just in the feet, will take him down. Agent will come over the top, take Zoidmate out. So Immunity tries to make the push. They get some knocks, but E365 able to stand tall enough with a little help from Archangel Predator that they're not able to fully take the fight as much as they probably would have liked.
Yeah, he's kind of out here on his own. The Archangel kind of did a weird little 3-1 split, but it's working. It's forcing 365 to fight with Immunity, and you can see Immunity has managed to start to sort of get the res train out there. Now, all three are back up. So this is something I haven't loved seeing this week, is a lot of teams sort of allowing the reses to go through regularly. And I don't know if that's a feature of a lack of utility or the map and sort of its layout right now, but after all that fighting, everyone's back to where they were for the most part.
Yeah, it is a little odd. Sometimes teams will get aggressive. I think it's just nobody's really confident yet to make the bet to a push. There's still too many teams left is a big part of it too. So for E365, they kind of have this advantage where they're nestled in between two hills where Archangel Predator and Immunity, if they come over, are shooting at each other. So they're able to survive a little bit longer. Now Extreme's got the AUG, and he's putting it to work. No. There they go. E365 is down. Archangel Predator has suffered 2 knocks as well. So they're not really able to capitalize on the push that Immunity has made. Oh, no, never mind. I take it down. They're dead. Never mind. They're gone.
Yeah, so at 365 and Immunity, basically, what we were like, why aren't they closing this? I think all three of those teams knew whoever got the knocks and went for that sort of like push was going to get third party. That's exactly what happened. Immunity said, you know what? We got to make a move. The blue is closing. Let's go for the kills on E365. And then if we can pivot that to taking out Archangel, coolio. That said, they couldn't, and VTR is feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah, VTR very happy, but now it's down to a 2-2. As there was a knock onto Victim Rise. Mad Dog is kind of running around there. Samoy and Non. And this Samoy is not seeing much over there. Nobody from Archangel has crossed over as Archangel looks to get a res, it looks like here. Throwing some smokes down to buy a little bit of time. Res does come through for them. So they're able to get that done. That Edgeo, good shooting again. Getting good damage.
And they're just being aggressive. They're pushing forward. They know this is a great chance to pick up points. They're pushing for the reses. Meanwhile, Victim Rise seems like they're playing very, very passive and letting Archangel just sort of pepper them and slide forward. Pepper and slide. And it is working as they just keep doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's some good moves from Archangel Predator, and Victim Rise just doesn't seem to be quite fast enough on the response to really do much about it. They're throwing out the rest of their utility, throwing the mollies and everything to keep everybody bottled from coming up over that hill, but you know, that doesn't really buy them too much space with Mad Dog and his teammate on the other side. Non's trying. He's taking some good damage. They're doing a good job on that side, but this is opening the door for CJ and Mad Dog to come in on the flank.
Yeah, Non's trying to get that bread. He's opening the door for his teammates to get the left side flank. They do. They pop out of the hill, and immediately it is too late. VTR goes, oh no, Non wasn't the main threat. And surprise, the flank is here.
Yeah, it's great stuff from Archangel Predator. They're just doing a really nice job controlling the northern side of that circle. It's a different team than what we saw yesterday, in that I think they went to the tape and said, okay, well, these rotation traps are cute. Yeah, we can take fights against teams early and win them, but that beats us up for the late game. This time around, they're like, let's do zone control. Let's just take the northern side of the circle where there likely aren't to be a lot of teams and just win through that way. And it paid out very, very well for them.
11 kills, over 2,200 damage, and 9 assists. Archangel Predator not only played that lobby well, they absolutely dominated the northern rotation, understanding where everyone was. They were not scared to do 3-1 spreads to sort of suppress opponents and force them into each other. That's one of those games that I would be tempted to tell young players, go back and watch it again. Watch what Archangel does, get a feel for their rotations, because they were very, very nice on that match.
Yeah, and they have the confidence to pull it off too, and that's something that's really important. Their shots can back it up. We saw there that they, even when they were at one point down 2-4 to Victim Rise, they were still hitting shots, keeping Victim Rise pinned behind that ridge line, and they were able to go and get a res because of it, turn it into a 3-2 advantage in their favor, and get through with the win. I mean, that's really incredible, really tenacious PUBG.
Yeah, you talked about the boldness to take shots. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to be back just a little while with a panel who's not afraid to take shots. If you saw Illustrato put his DM slide out there yesterday, they got plenty of fun stuff to talk about, and then we got game number 2 in just a few minutes.
The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can fill your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as 2 powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds, while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup.
Archangel Predator showing up in a big way, taking a decisive victory in the first game of the day here. Amazing stuff. I want to break that down right now on the panel, but before I do that, of course, I gotta introduce ourselves. My name is Illustrato, this is Aserai, this is Black and Blue, and you know, let's go back and talk about Archangel right there. The way that they handled that map, absolutely perfect. It was crucial, taking the north side of the circle, eventually splitting up. And I just want to say, Algenbots pushing into 2 teams alone and getting the frags, staying alive, eventually getting caught off by the circle, but still amazing stuff to be able to get that, hold that flank all alone, just to pincer on those teams and to keep his team ahead in what could have been a very risky and dangerous move. Somehow the gamble, the risk, it paid off. And they eventually take their first chicken dinner on top of 11 kills in that game. Aserai, how huge was this for Archangel? Could they be in the because of that?
They could definitely be in the top spot right now because I feel like Game Home got knocked off extremely early in that match 5 for our first Miramar map for here this day. I think they got knocked out around 10 or 11th place. That would definitely hamper a lot of their points that they've stacked up until now. And the performance of Archangel, I think, it was better worded by the casters where they just did a whole of a lot of things with good positioning now. They didn't go too much in terms of aggression. They didn't go for too much of that firefight. And they kind of restructured how they played on the Miramar map where they positioned more than fighting first. And it worked out in the end. And like I said, Algenbots, he was a bit greedy. He was a bit aggressive. He was a bit overreaching. But the thing about that, though, is I feel like when you're going to be playing a game such as PUBG, you have to take those and you have to have a player that is ready and confident enough to be able to take those risks. And he was just there. And it really allowed Archangel to get the map control that they wanted, to get a nice position that they wanted at the ending phases of the map. And it just worked. They were looking to be in a bad pinch, but because of everything that they've done, they were able to actually even get a revive, a 3 versus 2 in the end against Victim Rise. Got a nice little spread there, and they pushed in. They got zone control. Victim Rise had to push out. Archangel just did everything well. And I mean, if teams are gonna be looking out for another team to be afraid of, Archangel definitely is the one.
We expected them to do okay in this tournament. Like, let's be real here. Not a lot of expectations for Archangel, but every day they're proving us wrong. They're showing us how amazing they are. And going back to this play here, you have the actual replay of it. Archangel Predator, they were in a pretty good advantage here, lost a couple members, still won in the end, a good bait and switch at the very end. And it was about the micro play that really shined for us. And the caster said it best, right? Pepper and slide, pepper and slide. That's exactly what they ended up doing. Taking doing a little bit of damage and using that momentum, using that little bit of space that they were able to find with that damage to slide on forward, get a little bit of pressure in, and then eventually go in for a split and a bait and switch setup right there. And you can see here the guys from Archangel Predator, Algenbot, CJ, Mad Dog, and Nan. Look at that. Not a lot of kills except for Nan this time. It wasn't actually about Algenbot's kills this game, because in the previous days he was just hard carrying the squad, and we said everybody else has to step up. And you know, he didn't even have to get a lot of kills in this one. He had to hold the flank, he had to play confident, and he played a little bit more passive. He had to anchor 2 teams separately all alone, and he managed to do that. Nan, however, was the big one here. 6 kills for him. Black and Blue, what are you thinking on these guys now?
Dude, Archangel, they're looking quite well right now. To say that they have improved as time has progressed here for the APAC scene would be an understatement. They have now gotten their first chicken dinner on the board, and as I said to start things off yesterday, these 2 teams, I think Archangel and Victim Rise, they were maybe not getting too high placements, but they were getting the frags on the board. You can see that they were at 4th and 5th to start the day off, just even with them having, I think, what, they had like 6, 7, 8 placement points.
Yeah.
But the frags, it was just enough to compensate and really propel them up that leaderboard. And so right now, as I said, it's only a matter of time before these guys get their own #1 chicken dinner, and there they go. VTR, I think, are in the same position right now, and so Archangel looking good right now. Miramar has seemed to be their home.
And speaking of Predators, we have the top Predators of the current regions now. Here we go. It's Maximus. Algenbots catching up, 11 kills. They're neck and neck right now, the 2 of them. Algenbots actually does have a little bit more damage, so I think I'd put him in first instead, actually. at the very top right there. Amazing player. What a talent that we have. Genfos over right behind him. Look at this. All the top Predators right now. They're so close to each other. It's 11s and 10s. It's a full house right now for these guys in the top Predator side. Just knowing when to get those kills and performing for their squads. I just think that it's a very different picture to what we saw yesterday. In the previous region, where there's a lot of individually skilled players, a lot of individual mechanics. But I feel like in this region, it's a lot closer in terms of skill level, and so we're seeing a lot of, I'd say, similar score lines in terms of the kills. Azuray, what are you thinking right now about these top Predators here? I just feel like they're all neck and neck, and then the skill level, it's just not that far apart, isn't it?
Yeah, we talked about how there was just, I think, the jitters of the first day and teams not knowing yet the trend or the gist of how the entire map will be working. Now I feel like they've had a good chunk of time to figure out each other, and they're showing a lot more confidence. They're showing a lot more grit. And I think aside from that, in terms of the map movement that we saw from the first Miramar map here in our day, is they played a bit safer and a bit more, I think, playing with the zone and not really charging right into the center. I think if you charge right into the center, you're going to get mauled. And I think that was a thing that we saw with teams like TEG Esports and Cerberus Esports, who I think the casters also did talk about, like, you know, Cerberus was one of the teams that they were looking forward to, but then Cerberus, I think they were just haphazard in getting that center control instantaneously, and they just got crossfired out of the heck, and they just did not come out on top of that, including TEG as well.
If I may add real shortly, I think I agree there. As far as they kind of got backfilled, they went in too early, and yeah, just mirroring your point, I think Cerberus, they just mistimed things, but yeah, continue on.
So mistiming, unfortunately, a little bit of a trend here for some of these teams, but let's find out where we are currently as we take a look at the scoreboard. Archangel Predator, they do take the top spot. Barely, though. But look at that. 51-51. They're dead even here, Black and Blue.
They are neck and neck, dude. And, well, I wasn't expecting them to shoot up this high after that. But you can see they're top fragging the entire match, right? The entire server is in their pocket. 32 from them. The next only, well, I guess Eagle is the next one. They're only 3 frags away, yes, but they do have a substantial amount of points between them and, honestly, like the 6th placers right now. If you actually look at this, Illustrado, not even 10 points in between the 5th and the 1st slot. So one single game can change everything on here. Victim Rise, a single chicken dinner, could definitely shoot them to the top of the leaderboard, just as Archangel has. They were at the 4th a while ago. They're right under a Sharper White, I think rather 5th, but now they shot up here to the 1st slot, and as we said, it's only a matter of time. Now is it.
I agree, and honestly, just the difference between these teams here, the score, it's negligible. I mean, from 1st all the way to 5th, it's way too close. I mean, even 6th and 7th, I'd say. Trouble Mako and Cerberus, they can actually very much catch up if they have a good performance. Unfortunately, Trouble Mako, they get knocked out way too early, and so does Cerberus right there, but you know, like I said, one good performance is key for these guys right now. Now, Game Home, they're okay for now, but again, they're in danger because they have let things slip in that previous game, Azuray. And you know, what's the plan here for Game Home now? Because they've been getting knocked out early a couple of times here. Do they start to play a little bit more passive, or do they go on full with the aggression here?
That's a very difficult thing to answer as of the moment. Again, going back to what Paper Thin and Toffee said, they weren't really as impressed as we were with how Game Home have performed. I think it's because they saw the fact that Game Home's strategy, even though at least it looked like it was a bit more adaptable to us, it actually seemed pretty simple and straightforward. They just hold off a little bit, play around the map, and try to get try to build their way from outside to inside. And they did that in the Miramar yesterday, and they did it again here today. But the problem there was they got, again, I think, same with what happened to Cerberus, got caught in the motion. They just did not understand, I feel like, what they needed to do. And they're a team that seems to get a lot more kills when they don't feel the pressure from other teams. And when you have a lot more pressure, I think Game Home just crumbled on it. They got, I think, caught out way too much, and they were trying to caught into a downhill push from, I think, who was it? I think that was
Eagles.
maybe TEG. Eagles, yeah, thank you so much. The Eagles 365, and they just got obliterated. They didn't know where to look. And it seems like when Game Home goes into a point where they get pressured from all angles, that's when they start to crumble. And I feel like when you're going to be playing a style like that, or when your reaction is a style like that, it's just not going to work out. And especially when you go to another Miramar map, where I feel like this is the map for Game Home, they're going to struggle a lot more. So they need to shift up, and it might happen once again.
I agree here, and just like you said, a little bit of change up, absolutely necessary for these guys. But there are changes happening. One of the teams that I was happy to see, actually two of the teams that I'm happy to see do better. We talked about the teams that are I guess more foreign to this region here, Indian Rivals and Immunity. So now they're doing a little bit better. IR, they actually picked up some kills before they got shut down. This time they're doing much better. They're not at the bottom of the scoreboard, but a team that did actually perform quite decently up until the very end. They got to the final few circles, Team Immunity, and they have been able to get kills, able to get placement points. If they're able to keep this up, especially in this the next matchup here, I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do. But before we go into the game, we're almost about to get ready. I'm going to ask you guys really quick right now, Aserai predictions, and so do you, Black and Blue.
For me, I still probably am looking at Sharper once again. I know that they haven't really popped off as much, and they got caught as they were trying to fight off multiple teams. But I think they're still pretty up there. But Archangel definitely the one to look out for right now.
Okay, Archangel. I'm gonna lock it in as Archangel unless we get called out by the casters yet again. I think for the 5th time. Black and Blue, give me one team this time. One team. Let's go.
It has to be Victim Rise, man. The other teams here, they've gotten their dinner on the table. Victim Rise, it's their turn. A single one can shoot them up to the board. I'm hoping this is the time.
Well, I hope so too, but I'm gonna say Eagles 365, Archangel, Sharp. No, I'm just kidding. I think this time Eagles got this. This looks like their game, but I'm not gonna be the one to tell you that story. It's gonna be all up to the casters to tell us how this game is gonna go. Paper Thin and Toffees, it's all yours.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Paper Thin, and let's get right into it. Last time we asked about what teams to keep an eye on, maybe some predictions. Paper, hit me with your prediction this time around.
You know, I still have my eyes on Cerberus. I think that game was just a little bit of an aberration for them, potentially. Archangel, if they could keep up these ideas that they just showed in that last game, they have a really good shot. Honestly, there's some teams that I think have potential. They just need to make some better decisions in the early to mid game, like Renaissance and a few others. They get caught kind of in a bad rotation around Pozo, but they still have a chance in the mid to late game. They could still do something. Purple Moon needs to avoid mistakes early. There's a lot of teams that I still think have a chance, Toffees, and I'm going to kind of steal some thunder from the desk and try to pick a lot of different teams.
I think I'm going to watch Game Home. I think Sharper White could win this one. Eagle 365, very likely in a winning position. AAP looking great, and maybe some Immunity. They actually, real talk. So we had a little bit of fun there. I want to talk about Immunity. He did.
He did. No, he did too.
He did. He did too. That's lots of did.
It's a bad play, bad. It's yes. These things happen.
These things do happen. Just PUBG. That's it. Immunity. Let's talk about them for just a second. They started today in 14th place with, are you ready for this? 11 kills. Right now, after that last match, they are moved up to 9th with 22 total points. So they had 11 points. Not 11 kills, 11 points. So they doubled yesterday in one game. Let's see if they can keep that going. Now that I talked to some of the players, and they said that their computers are performing much, much better, and they feel way more comfortable.
That's great. That's huge. You want everyone to be able to, play on the optimal settings. So for sure, for Immunity, definitely looking to them as the circle. I think it's going to go northeast again here. So we are way up in their territory around El Azahar. This one looking pretty nice. We can get this going. AAP. I really liked what I saw from them in that last game, and again, if they can kind of maintain similar ideas and strategies, I think they have a pretty good chance. E365 made a great push, but now they kind of are potentially maybe going to lose Chabrit early. This is really awkward for Chabrit unless he can win this fight inside of water treatment. Like, if you have to leave to the east or to the south, he's going to be exposed to Gamers Lounge for quite a bit of time, and they might just be able to pick him off. But we'll see.
Well, Gamers Lounge down to 3, so maybe a little bit of a hope there, as they do seem to have a bit of a 1v. It's actually all 3, but the Gamers Lounge isn't supporting. I don't know if they even know that he's here. No one's calling in backup, so I'll see where that develops. But I'll be honest, on this circle, it's kind of like on the second day they said, let there be immunity circles, and so there is. As it is almost exactly in the same spot. It is going to be very heavy favorable for their drop. But the fight's about to break out. Shibrit trying to make a play, sees the Murado going uphill, decides not to take a shot. Very smart, because he realizes I don't think they have any idea where he's gone.
Yeah, I have a hard time believing they don't recognize that he's around here somewhere, and I assume Made You Smile's move is to try to either get information on the other side, because he's not really looking back towards water treatment just yet. He might get up to the top of this and take a 360 view, but that might prove to be his death. Chabrit knows where this vehicle is. He knows he's going to be somewhere within, 100 meters of this vehicle likely. Or he could just take, frankly, he could just take this Murado and leave.
Steal the car. Steal the car. Steal the car. That's exactly what happened. They sent a man up there to sort of look down and try to relay information to the rest of the team. Chabrit, I think, is very aware of that, and now he's debating between fighting and driving. It's a soft top, so it's a little scarier to steal and drive away. He knows he's going to come back to it, though, so just wait. There you go. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. That's a kill, and no one can help.
That's really smart by Chabrit. That's just great play. That's just experienced PUBG, understanding the situation, understanding how things are going to roll out, and he could probably even get a free Murado out of this if he's quick about it. And that's a huge win for him, and that's a huge loss for Gamers Lounge after picking up one early.
Forget the Murado. He can build a nest up there and absolutely rain hell down on the other two as they try to get away. They took their only car. They came up here. That means if they want to leave, they got to run east. That's bad news. West. They have to run west. That's bad news.
Yeah. No. I like that. They're building nests. That's I appreciate it. I appreciate that. But this is interesting. Look at this. They're rolling up on the outside of the water treatment as well here. So this is going to be interesting for E365. They got to be a little careful now. I would rather just see them. Okay, well, that's a problem. That's not good for Game Home. That's little mistakes like that are not ideal. Isu has a good chance. He could maybe get some decent shots in the back of them as they're driving up this hill. It's pretty slow. He's got to find a good angle. Now's the time. Now's the time, my guy. I don't know if he's going to do it. I don't think he's going to be able to get up there.
He is.
Yep. He had a chance.
Yeah, that's a shame. Yeah, I mean, it was a little shocking. It's not every day that you see a Spruce coming through water plant like that, especially after the kill. And for them to just be that bold, Eagle 365, surprising. But hey, it worked out. They got away with it. So, can't hate that. Groza, again, Groza wins games, man.
It does. It's such a filthy gun. Number one, we're putting some parting shot in our Indian team, and looks like they're going to be able to get through this pretty well. It doesn't seem like they've taken much damage, a little bit here and there, but Flicks driving around in his Murado, and they're just going to have to settle up along the hills to the southwest of El Azahar for now, it looks like, because you got BAE rolling in into El Azahar proper, so you got to be a little bit careful with this.
Oh, cool cinematic shot. Ba-da-na-na-na, ba-da-na-na-na, ba-da-na. I don't know.
Nice.
I don't know. I'm not great with music. I didn't want to get DMCA'd, right? So I had to make it up. I don't want us getting copyrighted.
See, I just use Yakety Sax. That hasn't got me DMCA'd yet. So, but that's not appropriate for that situation. So this might be though. BAE still driving, and WikiRex from Indian Rivals gets a little bit of damage, but not much.
Wiki whiffs.
Yeah. Wow.
Too far.
Dell.
Too far.
They weren't that bad. He didn't have a lot of time to make his shots, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Yeah, okay. The WikiLeaks,
WikiRex. I mean, if Wiki really wrecks, that car would have blown up. I'm just saying. But prove me wrong, IR. Let's do this. Let's put some more points on the board. They came in today with 4, so that's something.
Yeah.
Wow, that's really tough. Bad. They got 0 in the last game too. Yikers.
Yeah, it's been a struggle for them, and now they got to start turning it around now or never. It's kind of one of those situations where we're about to be halfway through this tournament, and you got to start putting up points. Grenade over the hill. That's right on the money from Zoidmate. Very nicely done. BAE in trouble on the outside of Southeast Azahar. They have Dreams still hanging out. Zoid gonna go for the flush. Some grenades coming in. That should be it for Dreams indeed. Very nicely done here by Immunity to start.
That's the second game in a row Shen's gone down early. That really hurts Battle Arena Elite as they now have to take 2 and fall back. We've seen some great plays, some great moments from them, but almost all of them have come on the back of at least 3, if not 4, moving into the late circles. So I expect to see them shore up, hope for the best, but Battle Arena Elites, I don't think they get pushed necessarily here, and they just kind of hold back and survive. Flood will heal up, but losing Shen, big deal.
Absolutely. We saw him play very well yesterday, and losing too early in general is just, it's tough. The circle is going to be weird. Toffees, I don't know where it's going to go. There's a lot of directions it could maneuver.
Predator, yet again, smart. It worked last time, making the long northern rotation. They know the plane was not perfunctive for anybody to be out there by Pozo, so it's going to be a safe left side rotation. You're going to go all the way to the north around power basically, or water treatment, and they will not have contact till they enter up by probably Tierra Branca. So they're going to come in with all their utility, not limping, and may have a similar performance to last time. So we'll see. Very smart play so far from them. Let's see if it continues. Now we jump over to number 1, a team that I have been hoping to watch. It's been weaker than I expected, to be honest. It's been a lot more of a meow than a roar, as far as I'm concerned.
It definitely hasn't been what you'd expect. I mean, Sapao, one of those players that is kind of a legend in PUBG esports from Vietnam, a guy that we've seen, I think PNC in particular, I believe he was there, and just a guy who plays very, very well. I think they could definitely turn it around. It just needs to get it going. Purple Mood, a team that has a lot of history behind them from Thailand as well, has been struggling, but it's still just moments on this team, but a lot of newer players coming into this roster. So maybe still trying to work, some of the kinks out from that, and just kind of curious to see how they're going to do in this one coming out of the south. There's another crate. This time it's an AWM. That's the gun I like to see. There we go. You have your Grozes. Those are nice, but the AWM.
Right? Right? You open that crate, you touch your face, and you go, oh, so good. And it is. It really is. I think my favorite PUBG moment of all time is I saw a competitive team in the last circle. They sent their comms. It was like second to last circle. An AWM drops, and you hear the IGL go, what is it? And the player goes, it's an AWM. He goes, we don't need that. And the player picked it up anyway and insta double tapped, like one tapped 2 people. And I was just like, that's the gun, man. I freaking live for this thing.
Yeah, I live to see people hit shots. That's what does it for me. Not gonna lie. BAE, they've got 2 left. Oops, that's not good. Flood, there's a tree there, buddy. Careful, that's tough.
BAE, we keep cutting to them at the worst possible time. Oh god. As a pro player, there's like these. You hope the observers catch your big moments. You hope they miss you bumping into a tree. And BAE today, we have just been constantly getting them flubbing, and it is muy unfortunate. That said, Renaissance takes a couple of shots. BAE does manage to get a little bit closer to the circle. We'll jump over to Game Home. This is the team. You know, we were hard on them. I do think that they've been playing well. And as you said, this is the start of a new season. Teams like PLM are kind of getting their feet under them, loading their rosters. Game Home, if they can start the season strong and continue to put up a good performance, if they can prove that they have edge and middle play, I could see these guys becoming a real dominant force in the region.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've proven that they can hold down stuff. They can keep teams away from them. That's step 1 to being a good PUBG team. I mean, that's probably the most important foundation. Of course, you have to be able to hold down your compounds and then, go from there. And playing out in the open is where real good shine, and making good macro decisions and understanding what other teams are doing. I mean, there's just so many things that go into being a good PUBG team. It's crazy. That we could talk about that for days and days and days. But it's going to be a little weird in this one, Toffees, because the bottom part of the circle is so darn congested. There's so many teams. This is likely to move away from El Azahar. This is likely to end up north of El Azahar due to some of the unplayable terrain that's up on the northwestern side. This is going to be weird because there's this Bermuda Triangle right up north of Renaissance that kind of, if you have one of the compounds around it, you have a really good chance to win the game.
It's irritating. This is the second game in a row where we've seen so much congestion. It's like It's like when my wife gets sick. She's got this congestion, but refuses to take medication, refuses to change the routine. Have some Mucinex. Rotate north. Get out of the congestion. You might win. And the fact that teams keep gravitating to where they know everyone is going to be is, to be blunt, driving me a little bit crazy.
Yeah, and there's opportunities to get around this, and Archangel Predator, again, is one of those teams doing that. Trouble Maku might benefit a little bit because they're coming in so late that a lot of other teams might beat each other up if they could just be really patient with it, and they might do the job themselves. They're going to find 3007 alone in a shack, and that should be the end of him. Yeah, that Molly's right on the window, so should be no problems, and that... he's outside the window. Okay, they realized he was outside. Go ahead and finish it. Couldn't quite tell from the observer where exactly he was, but yeah, now they also have a Bronco they're going to pick up out of that.
Yeah. Either way, burn, baby, burn. They got him. They found him. They shot him. He's dead. Trouble Maku, 1 kill. Going to be happy about that. They had a interesting day yesterday. They managed to get 29 points on the board, largely off the back of Game 4. If you guys weren't watching, they got first place with 13 kills and put them back in the mix. So we need to see a big game out of them this time around, as the last one was sort of just okay.
Yeah, exactly. They were pretty quiet most of the day and then came through with that win, and they need to build off of that. We're just kind of waiting to see if they can. SP is making a long easterly rotation along the rock face that kind of lines the northeastern part of the map here, and it's generally pretty safe. There is a dirt road, but if they go too far up ahead, there will be Purple Mood up there, and they will be waiting with open arms if they try to come up that hill, because that is a death trap.
Absolutely. And, you know, that's their creed. They're going to be waiting there. They're going to hold them out and don't walk into it. Extreme, shooting off in a couple of cars. Let's take a look at where they are. Immunity still feeling pretty good about their spot, so they're going to have to chase that next shift. You can see it as it goes north and have to deal with Game Home, which is not going to be very, very pretty. Up on top, TEG, right smack in the middle. Great news for them. And with the shift going up there, Archangel Predator now has an entire mountain range to play.
You got to be careful here if you're TEG. There are some sight lines that Renaissance has. They're slightly better, I would say. You're a little more exposed in that compound, but if you can lock it down, it could very well end up going very well in your favor for them. And slowly but surely, all the teams that had settled up into Al-Azhar are going to be forced out and likely to be kind of a mess. There's that steep hill that's on the north side of Al-Azhar that makes it very difficult to get out, whether that be on foot or via vehicles. Back over to Trouble Maku, who has IM in front of them, and that's going to be weird. I would like to see them try to go around this. I don't think there's any way they're getting through IM.
Sharper White going to pop off a couple of shots here as well, looking to clean up some points after a good showing in the last one, but they got deep but without the kills, which kind of seems to be a little bit of their MO recently. They got second with fourth with 6, 7th with 2. So they go deep positionally, but they don't seem to be able to put the kills on the board when they make it into that top 10.
Yeah, they're just a little bit more confidence in their fighting, a little bit. Those kind of things that kind of the next level you have to take is, you know, knowing when to take fights, knowing how to take fights, and right now they're in kind of an awkward spot because with Purple Mood, they couldn't rotate further north because of where Purple Mood was. That means they had to settle up inside of these kind of rolling flat plains that are to the south of that, and there is BOG as well over there, and they're actually up just a little bit higher in kind of an unusual field location on any of the maps in PUBG. That the field is actually higher than something that doesn't happen too often.
Saw a nice little smoke ring around the rock. He climbed up on top to get some vision. The shift comes out. It goes right on top of BAE. The boys who suffered early get the absolute middle. Will that hurt them or will that help them? Because a lot of those bottom teams in the South are going to be pushing up towards that dip that they're using.
Yeah, exactly. It's an interesting spot to be in because you're taking a gamble that hopefully nobody tries to crash you, and if somebody does, well, you're probably dead. It just all depends. Well, we'll see. As Trouble Maku is avoiding IM. I love this rotation from them. This is very, very smart. They can continue to kind of work into this crevasse. So the circle is continuing to shift north as it should. It has to leave Al-Azhar, has to leave the unplayable terrain and that kind of thing. So that is what it is. And the further forward they go, the more trouble it is. And I am doing a very good job recognizing this, coming up behind and putting some good shots to take down Alec.
Yeah, absolutely. A really great play. Zoidmate does go down, but I think they should be okay to get him back up. No issues whatsoever. And they'll continue to put in a lot of work from a negative position. That circle is closing, and they have a long way to go. They need to make sure that they can just get Trouble Maku off of their radar. And that's what happened last time. In the last game, Team Immunity had no choice but to push 365, and it was almost impossible to win after the losses they took there. I hate to see that happen again here with Trouble Maku.
Yeah, absolutely. They got to play defense. They have to try to win this fight against Immunity, but Immunity has really good shots. Although Extreme gonna get taken down. That's 2 down for Immunity.
Zoid!
Momonji coming up big here, getting a double on the front line for Maku, and that's gonna be a bunch of Immunity flushed. Very well done here by Trouble Maku.
Massacre! I felt like that was a Mortal Kombat moment. He just absolutely dumped on him. That said, though, I mean, it was great play. We worried about Trouble Maku making a hold play. Instead, they got aggressive and absolutely, I think, put Immunity in a position they didn't expect. They never expected. You don't expect to lose that.
It's just good maneuvering. They get ahead of Immunity. They make a good rotation, and now they give themselves a chance. They could buy some time, maybe let some of these other teams beat each other up. El Azahar is cut out of the circle, so those teams have to fight. Good shooting there from Style G. Puts Fentic right down. Last one alive here for Boss. He's going to have to throw some stuns out and other things. He has no smokes. He doesn't have a lot of hope, to be frank. This is, yeah, he's dead. The good grenade from Just Moments going to finish them off.
For a second, I thought he was going to pull the nade pin on himself just to deny the point. But he went out bold. Respect it. Respect it. Let's jump over to Victim Ride. Genpost looking for a threat here. We'll get Wiki Rex as he does open fire left, right of the tree, back and forth. Charges out, saw the nade. Not a lot of options.
I tell you what, this is my first time being able to cast Tycon, and he is really impressing me. That guy is hitting some banger shots. You love to see it. Aixlin trying to come around the flank of Cerberus and do something high. Saki going to be blinded up for some time, but that might just be them trying to get away from this fight, disengage, dislodge, but there's nowhere to go. I mean, you got Trouble Maku on the other side up on top of the hill, and there you go. Trouble Maku Kalbs is going to get the knock onto Isu, and things looking dire as you're seeing a little bit of Cerberus trying to... Oops, there's a knock from Tycon. This guy is just hitting everything he sees.
Yeah, very, very clean play. Lots of fun to watch. Gamers Lounge went out, by the way, as did Indian Rivals during that interim. We'll jump over to Cerberus. They've got 4 up and have been putting in work as they now stare at Trouble Maku back and forth. Number 1, having a much better game than last time around, though still needing to get themselves a circle position.
Yeah, it's still kind of an awkward situation they found themselves in for sure. Renaissance here, watching Sharper White try to rotate ahead, getting a little bit of damage in there. TEG is going to be forced to leave their compound. Purple has to come down from the northeast, try to make something happen. And here's the crash onto BAE. Let's see if they can hold it. 2 down already by M0. Spins around to try to go for another. But the drive-by is good, and it's just going to be Flood left alive.
Car meta so strong, but they got 2 knocks. I don't know if they'll get stolen. They should be defendable, and BAE does manage to keep one up, and if you're going to keep one up, it's Flood.
That's true. That's a really good point. Definitely would like to see him alive. Here comes Game Home. Trying to get in, and they've got TEG going for a res. Look to your right, disgusting. Look, oh my lord. No, no, not like this. I don't think he's going to see this. TEG might just get away with this. Okay, I think did they hear the footsteps? No, the smokes are too loud. They're not really keeping track of what's going on too well. There's too much chaos, and this is a real problem as they're fully committed to this fight with number 1.
Oh, loot, and scoot. GHD goes down to number 1, and GHD has been really... we were worried about this today, Paper. We were worried about them sort of backsliding today if they had to chase the edge at all.
Yeah, they're having a tough time with it, for sure. No, I agree with you, 100%.
Okay, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I remember us talking about this earlier, I think.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It's they need to find some way to work around the edges and get things done there, and that they should have pushed down onto TEG there and wiped them out, and then used the ridge line of that hill to try to work forward. It's really their better option, but they were fully committed to that fight with number 1. They got bunched up, they get grenaded, and down they go. Meanwhile, Cerberus has been the team to come out of El Azahar unscathed relatively with 3 kills.
Yeah, and it's almost because they just waited. Azahar very slowly came out of this circle. I think we got at least 2 or 3 ships that had buildings in. And so Cerberus got to kind of slow play it while everyone else, the other 3 teams that were there, had to massacre each other trying to come around to the east side. Speaking of massacre, Jervis opening fire. Can't quite close the deal. Targeting system's not quite online. It's okay.
Yeah, can't quite channel his inner Jedi there. Yeah, he's missing a little bit there.
Ever since he broke up with Iron Man, he just hasn't been as accurate.
Yes, that was the name of the computer program, wasn't it?
See.
Nice, nice. Oh, you can see the top of number 1 there, so he's just going to wait. I mean, I don't think you could actually hit those shots. The backpacks don't take damage, so...
No.
You're just going to have to wait that one out. At least you know where they are, though.
That's a good point. Information is gold. Let's jump over to E365 as they're going to lock it in here at the edge of the new circle. They can actually try to play this relatively slow as long as Cerberus doesn't push into them. Cerberus will load up here in a second. If they choose to go west, it could be bad news for 365. So we'll see how that plays out here. Up on the top, Archangel has moved in. They get a knock on VTR. And again, Archangel Predator with a good northern control position.
Yeah, look at him just taking knocks everywhere on the northern side of the open end of the circle. The northeast side pretty exposed, pretty open. So the teams that are trying to rotate in there are being punished by Archangel. Now they got work to do against VTR again. Teddy gonna get Mad Dog knocked. Nan pretty far off, going for some heals. Not quite there to reinforce his team just yet. Cerberus has to move up now as well. Circle shifting to their north. So they have to find a way to move through. They're going to spot E365 out in the open, and things are falling apart for AAP. This time it's Flood still alive for BAE.
BAE doing a great job of just hanging tight. We did lose 2, so CJ trying to get some smokes and some defense out there. But Victim Rise not slowing down. It's what you want to see. Frag forward action to control the north side of the circle. They know that they've got him on the heels, and they're going to keep on coming.
Yeah, they got to clean this side out. No doubt about it. I like what VTR are doing, and for Nan and CJ, they don't have a lot of other good options, so they're just going to try to dive a little bit further forward and see if they can maybe drag VTR into other teams. Yeah.
It's smart, too, because Victim Rise can't chase. They have to clear the smoke and make sure nobody stayed behind. So it does buy AAP a little bit of time to sort of heal up and relocate and then maybe counterattack.
Yeah, exactly. The problem is they're kind of in a weird spot now where they're underneath. There's some good angles that Victim Rise can take. It's going to take more smokes to keep themselves safe for longer. Number 1 continues to do a fantastic job on the edge of the circle. It's just Mao left, but 7 kills. They're doing a really, really nice job. There goes Archangel Predator down to VTR. So VTR able to get some revenge for that last round.
Yeah, big nade. VTR doing a good job there. And I think it was the AAP played that as best as they could. VTR just played it better, and you got to have a lot of respect for that. Mio goes ahead and runs back away, takes fire every time he tries to get a peek up here. Jump over to Cerberus. They've got 4 up still and are pushing into Renaissance. Renaissance has just not had an answer for the 3-headed dog.
Yeah, Subong just hit a big grenade there. There's only 1 left for Renaissance. Subong trying to come up and over the hill. There's a lot of smoke in the way, so he's not able to get a visual just yet. This is going to be a tough one here for sure. Now he knows. Not enough room left to maneuver on the edge of the circle in the smoke. That's going to be Solzy taking down Renaissance.
Number 1 goes out. They're out in 6. 5 people left alive. Flood has somehow come this far. How much farther can he possibly go? Remember, they lost 2 in one of the first fights in this game. And still, this man clings to life. Very impressive.
Yeah, VTR, you can see they're flanking out pretty wide to try to deal with Flood, and he's got problems because he's got Cerberus on the other side. He's surrounded by hills, and then there's a field out in front of him. So for Flood, it's going to take a miracle, quite frankly, to get forward out of that position. But he's done well to get this far, to hold that shack down. They got pushed on it, and they were able to lock it. Good shot from Vandal, catches the head. There's a return from Boshi. No, there's some push coming from Cerberus.
Nice. That was a beautiful. That was everything about that was gorgeous. So props where it is due, Vandal. Very nice shot. Gonna throw some nades off. Try to deal with Cerberus. Meanwhile, down below, we see Sharper White eliminated, hiding inside of Fire, and Brimstone comes to naught as the teams get more aggressive. Ballerina Elites does ultimately go down as Flood drops and leaves us with 3 teams left alive.
Yeah, still a lot of players on all the teams, so still anybody's game. I'd say E365 feeling probably the most confident in their position, but VTR definitely has enough cover, enough room to kind of hold on. Good move here by Hisaki. This puts him in a great spot. It's going to be tough for VTR to push up there with the cover that, oddly enough, it's E365. Vandal providing for now, but the circle's going to make that a little bit tougher going forward. The rest of Cerberus has to find some way in, or at least enough room where they could cover Hisaki in this next circle.
right, Vandal going to go ahead and take a couple of shots off here. E365 looking good. Having this many people up at this stage of the game has got to feel great. The problem is Cerberus has been strong. Will they continue to be strong enough? A 4-on-4 if they can get rid of VTR. Wipe them off the map. Let's go. I want a 4v4, Paper.
I would love that. 4v4 finishes are the best, no doubt about it. Hisaki under some pressure now from VTR, going to be able to deftly dodge that grenade off to the side, and here comes the reinforcements now. Cerberus able to send one more up. Solzy up front. Teddy's going to knock Hisaki though with that AUG. He's got level 3 gear. That makes things even more difficult for Cerberus. They had a difficult move to make. Good cover fire coming in, pushing Teddy back a bit, trying to go for the res. Nope, they're going to have to pull off of it. Genfoss's grenade up and over the top. Tycon gets a knock, but he gets knocked in return by a good grenade from Genfoss. Teddy's able to take Hisaki down. Things falling apart a bit for both of these teams.
Oh, back and forth. And that's exactly it. E365 is loving this as they just spread out, take control of the map, and allow these two teams to fight it out. Down to 2 players on each side. You'll see Eagle 365 coming up over the top. They are rapidly taking control of just about every angle. Cerberus down inside of a pit. VTR on the other side of the hill, and 365 up on top with a flanker out there to make sure that nobody comes around. This is a throw, I think, if 365 cannot pull it off because they have just taken so much high-quality geography.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tough situation that Cerberus found themselves in. The hope is that you could somehow get E365 and VTR to fight, and you're able to make your move off of that, but it never came to fruition. So instead, E365 up over the top. Jexy doing a good job there, getting the knock out of Teddy, almost taking Genfoss down as well. Teddy cleaned up by Solzy. Points stolen there for Cerberus. So Cerberus still 3 up, hanging on. E365, though, they, like you mentioned, have great control over this circle.
All right, coming up on top, Cerberus does have 3. That's a big news, but they got to get VTR off the map right now to make this a little bit of a doable fight for them. Jexy does take some shots. They've got the last player as he pushes around to the right side. Victims Rise is eliminated. Cerberus down to 2. E365 up on top of the hill, knocks down to 3. It's a 3v2. Cerberus with the low ground, Eagles with the high. They're building the nest. They're looking for the perch, but can the 3-headed dog take a fight back to them?
Yeah, E365, they're going to have to swoop down off of the top of this. No doubt about it. The circle's going to force them in that direction. It's phase 8. Ooh. They're coming through, taking some damage. This is pretty good hold by Cerberus. They're kind of reminiscent of the game we saw at the end of yesterday on Miramar, where they almost took down Trouble Maku in an odd man situation. Let's see if they can do it. Tycon getting stunned up, not really having a good opportunity, but nobody's able to find an angle. There it is. Jexy comes around the side. One more to go, but Solzy turns on him. Finally, somebody comes around the corner, takes him down. E365 going to win game number 2 on the day.
Big win for E365. There's traditionally 2 ways to beat Cerberus: Herculean strength or Orpheus's music. E365 was patient. They played the right song, and they lulled Cerberus into the low ground. At that point, they took over and crushed them. Eagle 365 with an excellent game, and that will add to their day. They came into this match in 3rd place with 47 points. Getting a chicken dinner and a kill count that is strong like that, 9 of them, is going to go the distance. That said, Paper Thin, Cerberus did 2,000 damage and put in a heck of a lot of work to get to 2nd.
Yeah, Cerberus did everything they could, but with the circle moving across the field, it became very, very dangerous for them. And by the way, I appreciate your Greek literature references. Very nice, very well done here with the Cerberus stuff. I was like, I feel like I'm in my high school classes again. That was very nice. Yeah, Cerberus is firing, but E365 just does a fantastic job working the side of that hill, biding their time and taking advantage of the opportunity that is given to them. And that's tough out in the open. I mean, they had to fight a few teams off from their north and their south. It wasn't like they were just gifted that position, and they waited things out. They had the west side of that hill to kind of chill and see what happened, and yeah, it was good.
What can I say? I love mythology. I love Cerberus. I named both of my kids out of mythology. Hi, Griffin and Phoenix. But that's pretty much it. Me and Paper Thin done for the night. You got Kylaris and Sims coming in afterwards, but before that, the panel will be back to break down the map, let you know who's in the lead and who's on the chase. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
The Predator Cestus 350 is the first wireless gaming mouse in the Cestus line, and maybe the next to find a home on your mousepad. But if you prefer wires, just plug in the USB Type-C cable. While plugged in, the mouse can reach up to a 0.5 millisecond response, or 1 millisecond while unplugged. But with speeds like these, you won't encounter any misclicks or delays. This is mainly accomplished via the Pixart 3335 optical sensor, which contributes to the mouse in reaching up to a 50-hour battery lifespan. And if speed and tenacity is your thing, a DPI up to 16,000 awaits those with quick reaction times. Having more buttons is rarely a problem, and with 350, you have a total of 8 programmable buttons, 3 in the thumb area, forward, backward, and burst fire, while below the scroller is a DPI switcher, and another to access up to 5 profiles. If you want to modify your settings, just pop open Predator Quartermaster and tweak away. For more information, please check our website via the link below. From all of us here at Predator, good game.
The Eagles soaring high in that one. The Eagles 3-6-5. Oh my god, amazing game from these guys all the way up until the very end. Whether it was nade kills, whether it was pinch moves, just able to perform fantastically, phenomenally. Getting every single person that stood in their way. They took out Archangel. I mean, they took out VTR at the very end right there. Just a good showing, finding their stride, going from third all the way to first. We've been waiting for this moment, and finally Eagles claim that victory. I'm Illustrato. I'm your desk host here today. Joining me, Aserai and Black and Blue. Now, let's talk about that last game. I think we begin this narrative, with Archangel. They do well. They take the north side of the circle, and they're getting a lot of kills along the way. Well, not a lot, but a decent amount of kills along the way. Sure, they're doing fine. But they run into trouble as they're entering the circle. They run into VTR, who gets there in the north side ahead of them, denying that north side that they so love, taking. And at the very end, they get pinched and just left in basically what was a rut, naded to death. And that just left VTR in a with a three-man squad left. And at the very end of it, just Eagles able to capitalize on that one-man disadvantage that VTR did have. So, Black and Blue here, what exactly went on for the Eagles that they, just seem to take this game? They're just taking so much momentum every single time.
Well, coming into this, even at the start of day one yesterday here for the APAC scene, I did peg Eagles as a team we should be looking out for. They might have a slow start, and honestly, if any team reminds me of them, it would be Ghibli. If they remind me of any other team, rather. Oh, yeah. But yeah, okay, so what did go well here for Eagles? Well, first of all, they actually played this outer rim quite nicely. They weren't totally they weren't the team that was further towards like the south or anything. They weren't like the furthermost team because Cerberus was right on their tails. The thing is though, Eagles were good at proposing enough of a threat and moving up enough to make Cerberus not want to take the fight with them and backfill on them and pin them, because they could have been like teams like SP, VTR, as well as of course Cerberus coming in from behind them. But the good thing about the Eagles are they flanked there to the west side, took the high ground ridge, and really played well. They made a almost winning situation into an almost definite winning situation because of that one move towards that western ridge line where they were able to hold things down. VTR and CES on the low ground, it's very difficult for them to come back.
Definitely. And just taking this victory for them was absolutely crucial. The Eagles, they were in third place with 49 points. Now they're soaring leaps and bounds, miles ahead of the competition after Archangel got a little bit caught off there. Let's talk about a team that got, I'd say, the shorter end of the stick here. Aserai, Game Home. They started phenomenally in the first day. Amazing performance from them. But it seems like this is slipping away from them. They got eliminated early as well. What's going wrong here for Game Home, Aserai?
I think as Game Home just not able to get the prime real estate in terms of positioning here in Miramar. And I don't think it's just Game Home that's been struggling a lot. I think it's been Sharper as well, that I think we've seen perform so exceedingly well, TEG as well, on Erangel. But going here to Miramar, where everything is so open, there's very little amount of cover except for the defilade, which is the line of sight that's given to you by the mountains and such. It's been such a I think a hamper for a lot of these teams. And that's why you're seeing Game Home just struggle a lot more, because they're not able to get the real estate that they wanted to. And the same play style that we saw from them in the past few maps, whether it's Miramar, Erangel, they still try to translate that in this particular game, and it did not work out in the end. There was a point, I think, where the casters mentioned that they should have pushed onto TEG on the low ground and could have used that B line straight up into a better position, but they lost track of what was happening because there was so much chaos. And that, I think, is akin to there's just not enough point for you to take a breather and just kind of figure out what you need to do, maybe open up your map a little bit and try to see where the teams might be coming from. I think it was all fight, and split decision making, and it really wasn't Game Home's, I think, map. And a lot of the teams not akin to that. And I feel like teams like this, Eagle 365, Cerberus, Victim Rise, as well as Archangel, are the teams that really thrive on the mess of it all here in Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, well, organized chaos seems like where the Eagles thrive, and the Eagles are coming. As you can see, Chibrit, 5 kills, and he's been a phenom with. I'm going to say this. I think most of Chibrit's kills have been from nades. He's just been that good with them. Every single time it's like a double or triple kill. And his nades are 50-50, 50% he gets 1 kill, 50% he gets 2 or more. That's just how he's been doing it ever since the start. by Hansi, Jexi, and Vandal9. You know, I want to point out Vandal9 here. So they actually play this really smart. Eagles pushed up on the high ground on kind of like the promontory of that, on the top of that hill. And they left Vandal9 way, way, way back to cut off any rotation. So this just means that whether or not they did get control over the high ground, and they were hoping to, they still had sort of, you know, a little bit of a fail-safe in the background, and anyone needs to watch their back. So playing that just shows that they have so much confidence for Eagle 365, because they know that even if they split up as a three-man unit, they can still win the engagements that they needed to, and they did. So just a lot of confidence coming from Eagles 365. I'm hoping we see more of that coming into the later stages, but I do hope we see things change up for other teams now, especially here. We got the top Predators of the region, and these, you know, they've been, I'd say, trying to get away from each other in terms of the scoreline, but still not very much that really distinguishes them. Only maybe 2 kills between the first and the second. Black and Blue, this competition is neck and neck right now. I'd say much closer than what we saw the other days in the APAC Asia region. Excuse me. How are you feeling about, you know, how this is going currently, just with these games?
Well, you are right. It has been a lot closer here in the APAC scene as compared to Asia. In Asia, it was almost a definite wherein we saw, you know, the Korean scene just dominate, and then maybe a few other teams, a handful from other regions, maybe 1 or 2 from Japan, the other, like Hong Kong and Taiwan, maybe 1 team apiece. But the rest of them were firmly far away. Here right now, our top 5 on the scoreboard, as we move into it, I think, when we do see it, it should be very, very close. And as you can see, yeah, actually our top 4. So only 12 points between the 4th and the 1st. Things kind of opening up in gap right now. Earlier on, it was like, what, not even 10 points in between, like 8 points max between the 1st and the 5th slot. Now it's there's a bit more of a disparity, like in how much points are in between them. But like, for example, Cerberus here, I don't think this is going to last too long. They almost got chicken there. They ended second on that last map. I'm looking to see if they can repeat their success here on Erangel.
Well, the top dogs are new right now, and currently the Eagles are leading the charge here. Can Predator come up? Can Predator catch up? Rather, that is going to be the question we're going to be answering very, very shortly. But before we do have a little bit of a sponsor. Our sponsors, of course, Predator, want to have a little bit of a word. So, which part of the game got you thrilled? Watch it all over again with clearer sound. Retweet your favorite game highlights, and you could be one of the 10 winners of the Predator Galea and RGB mousepad. So, check out our tweets on Twitter from the Predator Gaming page. That's at PredatorPH. And see what these guys have got to say, because we're giving you some cool stuff, man. I mean, just the mousepad alone is more than enough for me. But let's delay no further. We're ready to go into the game itself. And again, my name is Illustrato. This is Aserai and Black and Blue. We're your desk here. I'm going to leave you guys in the hands of the amazing casters, Kalaris and Sims. What you got?
Such kind words. Thank you very much, gentlemen, as we now get into our Erangel matches here for the day. As you said, I'm joined by Mr. Sims, and so far so good. Eagles soaring high here up towards the top of the leaderboard, taking over some of the big dogs up there, Rich.
It surprised me when we look at yesterday's the comparison, how we saw Game Home all the way up at the top, just completely being the polar opposite. They were the ones that were soaring high. They were the ones that were just leading the charge. And now instantly, they're down in 4th position. We saw the drop-off just a little bit towards the end of yesterday. And again, the come-up was fantastic. We could see what the possibilities were within that top pack. Victim Rise, again, still managing to, from a position that we saw them in at one point, managing to squeeze themselves into the top areas, have just continued to do so. We're getting that disparity. It was brought up on desk how your top 4 is starting to be quite tight-knit. We do have Cerberus and Sharper White in there, which is pretty good, both on 48 points each. So there is a window of opportunity to join that upper echelon. Again, 7th and below is going to be rather difficult to break. You're hoping that people start to trip up, people start to fall. The question is, with a circle like this to start the game, is this going to cause us problems going forward for some of these teams? Because I think we're going up to Zaki.
We may be. That's good good shout. And Purple Mood, who was one of the teams that had that backup drop over in Zaki, is getting run over to start things off as Game Home and Purple Mood trading blow for blow here. Now, interestingly, yesterday, of course, teams like Game Home and Sharper were doing very well. In these last two Miramar maps, though, both of them had a hard time on rotations, dropping kind of south, or Game Home, of course, dropping over to kind of towards Impala in one of those games as well. Difficult for them to deal with those northern circles, especially on a map like Miramar. For Sharper, it's a bit easier here, given that they're dropping dead center of the battleground. For Game Home, though, they're once again far away from the circle. And when they were holding down those compounds yesterday, they were doing well. But let's see if they can continue to fight against adversity when it comes to these rotations.
365, no contest whatsoever. They should be totally fine on this one, getting up to there pretty close, as Pachinki always is, no matter where the circle is. So, again, setting yourself up for success. We see many a team that like to drop in the center map have a ton of success, not only through this map in particular, Miramar also. So central teams always seem to do pretty damn well, and that's just because there's really no rough terrain that you have to transfer through. There are quite a few teams stuck together in Roshok and surrounding regions, so it all depends on how quickly they want to move, if they're going to linger for quite some time. There's a potential that we see IR move all the way over towards the Georgia Paul Hill. If you're going to be, kind of scouting off the back of that, then it's going to cause some difficulties for any teams that want to be rotating through the quad stack, through the 4 stack, for instance. Gamers Lounge shouldn't be a massive issue. You're going to just move basically to your western side. Where they go for that, and this is kind of where I look towards them, towards Renaissance, it's where you set yourself up first. You're going to be the teams that are the first ones there. You've got the biggest opportunity to take the best slice of this pie, so to speak. It's where you want to set that up, though. It's where you want to go. The circle can move anywhere, yes, we know, including the ships that we won't actually see thrown into this one, which is funnily enough, but still. Anywhere between Zaki shooting range now is prime territory, and it's certainly worth fighting for. And something like this already, Ego 365 all the way up on that road, ready to rock and roll and maybe get his teammates there. I like this pre-scout.
Yep, not too bad at all. Shivarit has already been standing out today. Great stuff from him on Miramar. TEG going to be moving on across. The earlier you can get on towards that high position on this map, then the better it feels like right now. As you say, yes, there is the potential that it shifts south from this water, but usually very unlikely. I like that our observers really enjoy watching the ferry. They must have been happy as houses when those came into the game, because we're nowhere near Sosnovka, but yet we're watching some boats. I appreciate that.
Look, I've only actually ever seen them come into it once, which is kind of weird, wild, really, when you think about it. It's they're there. They're an emergency backup plan. I'm with you on the agreement yesterday. We spoke about bring in the gliders. All right.
Oh yeah.
Give us the land and the sea. We've got the air and the sea now. Just excuse me. We've got the land and the sea. Give us the air, and then we're all set then, just watching players dropping mollies out the side of it. This is what I want to see in professional play.
Yeah. Next is mole machines. You just pick a location to dig in, and then you dig into the middle of the circle. Actually, that's kind of like the emergency planes that we have now, to be perfectly honest with you, in the public games. They are ludicrous. I think it's fair to say we've had our fair share of emergency plane usage, Rich.
Yeah, that with the it seems to be Idaho yesterday as well, and where you just it's getting to a point where it's like, okay, there's a plane there, there's a plane there, there's a plane there, there's a plane there, and it panics me when you see them ascending as well, because you think, okay, I've got some loot coming in. Wait, no, it's going back up in the air again. We're in trouble here.
They go so high. That was my surprise.
I think it's to keep them quiet, so it doesn't like the flag on situation where it's just ringing in your ears. But it also is a bit of a counterbalance. I think they should make it a microlight so they're hanging low, because then if the players are at least down there, you can start shooting them. Because as soon as they keep scoping it, it's like, well, we're not touching them whatsoever.
I love spraying them. It's great fun. I'm never going to hit anything unless they're coming down in the parachutes. But anyway, let's move it on. We have ourselves a little crate over in the water. Unlikely to be spotted unless people are really scouting out the very edges of that cliffside, which actually, fully enough, in these kinds of circles, sometimes does get populated. There are spots there where people can stay safe. We have little drive-bys going down. Immunity doing much better today to start things off. as previously noted by Top Teams and Paperthin. It seems as if some of their PC issues were attended to. And Sharper not having the best of days to start things off, but a nice little couple of shots comes in for Sharper onto Man. And a pickup on a nice starting kill on Victim Rise, who have been a powerhouse team here throughout the day. Currently sat in third. Any kind of little momentum takeaway you can get off Victim Rise here would be nice.
Yeah, especially with this ground they're on onto the side of it. The rest of them will be able to at least beat up so they can build vehicles here and go for the save potentially. Empty has fallen. Side of number 1. They are going to stick the res, which is totally fine. The played area doesn't really give you that amount of land to be able to fold yourself into. It's a 1-for-1 at the moment. It's whether or not Sharper might want to try and pressure this one. I think with one player down in the vehicle already there, it's a matter of just get him in, get him saved, and get gone out of here. It's not the greatest place to lock down. You think you've only got this small dip that you can traverse back. It's essentially a bunker once you move towards it. I don't know what else really you kind of want to take away from this one. It's very difficult to try and take a fight up there. It's central position, right? It's somewhere to hold down. It's somewhere to kind of springboard off the back of, but actually locking it down, I suppose it's not it's interesting to see so many teams up here so early on. I get you want to be going up for this and you want to be within this area because the circle's moving, but be so packed there to taking fights already and not actually having a secure compound as such. I mean, you've still got Georgia Paul in play, you've still got Severny in play. Yes, they're all the way further to the edges of it, but a lot of people now are just kind of booking it towards the center and hoping for the best.
Yeah, the thing is that these first couple of circles, they don't really follow that let's exclude water ruling, apart from the very dead center, which obviously has to hover across land. So there is still potential for maybe this to move. I mean, that's why we're probably seeing Archangel Predator lingering around that position where they can easily rotate back down south as they dropped in South Georgia, Paul. Just that little bit of a spread north of maybe the apartment buildings over in North George. A little bit of an anchor nearer towards the bridge. Likewise, so is Eagle 365. These top teams right now really kind of trying to cancel out any changes in the wind that might come their way here. And Cerberus going to be finding Battle Arena Elites on the other side of this bridge. Neither can really cross until they've properly dealt with the other, it feels like. Although, yeah, Cerberus could. They could have a little cheeky sneak over. But some shots come in. That's a wall, friend.
I mean, at least the backup is that there's only these two within Georgia Paul. No one else has to rotate through it. No one else is going to be, you know, just turning up unannounced. Although they could probably, with how the disparity is in those two teams holding each other back, just bomb it across the bridge. The only problem is that you do have Renaissance at the opposing side, I believe. Yes, it's only two players. You can see the 2-2 coming into effect. And that's the try and hold down that very priority compound just to the east side of Zaki. Circle updates. I'm hoping if it does go that way, you can just see those two players from Renaissance now get in the vehicles and send it. TEG will be eyeing up that compound. That is just an absolute prized possession right now if Renaissance can keep control of it. A lot of teams are going to be coming their way. That one in particular with all the fields outside of it. I mean, Immunity are going to be looking towards it. IR will be looking forward to it. Everyone will be looking towards that now. This will be the defense of their life. If they keep control of this, this is a game-winning compound.
They've got to get together, and you can see it already rotating up towards the top. You cannot hold that 2-2 position at all, given the shift that we just had. Heavy west shift when we're already that far northwest is insane. Shots already coming in here from TEG on towards Extreme. He's going to go down on an attempt to move through this area. And TEG, though, might be able to pick up a little bit more because there's going to be a few more other teams rotating past them. There is huge migration right now. Everybody understands the severity of this situation. A lot of land is going to be taken up very quickly, and it's also not a very commonly played circle. So this is going to get crazy, Rich.
There's a lot of potential here to try and sit on the field edges, play the ditches, play the fields, and maybe hope that you catch people in rotation. TEG have got themselves the next best compound, the step down from the priority that has been held by Renaissance. Currently, VTR, number one, everybody. The mass migration is the best way of putting it right now. Everyone is just folding into this. The defense of lives will start to come out. Maka Zoidmate goes down, sniper to the back of the head. Nick 101 comes in onto an unknown player. That's going to be a nade at a different range altogether. Immunity taking multiple fights on multiple fronts. Momo straight as well on a different corner altogether, a different angle. Every single time we move to a different team, James, there's a different fight unfolding, because at the moment, 1, 2, 3, 7, I want to say, have all moved from this eastern embankment, and they've basically stayed their feet when they've hit the border patrol.
Yeah, this is going to get ridiculous. Gamer Lounge has moved all the way through to Zaki. And there is the potential that we get even more westernly when it comes to this circle. Usually it's finishing around those fields that we were mentioning before, where Indian Rise as well as Purple Mood is now trying to rotate on through here. And both of them are blasting each other at the moment, understanding that this is prime territory. Cerberus has taken position up towards the top. Macca's getting himself a McDouble as Nick is going to be bolted down here. And he had a previous kill from that as well, so not too bad here from TG.
I'm just watching this.
I'm
this
hungry
side
now.
thing. It's just the breakfast going. It's totally fine. This is fine. Yeah, I'm just kind of watching this whole thing unfold between the map, and it's just lighting up completely. Sharper White down in a ditch. Teen is just disconnected from the rest of them. There's no chance of recovery on this unless they fight through Triple Maku, but that's going to be easier said than done. Game home. 2 players still standing on the outskirts. Have to be careful between them if they want to keep going up into the placement points. It won't be the easiest job in the world, but, you know, nothing's impossible. Mac has had some belting shots so far in this kill feed. We'll see if he can keep it up. It's some damage to multiple teams, and honestly, given their position, they can disconnect him from the hillside. He can just play off the back of this. His teammates can fold on the small compound. They're safe for now. And we say it's, you know, very rare, James, that we really see bolt actions go into play. Now's the perfect chance. Now's the perfect opportunity, because he's in a very safe and very secluded area to put it to good use.
Yeah, we're seeing quite a few coming in. I don't mind it at all. SKS making its way in, despite it being the ugly stepchild of the DMR world, unfortunately, for the SKS. But people like it. I love the staple gun. I'm going to be honest. It's really nice.
I like the new skins.
Yeah,
like the golden PCS one's beautiful, and that's the other thing that really makes it worth. It's no longer ugly. It's now a thing of beauty. The noise certainly isn't.
I disregard everything you're saying. The Lego skin is so good. Oh my god! I find SKSs, pick them up, put them back down, just for everyone to have the Lego skin. Brilliant.
We need Lego skins. Good lord. Trouble Marco put up against the cliff faces. 3 of them in front, 1 at the backside. His job is literally just to stop anyone sweeping on this cliffs, and that's because there's no room to move whatsoever, so it's a viable spot. Just kind of folds off and goes into the sea, but you can still at least traverse it up and down. Kalua's already up there as well from TG, so clearly he's made note that there is a player's presence. Vehicle over to the edges will probably fall back to these teammates now. Mac already damaged. Instantly straight out the back of the car once again. He's on the hunt. If he can get rid of that 1 player, then it gives Maka more room to move. This in particular is the fight that we're speaking about. You saw Maka's position on those small hills, which gives him a fair amount of viewership on what's going on in front of him. If they can remove this 1 player from the backside, it gives him a bit more freedom, a bit more safety. Further afield, it's actually going to be the field, funnily enough, which is the dead center point of this.
Yeah, I mean, the circle, given the way it shifts with water, could have gone a little bit more east usually, but it's drawn up here. There would have been kind of almost equal water in both of those. So Indian Rise have got themselves a nice spot. There is a few good dips along the road south of where Renaissance is, but because Renaissance is in that compound and kind of overlooking it, likewise on the east, a little bit east of that, Victim Rise is there as well. It's difficult to take those dips just yet. However, those could quite easily come into play later on. We've seen winners from those dips along those roads. So we're going to see how things, as you say, fall down before. Cerberus's position is interesting. As you can see here, Battle Arena Elites are looking up towards Cerberus. It very rarely ends up coming down to, you know, being up there and it being a pivotal position. And so I'm anticipating transitions down from there, which can be difficult sometimes.
North George is already a pain in the backside for these type of circles because a lot of teams go for it as a safety net. We've had a few circles. I'd say more than a few, actually, when we get this type of circle that do pull down. towards the south end.
Oh, look.
So you'll see at least it. Yeah. it's almost exactly where we anticipated it to be. It's always difficult to get anywhere different, like Zaki Town never seen, for example, and that's because of it's a small piece of land that's essentially landlocked with water, and with the circle settings that we have, it'll always place it in the middle of this, as it's been known in the past, the chicken tendy type of area-esque, how it just kind of struts out. Yeah, there we go. Macca's chicken tendy. Oh, no. No. It's too early. Too early for speaking about fried food.
You're hungry as well, I see.
Yeah. But yeah, with the circle being generic, as such, quote-unquote, a lot of teams should have anticipated this. IR have already set themselves up for success, and it's a nice little area. I do like the fact that they've taken those ditches and they can keep control of... Well, excuse me. Whether or not they can keep control of it's a different question altogether. I think Indian Rivals will have a hell of a time if a lot of teams just fully send it. Give them a home. I thought they were down to 2. I've actually seen an additional player with them, so there is more than 1 there. There's going to be 3 as running this. They've got the vehicle still. They've got the smokes. They can utilize it. It will be very difficult prospect with other peoples around the hill because this whole field is kind of encompassed by the surrounding hills on the eastern side. You've still got all this huge Georgia pole action that needs to unfold. I mean, we've got, what, 3 teams playing center, still 16 alive, and everyone else is just on the edge. It's going to get messy for the next push, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. On the west side of what we're seeing from Georgia Paul, it's kind of a little downhill with then a bit of an uphill. And then on E365 side, it's just mostly a downhill towards Game Home. And that's why Game Home had to use the smokes. Now, what is important for Game Home is if they were looking to take up residency in these ditches that we were talking about earlier, as E365 is getting kills on towards Game Home, they need all the smokes they can get. But here comes E365 crashing on in. Oh, a nade coming in from Shibrit as well. This is a big push here from E365, dislodging what we're seeing here from Game Home. And this is perfect for them. They are going to take up some really good real estate in this area if they have the utility like smokes to keep them alive. And we're seeing Troublemaker coming in against Sharper. Sharper had nothing to work with, and they are gone 16th down.
That is 2 perfect wipes for teams to take priority position back-to-back on screen. The first one with the nade over to just remove the team out of place. eHome felt the full force of 365, and then we fall onto a different one, and it instantly happens again. The flank is good. The rest of the team can send into it. Purple Mood is eliminated. 14th place, and again, we spoke about it. There's going to be a lot of them losing. Yes, a couple of them are already struggling anyway because of the damage that was done to them in the previous circles, but we've already lost 3 teams. This will only continue. I can already see 10 being a very viable, realistic thing by the time we get into this. We've still got the action in Georgia Pole. We then flip up to the northern side of it. Gamers Lounge still going toe-to-toe with TEG. TEG for the position that they had. It was looking good, but ultimately it spells disastrous as the circle pulls away from them finally.
Yeah, I like the Gamers Lounge just flexing on the edges, looking for these fights wherever they can find them. And, oh, geez Louise. We are clairvoyant because these ditches, they've been so important in past games, and they're going to be so important once again. Godnew is scrambling for an opportunity to try and survive. Cerberus now moving in towards the roadside ditches as well. If they can find them, Renaissance is going to have a bit of a shooting gallery. It really depends on how many grenades Renaissance has and if they can get them onto the corners of those roads later on. We'll see if they have anything available or if they came here a little bit, I want to say too early, but I mean, they kind of dropped in that George area anyway and then came north. So I don't know how much exactly they have available to them just yet. But Eagle 365 now still firing out from these ditches. And seeing every threat edges, they know that their moves next are likely going to need to be north. So that's why they're prioritizing that direction.
And the final player, Godnew, will set his last stand in the center of this circle. Probably laid down in the bush at the moment. Nothing else really he can do. Demon Eater will fall. That's going to be BAE just looking on the opposing side as they do push on. Gamers Lounge, bit of a fire of their own. Renaissance, time to start the defensive stance. Mollies, nades, everything, and this is now where things start to get a little bit dicey. BTR is gone. Trouble Marco actually could get the res here, so they can keep control of this one. And this is the side of the road, and the side of the road in particular that actually isn't with all the fighting. This is a very safe area. They've claimed a pretty decent chunk of land there.
Yeah, not too bad at all. And we'll end up moving over towards the west side after all the Renaissance and Gamer Lounge fights have gone down. And I mean, they're going to cause Furic damage to one another. They're going to start slaughtering each other. This gives Cerberus a brilliant opportunity to lay in wait for anybody that's coming along. Indian Rise still holding out in the middle of those fields. However, they're going to have to move east eventually. Number one, trying to move in on their position. Any nades that they have, maybe? I keep, talking about nades, but they're so important in these kind of situations. And we've seen them do massive, massive damage, even yesterday.
It's underestimated. You've now got teams that are basically clumped up, holding on to tiny amounts of land. We've seen it once already. One good nade placement spells disaster for a team and pretty much success for another. You can remove people. In fact, not even people, excuse me. You can remove entire teams from areas that essentially could secure you a very strong area. Hang on 1 second, Sapu. That's 2 down instantly. iFlix also. And I said eventually, Indian Rise were going to have a bit of a problem. The nades are going to come from a different team altogether as well. So while the frags have been stolen away from the hands of number one, the position certainly, my word, no rest for the wicked whatsoever. That is just a bombardment to open this thing up. Completely disastrous for the team.
You got to clump up in these situations because there's only so much room to work within those ditches, and nades become tenfold strong. I don't think Indian Rise fully anticipated this move from number one on their west side. I think they Cerberus only to be one of the threats from the west, and they heard them rotating north of them with the cars, and there comes the spray. Indian Rivals has gone down. They were up here so early in the game, and they will fall for their troubles. Very, very impressive push from number one.
Small pause for a second. Skyco clearly making presence. Battle Arena Elite. Battle Arena Elite have got a bit of work to do here. Thankfully, they've got 4 players alive, so give themselves the biggest opportunity to do so, but it needs a hell of a lot of work. The resuscitation's there. He's going for the flush onto 2 of them. Only gets 1, but still it's damaging. Circle's moving. Rez, it'll be possible to deny the point, but nothing more than that, where the rest of them have to just look onwards of this. But look at E365, James. They are spreading their wings massively. That is a huge amount of land to cover. We're leaving 2 outside the zone as well, just to cover the backside. Players have to fold into this. 365 is covering so much land to deny that.
They are spreading the wings, but they don't want to turn into a Blood Eagle because eventually they're going to have to come up from that southern position. Archangel Predator is there along for a potential deny. Here comes movement upwards. Now, very, very important to rendezvous with one another here at this point. And I'm hoping a lot of these vehicles have full coverage from their car insurance provider because they're going to be battered once they become very important cover for a lot of these teams. Eagle 365 in a good spot. There is a crate right behind them, but even that is a little bit sketchy to go and grab because Troublemaker probably has it in their line of sight.
Still waiting for this fight ultimately. I don't think it's going to do too much while the circle's still with them. Renaissance have had this from the start, so it'd be devastating to see them lose it at the very end, but the circle hasn't been... I would say... I don't think saying it's not been unfavorable is probably the wrong word to say because we know these circles move, so they should have anticipated the movement, but the problem is that the T-junction that's directly in front of them, and I'm glad we've popped on with it, is a perfect stepping stone for teams to be able to set something up. You have the hay bales, you can park the vehicles between, you have a very small dip that, while crouching down is difficult, laying down certainly is not. I would say it'd be as simple as just kind of pushing out and bombarding that, throw the nades, get them clear.
Yeah.
But the problem is the second they do that, Gamers Lounge pounces on it. Like, this is a very, very difficult task for Renaissance to get out of this cleanly.
Yeah, it's interesting how many teams can coexist in this area. It's not just the dips and the little small places people can take up residency in, but also the grass coverage. This is such a weird thing to break down. It's actually quite thick alongside some of these placements. So you can see some snakes here and there start crawling about. Number one was trying to do that before, but obviously they got naded and killed off. And now line of sights run down effectively trenches alongside this, and E365 is in a great spot to deal with this. Coming across the road for Renaissance as well as Gamer Lounge is going to be difficult because of these kinds of angles. Gotta be careful. Smoke.
Everything's watched. So the first one will be sent out. That's the sniffer dog to try and find the safety zone. Rest of them are going to go now, so small distraction, but look at that instantly. Made you smile. The second that he gets out of there and across the road, he's instantly dead. The mine's down, the pre-nade's there. You have to have your gun ready, though. 2 players on standby. 1, 2. It's not the big thank you. It is a resuscitation, but Renaissance have jumped on this. They are taking full advantage of the situation. Granted, 1 player in the back going for the drive-by, but doesn't matter whatsoever. That is insanely good work. The timing was perfect. 1 team stepped up to the plate first. They died and ultimately came back in. Nan? Oh, that's a big nade in the kill feed. 2 players. Cerberus going down as well. This only helps them out further.
Yeah, very nice nade coming in. Again, just so clumped up. Very difficult to find a decent spread. And then also, when you throw down a smoke like this as Cerberus, you're telegraphing your position effectively. And it makes it easier to target down exactly where that nade needs to be. They just are slightly out of range. I think those are some jump throws. Didn't quite work out, but now Cerberus needs to eventually cross this road unless they want to go south, but then they're right in the firing line of Archangel Predator. So they're going to try and drive as Nan goes for the spray. Vandal, though, trades in kind. SLR in hand is able to bam that down. And another smoke here to try and get Nan up, who I think is just in the circle. I don't know if they'll get the res.
Honestly, Cerberus could pay them in kind here, realizing that one of them's fallen. They could just push back onto it. I tell you what, they're so lucky they had the vehicles there in placement, otherwise those nades would have connected. For Cerberus now, it's... Yeah, you may have got a couple knocked before, but it doesn't really get much better. Back on the feet for Nan. And now has to fight the way the vehicle on fire. Does have a few seconds to move away from it before it blows up. It could do some damage, especially if it lands on top. It's not. It's blown away, thankfully. But now it's time to respond. Here we go. 2 players laying on the floor. And that is a beautiful spray down, and the solo, that's his only 2 frags, but my word, it gets him into 3rd position, gets him 2 points, and keeps them most importantly in the game. Can it really do any much from the position that he's in later than this? Probably not, to be fair. It just depends if 365 tunnel vision onto Renaissance or not.
Yeah, before losing, he had a molly and 2 smokes. I don't know if he gets any more from what we see from Cerberus up towards the top. But getting across this road is just almost suicide. It's going to be all Eagle 365 and Renaissance for the most part, unless they've forgotten about him, which is very unlikely. Renaissance have had a great game so far with the compound that they held down. Now repositioning with the car. And Eagle are now just moving on up, crawling on up. Yeah, you can see Shibrit not only looting, but also paying attention to the road as well. Good awareness. I know smokes have gone down on the road. Or CJ, not long for this world.
He's done the task, though, James.
Yeah.
2nd position, holding it to take out 2 players. I mean, it's 2 points plus placement as well. Like, he's done more than enough. It just solidifies and secures Archangel's position in 2nd. Meanwhile, 365, somebody needs to stop these guys. If Renaissance can do it, it'll do it, hamper them a tiny bit, but look at the scoreline. This is just ridiculous.
The Renaissance might end up being minor mammals as the talons come down from the Eagles here. Hansi already getting a spray with the barrel onto Big Blue Bird. Bird on bird action. Melting here, going for the spray. Getting himself 1. Not too bad. Jarvis also getting another. Good flush on towards Shibrit. Shibrit was holding a heavier wide angle, which actually does open things up for Renaissance a little bit, but they were looking... Are they looking for a res? Oh my. Bold.
I mean, if you can totally down for it, the rest of them are so disconnected in a wide split. It makes it that much more harder. Hans' position's definitely been noted. That's a lot of damage the second he creeps out from behind that tree, and he can hold this position, but he needs his team. Oh! That is actually disgusting.
Beautiful shot. What a shot. Vandal here with the Groza as well. They got it from that crate just before. Might be very instrumental with this. Jarvis lying down. Big Blue Bird is now up. Melting, though. It's still down. There's a flashbang. You can tell, though, everybody has so expended with their explosive. Hansi gets another shot on towards Jarvis. He has been an absolute legend here for E365. That Groza doing so much work, and it's going to do more. That is the GG. Eagle 365. They are elated with that production. Holy moly, Rich. What a tournament day they've had so far.
Yeah, it's going well. Ultimately, and what's kind of scary, James, that this Dale may have just won them this competition. It all depends now on everyone else. How their performance is, being able to catch them. Is it a possibility? Will they falter? Yeah, the commanding statement of them turning up a little bit later to the game and then removing players, it speaks volumes about their pre-scouting. It speaks volumes about the position that they're withholding with on the map. Being able to take an ever so slight, and it was only ever so slight, elevation on the hillside before rolling into the circle. It gives them note of where people are set up. The grenades go in, the players go off. They take the points, they take the position, ultimately end the game. The Groz at the end just lays waste, and that final headshot, I'm not entirely sure which player it was off the top of my head, but that final little quick tap on the barrel to remove the player from behind the tree. It's a job well done. It was always going to be hard for Renaissance to be able to get off that back foot that they found themselves in. They were at man disadvantage anyway, regardless, coming into the fight. But still, good work overall from all three teams in the final circle, even the final player on Archangel, to be able to keep that second place solidified.
Back to back. Beautiful stuff by Eagle 365. They can make it happen on the desert, and they make it happen on the grassy pastures as well. We're going to go to a break, ladies and gents, and when we return, one more game here. Will Eagle 365 continue their streak? We'll find out soon. The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can fill your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds, while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup.
Eagles 365 yet again claiming the victory. 2 in a row is what they've found. And they seem to have been running away with these chicken dinners, or shall I say, flying away with them, as yet again they find themselves at the top of the scoreboard. Aserai, you mentioned 365 here at the very beginning. They had a really good rotation towards the early side in what appeared to be a very passive map for the most part, where we finally saw a circle go towards Zarky, just like what you were asking for.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting that to happen. I didn't really wanted it to happen, because what transpired in that game, I think, was more of an outlier, or I think what your words were aberrant. And by that, I mean, I don't think any team was expecting for it to be the circle that they were going to be playing. That's why there was a lot of them, a lot of these teams prioritizing getting vehicles. And for like a good, 10 minutes, it was basically Mad Max Fury Road. Shooting, transitioning, trying to get the best positions. And it really, I think, just messed up a lot of the game strategies for a lot of these teams. We saw, I believe that was Game Home yesterday. Game 1 and Game 2, so good on Erangel map, because I think they were playing on such more calm, straightforward zones. But because we went to this more just straight dual heavy zone once again, similar to what we saw with Miramar, they got the shorter end of the stick, and a lot of these teams just were not able to translate into all that. Interestingly enough, though, like you said, E365 just soaring high, flying high, and they just did everything so well, even amounting to about 9 kills at the end of the day.
That's a lot to write home about, sure. And also a lot of the other teams that we were looking at here, Trouble Maku, a lot of great kills, just unable to convert that into a chicken dinner. And Gamers Lounge as well, doing fantastic, able to stay alive and pick up a couple of squads on the way. Just, at the end of the day, the placement points, they still count, but they weren't really able to make full use of them here. But a team that we wanted to talk about, Black and Blue, over the break was, Cerberus. They had a phenomenal position in the circle. They got a little bit caught off, got in a skirmish with Archangel Predator, who managed to do so much damage. Look at this, so much damage to them. It's taking out so many members, and it just wasn't worth it to take that fight for Cerberus for me.
Yeah, the thing is, when Cerberus did take that fight, they were also like in the middle of trying to engage Renaissance, and in that case, you're going up against 2 very high-powered teams. It just didn't work out for them. They had Renaissance, they had so much utility in them. They have like a bunch of smokes to use as concealment. Archangel also, I remember specifically CJ, he just fragged on out in a situation that he wasn't supposed to, finding all these frags and really met Cerberus' demise. Cerberus, they did kind of, bunker down here along the ridgeline, where in Archangel they only had a single vehicle as well as their cover, and maybe a small hill, a small mound even, not even a hill for them to play with, and it could have definitely been swung Cerberus' way. They were playing kind of a 2-2 there. And the thing is, when you're doing that, 2 of them split up with their attention towards Renaissance, 2 of them towards Archangel. I think they should have kind of filtered down their priorities and chose a singular fight, and I think in that situation, Archangel would have been the better fight to take.
Let's talk about the last engagement that we saw. It was basically a 3v2, I think, at the very end there, that could have gone, honestly, in the way of Renaissance, but in the end, Eagles just played it better. It came down to like multiple knocks on both squads before anybody actually had a decisive victory, but Eagles were able to get the res off. Actually, they were both able to get reses off and bring us back into like, a 3v3, but just the duels, the aim duels, and honestly the decision making in that game, Eagles showed that they were superior. While under pressure, they were just able to get the res and know when to push and know when to take those engagements. Renaissance kind of freezed up there, I think, in the end. While they got the opening pick, they could have had it. Was a 2v2? They just weren't able to close out that game. But here we go. Let's take a look at the top Predators currently. Chibrit at 18. I just want to point out, he got a few nice nade kills yet again. It seems like Aserai that he's just making full use of the utility whenever he's given the chance.
And I think that is just akin to how intelligent he is as a player. We saw on the Miramar map where Chibrit wasn't supposed to really get a early victory at the start. Where I mean by that, he didn't get knocked out. He even got I believe a car on Miramar and was able to shut one down that he was pushing on top of the hill, just because he understood every layout of the land. And if E3065 can like translate that into multiple maps, which it seems like it is, it just seems like, you know, he's the complete package. Chibrit gets kills, he knows where to battle opponents, and he gets those things without taking much damage roster.
Something I do want to point out, by the way, is that I think those damage stats before we move on are ADR, so it's average damage per round. It's not total, that's why it's kind of low. So yeah, continuing with that point, Azurai, I do quite agree.
Well, you know, for those people who are a little bit surprised to see 18 kills and 369 damage, there you have it. It's averaged out, so don't be a little too surprised. But what I am surprised about here is the overall scoreline. 20 points above and beyond Archangel Predator right now. It seems like they've pulled a Buzz Lightyear and then just went to infinity with it. And Victims Rise, they're 30 points behind, almost 30 points. Currently, our Eagles, man, this is the first time we've truly seen a team very much pull ahead of the competition here. Look at Cerberus. They've gotten a little bit of a performance, but still no chicken dinners. Everybody has had a fatal flaw and Achilles heel in their game, except for Eagle 365, who have looked to get better and better with each passing day. Now, this Indonesian squad, you know, stopping them, I feel like we're going into, I feel like it'll be a bit better now because we're going to the final map. And this is going to be Erangel yet again. So, Eagle 365, I'll be honest, I feel like they got a little bit lucky with the circle there, with the positions, especially in that last stage. But if any other team can stop them, we got to look to Archangel Predator. But what do these guys right now, Archangel Predator, what do they got to do? You know, Azurai, I know we've been following this team quite closely in the previous games, especially because they've been getting hotter and hotter. But what do they got to do to get back at 365 right now?
I feel the only real difference from what Archangel and 365 have been doing in the last map that we saw is, I don't know if it was captured by our audience or was seen by our audience via the mini-map when the observers were showing it, but Archangel, they were just a tad bit too inside the zone compared to what E365 was. If Archangel was here, slightly inside, E365 is right behind them. And Archangel had to fight a lot of squads just to save their particular compound, and E365 were just like stalking them like, you know, a predator to a prey, and that's why they're one of the top predators, right? But I think because of that, because they were tailing someone and getting the information off of them, E365 showed that they are a team that will feed off of that information and work through it, and Archangel maybe is on the other end where with the information they have, they will just fight tooth and nail for everything. And it seems like they just, you know, struggling with everything. But yeah.
And before we go into the last game, I'm going to get a quick prediction from you guys. We're about to go into the last game of the day. Black and Blue, we'll start with you. Who's your money on for this game?
Well, I started yesterday with saying that Eagle 365 is the team who shook this all off. So far, I'm 2-2. I also predicted Ghibli to end, you know, the Asia scene at the top. Right now, with my prediction on Eagle, seems like that's going to ring true. I'm hoping their decision making is going to be as good as it has been on these previous few maps as we move into the last Erangel one.
Okay, Mr. Big Predict, here we go. Azurai, on you. What do you got for us?
Oh man, I will just die with this already, with this prediction. I'm gonna go Sharper once again. I know that they're in a bit of a tough 2D, but I feel like they're gonna be able to translate that into maybe this last map into a nice little fried marshmallow s'more. I don't know where I'm going with this, but okay. I want the sweets, and Sharper seems to have it all.
I think Archangel's got this. Even though this isn't really their best map to perform on, I think they might be able to wake up here. But that's enough about us and the sweets. Let's talk about the sweet things on the casting desk. Kilaris and Sims, what you got for us this time?
Everybody's in for food today. What's going on? But yes, Azurai, that's right. Going with our boys, Sharper, I believe, as well, as we get into our final game here of the day. Sims, do you have any other food-related suggestions?
No, because I'm just going to make myself even more hungry than what I already am. I'm hungry for PUBG. James, and I'm sure players are hungry for wins as well, because at the moment wins are what's kind of doing it. Towards the back end, we've had Eagle 365 just pull the back-to-back, and it has done wonders for their standing on the league table. Look at that. That is a 20-point gap from their next, I say victim at the moment, because that's what it seems to be. Everyone else is falling victim to them. I'm very glad that we've kind of kept the we got a third place out of Archangel in the previous one, because it at least keeps a little bit more of the running between the top 3 teams, so to speak. If they'd have gone down a little bit earlier, it would have been, yes, granted, it's only a few points, what, 4 or 5, I haven't done the exact math, but it's still something to keep them within a toe in there. Now we need to look for them to do bad. So far through this tournament, we've only seen Eagle 365. Their worst day has been a 10th placement, but still 3 frags to boot on the back of that. Like, when you're still at least picking up some kills and getting some points here and there, it's all right. But when you've only had 1 placement that's been sub double digits, it's, yeah, like 2 first, a 4th, a 2nd, and a 3rd. These guys are on point at the moment.
Yep, absolutely. Their consistency has been insane. And if they're able to get another top 5 placement off the back of this one, then they are going to be rising above everybody so heavily that it will be difficult to catch up. But moving on, we have Gamer Lounge as well as Purple Mood fighting on out here in Severny. That's a nice double spray in there with the barrel. And unfortunately, Style G gets eradicated. Back to the lobby with you for now.
That's the issue with these fights, right? At the very start, no one's really got body armor. No one's really got helmets. I mean, you're going to be lacking them just because of how quickly you realize what's going on. So usually you get a gun, get yourself into a building, and simply hope for the best. A DP. Oh, it's rather rare we see one of these come into play, but we'll have a look and see if they can do anything. Again, depending on what he's actually wearing in terms of helmets and vests will be a big question. Saw the iron sight ball action earlier on. I was like, oh, please do it. Come on, this is... I don't mind a hot drop now when I see something like this. We hop on board. Game home. Yeah, I mean, it's been a bit of a fall from grace, I've got to say, from 2 first places, James, in the first day, and what? I think it was 24 kills in total, to 3 10th places, back to back to back, and not a lot of kills between them. It's a massive fall from grace. I mean, even before that, we saw 13th placement and 0 kills. So, like, what a difference a couple of days can make for that roster.
Definitely so. That being said, this is a good circle for them, actually, to round out the day. The circle that they actually won their first game on was just slightly north of this. It did end up shifting down their way. They take up compounds on that east side of Gatka. They are very aware of how they're able to hold this off. And that's why you're seeing them spread now in this area, because what Game Home is hoping for right now is they're saying, okay, we're going to take all these compounds. Yes, we're slightly on a western side of this circle, but if the circle does shift over this way, we can all converge on one of these compounds and hold on to it. And we saw it, you know, and come to fruition yesterday very, very strongly. So maybe that happens again. Maybe not. We'll see. We'll see. Guys, over in Rozhok, they have to their east side Sharper, and Sharper is likely to, after a circle shift, maybe rotate along the west. You can go just south of the hills from Rozhok, though, and they should be okay. Don't want to be going north of Rozhok, though. We saw Immunity fall victim to that yesterday. I'm sure they'll be taking a different route today.
Central circle, central position. Most teams going to be within a shoe-in of getting towards the circle. Battle Arena Elite. Furthest from the field at the moment over on Sosnovka Island. Boss, they'll have Fennisk disconnected from the rest of the team. The head of the pack is over by Milter. 1 player over by Novo. Just loading that up on his own. He's lonesome. Can keep a track on that eastern bridge if he wishes to do so. Be dangerous if Battle Arena wants to turn up and take him on the 1 versus 4, so they have to be very careful and very cautious with that. 2 players grouped up, though, as we hop back on with this fight towards Severny. Still yet to come to a head just yet. Sata falls back. Rocky. And the player by... Has he still got no helmet? Is that a HUD that I'm seeing? Because if so, this is going to be problematic, fighting Mini at that range. It's messy, isn't it? That's the only thing. It just does no favors with these rosters. That's the biggest problem with it. They're either losing manpower for the late game or the losing position for the early game.
Yeah, losing meds, losing, you know, I mean, admittedly, you know, there's a lot of looting. That was a VSS. Admittedly, there's a lot of, you know, other buildings to loot after this goes down.
Yes, it was.
You don't see it too often. But the, you can get back your vest, you can get back your helmets and stuff like that, being in Severny and being that close to the circle as well, even if you just take some of the compounds south after the fight goes down. But yeah, the losing of members is the worst part. What's in there? Go on, show us CJ. Yeah, nah, damn. Oh, it's gone now.
I believe. Never mind. Hindsight still going away. Yeah, it's a little bit scrappy. Okay, caught in the action, trying to pull forward onto the player upside of the building. The bait and switch is there. The smokes will go down, and they'll try and elude them and bring them into this false sense of security by doing so. May potentially open them up. You saw how quickly they fall. The second one also. Gamers Lounge now struggling. Style G went down purple mood initially, so the favor was in their hand. Better since. Chomping at the bit for two different windows, playing back and forth, needs some support from his teammates. Both of them are being called out here, so they should be able to single them out. Jump shot. It's a valiant attempt. I'm fine with it. With the nade pin being pulled and the second player fallen, that should be a couple of players gone. Final player, rest in peace. Gamers Lounge is dead.
Not bad. Not bad considering what could have been lost. Only losing Style G, and that was a very early pin and flush. So 3 people alive off the back of 4 points. You know what? I'll take it. I will take it. And now they have a wealth of room towards the north. Of course, there is very likely we don't see the circle shifting up there, but you know, you never know. You never know. Sharper looking for shots on the rotation from Trouble Mako, who actually, this is a very odd spot to have been caught in. Little spray from Boshi comes in with the barrel on towards Burning. And I don't know if they're going to be able to get him up here.
I don't mind this plateau to play off at all. It's a decent little plateau, but it's mainly a late game stay. If someone's in those apartment blocks, and thankfully nobody is, then there's literally nothing you can really do apart from put the smokes down and hope for the best. With the med situation going off, Tinoy realizes this might be the opportunity to move into the fray. Losing 2 players already is not great. Third party then hears all this action. Of course you're going to want to get involved. Cerberus will be hearing this and say, you know what? That's free real estate. Let's crack on. Let's get involved in this one. I'm surprised that they fight together on that open plateau. Like, you should really be doing it at range. It's not what I'd expect to see in Circle 1. Both teams vying for that position. Not when you've got somewhere like apartments that you could just take up residency and you can keep control of it. You can keep security on yourself and a build hard cover. But then again, it does go hand in hand with everyone just kind of looking towards a central point with this circle, because it is a very central circle for us. Yeah, it's not worth it. I think one of these teams needs to back out, which they have done.
Yeah.
Totally fine with this one. Just, you know, secure whatever's left over, so to speak.
Well, Sharper sat there and continued that on. They would have been... It's been a dead day almost for Sharper, really. They've had a hard time chasing circles, and then in a circle where they were situated pretty all right to start things off, then they run into this fight. And Trouble Mako, they do cause problems for some of these teams. We've already seen them get wins. A win, to be specific. And right now, these shots are coming in, but Trouble Mako can just move away.
I didn't see how this fight actually came
about. Yeah.
About, you know, like when we're seeing players over by school, they oh, you know what? I'm going to ignore it altogether because we have a hard shift. All right. To the west we go. To the foothills of Georgia Paul Mountain. This is an interesting one. Archangel's already there. Renaissance is already there. Game home. Can you capitalize on this? You've got 2 weakened positions from Archangel with the 2-2 coming into fray. This is an opportunity to maybe jumpstart your way to a win. Get some good ground on your belt whip for all the teams to be able to come this way, because everybody basically is migrating from the east. We do have TEG still, who've gone for a very obscure rotate, by the way. They're over on Sosnovka. They opted to go down south and bring it back up. Unfortunately, the circles, I'd say not being fair, but that's probably a stretch too far, given that it is on this western side.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, that's a lot of teams that have to work their way in from Rosshok and Pachinki surrounding areas.
Yeah, considering that they've gone so far wide south, I wouldn't mind them coming in far wide west. They can anticipate that the teams that they were trying to avoid, kind of on that long south road, are likely to be coming in south. And if you come in south as well as TEG, you're going to be caught by those teams. So if you're committing wide, you got to continue going wide, I feel like, in this situation. Game Home has taken up a position in one of the compounds, kind of what we were theorizing before. They know this Gatka area, and we've seen them play it very well. An Archangel Predator just north of them find themselves a nice little 2-2 with control of Everest and the control of the compound below it. And actually that compound that they've got the 2-2 in is one of the problem compounds for when you're coming off Everest. So to have the 2-2 across those two spots, that's nice for them, as long as Cerberus doesn't randomly crash into them and kill them.
Quick pause before the action unfolds. Sharper down to a two-man band, trying to find a place to call home. Arriving so late as a weakened team is going to prove rather difficult. Couple shots for the Grows at that range also, but he's going to have a go anyway if he can take a tire or two, and actually connects to it. My word. All right. All right. Keep going. That makes it even harder. No rest for the wicked whatsoever on the side of Sharper. Fair play. Indian Rivals, Highflix. Very, very weak. Needs to book it back in case the grenade gets in, but doesn't matter whatsoever. Durham's there. Timoy comes in as well onto Skyco. At the moment, it's rather messy for Boss. They're struggling. They're losing players at different angles from different teams. It's VTR also now getting into the mix. They're down to one player. If Indian Rivals have read this like a book, then maybe they can put the final nail in the coffin. One good grenade would seal the deal. Never mind, they're on fire. They're burning. They're done.
Oh, no. Very nice, Molly. Sealing the deal there. This is one of the places I hate playing in these kinds of circles, because you get caught up on these cliff faces alongside ruins, alongside this compound, and you see multiple teams here fighting against it. Victim Rise moving up against what we're seeing here from India Rise, and not too much beyond all of that. Cerberus here is just holding out in this middle area. A bit of an unconventional spread coming in from Cerberus, but I don't mind it right now. They could hold some ground here unless Victim Rise move up on their east.
Circle. Where are we going? All right, another hard shift. There you go, James. From one side to another, it's just ping-ponging back. Ruins and the particular yellows that you were speaking about now become very, very vital. We've had a couple of endings that we've seen also with the new slightly, ever so slightly adjusted super settings that do home in towards those yellows, particularly the rooftop fights. Get to those latter stage when there's like 4 teams all playing off the back of it. That's the only benefit to those yellows, I find, is that you have the 2 ridge lines which run parallel to it, down the one that comes from the ruin side and one that actually comes from Pachinki. Because of how it works is that plenty of teams can get to that point. Doesn't necessarily mean that they can crash into the yellows and hold it stable. All right, I'm fine with this one. I'll hold on that comment for a second, because like Immunity are making a pressure push onto Purple Mood.
Yes, they are. And Rich, whilst this circle has descended here, because I previously said I hate this location, it's now turning into a solo cast, so good luck.
Oh, I'm going to pass it over to me. That's totally fine. Never mind. They're already done. 2 plays of Purple Mood, and away we go. Simple as that. Not losing anybody. No flush will come through for Immunity, so I'm totally and utterly fine with this one. You'll be able to get him back on the free. And I think it's very... You know, sometimes you'll see teams just go into a building, they'll reconsolidate themselves and just kind of stand by. This is fine. It's not a problem. We'll just wait until you make the first move. But for Immunity to realize the lay of the land here, understand there's only 2 of them alive, push out a team of 4, refrag on it, trade off on it, they're gone. It gives them a bit of room for now. They're not inside the circle, so the more time they can get themselves back on the feet and gone, the quicker the better. I suppose the bigger problem for them is getting through ruins, because once you come off the back of this, this really is the road to ruin for Immunity. There's a lot of players littered in front of them.
No, indeed. A team like Immunity, we know them from international acclaim. They need to turn it up. They don't have much more time to do it. So getting some kills on the board is great, but as you say, it's going to be a gauntlet for them to actually try and traverse through when it comes to getting a decent spot in the circle. Renaissance is spreading far and wide. Jervis is flexing out aggressively from the position that they already have secured. But he does know that this terrain between him and Immunity is very open, so he has good line of sight on them trying to scramble for a move wherever they may find it. So I don't mind it.
Final push from Archangel will come through. Get inside the circle. Now the benefit of a 2-2 split will come into vision. See the yellows certainly in their control. CJ and Mad Dog will hold it down so they can just regroup with the rest of the team. This is an interesting one. This is the big push for Immunity where we go already hanging outside the back of the vehicle. It has flipped and it has gone catastrophically wrong. At least 2 players did get in so they can maybe try and take the fight to Renaissance, but a 2 versus 4, this does not look good.
Sometimes you're looking for the perfect opportunity, and Jervis opened it up for himself with Immunity, giving him off the back angle. Here comes more of Renaissance, looking for the pincer move. It's downing on towards Extreme, gets one, and that is him falling. Nick goes down as well. They got 2v4'd. Beautiful stuff by Renaissance.
Yeah, rather unfortunate. We always said it was going to be a difficult transition. Whether or not they went for a building to maybe try and set themselves up for the sex a little bit better, especially when you do have the 2 vehicles to try and make something happen. You can already see they were hanging outside of the vehicles. They were waiting for it, trying to pull up with the old tank player. Oh, never mind. Okay. It doesn't get much worse for these boys, does it? Just out of the vehicle, run over by your teammate. TEG goes down, 12th position. Archangel still holding it down solid. The girls are in play. Also, we've already seen it with the level 3 and the ghillie suit going to a different member of this roster. They don't stop. And that's like every single time we move on with Archangel, they're just shooting and peppering a different roster every single time.
I mean, they had a great vantage point to do it from, right? It is difficult for all these other teams when Archangel takes up quite a spot like this. However, what is important for Archangel is to clear that out. Game Home is able to take out Sharper, and that kind of takes out one of their rivals when it comes to the middling spots that we're seeing up towards the top of the leaderboard. That's a nice nade. Will it bounce? Just short.
Continue and keep an eye on the kill feed, see if anything happens. That's a belting shot in the vehicle to follow up with it as well. All right. That is, it's Disgusting who goes down from an actual disgusting shot. On transition, he will fall. Empty knows he needs to be very, very careful that there are players lurking in the distance. Battle Arena Elite also locked eyes on from the opposing left side. Just kind of holding for now, and ultimately Archangel still just laying into them and holding them at gunpoint. For Archangel, it's not really going to get any better once they leave off this spot because they have to go into this exact position. And really, in terms of hardcover, I mean, for Archangel, if they've got vehicles, then they're going to be laughing because they can actually maneuver their way out of this one and maybe transition to the north or to the south. To the north will be much difficult, given that you're basically looking towards ruins. Renaissance still laying into players and laying waste over by the ruin side.
They are putting the boot in, aren't they? They really are. I don't mind it. And Archangel, once this circle pops, as you say, I mean, they cleared down their south side, but it was Cerberus that was looking their way the whole time while that was going on. So now they know what is effectively going to be their next opponent, unless they get a decent shift for themselves. Where's it going to go? Not bad. Not too bad in the slightest. I thought that maybe there was the potential of them actually rotating down south to try and come on the wraparound, but not to be. They're going to be firing at Game Home. They will take the smokes coming in. No opportunity. Ooh, interesting. But Jarvis. They're going to be pushing onto Victim Rise. Laying in the boot, man. Lay that in. Oh, Jarvis has gone down. Damn.
Good nade. Might actually seal the deal here onto the back of them. I mean, get it just in that ditch. It's going to be hard given that it does fold off. The revive should come through here. Mad Dog still going on. Cerberus. Smokes will go down the side of BTR. Man needs to do a hell of a lot of work. You can see the health going down the side of Renaissance, and that just comes from a different angle altogether. So they do lose 2. Ooh. Rather unfortunately.
Man's not hot. Man's not hot. Run away.
It's been granted a bit of time to get this Reds, to be fair. He did.
Yeah.
They both just stopped and repositioned themselves and clearly noted by the gunfire what's going on.
Oh, no.
That's a good nade. Never mind. All right. That's a belter. That's an absolute banger. Third party could be in effect here. Renaissance next on the chopping block.
Yeah, man, don't dance at that point. Sorry, mate. That is him done. Troublemaker looking for the push on up. And it will end up being what is effectively a 3v2. What have we got for Renaissance? Yeah, just 2 members left alive. But it's Downey as well as Meltings. Downey is doing quite a bit of work for them. And I would say position-wise has a slight advantage. Alec, though, on that south side, Troublemaker, trying to find the off will be a troublesome foe for them. E365 in the kill feed. Shibuya is pushing up against this. He is the kill leader, and they take down our previous team once again. E365 just... They are running away with this, Rich. If they continue this kind of form...
If I'm not mistaken, that was a full 4-man stack of Indian Rise as well, so they just did them with ease. I don't think we saw any trade off the back of it as well. It was all 4 players just falling with no signs of life whatsoever out of Indian Rise. Rather unfortunate. The yellows are taken away from them. They now have priority position when we're looking towards the side of TM. And towards the side of Renaissance, Circle could very well actually go their way, which is an even scarier, a more scarier prospect that other teams have to work their way into them. We'll see how it plays out. 25 seconds remaining before we see which one wins the game. But for now, like, I don't see 365 losing this competition at this stage. It's the work they're putting in, the frags that they're matching up with, their game presence and positional points is just, it's insane.
Well, quite honestly, they could get a triple right now. Is what I'm seeing. They could get a triple, and they could say to everybody else, beat that tomorrow. Well, on the last day of the tournament, and that is nigh on impossible to deal with, nigh on impossible to comprehend. You don't get triples every so often here in PUBG, and right now they're making a really good case for it. Here comes more from Renaissance. We've seen them a lot here throughout the game. They put in a lot of work. Can they continue to do so as Troublemaker is pushing up against them here? Both of the teams, though, they have to get this fight done quickly as Kelbs does go down and then get into the circle. But even then, which one of them wins it and becomes victim to E365?
Yeah, that's the question. 365 is just going to be watching for all this to unfold. The Renaissance player does go down. There was a slight trade-off with the grenade, but ultimately I think the revive should come in. That is a very obscure angle. A lot of bullets are getting caught on the wall side, but you know what? He's somehow making it work. The pressure's been enough to at least confirm the kill. The nades will go up. If it bounced inside, okay, they're just flashbangs for now. If that would have been a nade, it would have been absolutely picture perfect. The final player of Renaissance, Meltings, turns around and melts his face. Fantastic response to just deny the rares. You know what? You just stay there for a second. Let me deal with this. Turn around, get himself back on his feet. They've still got a lot of lantern layer. And the problem is that I can already see 365 has split its resources and is sending players to deal with that issue.
Yep. Clear and on the side. They know that those teams were fighting it out, and they know the wipes coming in, so just keep on pushing. Keep on trucking. Seen in the middle as well, number one, trying to lay waste to the position that Archangel has. And not bad grenades. Not bad at all.
Response though is belting, to be fair. Downey bows out to the blue and doesn't give 365 any more points. But now we just see the same scenario and the same principle happen. The teams on the opposing side of the map are just kicking each other to death, and 365 is slowly encroaching in their position, just surrounding the entire map to see who's left when it's all said and done. Cerberus have a player go down. Mad Dog also decent. Here comes his frags on the board. At least made it into top 4, which still keeps them up at the top in second place. Algin, final player alive, though. Can he really do much against all odds here?
Well, this is getting ridiculous. Somebody's got to stop him. Somebody's got to stop Eagles 365, and it needs to be Cerberus, ideally. They've got the manpower to be able to do it. Do they have the position, though? As Archangel Predator does go down. Number one, I'm not expecting the Snake to do a whole lot. We're going to end up in this kind of 4v4 situation. He goes down as well. Vandal with more points. 6 kills on the board. It looks like Cerberus is in a bit of an open clearing here right now. Getting in the cars, trying to find an extra angle. E365 is flexing into the middle of this circle and taking up huge swaths of land. Cerberus has to stop them to stop E365 running away with day number 2.
This is what's so scary, right? You're looking at the compound. Yes, it's secure, but the circle's going to pull it away. It does. It does it with precision. And now everything that you were trying to back build has just been taken away from you. You've got no land to play with. The more scarier prospect is how many angles 365 is going to hold. Every single one of these players on Cerberus should be able to be copped by at least one player on the side of 365. Solo's taken it all the way down to the south, tried to make something happen, tried to get a flank, but it was instantly, absolutely instantly shut down.
Cerberus is in a dire position against this. Death will come from above here from the Eagles unless something miraculous happens. An attempt to go and try for the pickup, but now Sprays will come down, has to hide behind the tree, knowing that Dacias, to be perfectly honest, have holes in them. Like, the windows, the little gap below, they're not the most amazing cover. They're cover, and the smoke will aid this attempt. But then the circle is now pushing. How are they going to be able to get into this? Where are they going to be able to go? They know that once they move out of this cover, they're going to be assaulted.
This is one of those where it's just a matter of aim for the head scenarios. You've got to find that knock. You've just got to find that one shot.
Force the
to
recovery.
maybe, yeah, just even just a shock tactic. It's whether or not at this stage 365 says, you know what, stuff the recovery, let's just go for it and let's carry on. You know, I don't know how these guys are going to respond to something like that. I feel they're too confident to even commit to the res. That just fall back and just say, right, we'll hold front here and we'll hold the line. But one knock gives them a window of opportunity if they can just find it. But it feels like 365's just got too many smokes down, too many vehicles that they can work with.
Comes in against Zubang. Tycon gets the spray onto Shiburit, knocking down arguably the most valuable player right now of E365. But then Jexi gets another spray down. It's currently 3v2. They can't recover the players in the top. It's a 2v3. They cannot recover the players. Here come the shots in from the wide angle as well. With those two players down, that opens up another angle here for E365. Although Solosi gets himself Vandal. That's a brilliant return, but here comes the nade. It's perfect. Oh, it's perfect. The triple comes in. Eagles getting themselves back to back to back. The perfect nade to round out the deal. That is absolutely blind here from Eagle 365, Rich.
Yeah, that's a hat trick in the bag. That is insanity. That's potentially an event-winning performance today. That is just picture perfect. Their coordination, their individual skill, how they read these circles, how they play it well. It's fantastic. There's no other way to kind of do it, and it's a very scary prospect. I wonder what these guys could do on a level of international stage. This performance thus far has been phenomenal. You know, they're not exactly playing teams that we don't know about. There's teams within this that we've seen perform at international stages before. There's teams that we know do well within their respective regions. But this is just something else. 3 wins back to back to back, just like that. A nade at the end puts the final nail in the coffin. I understood, you know, we could kind of see something was trying to be fortified by Cerberus at the end, sending one player off down towards the south. When you said the name, Solz, I was surprised they even got the res onto it. I mean, fair play, but it just shows you how much sending one player out to commit to that res and losing more manpower in the field at the certain time when you need it most, damage-wise, can actually do to your roster. It clumps them up, it separates them from the pack. One nade, well, it seals the deal.
And if one of those components in the 2-2 split falls to bits, then you're opening up. I mean, the design of those 2-2 splits is they're covering each other. If one of those falls apart and then the other team pushes up on that, that angle is theirs to play with, and they make it work perfectly. Admittedly, the grenade came from the other angle, but it was picture perfect. Anyway, that's it from us. Thank you very much. We're going to go to a short break, and when we return, let's head to the panel to talk about, of course, Eagles. Back to back to back. What a day for them. We'll see you soon.
The Helios 300 is the ideal laptop if you enjoy high-octane gameplay, mobility, and a machine filled to the brim with plenty of top-tier components, all aimed at the same goal: pure gaming glory. At the helm of Helios is the high-speed display. The color-rich IPS screen is 15.6 inches and has a 240Hz refresh rate with 3 millisecond overdrive response time. With a high refresh, frame rate will be smooth with no tearing as long as you keep that frame rate high. High frame rate requires high-performing hardware, which thankfully there is plenty of. At the top of that list is the latest 6-core, 12-thread 10th Gen Intel Core i7 mobile processor and GeForce RTX 2070 with Max-Q design. You can also deck out the Helios 300 with up to 32 gigabytes of DDR4 2933 MHz RAM, dual 1TB PCIe NVMe SSDs in RAID 0, and a 2TB hard drive for everything else. With Predator, we always put cooling first. With the 2020 model, we've added intakes to the top of the base to increase airflow, while continuing to include the most critical component, our 4th Gen Aeroblade 3D fans. Custom engineered, these fans have been built to maximize airflow while reducing overall noise, made possible through their Bionic-inspired design. Some prefer to use their laptops as a mobile desktop replacement, so all the ports, such as Mini DP, HDMI 2.0, 3 USB 3.2 ports, and 1 USB Type-C, should give you plenty of access to your displays, gadgets, and more. Looking down from the display, we have the 4-zone RGB keyboard with a few custom keys to take note of, Turbo, so you can overclock with a single press, and Predator Sense, giving you immediate access to our utility app where you can adjust fan speed, overclock, monitor temperatures, and many other useful functions. And that, in a nutshell, is the Helios 300. And if you want to know more, just check the links below. From all of us here at Predator, good game.
It looks like at the end of the day, the Eagles have the final say. And apparently the word is the bird, because the bird is the word for these guys. Eagle 365, a commanding victory yet again. And to no one's surprise this time, I think. They just played that circle perfectly. Now, I'm Illustrato, this is Black and Blue and Aserai. We're your panel here today. Black and Blue, we were chatting about this off stream. How amazing is Eagles 365? They're playing the same playstyle almost every single game, sure. But, you know, saying, if it ain't, don't fix it.
Yeah, their playstyle right now has been very good in terms of, you know, being by the book. And they've been playing, they do this thing often, actually. They're, I guess, team play and how they move and how they coordinate that move has been something that is, I really want to point out, because they always send a scout man ahead, one guy, the three are behind. After they do clear that out, they do follow up with two, and they always leave one behind as well to watch their flank. So one man ahead, two to follow, one man behind to follow as well afterwards after covering the flank. So it has been something that they've been really being able to do. They do like conjunction their movement very well as a team, coordinatedly as well. They never, you know, give up a certain flank unless they know they have to. And when it comes into the final zones, they always know how to spread themselves out to where it seems like a total tidal wave for the enemy teams to deal with.
Oh yeah, and I think that this is very much an interesting contrast as right to how, you know, the playstyles of what we saw yesterday from the other teams from, you know, the Asia regions. Because yesterday what we saw was a lot of hard splits, you know, 4 people spreading out and then taking control individually. Here we're seeing a lot of 3-to-1 splits, a lot of, you know, leaving someone behind to lurk and get information. And I think that's just really, it goes to show how this region rather likes to play the game. You know, one interesting I also wanted to point out here, Aserai, was the fact that Eagles 365 at the very end of the circle there, the way that they took map control, they had the whole circle to themselves, spread evenly, individually, playing zone control. They got the whole, you know, each zone. They had one in the northwest, one towards the middle and east, and then a couple towards the south. And this control just didn't let anyone from Cerberus in. You knew that the moment Cerberus tried to push in there, they had him dead to rights. They tried to go for a couple smokes, and Cerberus had to win a couple of amazing duels just to be able to get inside the circle. And they did. Sure, they landed a couple of nice shots, but in the end here, you know, it just came down to superior late game decision making from Eagles.
Aside from that, I think it was Sims who mentioned it. In this 1v1 or squad versus squad scenario, in the end, it's just going to be who shoots better, because it just seems like everybody from Eagle 365 are able to connect everything. And look at this nice little nade play from Hansi, just the final nail in that coffin. But yeah, at this point, it was just the aim for E365 that got them that W. And you could say they got beaked for performance.
Yeah. That's a grand slam if I ever seen one. Just that nade, a finishing touch, that coup de grace was just like the pièce de résistance at the very tippy top of the cake right there, the icing to sort of seal the deal on the match. Very nicely packaged at the very end of it. But yeah, that was the end of the first day. Eagles starting to slip ahead, and as we can see right now, take a look at their scores here. Chibrit only really getting 1 kill, but the damage that he did in the entire game, 669, very nice amount of damage that he has done here. Hansi right behind him, 508 and 5 kills. Black and Blue, these guys, they're looking like a well-oiled machine.
They are, and to say that they're slipping away is a bit of an understatement. These guys are sprinting through the finish line here. They're no doubt going to be at the top of the leaderboard. They might even have, what, a 30-point deficit between them and the next team. Once, remind you, this final zone that we did have with Eagle versus Cerberus, the bird getting itself over the 3-headed dog, it was a rematch of the ending circle zone of our 6th round. That was the last map of Miramar that we played today. And once more, Eagle 365, they get a 3-peat out of this, and I'm looking for them to just completely dominate when we do move into the 3rd day of the APAC region.
So to seal things up, it was a triple kill for the triple victory, the triple chicken dinner. These guys going to be feasting here tonight. And as you can see, man, the overall predators in this region, Chibrit now 19 kills. I like to see that Meltings is coming up right here. Renaissance having a little bit of a renaissance themselves, doing better and better as the days progress. They finally caught up to Algin Bot. from the Predator side, who was tied neck to neck with Momoji. So the three Filipinos at the bottom score line, actually 14 and 13 kills to them. Really great work from these guys on every side here. Aserai, any of these particular players that you're impressed with?
Honestly, for me, I would probably maybe two. Probably Alge spots from Archangel and Chibrit. Again, I feel like Chibrit is an extremely intelligent player. Everything that he does, there is a purpose to it. While in contrast, Algebot is a very aggressive player that he will just make risky plays just to give more and more advantages for Archangel. And this contrasting set of plays just show to us here, it nets them value if you're good enough for it. 14 kills and 19 kills, that is nothing to scoff at. And just to kind of add a little bit my piece on what I think happened for the second day for a couple of these teams that we were expecting to perform. I think the first day that we saw, again, from a macro perspective, they were all so confident. From Game Home and Sharper, they just had everything set for them. When you saw the way they were moving in the second day, especially on the last two Erangel maps that we had, it was nowhere near the same type of confidence we saw from that first game. And it was, I think, because of this, they weren't willing anymore to challenge angles. They played extremely passive, even taking damage from the microwave, from the blue zone, just so that they can quote unquote get better position. But in the end, those better positions was already claimed by E365. I think E365 at this last map that we had the part of Pochinki, and that was where I believe that was where Sharper was wanting to get into. But because they didn't clear the particular area, because they didn't really, try to get that information, rather they just played a lot more gambly, it backfired in their face, and they got knocked out so quickly. And E365, after all of that, they just did their own thing. And like you said, they soar high, they beaked for performance, and that's about it.
I think you mean to say peak performance from these guys in Eagles 365, who are leagues above currently everybody else. Let's take a look at the scoreboard right here. This is the current standings at the very end of the day. Archangel Predator is quite a ways away from Eagles right now. Cerberus not too far behind, but the lead is getting a little bit worrisome here. We still have one more day to play for this region, so I'm definitely getting a little bit concerned now because, as you know, we're going to be switching regions tomorrow. We're going to be playing on the Asia side. And currently, if you look at the way things are shaping up here, Black and Blue, Sharp or White, a fall from grace. They started off this tournament very, very strong. We expected no one to do a little bit better as well. Trouble, Maku, they're picking up the pace. But yet, no matter what, at the end of the day, the numbers do not lie. Eagles with 104 points, that's 30. It's still possible to catch up to this, considering we still have 4 games to play. But these teams, man, they're gonna have to dig deep if they want a shot at this top 2 or even top 4 here, Black.
I don't know how deep they're going to really have to dig, because Ilustrado, the lead right now is it's such a huge number. It's insurmountable almost. 30 points between the first and the second already, well, 28 to be exact. It's a lot to deal with. Sharper, I think a bit of indecisiveness has been kind of plaguing them right now. You saw them go towards where in that late few final circles, they actually tried to go through Pochinki. They realized it was being northly occupied by the side of Eagles, who were the only, by the way, to pass through Pochinki. So they were completely stocked up going into those final few zones. Lots of utility in their favor. But for a team like Sharper and these other ones who are trying to get back in the game, like Game Home, a bit of indecisiveness, a bit of better as well map positioning on when we get into like our phase 5, 6 and onwards, which would really help.
Well, before we end the day here, we got a couple of words from our sponsors. Now, we do want to talk about the Intel MVP first. So if you guys want to know what exactly that is, we're awarding 4 players, 1 for each tournament. Very special set of prizes, a Nitro 5 laptop and an Intel MVP trophy. If you want to participate in this, you go to www.pl2021intelmvp.com, log in with your email, and vote for your favorite MVP. We all get a say in it, fans, talents, and players alike. We all manage to somehow be part of this. But on top of that as well, you guys might have noticed that we are running some ads about New State. To tell you guys a little bit about that, we play that during breaks because it's a new trailer from the PUBG core. It's called PUBG New State, and it's the new game. We've just received great news that PUBG New State just hit 10 million pre-registrations, ladies and gentlemen. 10 million. Yeah, that's not a low number at all on Google Play Store, and that's Google Play Store alone. So don't miss out, and make sure to pre-register to get a free vehicle skin when the game opens to the public. If you want more information about this, all you gotta do, head on over to newstate.pubg.com. I'm going to repeat that for you guys at home, newstate.pubg.com. So if you want to play this new game, get a vehicle, get ahead of the competition, rotate to the circle early, and go ahead and visit that website. So we're about to wrap up for the end of the day. Any last thoughts there, Aserai and Black and Blue?
I got caught, and I'm actually on my phone right now registering for
Oh man, you gotta,
Tuesday.
can you register for me? Because I'm totally down to play this with you when it comes out. But yeah, last thoughts, Aserai, let's go.
Honestly, I did not expect this kind of mix-up, this kind of topsy-turvy, back-and-forth struggle between these teams. Maybe the second day, it's just E365, and then tomorrow, or rather the following day for APAC, it's going to be a different team again to dominate that particular one. And that 30-point lead that they had, that 107-point that they've marked up, could get overtaken. It's just something that I think is the trend right now for this Predator League. And I think that's amazing because we see all of these teams pop off in different days.
Black and Blue?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, continue.
No, go ahead. I was just asking you any final thoughts for the end of the day.
Yeah, so basically what I'm kind of looking at here at the end of the day was that Eagles, they just soared high above. I did, yes, peg them to be the team to come out at the top of the leaderboard at the end of the day here for APAC. I didn't think they were going to do this good, man. 3 chicken dinners on the board, and all 3 of those straight in a row. That's more than what we would have asked for, and I'm definitely sure that the Indonesia scene is proud. For the rest of the teams here, though, not looking too well for them. We're going to see if they're going to be able to make a comeback.
3 chicken dinners is going to be a tough act to follow, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some magic happen on the last day of the APAC region. But anyway, it's time for us to wrap up and head on over because we still have Dota 2 to go. We got a lot of Dota 2 games, so if you're a fan of the legendary MOBA itself, stick around because we got you here on the Predator League 2021. Again, my name is Illustrato, and on this panel is the amazing analysts, Aserai and Black and Blue. Thank you all for tuning in and joining us, but it's time to say good game and good night. See you all for Dota 2.
The Predator Cestus 350 is the first wireless gaming mouse in the Cestus line, and maybe the next to find a home on your mousepad. But if you prefer wires, just plug in the USB Type-C cable. While plugged in, the mouse can reach up to a 0.5 millisecond response, or 1 millisecond while unplugged. It's like these, you won't encounter any misclicks or delays. This is mainly accomplished via the Pixart 3335 optical sensor, which contributes to the mouse in reaching up to a 50-hour battery lifespan. And if speed and tenacity is your thing, a DPI up to 16,000 awaits those with quick reaction times. Having more buttons is rarely a problem, and with 350, you have a total of 8 programmable buttons, 3 in the thumb area, forward, backward, and burst fire, while below the scroller is a DPI switcher, and another to access up to 5 profiles. If you want to modify your settings, just pop open Predator Quartermaster and tweak away. For more information, please check our website via the link below. From all of us here at Predator, good game.
Hi, I'm Alodia and I'm a proud Predator ambassador. My all-time favorite games would be World of Warcraft, Diablo, Silent Hill, Resident Evil, Alice Nana's Returns, and now I play a lot of Call of Duty Warzone. I started playing video games the moment I gained consciousness, so that was 1 year old. I think the person who influenced my passion for gaming would be our cousin. His name is Kuya Lloyd, and he used to play a lot of video games when we were little. It depends on the day how many hours I play. So if I'm streaming, sometimes I play 8 hours, sometimes 4 hours, sometimes 12 hours. My most unforgettable gaming experience would be, we're big fans of Resident Evil, so I've been playing this since I was like 7 years old or younger. So I speed run through Resident Evil 2. And then many years after, maybe like 2016, I got a call and they said they would bring me and my sister to guest in the Resident Evil movie in South Africa. We're on the set of Resident Evil, so we flew there and met Mila Jovovich. My favorite PG character would be the Black Mages of Final Fantasy. That's actually where I got my in-game name, so I've been using it since Counter-Strike days. It's because Black Mages are really powerful, but they're actually super cute and clumsy and fragile, so I think that's me. I'm accident prone. So my go-to food when playing video games would be instant noodles with tons of mayonnaise. The meanest tweet would be, well, when people call us not gamers, because I don't know how they can say that. My whole life revolves around gaming. My favorite Predator item would be, I guess you guys know, it would be the Predator Thronos. I mean, that's definitely life-changing. I mean, everyone who actually sees it wants to try it, so it's like Disneyland at home. Being a Predator ambassador has definitely changed my lifestyle because it helped me not only with my passion in gaming, it actually is the reason I could stream really well every day without fail. So it actually helped me with my work, and yeah, I'm super, super happy to be part of the family.
Summon your strength.
Hi, I'm Ashley Goshenfiel, and I'm a proud Predator ambassador. My all-time favorite games would have to be Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy, FF9 to be more specific, and right now I'm really enjoying Valorant. I started playing video games at a really early age, probably around 3 years old. Actually, my mom would always say that she has been playing video games while she was pregnant with me and my sister, so I guess before we were even born. It was actually just me watching my older cousin, Kuya Lloyd, play Super Mario on the family computer. So yeah, he was the one who started it all for us. Right now, because I have a lot of things going on, probably around 4 to 5 hours per day, I would play video games. My most unforgettable gaming experience. It was when my sister and we were really young and we were playing Final Fantasy VII, the original version, and my sister was having a stomach ache, or so she would tell me, that her stomach was painful at the time, and that was the part where we were looking for the lunar harp, so you have to dig through this mining campsite or something, and then when I finally found the harp, her stomach ache went away. So nauto ako dun. My favorite RPG character would be Kairi from Kingdom Hearts because, well, number one, Kingdom Hearts is my favorite game. Number two, I kind of like relate to her because she's such a carefree person and she lives on the beach. My go-to food while playing video games would probably be chicken nuggets. Meanest tweet, I just remember people saying my sister and I aren't really gamers, but my favorite Predator product would probably be the Helio 700. It's so cool because when you open the thing and when you make it overclock, it turns the sound on and then it sounds like it's gonna transform, so it's just really cool. To be totally honest, I feel like 100 times cooler because aside from my sister, Alodia, also being a Predator ambassador, I'm also alongside so many notable people in the gaming industry. So that just makes me feel like, wow, I'm so cool being a Predator ambassador.
Go. Gotta run, gotta hide. Yopaj is there, pops the BKB, finally trying to get out of there, but Gabby is going to die. That was a 10-second BKB, and now Spirit's moving in, trying to take down the Quap. She's gonna die as it continues to just be a bloodbath here. Bach getting absolutely obliterated. Will he fall as well?
It's a, best of one, and I feel like giving them the eye was just a big mistake in hindsight.
Absolutely. And we will see Clockwork go down yet again. The Spear is going to connect back onto Natsumi. And Will tries to hit the Stomp. Sonic Wave will connect finally, getting themselves a couple of kills here.
Yeah, and that's typically what I see. But here we go. Smoke on smoke.
Jump in, wants to get it. Arena already down. What do we got as Mars is basically dead? Gabby getting chased on the snowball. They've got the True Strike through it, and it's going to be Rapier on the deck. Immediately loses it. Armel, did he manage to pick that one up? No, it's still on the ground. They're going to pick that one up for somebody, but Tombstone still doing some pretty good work, but that's going to be taking down Snowball to try and keep alive one more. There's the roll for with the Yule. Huge combo. Oh, FBZ. Guys, you were right. You were praising him right on time. Is the photo just running away? And in the meantime, FBZ able to walk away. He's not leashed to anybody. Dreamocell wants to chase, has another pounce available, connects now onto this troll. The buyback coming from the Grimstroke, but they're all on top of him. Drew gets the ulti off, but a snowball up to the high ground. Okay, a nice little way to play that for the moment, as they will take down FBZ. Actually bear a little bit of fruit if they can get in on time. Looking for the jump, Arena down, Silence afterwards, pushes Dreamocell out of the pit. Kescute goes down, but he gets the Tombstone down first. Really important there as Dreamocell blow up one, and look at Makoto with his Aghanims. He's just laying into Drew. Dreamocell needs to get out of here at least for the moment, and it looks like Drew is going to get chased down continuously, gets his ulti off, but to no avail. The Shackle is there. The continued right clicks, building up these stacks.
No boots. He's got too many items.
Coil onto 2. They are going to be able to get the snap coil onto the Death Prophet here. The Ice Blast coming on through. The Omni Slash. Oh, the Axe ultimate. The Supernova needs to die. They need to be able to kill these two, and they do manage to do it. Bell with his Abyssal Blade wasn't able to stop that one. The Troll, though, is in serious trouble. If it looks to continue this assault now onto the range barracks, getting some permanent damage done. The Death Prophet's going to be caught by the Shackle Shot. In goes the Void Spirit, though, hopping around on the sides. Jump in. Bell managed to lock down to the Puck, but no batches. Puck is able to control up here. Instead, the Abyssal Blade goes onto the Pango. They're able to protect the Supernova. Explode successfully. No way. Necronomicon freeze. Here comes the Centaur Courser. He's going to be able to get the chain stun off onto the Juggernaut. Will not stop anything. Now the Sand King with the Eul's Scepter will ensure the Lion. We're going to be able to run him down. Does manage to get off the Ravage into the Meteor Hammer here, but Arar shrugs it off. Still has that Aegis to work with here. He just will not die. Finally, he does go down, but the second life on its way, and his allies have already dealt with everybody else. Look at this Inkswell laid out onto the deal with this Swift Slash. A full Omni Slash is still ready to go. Exorcism on out. The Death Prophet going to be bailed out by the Oracle, but the Tide Hunter won't be as lucky. 4 seconds till Ravage, but that's too late as Arar rips into him. Going to deal with the Death Prophet. He's already dead, and before the Juggernaut can fall to 100,
Welcome back to the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final. And here we are for Dota 2. We've seen a lot of PUBG earlier on. This time it's about a game that we know and love. My name is Wolf, your panel host with two of the biggest lovers of Dota 2. Not them, not between them, but they love Dota 2 so much. How are Nathan? How you doing?
I pushed back when you said smartest in Dota, but when you say lovers of Dota, I am fine with that.
I agree.
Right. Perfect. How you doing, boys?
Can't complain. I am prepared now for the temperature that is in this sort of casting booth. So I'm ready and raring for the games. I think we're going to have better games today. So I'm excited, actually.
Hey, we didn't have bad games yesterday. I would say we even learned more. At
we
least
had
for me,
great games in the Asia round. I will
That's
say
right.
that, right?
Yeah.
We had some great games. We saw Chen working again, right? Yeah, the council with a big brain mastermind play. I don't know if they're gonna get it now, but And we saw, right? We saw some tiny highlight clips that are making people sort of think that, hey, maybe Tiny should be given another chance, right?
Pretty much. How about you, Nathan? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm just excited because, of course, towards the end of the tournament, you know, the game should get a bit closer and closer. So, yeah, I'm still just looking to, let's just say, better quality games, you know, less stomps, maybe even. So we still did see a few, of course, in the APAC region, but yeah, definitely in the Asia region, we learned a lot, to say the least. You know, we did mention the Chen, a few interesting bans actually coming out from a few of those games as well. So yeah, I'm just excited for more Dota, and hopefully we get good games today.
So far, the development of our bracket, I want to say that they will be fighting for this prize pool for sure, as the teams in the Asia Pacific region have already been developing their own bracket, and already we know, I think, at least the top three, since we are in the upper bracket grand final, which we will talk about later. For now, it's all about the prize pool, $85,000 for the entirety of the tournament, of the Dota 2 tournament, I would say. And champions will get $50,000, second placers will get $25,000, and third placers will get $10,000. So far, we have OB Esports Neon, or OB Neon, going up against upper bracket finals, which kind of tells us that they will have a chunk of that third place at least. And this is a double elimination bracket, but it is unforgiving, as it is a best of one for all of the games except the grand finals, which is a best of 3 series. Now, for today, we're gonna be watching the lower bracket as well, as TNC Predator and Reckoning Esports will be going up against each other in the round number 4 of the lower bracket. That's technically speaking the semifinals of the lower bracket. So they will be facing whoever loses in our first series of the day, which is OB Neon and Boom Esports. And so far, I believe that we did not see TNC Predator eliminate Galaxy Racer and Reckoning Esports 496. That's a bigger surprise, at least for me. Yeah, why don't we talk about this real quick? As we were so into 496 come day number 1, but Pau Esports played, but they still managed to win against 496. What can you say about that lower bracket team?
I feel like, you know, we were really happy with 496, especially when, you know, initially they went up against Reckoning. Actually, they were the ones who sent Reckoning down into the lower bracket. And when we saw them go up against Mystery, you know, we were really happy with how they were playing. I believe, I know for a fact, Nathan was super impressed with his boy Bombi. But I think, you know, some of the things that at least I was saying since the early days of this tournament was that they're good when they're good, but it's really, I'm really looking for that sort of consistency, because they look good when they're getting started in their laning stages, in their first few rotations, but they always have that 1 or 2 missteps in the mid game, right? That sort of allow a little window of opportunity for other teams to come back. And I suppose as they went up against Reckoning, a team they've already faced, they were ready, right? You know, they were ready for, you know, that kind of rotation, and maybe they were able to exploit that little opening that they would leave in that mid game, and they were able to close it out. Such is the best of one after all.
Yeah, it is. But now the first teams that we will get to see, at least for now, obviously TNC Predator. And at least for us in the panel, and most of the fans know this already. Then again, it's Gabby, Armel, Bok, Teams, and Boomy. For the uninitiated, if you don't know TNC Predator, it has been one of the biggest franchise for Dota 2 in their own region. But this time, this is a first time in a long while that they actually have a single nationality team. And I think Nathan kind of knows a little bit of history. Can you tell the viewers a little bit of history about how this lineup of TNC Predator came to be?
Yeah, well, I don't know about knowing too much about it, but I'm pretty much sure about how TNC as a whole. We're just thinking about it because they did have KP and March, right, in the team beforehand. They were suffering with things like lag, Probably a few internal issues, I guess, within the team, but it was mainly, the fact that they had to deal with people that were playing outside of their, respective places of origin of where they were playing at. So yeah, I guess for them it's just easier to be able to, slip into something like having them all being able to speak the same language, having them all being able to stay in the same place, in the same boot camp. And yeah, I'm pretty sure Gabby, Armel, and Tims are probably going to be stoked about that, and for sure Bok and Boomy will be able to relish this experience to be able to play on a proper in a proper organization, in a proper team where hopefully they'll be able to make it to TI eventually.
You talked about language, Pao. Is it actually that difficult? I mean, you've had experience for being part of a team that had multiple nationalities, but they kind of speak the same way. I want to say with Asia Pacific region, there's a common English language that they speak, but is it actually difficult to have players speak their own native languages?
I think if we're min-maxing, right? If you're min-maxing the sort of edges that you're going for, that's why Chinese teams would look for players who can speak Chinese. Or famously, right, Alliance used to say that, we're going to go with an all-speed lineup. So there is something to be said about just speaking on the same language. But honestly, when I was in Fnatic, we had 2 Filipinos on the team, 2 Koreans and 1 Singaporean, and they all spoke English and they all spoke Dota. So I think after a certain point, as long as you have that sort of skill level, that sort of you're in the same wavelength as your team.
Yeah,
I feel like it's all right as well.
Oh, well put, Pao. And now it's Reckoning Esports with JG, Ken, Rapido, Lucify, Tihi, and Fly Solo. Though the first time that they played here for the Asia Pacific region tournament for Dota 2, they were defeated by 496 with a very peculiar draft that we saw from them. But afterwards, they rummaged through the lower bracket, defeating Team Zeus, PSGR, and then eventually 496 Gaming themselves. I'm looking at the draft, and it's, I would say, more solid on their part, as they now picked the Bloodseeker against the Pongolier. So that's good news. I think that they are actually winning the matchups. But now it's gonna be totally different. It's against TNC Predator. Knowing these teams, these players from Reckoning Esports, do you think they have a better matchup against TNC Predator? And if ever, how can they overpower TNC Predator in this lower bracket finals, semifinals? I mean,
it's
look, I think,
right? What do you think, Nate?
Yeah, I think with Reckoning and 496, it was probably the more even matchup, right? We saw, of course, that they were defeated in the upper bracket by 496 in the beginning, like you mentioned, and now defeating 496 back, taking revenge, of course, on that. But I don't know. I still feel like TNC are overall the stronger team, a bit above their maybe punching weight, let's say, as a team. And for Reckoning, this is definitely going to be a huge challenge, much more so than playing against 496. But I'm really interested to see what kind of ideas they might have. Definitely in this series, it's probably going to be a question of whether or not TNC will give IO away. But yeah, I think TNC will definitely have the upper hand in this, and Reckoning Esports probably, looking into this, accepting the fact that they are the underdogs.
Reckoning Esports, I think that they love their Tusk. And this is also a TNC Predator is also a team that really loves the Tusk. Is this a common hero that will be looking in this matchup, or are there any other heroes that you're looking for that will be highly contested between these two teams?
I want to say that I want to see the Tusk, right? Because I know Tims can be a really effective player on Tusk. I want to see him on an Earth Spirit. But as we've seen so far in this tournament, they've been picking more of the team fight sort of lineups, right? The Mars, the Phoenix combinations,
yeah.
The Rubik for Tims. So I feel like right now, I would have loved to see the rest of the lower bracket games that TNC played, because I wanted to see how they adjusted after that match with Neon, where they drafted all for team fight, and then they just got ran over in the lane. So Reckoning is going to be the one to ban out. That's an interesting ban for Reckoning. I actually really like it. maybe they're looking to pick up like an early Lion. That's why they removed, the Beastmaster. But TNC, they
10
removed
seconds remaining.
the Mars immediately.
Radiant
For
team
TNC, they also prioritized the Lion, but it's only because of the fact that the other heroes like Puck isn't available. But then again, Reckoning Esports not even hesitating, as well as TNC Predator. They pick up. Oh, okay, this is a fast one. I can't keep up. Tusk, we know. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no. Okay,
right, okay.
Not separate. I think
Right.
the Puck, the Lion, and the Tusk were very, very much heroes that were probably going to be picked or banned in the first phase. It's
Yeah.
interesting how TA is picked up now for TNC, but with the Mars ban, I just want to bring it up real quickly. TNC respects it because Rupido on the other side on
Rupido,
Reckoning
right,
Esports
yeah.
plays a really
5
mean Mars, so
seconds
I kind of understand that.
He kind of played it the entirety of the first season of the DPC, right?
Yep,
I
with
feel like
Execration.
TNC now they kind of have to remove the Razor from the pool just because they revealed the TA really early. On Reckoning side, they have the option now to kind of flex this Puck, but I feel as though TNC kind of still needs one more way to sort of get the
TNC
Puck,
Predators
at least
turn
in a way to
team
sort of
back.
catch him. And there we go, right?
Man.
It's the Viper. The Viper is going to be the ban just because, we revealed the TA really early. We kind of need to protect this pick.
And this is like Blitz draft. I mean, not the caster, but like a Blitz chess kind of moves. I mean,
The
for both
coach-
teams, stay quick. So
That's
they
really
ban
fast,
things so
yeah.
The coach, might I correct? Yeah, he's a coach.
5
now.
seconds
Over
remaining.
at Liquid.
That's
But
that's
yeah,
actually correct.
I completely get what you mean. I think it's really like Nathan said, right? It's the first phase. It's a lot of power picks. You mentioned the Tusk and Reckoning. They recognize, right? Hey, Fox over here. TNC showing that we're more afraid of the DP than the Puck. Maybe they're looking at Ken, who as we were talking about earlier in this tournament. Ken had an okay season with Execration, but he still needs a little bit more to sort of come into his own now that he's in his sophomore season.
We can see now as TNC Predator
Predators
finally
turn to
taking their... it's Reckoning Esports finally taking their time. They ban out the Phoenix, which is a hero that also TNC Predators played so much, not only in this tournament, but in the tournaments outside. Phoenix is also one of the hottest commodity in the entirety of the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final. And there is the Bat Rider. You know what, TNC Predator, they have won so many games in the past with the Armel Templar Assassin, but those were months or even years ago. Do you think that TA is also a hero that can bring them the
10
W this
seconds
time? Or
remaining.
is it just like picking up a second, just to
5
apply the
seconds
pressure onto
remaining.
Reckoning when it comes to their drafting?
I'm not sure because I still feel like this is a really weird way to approach the draft. Picking a TA really quick, it reveals so much. It reveals that it's probably going to go mid.
TNC
Although there are
Predators
times where
turn
it's
to ban.
so bad in the mid lane, they end up putting in the
TNC
safe lane. But
Predators
I feel like
turn
it
to
just reveals so much.
Team
All of a sudden, Reckoning Esports are already thinking about the stacks. And I was just about to mention as well, Keeper of the Light, especially playing on the
Right.
Dire. If I'm not mistaken, they should be playing on the Dire. He has that jungle to be able to work with, and the TA rips through these stacks so easily.
I was going to
So-
say, like, just if you like to play the TA, I feel like
10
the only real
seconds
way to play
remaining.
him is in the Dire side, just because it's easier to farm, it's easier to defend.
5 seconds
Mhm.
remaining.
I'm surprised that they banned the Timbersaw here, though. I feel like they could have picked it up in this phase, and Reckoning won't really have a way to sort of pick it up on this side of the draft at this point. But props to TNC. They're even though they sort of picked up TA this early, they're still giving Reckoning Esports, sort of the pressure in the draft, right? They're down to 40 seconds in the reserve time, and I feel like they're debating with themselves, should we punish this TA here? Is this what we want to do right now?
TNC Predators turn.
And it looks like they're not going to directly punish it right immediately.
Yeah, there's something slightly interesting actually that I want to point out here. If we look at all the bans here for TNC, it's either a mid laner or an off laner. And I just kind of want to point out that they're directed at two players from the side of Reckoning Esports. That's Ken and as well as Rupido. And might I mention, while they were playing on Execration last season, we were talking about the DPC for those two players on the side of Reckoning Esports.
Legion Commander.
Execration was a huge reason why TNC wasn't able to make it to the major. Honestly, it was the first one of the first series that TNC plays. Yeah, it was one of the first 2 weeks or something like that, and it really hurt TNC's chances. And it just goes to show the TNC, the remaining three that they're still here from the previous season, really respect that, and they're just really removing a lot of these heroes that can cause them problems.
That's at least to me. Now for TNC Predator, this is Bristleback, but I won't discount the fact that this could be a Gabby hero, as we have seen that in the past. It's also a hero that also deals well with stacks.
Yeah, it also just pairs well with the Keeper of the Light.
That's
just
also
because
true.
You'd want to put both of them in together at least in a
Radiant
lane.
team back.
Yeah. The Legion Commander is okay. I kind of like it against it. It really comes down to what it's paired with in the lane if you're up against like a safe lane BB. But I feel like picking up a Legion Commander here when there's such an early there's a Keeper of the Light present, there's a Lion present. It's still going to really have more impact in the laning phase more than anything, rather than, you know, making its presence felt in the team fight. Just because you have so many ways to sort of disrupt them. It's going to be played a little bit more, I think, as a tank / supportive Legion Commander in this sort of draft.
NC Predator.
Or Dispel hero.
Yeah, it's a Dispel hero. And I love this ban. Like, this is the ban that I was looking for Reckoning.
Radiant
like,
team
they needed to remove the Underlord, because that is an offlane that they can pick now to make sure that they can have a little bit more catch for the puck. And you can see Boomy. I think that's what he's discussing with his team now. You know, what are his options now for the offlane to sort of help ground that puck? Because right now, I think the puck is still their biggest problem, right?
10 seconds remaining.
And so far for TNC, there's really not much catch apart from the fact that there's a Lion. So maybe we're gonna look for a hero for TNC to lock them down in a Terror Blade.
Great pickup.
Oh my god, this is the JG hero that we saw before.
That's great, because so much of TNC's damage really just comes from the TA and the BB, and they're all physical damage. Meanwhile, the TB just has armor for days, right? This Lion has a lot to do this game.
Man, it will be funny if TNC Predator eventually picks up the Elder Titan carry that we saw, the legendary Elder Titan carry.
No, I don't think so.
Minus armor.
I mean, that'll be cool, but I don't know if that's what they need.
Yeah, I actually like the approach from Reckoning Esports. You mentioned about the Underlord and the Tidehunter. It's really mainly about heroes that can stand in front of their towers and protect the tier 1 towers here, especially in the beginning part of the game. Because if you look at TNC, you know, they're going to be sitting a lot of, I mean, they're going to be spending a lot of time sitting behind their towers and taking stacks. So those tier 1 towers are going to be so important for TNC to be able to maintain that map control and protect their jungles while they take them. So the idea behind Reckoning Esports banning those two heroes here. The Terror Blade, on the other hand, could really rip through these guys, but I don't know. With the Terror Blade, it's kind of like, okay, you guys go ahead and take your stacks. I'll go ahead and farm the jungle as well. I'll go ahead and you know,
push down lanes
up until I can push out lanes and farm up these jungle creeps until I get to the point where I can rip all of you. So I'm not sure what TNC can pick up here, because a lot of the offlane heroes are actually out. Not unless they throw a curveball and all of a sudden they pick up a carry here, but I don't think so. Keeper of the Light plus BB is pretty good.
Yeah, this is why I wasn't
pretty good.
This is why I wasn't that big of a fan of the Timbersaw sort of ban for TNC, just because like I feel this is sort of a hero that they can pick here, but it's gonna be Brew. They needed magic damage, right? Like that's what they needed in the lane against TV. So
also deletes the illusions, I would say, or well, so much damage in the illusions coming out from the storm of the Brewling.
TNC, why'd you have to do that to me, TNC? Why'd you have to pick the Brew? It's making me
I can't see you right now, but I can imagine what your expression is. So I'm gonna ask you first. Do you think that this is a hero that can really close out the lineup of TNC Predator, or do you think that Reckoning Esports got this in the bag, pal?
If this were any other team, I would favor Reckoning Esports, but I think just because it's Reckoning versus TNC, and that's not to say that Reckoning isn't, skilled. I'm just thinking that I think TNC just is playing at a little bit of a higher frequency right now. I would go with Reckoning's draft, right? But I will say that the Brewmaster is the exact kind of hero that you need on TNC's draft, right? They need a way to start the fight. They need a way to deal with illusions. They need more magical damage because 2 of their cores are just dealing physical damage right now. And I think the Brew is the best that they can get at this stage, right? Is there anything else?
I can't really imagine any other offlane here that you pick here. That's why I was thinking maybe you sort of throw a curveball and put the Bristleback in the offlane. But yeah, I agree with you when you say the Reckoning's draft can get really, really scary, especially once they get a really good start. Maybe you get those really good dual victories for the Legion Commander. You get the TB to be able to have a lot of space to do a lot. But with TNC, right, this is either going to be a stomp because the TA is going to get so rich to the point where he hits that timing, along with the Bristleback being able to front and just take towers down, take Roche and just finish the game basically. But if TNC, if these lanes go really crazy and not so good in the beginning, it could get really, really scary, definitely for TNC. But I still agree with you when you say the TNC are definitely playing at a higher frequency. So I still think TNC are gonna win this.
All right, 2 TNCs.
Here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say. TNC, and then the Brewmaster goes for an early earn, like first item earn, and then they just magic burst damage everything in lane.
We'll see if that will be the case. As now we're going to be passing it over to the casters. It's Lyrical and Gods for game number 1. Please take it away.
Thank you so much. And yes, indeed, we're here ready. A reckoning with TNC, Gods. I worked really hard on that, by the way. Can't wait for
prepared.
This game. That's right. We're ready to go on this one, though. And seeing a Brewmaster again get picked, hearing some calls for the Urn. We'll see if he ends up going for it. But just generally speaking, kind of a cool hero against the Terrorblade.
Yeah, I think Brewmaster used to be that old school counter to the illusions, with the Dispel. You can kind of delete them. I think the damage on's been nerfed a bit, so it doesn't quite kill illusions how it used to. But overall, I like what TNC have done. But I think this TB pick can be really good because it does kind of negate that heavy physical damage coming out of the TA and the Bristle. And Brewmaster not guaranteed to have a good game.
Absolutely. Something that could be a problem for them. Gabby getting caught in that duel. We've seen it time and again, but likewise, at various points, Legion Commander has been an incredibly underwhelming hero with various levels of people being disgusted by it. I don't know exactly how I feel about the Legion exactly. What's your sort of read on this hero in general?
Legion seems okay when you I think for Legion because you need the disable, like a BKB piercing disable, and the purge to have value. Definitely having that disable against TA and Bristleback where you can make him face you seems nice. I don't think the purge and the save seems pretty good against the Lion as well, so it seems decent here, but it definitely feels like a hero that's a little lackluster, but picked in games where you feel like you have got that good matchup.
Okay, well, we'll see if we can make use of that good matchup here. And of course, the big thing that the panel was talking about as well is this laning stage. How's it going to look? Can TNC sort of survive through that and allow themselves to just run wild? As you can see the chase down we're getting. Boomy right there doesn't quite manage to connect with the Illuminate. And this is going to be the free pull-off that we've come to absolutely love. Only one more day.
Every single patch, like the major patch, IceFrog tries to remove these. Like, I remember, like a couple patches ago, one of the big ones, it was like, okay, you can't from behind the tier 3 towers. And then it was made like you can't pull the first wave. It's like, offlaners and fours will always find a way to get these pulls off, I feel. Yeah. Ooh, not enough mana for Bristle there. Gabby had to kill him Legion with another spray, but ran out of mana. Now he's dead instead.
Oh my goodness, what a great combo there. Now Boomy, they try and get a little bit of life steal there. It's not going to be enough. Sifai not quite able to find the secured kill as they try and run down the courier. Well played. Okay.
All right. This Tusk is off to a good start, getting that pull. Often when you get that pull, sometimes you get forced to pull it into your tower, but he managed to connect the waves behind the tower and now putting a lot more pressure on. Has another salve out as well, so good start to the lane for Reckoning as far as the top lane goes. And Bristle's the hero that, could threaten to run over them. If you get a good start on Bristle, you get your stack. Suddenly you're just too farmed and you can push down any lane, and that is kind of hard to do when you're getting pressured this much in the laning stage.
Wow, yeah, it's definitely a bit of a tough one there. As you can see down bottom, some more pressure. They're going to pull this wave over to the small camp there. Snowball up top again, and going on to Gabby, trying to take him down. And man, this Tusk can be a real pain in the butt if you're trying to play against it. As the right clicks come, they don't quite get any punches off there, and will finally take him down. Gabby, 2 deaths in the laning stage.
Yep. Just barely found him with that tag team. It was running out, couldn't quite get those right clicks. And yeah, 2 deaths early on. May not even have a TP when he respawns. As that is a tough situation for him to be in. He's going to have to walk to lane or wait that 20 seconds. That's, you know, he's feeling pretty miserable. He's already telling his supports, like, I'm going to need some stacks to catch up. He smokes himself.
Yeah.
Gabby, that's, you know, desperation. That's your lane's having a terrible start right there. He's going to need Armel to, you know, make some plays and carry his ass this game, it feels like.
Absolutely. And Armel already off to a really good start in the mid lane, but playing on this TA, you know, it's sort of a weird hero in that regard. I guess you can maybe go like Blink and try and play active or something. As down bottom, they're going to try and go onto JG, backing away, a lot of damage out onto this Terrorblade. No more stick charges, but he's able to get out of there. Rocket Flare? Oh, no, they're not going to chase any further, it looks like. They weren't able to get into range with the Earth Spike. And yeah, just solves up, backs out. Easy peasy.
Good play from Clock, you know? Getting too close to TB, just runs at him with the battery assault, helps the TB get out of there. But yeah, I think TB doesn't really want to be fighting the heroes in lane. Tim's, good job sniping the rune. TB wants to be farming onto his tower. Those pulls, I think, is how Reckoning need to play that bottom lane, because TB, with lots of armor, good regen, can easily just creeps under towers. So he'd much rather be fighting creeps than heroes.
You can see up here, I can't remember if it was at the major or what it was, when we saw a lot of these Bristle picks and Tusk coming out as like a really good answer early with the tag team. That like high physical damage you can sometimes get.
Yeah, I think definitely the one Bristle pick I remember that got destroyed, I think it was Thunder Predator, was against, I want to say Team Secret, who had Tusk that game. And I was a little unsure about this Tusk because they don't really have good heroes to synergize with tag team. Like only the Puck is like that range right clicker in the early to mid game until you get late game with TB. So melee heroes like Clockwork and Legion don't benefit from the tag team as much. But even so, the tag team is already being destroyed with some Legion right clicks, and Reckoning have done a good job pressuring the Bristle and also messing up some of these stacks that the Cuddle's trying to do.
Keeping an eye on him as well. There is a couple of wards here already on the Dire, so good decision by the Tusk to not go in to try and take that one down. And now, going to try and get a bit of a chase down here onto Gabby. He has a full bottle though, and with no Legion nearby, this is going to be a very tough kill to make happen. And in fact, he could get punished a little bit.
Feels like he's just trying to pressure him, zone him away from the lane a bit. You know, be that nuisance of a 4 position. And Gabby is going to have to get some help. Gets the Salve brought over, but still just very little farm on Gabby. Even with the 23 CS, the deaths are really hurting him.
Ooh, maybe going in again. Press the attack, right click down, Gabby. Dead again. Try harder. All right, let's go. Reckoning, doing it big.
Yeah, bit of swagger as well. Luckily, lanes are looking pretty good for TNC because, yeah, top lane a bit of a disaster. Unfortunately for TA, the rune spawn's bottom, which means the Puck able to snag that one, even though TA had the lane shoved out. Puck did a nice job to orb over there, so potential for Puck to make some rotations out. With an Arcane Rune and level 6, this Puck could get active.
Actually going to bring the Tusk mid there away from the jungle, as they did have a little bit of pressure coming the way of Armel, and maybe going to go on him now. In some trouble. The leash is there. The right click's coming through. No mana for refraction. Man, this Tusk is just everywhere. Luzify is killing him.
Crashing it, yeah. And whoa, playing Gabby indeed. Question mark?
Wow.
What happened?
Solo kill.
Solo kill. No dual damage, but even so, a solo kill in the offlane for Legion. Gabby's game, bottom 4 net worth. He is in Struggle City.
Radiant's top tower.
This is what the panel said could happen, you know. This is a strong TNC team, but you got to draft for the lanes, and they have put themselves maybe in a little bit of a deficit everywhere except for mid.
Yeah, you could hear in the panelists, like, you know, they all generally favored Reckoning's draft. The TP pick was really good. The Brewmaster, you know, not a very proven hero in this current patch. I just don't really consider Brew a TP counter the way it used to be an illusion counter. So while TNC on paper the favorites, the better team of these two. Reckoning with a great draft and some great play so far, themselves in a really good position here in the early game.
Right. And it is mainly kills, a very small gold lead, not even 1,000. But it just sort of feels like the pace of this game, you want to be further ahead with this Bristleback. And, well, he's taking the jungle, but there are some heroes nearby. It looks like they're going to let him get it.
He's going to be a little bit careful. TA also taking the jungle, had a big fat ancient stack going. Looks like Clockwork may just want to leech some XP, but they're hunting for this Clockwork. Much like they're hunting for Boomy's Coddle up top as well.
Looks like the Boomy Coddle kill is going to be more successful. They do manage to finish off that jungle, and Gabriel the Ken now moving back, gets the coil out. Does have this illusion rune for afterwards, but one more right click finds the finish. Trying to find this kill now onto Puck, going in for it. They have the snowball save afterwards if they want to use it onto the Brewling. Now the jump away can, oh, great Earth Panda Boulder gets thrown out there, and now also going to lose the Tusk. Very well played by TNC to get that kill.
Yeah, much needed rotation from the Brewmaster. It's got to get himself involved. Unfortunately, that was basically all three of TNC's cores brought to that fight, so that freed up this top lane for TB to get the farm and also take an early tier 1 tower. It's going to really open up that dire jungle where you can now invade it, get a lot more farm up there, cause some problems for TNC, who need that jungle to keep TA and Bristleback farming.
Absolutely, and you could see here mid as well that Rapido made that rotation, was able to keep the tier 1 tower from taking too much damage mid on Radiant. So Reckoning, on top of getting the objectives up top there, you know, farming all over the map right now, and Legion's able to force back the Lion as well. They're maybe thinking about chasing this one. And just an Ursa Spike's going to stop her from going.
Yeah, it feels like TNC, whenever they have that Brewmaster ultimate, they're going to need to start taking some fights, or at least be ready to counterplay, because Puck is doing the same thing. Whenever Coil's up, Puck is looking to play around this Tusk, play around the Legion. Reckoning feeling pretty strong right now.
Right. Press the attack, takes off Cinder Brew, and Bach able to keep a hold of this tower now. But there is a smoke up play coming now with the Tusk and the Legion, and you can see where they're looking. Ping's going into the area where Armel is going, as Tims is also going for the D ward there. They're going to wait on the bounty rune. Spots Armel. Careful, careful. Snowball in. Do they have a Shard's block off afterwards? Yes, they do. And the chase down now coming, trying to get into range. They can't quite get there, and Tims with a great impale comes out, and now the pushback on those cogs, still trying to chase down Armel. They can't quite get the finish. With Puck moving in, he didn't actually jaunt to his orb. So instead, they're going to have to give up the chase. TNC, great reactions.
Yeah. TNC just playing well as a team, and also playing this very efficient farming game. It feels like whenever I look, they have stacks that are being farmed, the TA and the Bristle. You know, often you think kind of too greedy, not enough jungle farm to go between the two of them, but because Bristle's been able to fight and take over this mid lane and top jungle, TA's just had those ancient stacks. And TNC have actually managed to get themselves a gold lead here.
Very impressive, for sure. And that's what you want to see out of them. Still a little bit behind in terms of those towers taken on the map. But there hasn't really been able to be adequate pressure onto the mid tower by Reckoning yet, as they're going to try and wrap now onto this Brewmaster, just getting his level 6 off there. And Boomy, chased down, eventually going to fall. And we'll see what ends up happening with Bach here. Does he continue to go in? He's got to be careful. He comes out of this one. They've got the Legion right on top, and yeah, they're not letting this guy go anywhere. Bach,
they got the last hit
down. They did manage to bring down the Tusk. Now looking for that duel, pulls it back onto him. Tims gets off that Earthquake. Silence afterwards. They're might be not going to get this kill. Brewmaster is too big.
Yeah, too tanky, and Lion coming in with a nice impale. Even without that impale, it didn't look like they were going to have the damage for it. So very well microed by the Brew. He chased with the two pandas, the fire and the wind one, to get the kill. The wind walk while he was running away with the Earthspan. So very good micro, allowing him to get a kill and escape.
Meantime, mid lane, TE is going to go down as well. They pop meta for this one, trying to get some extra pressure onto that tier 1 tower. It's taking a lot of damage while that action was going down bottom. And of course, can they done, which might be that little extra bit of right-click damage that they need to take them over the edge from where they were at before. Snowball in, very deep into no man's land. Tusk now in a world of hurt. Has to back away. Did you get to press the attack off? still in some trouble. Turns with the tag team, gets the big old punch. Ken trying to jump onto this one. They've lost one already, and now TE able to separate out to the other side, but Legion has gone down, and now Gabby getting pummeled, getting beaten, getting killed potentially. No! Bristle is too big. And Ken, he's over on the other side. They're separated. Where's the target prioritization?
Oh no. That's so true. Reckoning just couldn't decide who to go on there, and they just, Tusk diving in, like, he had such a good laning stage. I think he's just, feeling himself a bit too much, where he's like, yeah, I can run in, I can set this up for my team, but once he missed that ice shard and then snowballed over his ice shard, that's when you know you've gone in too far, and TNC do a great job punishing it. Coddle times the blinding light onto the TB so that he stays alive, and TB's just not dishing out the damage he hopes to do, so really, really good teamfight execution from TNC.
Absolutely. Yeah, it just felt like they had him on a string a little bit there, pulling him this way and that, and then a bit of that overextension, and a huge win right now for TNC. Reckoning, they do manage to get that mid-tier 1 tower, so the objective battle is going into their favor, but they lost theirs as well. It's going to be hard going at this point, the 3,000 gold lead, and Bristle just moving.
I think at this point, trying to force these fights into this Bristle, I think that maybe they got a bit led astray because of how much they crushed the Bristle in lane. This is not an underfarmed Bristle anymore. Once he farmed up those stacks, got these early items, this Bristle is pretty hard to deal with now. So just because you catch him in a coil or a jewel, they don't actually have good follow-up damage. Like the supports on the TNC side, you've got Coddle Lion. These supports do a lot of damage. Heroes like Clockwork and Tusk don't do damage by themselves.
We will see Boomy take down that, or rather, Lucify take down Boomy there in the top lane. Having a little bit of help from the Terrorblade, but also taking down the Coddle seems like a better route to go. Either that or the Lion. These other guys are a little scary to take down. But they will pressure now for this tier 2 tower, so Glyph will be used. Secondary Glyph being used by the Radiant, which also pushes out their bottom lane. But we'll see if they actually get something from this meta. Already, 3/4 is the only bit that's left, and they're moving in.
And Brewmaster has split up, so I imagine there's a defense coming from TNC potentially. Yeah, it looks like Reckoning know what's up, and they're getting the hell out of this top lane. But Clockwork maybe not going to be so lucky.
Does have hook shot available, thinking about using it off to the side. TP's out. Does he get away? Yes.
Okay, that was huge. Armel blinked away from a free kill to go grab some bounty runes and I think farm ancient. So he was just like, "Oh, my teammates have this kill. I'm gonna leave it." End of the day, it was just a Clockwork. So I guess, I mean, if he'd gotten both bounty runes, it might have been worth it. But he got a bounty rune that he was going to get regardless. He didn't get there in time to stack ancient. So in hindsight, probably would have been better if he stayed and got the Clockwork kill. But small minor little detail.
For sure. Well, you can see here, over the last couple of minutes, what started as a really good Legion game, kind of fallen by the wayside a little bit. Below the Brewmaster, doesn't have that Blink Dagger yet, going for the Blade Mail first, which, it's going to be nice in some respects, but definitely going to need to have some other hero there for the initiation, which I imagine is what the Puck's going to be doing once you get that Blink Dagger done on Ken.
I think the Blade Mail doesn't feel as nice when there isn't that, big AoE uncontrollable damage where you're kind of guaranteed to reflect a lot of it. If you duel a Bristleback, he's not generally going to be triggering a lot of that Blade Mail damage because he's just turning to right-click you. He's not using those quill sprays. So, I think the build's fine. I don't think there's a better item to go for, but I don't think it's going to be a game changer for Reckoning. They're going to have to rely on other heroes, basically a farm TB, to carry them at this point.
Are scanning.
Well, and for Terrorblade, the other big issue is not just the breaking of all the illusions that you get from Brewmaster, but just lifting them up in the air. Really hard to play against. I feel like this TNC draft, now that it's online, now that you've got blinding light working and everything else that's there. Ooh, down bottom, quick chance for a kill, and they will take down that lead. Hurts a lot.
It just felt like an easy little pick-off, continue farming. You love those pick-offs, I think, when you're able to get a kill and you don't feel like you're being inefficient, because TA wants to be down there farming anyways. There's a lane to push, there's enemy jungle to farm, so just a part of the map where Legion commanders should not be. I don't think there's any reason for a core to be down there farming.
Ooh, careful Well, careful. Armel's moving in. Somebody farm my camps. Was it you, Teehee? I'm gonna get you. Chase down. And Armel will get him indeed. Now right into Roche. Ooh, this is interesting.
TA's online, yeah. As the Blink Deso, this is the item timing you generally talk about with a TA, is these two items. You can take Roche, you can do a lot of things with it, so we'll see TNC looking to take more fights, I imagine.
And the other item timing, Brewmaster gets the Aghanim Scepter done.
Nice. Love
that is really cool. Obviously, the double charges, very, very neat.
Plus the Void Brew, which is disarm, I believe. So
isn't that
disarm
the
against the
shard?
Terrorblade.
It's the shard, though, right?
Oh,
wait a minute.
okay. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Hook shot, Cogs out. Really good play by Teehee. Roche is super low. Can they get in there to try and sneak with anybody else? No, but they did manage to get the kill. So well played by the Legion. That overwhelming odds, but might come at the cost of a life now. TP's out. Is there anything to break it? There's going to be the Earth Spike from downtown. And a double kill for Armel.
Whew, just running over them. They're so ready to fight now with an Aegis. You mentioned how strong they are having that double primal split. And yeah, TNC just taking better fights, understanding when they're strong, despite having a really bad laning stage where they got, I think, heavily outplayed in the lanes. And I think that's often the case with these, you know, upcoming underdog teams. Is they can be really good in the laning stage, but they don't know how to use their advantage.
Oh, Boomy, he's trying to recall people in to take this fight. And looks like this fight is going to make enough space to get Terrorblade out of there. And, well, he's stuck around, though. Oh, JG, gotta be careful there, buddy. Does decide to back out a little bit now as the TA trap popped on him. But they do show Gabby in the mid lane as well. And yeah, the clamps feel like they're starting to get closed down right now on Reckoning.
Yep. Every lane being pushed out past the river, more or less. And TNC just constantly, anybody comes out their way, they're finding these pickoffs, it feels like.
Yeah. Slowdown comes yet again. Teehee catches the finger of death, eventually falls to Bach, who claims that kill. And yeah, this is a tough one now. It's going to need to get towards that BKB, but you can't really argue with Scotty either against Bristleback. Like, there's just so many things he needs to do on this team right now.
Yeah, there's no easy answers. I think when you're a TB and all three enemy cores are having a good game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Can they? It's a Puck. I was about to say, if they kill Puck, I'd be very impressed. But, you know, with the double split, I guess he's just happy to throw it out there. So why not?
You know what could have been a play is go invis in the Windwalk, right? And then open with the lift. That'd be hype.
Yeah.
Ooh, all his punch. Not coming out, saving it. Tito turns onto Armel now. The rest of the team isn't here. Can they get that kill? Burn through the Aegis. Hook shot in. T claims his prize. But Gabby is a bit of a tough one to take down here. I don't know if this is going to work out. They're going to create a little bit of a separation with those cogs as Teehee gets completely obliterated by Armel. Godlike now.
Is how you lasted so long.
Yeah. Committing, I mean, getting the Aegis is not bad, and I think that's why Armel was willing to play so far forward. He's like, he knows he has an Aegis, and if they're going to kill him, they're going to at least have to sacrifice some support. So Clockwork Legion go down, and just an Aegis for it. Not really worth it if you're Reckoning here. Oh, ooh, Tim's was ready there, waiting on the high ground for Puck, but Puck managed to jaunt away just in time.
Yeah, very close. Could have been tragic. This Gold League continues to... I mean, do you think they can still play this aggressively on TNC even without the Aegis? Are they worried
I think
at all?
so. Yeah, I think as long as they have brew splits, they're probably good to go. Lion playing alone a bit too aggressively. It's going to be left to the Wolves. Farms up some illusions. Is he actually going to survive? Oh my god.
Okay, Teehee
No
comes
way.
in again. Okay. He's the one that claims... Oh my god, Armel though. Wait, is he in too deep? Maybe a chance the duel. They try and turn this onto Armel. Can they bring him down in time? Yes, they will. Getting not a duel victory though. Rapidu now just needs to run out of there. He's in a world of hurt. Doesn't have a chance to TP out of there, but they got the kill on Armel in a buyback from the Lion.
Well, and if they can get out here, that, you know, at least they'll give them something to kind of smile about, but Tusk is perhaps in a bit of trouble here. Lion doesn't have a finger, but they put a recall onto Bach.
Does have a snowball. Blink is going to be not off cooldown quickly enough by Shard block off, but it buys enough time for the finger death. And Tim to take that.
I imagine Lion's happy it took that long to kill him. He's like, yeah, sweet. I'll take those finger charges. And I think the actually bigger problem than the Brewmaster for TP is going to be this Lion. Having that insta-mana drain kill on illusions is pretty big. We kind of forgot about that one, where Lion just instantly for free can take out illusions. And that's a big deal in the team fight when TP is relying on those illusions to help boost up his damage output.
When he gets that extra point in it, down to 4-second cooldown. That's two of them pretty easily within the fight. Don't anticipate we're going to get to the level 20 in time for that one to matter, considering the pace of this game, at least right now. Never know. Tier 2 tower looking to be claimed, but there are people TPing in. Bach there, as well as the Bristleback.
Jewel in mid. Bristle got caught TPing.
A chance. Okay. Roll risk punch.
I don't know if they can kill him. We're going to find out.
Whoa. Hook shot on the back line, finding Boomy as well. Yeah, I don't know if this is actually going to work. They catch both of them, but who's catching who? Teehee trying to be just in front of everybody else, but the rest of his team has to run away from Gabby. Having to TP out now, Rapido gets blown up yet again. Oh, man. Teehee, nowhere left to go. He's going to get taken down by Armel. Another time, Puck moves in, Snowball. That was maybe going to be a save or something, but the jump in tries to take down the line and does get him. Blink out from forward. So a quick assassination, but you know, you lost a lot for that one.
Yeah, support for support. I think knowing that Lion had no buyback, Puck was like, yeah, this is Lion's the only hero that can really lock me down. Lion's dead, I can't die, and he just bought back. So that's no Lion for 60 seconds, but it's still TNC just crushing it, playing the other side of the map. Gabby, you know, he's at an enemy tier 3 tower, gets jeweled by himself and stays. He never got below like 80% health. Too tanky at this point in the game. And it felt like they were only half committed to try and kill him. I mean, realistically, they shouldn't be committing to kill him. They just don't have the heroes that can damage a Bristle unless they like commit Metamorph and TB maybe with a Skadi. But I don't think you want a Metamorph to kill a Bristle anyways, so tough situation to be in.
Yeah, I mean, and I think it's important to remember how that started, which was with JG up at the top lane pushing the tier 2 tower, right? So, yeah, a little weird, that one, for sure. Again, they're going to be pressuring that one out as Teehee dies to Armel again. I feel like I've said that a few times. I don't know if he has a beef or something, but they're making it work.
Feels like Armel's just trying to farm some souls here, you know, except it's just support after support. This poor Tusk and Clockwork just getting picked off one by one, it feels like. Definitely a tough game for both of them, and definitely seeing, you know, you see this TA Bristle like all in on the physical damage, and the TV pick, yeah, it's a good answer to it, but the double physical damage heroes work well together because they both bring that minus armor to the table. That's where they can kind of boost up each other's damage when they're on the same target really nicely.
Yeah. That will be sort of an important part of this one going forward as well. DD on TA with the BKB done, 10 seconds. Waiting for that next Roche where we've got about 40 seconds until it's capable of respawning. JG is on a ward right now, actually. Heading up there and hiding. Yeah, and they're smoked up. They have an idea. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Wait, TP out? All right, he's safe.
It's funny, they see this Bristle farming bottom and they're like, let's not run at Bristle. Now Bristle's running at them. He's about to pop this smoke. Just out of range on the Legion. Okay, there we go. He pops it now. Yeah, Rapido's like, yeah, let's just get the hell out of here. And Reckoning's just like, yeah, we gotta play away from this Bristle.
Ooh, whoa, Tim's almost able to catch the puck there. That was super close. Walked right in front of him and decided not to go for the Hex. Teehee now back behind the tier 2 towers. Armel blows them up again. Oh man, it has been a rough game for Clockwork for sure. He's gotten a couple clutch kills and assists, but
yeah,
it's been tough.
It has been. I think having this double melee support has kind of made this game very easy in some ways for the TA. Not getting kited at all, it feels like, and TNC continue to press forward.
Gabby really does not care. Just walked forward, got solo coiled, and still was chasing the puck around with 5 heroes nearby. But it's just sort of a testament to the state of this game right now. When he gets this AC completed and only 400 more gold, it's going to become that much more difficult. As Roche, 50 seconds away from respawning, and a BKB gun on the puck. Okay.
Interesting. Don't hate it. I feel like they maybe needed more damage. I would have rather seen like the Deso type build, but the BKB is going to allow this puck to kind of just start every single fight, blink in, and not care about the Lion counter initiation. You can just pop that BKB and wreak havoc.
Right. Oh, Bach coming up, trying to break some smoke. Smoke's a really good ward there, and they're gonna try and find Boomy. Shows for a second on that creep wave. And do they catch him here on a ward? Jump forward, Walrus Punch, stunned. Do they decide to go for the duel or just gonna go for the kill? Looks like they're just gonna leave the kill over there.
Can they get the kill? Okay. Wow, they had to commit the hook shot as well. Luckily, no TNC heroes nearby.
Right. And that's Roche. Respawns right away. Teehee gonna take out the trap that's in there as well. I would be shocked if they can get this Roche without TNC contesting.
Yeah, I would be shocked if they tried to go for it, but it looks like that is the call. They want to go for Roche.
Parker, you're
TB
shocked.
not committing Metamorph. I mean, if he'd like committed Metamorph there to go for Roche, I would have been appalled. But this is more like, okay, they're just poking Roche. They're forcing TNC to come over and not just sit in that bottom lane.
Oh no, but this ward, they didn't know about it. Jump forward, blows up the Tusk. Teehee now also in more trouble as they're going to take down his cogs, take his life, a double kill for Armel, and well, they can go into Roche now.
Yeah. They had a double damage on Bristleback. Plenty of damage to destroy Roche.
Ooh.
They're going to buy back, but I think Puck's just looking for maybe an Aegis snipe.
But jumping forward, Orban, a little bit too late. Wait, now he's going in. BKB popped. Jumps out afterwards. He's got to be careful. Like, BKB is good, but there's a lot of physical damage still on this team.
Yeah. That's where the BKB surprised me a little, because, like, yeah, that situation there, if he wasn't able to Waning Rift out of the pit, he did steal the cheese. Nicely played by Ken. He was just dead to right clicks. The TA and the Bristle can just destroy him with those right clicks. Bristle, you know, building into Basher or Bissell if he wants to, can have that extra lockdown through BKB.
They're getting set up again. Puck kills the creep wave. It's going to TP back out of there most likely afterwards. And see if they can find any other heroes to pick off along the way. Yeah, the cheese is definitely nice. It would for sure be tough to play against the Bristle with both the cheese and the Aegis, but still no easy mark trying to just take him down once.
Yeah, totally agree. They may find this TP here. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Tusk is nearby as well, but I don't know if this is going to matter. The blinding light pushback misses the stun, and no BKB, no chance for a Sunder. Oh man, that hurts.
Yeah, that's your, you know, what we like to call the win condition, the Terrorblade. He's the one and only hope for Reckoning in this game to turn it around. Nobody else is going to scale moving forward, so TB getting picked off is about as bad as it gets. 0-1-1, you know, it's his first death of the game, but he's also still been farming to try and come online. He's farmed well, but his team as a whole is just not being able to take any team fight against TNC. It feels like all their kills just came in the laning stage.
All right. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that, like, you know, it's one death, but this is a game where he needs to be beyond deathless, it feels like, for them to be able to win. It needs to be such a perfect game, and it's just not completely feasible. It's really tough. The other thing I really like in this is we do see Tim's catch again. Teehee, oh, he's hexed. And Armel, hello again. Good to see you, my old friend. Oh, were they? They're even sieging high ground at the same time. Wow, they really don't care.
Yeah. They're like, this TB's dead, right? We're unkillable. That's going to be put to test, perhaps.
Silenced again, still hanging on to that Aegis, just turns his back, hangs out, now turns the fight maybe. Puck needs to be very wary as the tier 3 tower will fall. TNC just too strong to deal with right now.
And they glyphed a bit late, so they didn't get the glyph on the tower, meaning they miss out on the multi-shot to clear out some creeps. TNC is just going to, with ease, take a Rax. They can swing bottom now as well. Plenty of physical damage. They can easily take Rax.
Oh, jump in, coming from the Tusk. He's chased down. Ken on the backlines, trying to blow up this Coddle. Boomy in a little bit of trouble there with the BKB. It's going to be enough to find the kill. Now trying to chase down Tim's. Ken has to be careful, though. The Hex is there, and afterwards, he's got him with the Earth Spike. Doesn't quite have the vision. Back in the base, though, Gabby is just laying waste. They do have BKB done on Terrorblade. He's able to get enough ult for it. The chase down, tries to right-click and see if he can find this kill onto Bristle. It would be big. It would only be the Aegis, but it's at least that. 2 are already dead on TNC, and now they're catching on to Armel. Maybe a bit of a fight here working for Reckoning as they silence and kill off that TA. Still looking for the chase down onto Gabby. They have Cheese still on Ken if they need it. Right click's coming, the disarm is there. They hit it on the real TV, but the snowball forward and the chase down continues. Do they have enough left in the tank there? Spike going to fall, but one last charge in his dying breath, and Gabby ends up going down. Okay.
Right. Big streaks being in. That's a lot of gold picked up for TB. If that can get him onto his next big item, perhaps that small glimmer of hope. Puck has money for an Ag Scepter as well, so it's not over yet. They only get the 1 lane of Rax, and they sacrifice a lot of big kills to make it happen. That TB and Puck, big winners. A lot of XP and a lot of gold going their way.
I think Terrorblade sold his Dragonlance to get that. Didn't he have a Dragonlance before? He finished his BKB.
Yeah, that was... Okay. I was wondering how he had a Scotty and a BKB so suddenly, but yeah, that would make sense. He sold the Dragonlance, now has a Rapier queued up. I think they know it's like, you know, we're getting a bit desperate here. We might need some kind of YOLO items. JG feeling like it is Rapier time.
In the meantime, you look at some of these other supports in TNC. Boomy has an Aghanim Scepter now as well for that Will-O-Wisp. He might have had it for a little bit actually, but regardless, this next Roche is going to be so important. But the big thing is, you know, Puck stealing that cheese. That might come back to sort of favor them pretty heavily here. If they can get that onto Terrorblade, he's got an extra open slot right now.
I think if TA or Bristle has cheese there, that could be a very different story, especially for the Bristle there after his age. If he had a cheese as well, could have stayed alive, gotten a kill, maybe even gotten out. Very, perhaps big cheese snipe coming in. Reckoning Gaming, who are not out of this one yet, even though they're down 11k gold. TNC have a decent amount of momentum going their way, but this game far from over.
Right. And this is where, you know, this build for the Brew, in some ways it's, you know, really good because you can sort of carry the momentum in the early game and always have that ultimate available to go. Now with BKBs online, it becomes much less effective. You know, particularly during this like one big, like if Reckoning can get a lot done during these BKBs, that's a huge win for them, and it kind of just makes Bach kind of irrelevant almost, as they will take down T-Heat. Tim's the one that claims that kill.
15 deaths clockwork.
Yeah.
I want to, you know, at least half of those I'd say could have been maybe avoided or unnecessary. You know, I think there is a lot of benefit to dying as a 5 position when you can scout out your opponents, but there's scouting and then there's, you know, tactical feeding.
Ooh, Ken goes in. He finds one and a TP out afterwards. Well played.
Some style plays, yeah. His teammates are liking it. They're tipping him. They're feeling good about their position in this game if they're, you know, tipping their buddy Puck. Seals a cheese, gets a solo kill in the middle of 4 enemy heroes, and BKB TP's out.
Very, very nice. And I guess that's the thing, too, where his BKB is sort of a little bit different as the chase down now comes. He's trying to kill Coddle. Jumps over to the side, still with the solar bind. Oh, get away. Armel is scary. Does he have a blink? No, but orbs away, jaunts forward, tries to hide for the moment, still has that cheese, a blink in a moment. Ken tries to get out of there, kills off Boomy, and then the runaway. All right, Ken, let's go.
Now Tim's even paying respects for that one. He's like, all right, Ken, you've done well. You've got my tip for how well you're playing this Puck. Something about SCA players in Puck, man. This is the region that plays Puck better than any other region.
Absolutely true. And now he hit 25 off of that kill, so Dream Coil Rapid Fire is his choice and has 5,000 gold in the bank. This guy's made him money. Ooh,
I mean, you've got the Rapid Fire. Get a damage item, I would say. If not Rapier, maybe you think a little smaller or less risky and go for like a Daedalus type item, but I wouldn't mind a Rapier. With how he's playing and how little he's getting picked off, as long as he jumps the Lion, after he's killed Lion, I think he's unkillable.
You know, Parker, we've seen how this guy's playing. I don't think that, you know, more conservative is in his vocabulary, really, as Tams goes down again. That is a dual victory, and they force out great shards there, blocking off the way out. TP away will not come in time, though. The Abyssal Blade is done, so they'll claim the kill on the Tusk. I think you're happy with that right now. Side of Reckoning.
And while all this is going on, TB's just getting a lot of room and space to farm. His Rapier now online. Wow. So it's suddenly become a very winnable game for Reckoning. This Rapier plus whatever Puck's next big item is going to give them a pretty big power spike. And I think TNC are going to have to be careful about how they play this next Roche fight, because if I'm Reckoning, I'm thinking, we just got this Rapier. We want Roche ourselves. Let's fight this one.
If this is a double Rapier timing, that's kind of insane.
I hope it is. I really hope it is. Yeah. How quickly you can throw the game, but also how quickly you can win the game.
Oh, he's going Aeon disc. Boo! I don't want to see that. That's fine. Whatever. He can pick up JGs once he dies. That'll be the play.
There you go.
Does have that Aeon disc completed and the Roche fight beginning.
For a Roche fight, now he's going to buy back an Aeon disc. Oh,
wait, it fell too quickly though. They weren't able to get it in time. Wow.
It feels like they definitely wanted to contest it, but that's where you'd see, I think, you'd see a lot of teams scouting Roche with couriers there and Reckoning just not having the vision, making a big difference as they had no idea Roche was going on.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that, part of it also is just how quickly you're able to take that on TNC. They're looking for a fight now, even with Aegis. I mean, it's still really tough. Jump forward duel. Able to catch onto one right at the start. Can they bring down Gabby? It doesn't quite look like it yet. Snowball's off to the side, disarmed. Oh, in the duration of the BKB as well. That's not the way that's supposed to go. Aeon disc from Ken Pop. He's going to try and run away, but the Abyssal Blade is there. They
could be in
are
trouble.
Able to find the Hex, the Finger, and the Death. Rapier in the hands of, who was it that actually got it there? He's going to go down as well.
The TA.
Whoever it is. TA being down. A good game. Well played is called. Reckoning. They put on a good performance, but TNC too scary in this one.
The crazy thing is, I don't know if they actually needed to go for that TB Rapier. They kind of stabilized the game. They brought it back. Puck was making plays everywhere, and then they take this fight after losing. Geez, they should have just maybe played on their high ground. I love what we saw from Reckoning. They had this fire in the mid game, but then tactically it was just a little bit off.
Right, and that's where you get sort of the, high level of experience, international play that you're sort of have begun to know TNC for, and just making the right decisions at the right times. Impressive showing indeed from TNC as they're able to claim yet another victory here. I don't know. Do you think that this Reckoning team, had it maybe been just a I guess you felt like they didn't necessarily need to go for the Rapier, could have held back and sort of played on their high ground. Was there any worry at all about that?
I think that's one way. I mean, I think they just needed to commit to one plan, whether it was all-out aggression, we're going to get this Rapier, fight Roshan, and contest you there, or we're going to sit back and play for super late game. And it felt like they did the in-between where they didn't hard commit to contest Roshan. They kind of sat back, and then they're like, okay, you took Roche, we're here, we have the high ground, we may as well fight. And TB's out in the open, doesn't have a good target, got disarmed before BKB. Just a lot of things went wrong. When he's playing out in the open, it's very easy for Lion to sit back, wait for that BKB to wear off. The second BKB wore off, he gets Hex, he gets Impaled, he gets Finger of Death, he's just deleted. So they had no way to deal with the Lion in that last fight. And that's where if you're playing around your high ground, that Lion is not going to get a chance to initiate typically, or he's going to have to die to do so.
Well, that's the long and the short of it. Lion's still a good hero and tough to play against if you're Terrorblade. But we're going to have to go to a quick break. When we come back, panel's going to break down all the action. So stay tuned. Right we are. We'll be back in a few.
What can we expect, especially your fans, now that your team has a full Filipino lineup?
Excited siguro kasi mas madali na yung magiging communication namin parang in terms of sa mga replays, ganun-ganun. Tapos parang mas close din kami kaya sa mga sa mga naging roster namin dati. And tsaka excited din ako kasi si Boombox yung pinakamalakas sa Cebu. Ayan, excited ako makampi siya ulit.
Sa ngayon, mas okay siguro yung communication namin as a team kasi all Pinoy lineup. Compare sa before na lineup namin. Kasi English yun. Medyo di namin alam yung mga malalalim na salita. Tapos ngayon, mas okay kami kasi nakakapag-usap kami after the replay. Mas na ano namin, every details.
This question is for Boomy and Bok. Tell us your experience with the team and share what changed and what didn't. Are you guys pressured that you are with one of the most successful Dota 2 organizations in Southeast Asia?
So far, wala namang problema. Wini-welcome naman kami ng buong management at teammates namin dito sa bootcamp. Tapos so far, training namin has been good.
Hindi ko naman masasabing nape-pressure ako, pero parang nasa-challenge lang ako kasi kailangan kong i-prove sa mga lahat ng tao na kailangan ko mag-step up, tapos kailangan ko ma-meet yung expectation nila. Lalo na sa mga kampi ko na malayo na nabot. As management-wise naman, masasabi ko malaki yung pinagbago kasi magaling mag-handle ka.
How do you guys prepare for these types of competition? Can you share to us your routine or any special preparations that you do?
Yung ginagawa namin ngayon, si Bombax yung more on sa drafting, pero pag may input naman lahat ng teammates, pwede naman magsabi. Tapos ako sa in-game, tapos same din doon pag may masasabi sila, pwede naman din sabihin, parang give and take lang.
Siguro sa pagbabago, yung position ko from position 4 to position 5, yun yung pinagbago.
Yung normal preparation namin is nagigising lahat ng mga 10 a.m. Tapos after nyan, yung iba nagpa-pub, yung iba nagbe-breakfast. Tapos by 12 noon, dapat ready na lahat, nakaligo na. Tapos after ng 12 is mag-warm up before practice, which is 2 p.m. Tapos 2 p.m, isang set ng BO2. After nyan, onting discussion. Tapos 4 p.m, another BO2. Then after that, discussion. Then after na mga discussion, nagsasabay kami lahat kumain ng dinner.
What's the weirdest pre-game ritual that you've been doing? If none, have you heard any? Can you share that to us?
Para sa akin, hindi naman siya weird. Yung ginagawa ko lang, nakikinig lang ako ng music bago mag-game para relax lang din yung utak ko.
Lagi ko ang ginagawa, uminom ako ng coffee or anumang drinks na matamis. Kasi pag di ako nakainom nun, parang inaantok ako lagi.
Ay nga, sa akin hindi rin naman weird. Nanonood lang ako ng mga TV series or nakikinig lang ako ng mga sound trip sa YouTube para lang ma-relax din yung utak ko bago mag-game.
Siguro sa akin, hindi naman siya ganun ka-weird. Nagsa-smoke lang ako before every other game. Before game. Kasi parang nagpapakalma sa akin.
Sa akin, hindi naman din siguro weird kasi ako uminom ako ng coffee habang nanonood ng anime or nakikinig ng music na.
Being last season's champ, what can we, your fans, expect from you this year?
Siguro may expect ng mga fans sa amin sa Predator League is gagawin namin lahat ng best namin para manalo.
What does it mean for you to win your second Predator League title?
Sa akin, malaki siyang achievement kasi sino ba namang hindi may gusto na mag-back-to-back champion sa Predator League.
What do you think of the other teams this year?
Yung masasabi ko ngayon sa mga Southeast Asian team, marami nang malakas na hindi tulad dati na parang easy-easy lang.
Can you give us your message to your fans and to your followers?
Ayun nga, maraming salamat sa mga patuloy na sumusuporta kahit maraming ups and downs ngayon. Nandiyan pa rin kayo para sa amin. Babawi kami sa inyo. Maraming salamat.
Summon your strength.
Back in action for the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final. My name is Wolf, your panel host, together with the experts Nathan and Pao. Pao, you did say that you kind of favored a little bit the draft of Reckoning. Get a feel that it has a way to. I think Nathan also agreed with you. But is this what you expected that will happen? Like the outclass per se of TNC against Reckoning Esports in that particular game?
So I think Nathan and I were in agreement, right? If you get draft and the same kind of start, right? Because Reckoning, they had a good start and then they had that really bloodthirsty mid game. If you gave that to any other sort of, like, let's say, first division team or major team, they would have made TNC bleed, right? They would have transitioned that laning stage, punishing the bristleback, the multiple deaths, into stealing the stacks, into playing and occupying their jungle more efficiently, and you know, it might have been a bit too much for TNC to come back from. I think TNC played well. They drafted well towards the end.
Gabby had to kill a Legion with another
spray
to run out of mana. Now
they played to their win condition, right? They just stacked from now until eternity, and they were able to climb back out of a deficit.
Yeah, I think for me, definitely the draft was good, but I'm not going to say that the execution was poor. I feel like they just crumbled under the pressure that TNC sort of put them under. It's easy to say that the execution was poor, but yeah, again, the class difference definitely between the teams, you could definitely see it. I mean, we saw the TNC lanes being punished. I like the little the drag that Tusk did to be able to remove the BB and or the bristleback and the cuddle strength in the lane when they're together. But yeah, I feel like we were talking about this earlier as well, Pao, where the tower in the safe lane for TNC went down really quickly, but I feel like maybe they should have just gone for the mid tower instead of the safe lane tower, just so that they could open up the map, and the triangle as well, because the triangle is just so important on the Dire side, especially when you have heroes like TA and Bristleback that can take a huge advantage of those stacks and whatnot. But yeah, I think something that we saw in the major as well was some teams just identifying that being able to take the tier 1 tower mid was just had such a bigger or a more drastic effect on the game. And you know, maybe they realized it with the heroes like Death Prophet. You know, it kind of opened up new ideas. But yeah, instead of the usual trade of the early tier 1 tower of the safe lane for both sides, I feel like maybe they should have just gone mid, because you know, since Reckoning went for the top tier 1 tower, TNC were like, okay, you know, thanks for playing top instead of playing near our triangle. We had so much space instead of that the pressure that was coming through to us. But it was just a game where I think Reckoning did have a few chances, but
yeah.
At the end of the day,
too. I also felt like in some of these matches, like just watching them again, right? You felt like Reckoning, they understand the gravity of who they're facing, right? And for what it's worth, I would say, you know, this team, they definitely have
did a good job.
Did a good job drafting in the circumstances that they drafted. They had great ideas, but at the same time, I feel like in some of these engagements, they had like 2-3 plans, right? I think Gods mentioned towards the end of the game where they kind of stage a short comeback, cutting down the double-digit lead back down to, you know, manageable numbers, getting that Divine Rapier. But you know, from there, with a Divine Rapier, now you just need an Aegis. But half of the team wanted to stay in the triangle, the other half of the team were too far back, trying to, I guess, maybe deciding maybe they should just hold high ground, and they ended up losing their advantage, or at least their comeback mechanics, because they had different plans altogether. And there was another engagement in the mid lane as well, where they just didn't have the target priority, which is another sort of symptom, right? That one guy has an idea. It's like, I can imagine the communications, right? I got this guy. No, I got this guy. So you do that against a team like TNC, and they're going to focus and burst you down. You give TNC an inch, they'll take a mile.
I agree.
I feel like it's a great learning game for Reckoning. Sad that that this means elimination, but you know, they can take that sort of lesson.
And what I also feel about Reckoning Esports, and I guess we cursed them by casting their games when they were drafting. It kind of feels like they have a set plan, and sometimes you get so dedicated to your set plan that you don't really care so much about your opponent's plans against you. Like, for example, this Terrorblade, they look like they are a team that really mastered how a Terrorblade rotation would look like. But as we have said, it looks like it's so textbook that TNT, a team like TNT, can see through it. And not only that, I think they also disrespected the natural, I would say, answers of TNC's heroes against the Terrorblade. And all I'm saying is the Lion first picked by TNC, but they still are stubborn enough to pick up the Terrorblade. And you know what? The 2 times that we saw them draft in the broadcast was a Terrorblade into a Lion draft. So I guess that the sample size is enough for us to tell that they are indeed, they are prepared, but they are quite stubborn at it, right?
I'd say.
But then again, that's reckoning, and TNC is a team that's known, like you said, to take make a mile out of an inch, and they will be moving on into the lower bracket. And thank you so much for reckoning for their performance here in the Acer Predator League 2021. Nathan and Pao, I know that you have some good comments on the players, their insights, as we are actually going to be awarding Intel MVPs throughout the tournament. Right. If you, as a fan, will have a vote, or you can really participate into voting for that one by voting for us. But then again, gonna have to move on to our second series of the day. It's OB Neon. With Natsumi, Yopaj, Debo 2000, aka Scam, Play Hard, and Janual. Is there anything else that we have not been talking about this team? We've already talked about so much about their squad. Perhaps a little bit about Janual. We have not been highlighting this guy, but he's been around in the region. What can you say about this guy?
This guy just absolutely understands what it means to be a 5, right? That's why he can play a lot of different heroes in the 5. He just needs to know, okay, I'm a 5. If I'm an aggressive type of hero, I'm gonna box them out. If not, I'm gonna do my stacks. He can play literally almost anything just so that they don't get ultra countered. So he's actually what I would say, if Japoy is the flashy sort of headliner, like this guy is probably like the other face, you know. Like if Janual's New York, this guy's Chicago, you know. He's quietly there, trying to make sure that everything's working together, and he's the other face of the franchise, I would say.
And I feel as well that this squad really fits him really well, because way back when I used to watch Neon, when Scam wasn't in the team yet, Natsumi wasn't in the team yet, Playhard was actually the captain. You know, he was the one who was I think drafting, if I'm not mistaken, but definitely making the shot calls. And you usually look for the 5 to be able to make those calls. So yeah, I think with Januel, I don't know whether or not he's got the shot calling skill under his belt, but you know, now with Scam in the team as a position 5, that you don't really have much of the time to be able to focus on what you want to do. You definitely have the space to be able to do what you want to do, you know, which I guess just embodies the fact that what Pao said earlier. He knows what he wants to do, and he gets to do it just because of the fact that he doesn't have to think too much about anything else.
Boom Esports, the team that will be Neon in this upper bracket finals. It's Kezcute, FBZ, Mikoto, Hyde, and Dreamocell. Much have been said about Dreamocell, especially when we first talked about this team in the previous days. We have not been talking about FBZ and Hyde, which I would say are the highlight players, at least in day number 2 of the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final. Is there anything that we want to say about FBZ and Hyde and how important their performance is for the team, Pao?
Don't give them Pangolier. I think Pangolier for both teams. I think Pangolier is such a high impact hero that I just don't want. I think both of them would respect that fact, and I just want to see them do more. And Hyde, I think Hyde is also such a wonderful Lion player. We saw yesterday that he was basically playing Tidehunter at some point because he was hitting 5 people with his spells. So yeah, I think FBZ and Hyde are definitely really, really solid. Natsumi's lane is going to be it's going to be a challenge, I would say, but I think they really, really shine as they get into that mid-game fight if they have these heroes who do a lot in the fight.
For me, actually, what's going to stand out here is really just going to be down to the mid lane. You know, Mikoto and Japoy are just going to be. It's going to be a huge matchup between these two guys, just because of the fact that, boom, they really look like a team that they really look like a team that can win games when Mikoto has a really good game, and it's sort of the same with Neon. You know, Japoi or Yopaj, sorry, more known to other people. They get to be able to make those plays to win those games off of the back of Japoi's plays. But Neon, boom, here we go. The draft is up. Puck on Boom, and Neon will take
Neon allowed that to go through, knowing that Boom is in the first pick. So I feel like Neon here, they're going.
Have a plan?
We have a plan against this guy, and it looks like their answer is an Earth Spirit first pick.
Yeah. Well, in many ways, I like the Earth Spirit against the Puck because of the fact that you don't really target your stuns and your control and your silences as the Earth Spirit, so it kind of really have not really an easy time, but a workable timing against the Puck if you want to catch him. Plus, it kind of forces the Puck to really use the phase shift early on or the Waning Rift as compared to other heroes. And the Lion goes also, but NP against this Phoenix. You know what? For the players of OB Neon, I always have been amazed about their NP even before they were part of Neon, right? Because I think even before NP was cool, they were already playing it and making it look good.
True.
5 seconds remaining.
I kind of really like this opener for OB Neon because they're basically sending a message to Boom, right? Our mid laner is going to just have an even matchup with your Puck, but we are going to draft heroes that will murder your Puck through rotations. So the Earth Spirit with the Nature's Prophet able to teleport anytime he wants to contribute to a fight is just going to make, you know, getting out of the laning stage to be a side lane threat for this Puck going to be really, really hard. And it might even force Boom off of a core Puck kind of idea. So I like this sort of direction from OB Neon's opener. You know, they're willing to give up the Puck just because they know that they can shut it down, which is a way of sort of showing us that they have such mastery on the hero.
Mastery is definitely in there for OB Neon. They'll be banning out both the Mars as well as the Timbersaw, two of the most contested offlaners that we are seeing from. I mean, teams also have combo with both the Puck as well as the Phoenix. So just makes a lot of sense. Monkey King Oracle from Boom Esports. Are we looking for a troll warrior to pick up for Boom as what their bans are kind of tailored against it?
Maybe I don't know. I was actually thinking about. Sorry, I was spacing out thinking about the Pangolier because I saw the Bloodseeker ban and I was just like, which team is gonna get this?
They're open.
I was actually hoping that Neon was gonna take Pangolier's second pick, you know, just so that they can ban the Bloodseeker afterwards. But again, I'm fine with the Nature's Prophet pick. It's just we hyped the Pangolier up so much that sort of maybe slightly disappointed that I didn't see it in the first phase. But we're definitely gonna see it. Oh, there we go. Yeah, the ban.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's not gonna get through against these teams. Neon are sort of understanding, right?
Oh my god.
Troll Warlord is I really like this pick. Again, OB Neon. OB Neon, their plan is laning stage, you're not gonna get out alive. You think you're gonna get out alive? But again, Boom, they can pick up a counter here. They have 2 picks for it. You're gonna see 2 picks out of Neon first, and they're gonna be able to pick up a Razor or something else to counter this Troll Warlord. But it'll depend on what the plan is.
What kind of feel weird is that OB Neon are really happy with what happened with the second phase bans. It kind of feels like they had 2 extended bans, right? Because they will be the ones to first pick in the second phase, and they picked the Troll after getting the ban on the Oracle and the Monkey King. Boom Esports, they kind of looked like they were the team that would be getting it. And then they ban out the Pangolier after the Bloodseeker, which kind of makes it so that Boom Esports, whatever they were setting up for the bans in phase number 2 was already out. And unfortunately, they kind of gave free bans to OB Neon. That's what I feel like. This is such an interesting draft that happened between OB Neon as well as Boom Esports. Then again, there are plenty more other counters to the Troll Warlord. You mentioned about Razor to be picked up. And there's the Elder Titan. So it seems.
Elder Titan's alright here. He amplifies so much damage, and he has the sleep.
Yeah.
Sort of keep the Troll Warlord in check. I mean, OB Neon, they also banned out the Pangolier just because it's also
10 seconds remaining.
It's sort of a counter to the Troll just because you have Lucky Shot
5
and
seconds
you're able to
remaining.
sort of kite around and make him waste his time as ult. I feel like either team also pick up like a Wind Ranger. I feel like Boom, they had such a great Wind Ranger game yesterday that they might be able to pick it up here as their last pick. If OB Neon have anything to say about it.
So just thinking whether or not because Neon now has to decide whether or not this Earth Spirit is going to go mid, or if he's going to be positioned for. I've seen sometimes Neon sort of just leaving Junwell's hero all the way up to the 5th pick, because I think they're just afraid of having all their heroes banned out kind of in the first 4 picks that Neon has. But they decide, I guess, to put the Void Spirit in the mid and probably just have a good old position for Earth Spirit, which means again that we're looking for a position 5 for Neon.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
And then
like we
said, right? It's going to be just a 50-50 matchup, just because they already have tools to make this Puck's life. Pick up a Tide Hunter.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Tide just because you understand that Neon's going to ban it out because, again, you're running out of offlaners. You know?
You're running it out.
I mean, Alchemist is gone as an offlaner, Mars is gone, Pangolier is gone, Timbersaw is gone. So what are you really left with? You know, are you going to go for a Bat Rider? It's okay, but if we pick it now, you know, they get the chance to counter it, whatnot. Interesting that the Razor wasn't picked up actually by Boom, but maybe they just didn't want to be restricted because there are times, right, when you pick up a Razor a bit too early and then your opponents just they get to react and then the Razor doesn't feel so good anymore. So I guess for Boom, sort of just, you know, realizing that they're running out of offlaners, let's just pick up the Tide Hunter just because it's a good hero that can help defend the Supernova, you know, because they got a lot of control on the side of Boom Esports. What now I'm looking for actually is damage. I don't think they're going to run an ET carry here, so it's probably going to be a carry hero for Boom Esports.
They're actually lacking physical damage, right? Like that is the one thing that they don't have right now, and to me that's sort of a kind of a problem that might be a problem if OB Neon sort of get that early lead, just because an early BKB kind of ruins their plan.
That's right.
And another thing is that some of their control aren't reliable, right? Like they're not that reliable versus something like not an Earth Spirit and a Void Spirit. They can commit the coil just to catch one of them, but they're going to have to really outplay OB Neon just to get both of them, just because of so much utility and.
How about a Sven for Boom Esports? Is that a good way to kind of look at it? Like,
it's okay, I guess. I mean, you play pretty okay versus a Nature's Prophet. I mean, it's kind of weird, especially versus a Nature's Prophet. I expect the Nature's Prophet to go offlane, by the way, just because Skem is so good at the hero. And now that he's playing offlane as well. But I was thinking about a Morphling, but with a Morphling, it's a bit too slow, especially versus how Neon kind of likes to play the game. It's a really nice band with the Medusa, just a hero that kind of wants to drag the game out, play against the opponents. You know, you just pop your ulti whenever the battle trance comes up. With a Weaver, though, they can maybe match the aggression that Neon can come up with, actually, because the Weaver, yeah, I mean, he can farm, but he fights really well. And the way that you can maneuver yourself around the team fights, especially when you have so much control, you know, this Weaver is just going to be able to, you know, weave in and out of the team fight and be able to, you know, go up against whatever the last pick is here for Neon. But, you know, with a Weaver, you usually like eating the position 5s of the opponents. At least now with Neon, maybe they pick up some kind of tanky 5 just to be able to, you know.
They still need control, though, I think, for Neon's side. I really love this. I really love this Weaver pick, though. This Weaver pick just sort of tells you that Boom Esports are kind of ready to hit. Once they hit their ultimate timings, we're gonna fight. Like that's just going to be, you know, the menu for the day for Boom Esports here. You don't really pick a Weaver to try and scale him into the late game. You pick him to murder other people. And I actually really like the Weaver against Nature's Prophet as well. So we'll see.
Range advantage and movement. I also would like to take note that Nathan intends his puns. I love it. He's a brave man.
He does. He intends his puns because he's not a coward that way.
Yeah, I love it. That is admirable for sure.
The dad jokes coming in. Yeah. Yikers. Now I'm sort of just thinking about maybe an Ogre, maybe even a Silencer.
No.
Ranger. Right. Are we looking at a 5 NP this time?
Could be still a mid. Actually,
I'm actually not sure, honestly.
Yeah,
I mean, position 5 Nature's Prophet, we just don't see enough recently for it to be, you know, because I don't know if it's strong or not. You know, it kind of depends on what the opponents have, but
It's okay
that's-
against Tidehunter.
Or is it a-
just because you're ranged and you can just sort of use your Blightstone.
Man, you know what sucks about drafting against Neon? You just all of these heroes basically, except for maybe the troll, Japoy plays. You know, you got the Wind Ranger Japoy, you got the Void Spirit Japoy, you got the Nature's Prophet mid Japoy. You can play the Earth Spirit mid. So it's so hard. I think Boom right now are just like Wind Ranger. Wait, hold on. I thought we were looking for position 5. So I honestly don't know what Neon's gonna put out here. I cannot read it. I don't know. I mean, if Boom can't, what more can I say? But
I think the other thing that's sort of frustrating is that Januel can just play Troll 5 and just completely troll everyone, right?
So
I mean, I love it. I love it. I want to see what's going on. But as a hero, you know, you have a Wind Ranger, so you have a way to kill the egg even faster. For their side, there's not really a big way to protect the egg once you've committed your ultimates, right?
Yeah.
And I
won't even ask you to predict anymore, guys. Let's just enjoy this game and
I love
pass
that
it over.
because I was about to say that I just want to watch how this game is gonna play out because
it's gonna be fun.
This is how Neon, this is how Neon has made me feel all season. Like,
all right, let's throw it now to Lyrical and Gods and see what they think about this draft.
Thank you so much. Yes, indeed. It is a Neon draft, if we've ever seen one. They're going to zig when you think that they're going to zag, and then they come out at the end. It's actually a little bit less complicated than we thought. Gods, welcome again. Upper bracket finals. Boom facing off against Neon, and it's going to be a Natsumi Troll to answer all the questions that are going on out there.
Yeah, we get to piece things together, but support Nature's Prophet after seeing so much core Nature's Prophet from Neon at the major. I think the expectation was when they pick it, okay, it's going to be at least an offlane or maybe even a safe lane carry, but they switch it up, perhaps catching Boom a bit by surprise.
30 seconds
and we'll see what Boom have as far as their team goes. It looks very teamfight heavy. Tidehunter, ET, Phoenix, Puck, you can lock people in that Supernova, but they're going to be very reliant on these long cooldowns.
And that's something you can definitely take advantage of when you have this, you know, Wind Ranger, not that many cooldowns you need to play around once you get to the higher levels of Focus Fire, you know, maybe Magnetized to some extent, but it's just kind of a keep going lineup. I feel like that's what I always get when you have a troll playing in the carry position.
Yeah, and that is so good for, I think, Neon's playstyle in general. They were at their best in the major when they were running these, like, Nature's Prophet cores, Leshracs, heroes that don't have an ulti cooldown that they're relying on. So I like the picks in the draft from them, but at the same time, I think Boom have a good draft themselves. This is, you know, the upper bracket finals, and I think we're seeing some of the best drafting. Two of the strongest teams here. TNC, unfortunately, so far have looked a little disappointing, but they're still in the top 3. So whoever loses will drop down to play TNC. This top 3 is brutal.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, if people were to ask at the beginning, this would probably be the teams that we would have expected to be here. Maybe not in this order necessarily, depending upon which fans you're asking. Surely nobody's ever been known to be biased before, but regardless, it's going to be an exciting last little bit to this tournament here, and starting it all off again, upper bracket finals, Makoto facing off against the Opash in the mid and down bottom. A lot of pressure going on there.
Yeah, a lot of harass back and forth. Troll early on, level 1, with a Nature's Prophet who has that, you know, minus armor orb. They're just looking to zone people away. Not just zone, but get kills here. 1 or 2 more right clicks. Natsumi has the nuke and
hiding. He's trying to hide. No, the juke. He went the other way. Oh my god. He's actually able to get out of there. Hide. TP's out. Oh, he needs 2 hits. Oh my goodness, Natsumi with the quick fingers on the axes.
That was close.
Yeah.
Because denied Troll a first blood, that would have been huge, but Troll snipped him out, found him in the trees. Good job from this Neon dual lane. Troll with Nature's Prophet seems very scary to play into, especially with a, you know, support like a Phoenix. Just doesn't seem like Phoenix is not good until like level 3. Level 1 Fire Spirits just don't do a whole lot in lane, so it does feel like Boom are going to have a rough time down bottom early on.
Right, and then the other thing that you've got with this is, you know, Genuel kind of just playing courier here, brings out the blades of attack and the quelling blade for Natsumi, so he's going to be able to take what was already a good laning stage and actually accentuate it with these extra items. Very nice.
Yeah, that's so true, and we'll see if the answer for Boom is going to maybe come from some of these other lanes. So far, Makoto and Yopaj juking down this mid lane. Slight edge going Void Spirit's way. We've seen this I'd say a little bit where Void Spirit, as far as like the first few levels in lane, has a slight edge with the last hits, but as the game goes on, the matchup can swing both ways, really, where both Puck and Void Spirit have a lot of that lockdown to lock the other hero in place.
I thought you were just going to say we've seen a little bit of Puck versus Void Spirit, and I was like, I feel like we've seen more than a
Just
little bit.
Oh god, I've seen this matchup too much. Cameraman, keep your camera off that mid lane. I'm gonna, get some PTSD here.
Exactly. Oh my goodness. But regardless, definitely the two heroes that are going to be making a lot happen once they get those level 6s. Yopaj in the mid, actually able to catch on Makoto there with that one, and going in, the Resonant Pulse, good dodge. But in the end, it is still a ton of pressure, and actually Yopaj taking a lot of damage there. Makoto, he has another orb, walks forward, goes for the jaunt, right click, and dead. Oh my goodness.
Oh boy. That's, yeah, it is a fun matchup to watch because both heroes have that kill threat on each other. We saw there, it looked like Yopaj had the edge, goes in underneath the tower, but Puck outplays him and then turns it around. Really nicely done. Makoto getting the better of Yopaj so far.
Yes, and you can see the CS. Of course, the other big things are these side lanes, where Windranger's been able to get off to a pretty good start on Skem, playing quite well, and then, of course, over on the other side, the Troll, which we've talked about a lot, and currently is just beating down FBZ. Should be a kill there. Januel that ends up taking it, but nonetheless, really free farm for this Troll here.
Yeah, this bottom lane is just brutal, and I guess Phoenix is getting close to that level 3. Is coming a bit late to contest the rune. We'll get there in time to make sure that doesn't snag it. It has to be picked up by the support Nature's Prophet, so importantly, no bottle refills coming just yet for any of the mid laners, and Yopaj is still working towards this bottle. Actually has that second Null Talisman.
Interesting. So yeah, opting for a little bit more of like the brawly right-clicky type of thing. I feel like we didn't see a lot of that previously. Oh my god, he hit another unbelievable remnant. This guy's crazy. But
from what I could it looked like he wanted to go bottle before the second Null, but then he died on like 600 gold, so instead of buying the bottle, he bought a second Null because he had full health and mana, so I think he changed his item build because of the death.
There's some mind games going on there. Mid is FBZ. Oh, they're rolling in on both of them. This is a problem. Hyde still has his dive available, and we'll use it now to get out of there. But really good rotation from Playhard.
And Puck's gonna swoop on over, look to grab some runes as well for the bottle refill. There's that annoying pesky bottle refill. Earth Spirit's going in for this Playhard. Crushing it.
And this is, obviously the strength of having this Nature's Prophet, right? Just trades over aggro's to those treants, and he's able to get out of there scot-free. Very well played indeed. There's been some interesting battles going on in the mid lane. Yopaj with the mind games has thrown 2 remnants like in between the creep waves to catch Makoto, and then the third one he threw straight away and it caught him again. There's some neat stuff going on.
Let's see, Puck level 6 now. Yopaj has to be careful. There they go. Coil comes out and they're looking for that kill.
Yep, does have bottle available. The step afterwards, if he wants to go in, silence is going to wear off. He still has those spirits on him and no points. And dissimulate means that will be a dead Void Spirit diving in on Januel kind of. Well, in the meantime, they also killed the Windranger top. So Neon, looks big for the britches.
Radiant structures.
Yeah, Weaver was not having the best lane, like wasn't free farming. It was kind of like trading blows with Windranger, but that kill nicely swings things in Boom's favor up in top lane. And if they're having an even laning stage, I feel like Boom's in a good spot because their lineup is not meant to win these lanes. They're much more about getting that level 6 timing on basically all these big teamfight heroes. So an even laning stage is good news for them.
They jump in, catch Makoto, roll afterwards, but the jump away and dodges the kick. Actually did hit him on there, just in the edge. Actually going to cancel that TP moving in, so this could be a free tower. With the catapult, nobody's here from Boom.
Puck can't do anything. He wants to like go in and clear these waves, but he would die if he does that. So he's just throwing out orbs here. And yeah, the Treants plus catapult, really good rotation from Januel. Dream Itself forced to rotate, but it's too late. This tower's already dead. Does get denied, but objective taken.
And they get out. He dies in the fountains with some XP denied, but nonetheless, that tower going down at 7 minutes. Huge stuff right there for Neon.
Yeah. They just weren't ready for it. The fact they forced the Puck out of lane meant that he could only use the orb. He didn't have the waning rift damage as well to clear the creeps, and Treants just tanking tower shots, so the siege wagon just did its job, and really big opening for Neon if they want to keep... I mean, they do want to keep playing aggressive. That's their playstyle. That's what they do. They've got the Urn charges on Earth Spirit. So they're ready to go. They want to fight before heroes like Phoenix get level 6.
Yeah, they have so much strength right now. It could be really, really clutch for him. And you can see it's like that much harder for this Puck to really stay in lane as well. We'll see if he decides to go back out there and maybe makes a rotation. As they do spot this ward up on the high ground. We'll see if they decide to go for the D ward. It looks like Play Hard will. That probably reveals that they have a ward up on the high ground as well, which is pinged, but still, good D ward.
It's the end of the world, but we'll see if OB Neon want to make their next move sometime soon. It does feel like this Earth Spirit, Void Spirit are kind of hugging each other, trying to secure runes, hoping for that big high impact rune. They know they dewarded, so they pick up a rune and instantly smoke towards his bottom lane.
All right, see if they can make this work. Hyde, well, they're revealed now. A lot of heroes in the area. Weaver is in as well. They're going to miss onto Dreamos. So FBs can't go for any Ravage play. The silence is going to connect. Well, decides to back out. The move in from Makoto. Coil there onto one, but it's a good one to get as Void Spirit in trouble. No more Dissimulate and ends up falling. Boom. The good moves.
Yeah, they read it. They saw it coming. Like, everyone was TPing down before the fight even kind of kicked off. And Void Spirit, I think, didn't use his Astral Steps too well. Committed them both kind of offensively on Tide, and the second was kind of to retreat while doing damage.
Ooh, and they try and get that kill. We'll take them.
Okay. Nice snipe. But yeah, a bit of, I think, misplay from Void Spirit there. Had the Arcane Rune and just couldn't quite maneuver around the fight and keep himself alive as well as he would have liked.
Oh, an FBZ now.
FBZ.
He's gonna be forced back. Man, this doesn't feel great as a Tide Hunter. It's gotta be said. This is so annoying to play against, I'm sure.
Yeah, not level 6, and we're almost 10 minutes in the game. That is really rough for him.
Roll, kick, silence afterwards. He's getting closer to that level 6, but not quite there still. Play hard. Needs to be a little bit careful, but they're trying to commit to take down this tower. And Hyde now does still have that Icarus dive if he wants to use it. They're going to force out the glyph. And it looks like in the meantime, FBZ is going to back away as well and maybe try and go for a second creep wave cut, but they're on the case. They know where he's at. And,
they know he has no TP.
Yeah, this guy's in trouble. The slowdown is there. FBZ wants to get one more creep. That does give him level 6. But I don't think he's going to be ravaging anytime soon.
Yeah, usually Tide is this hero that gets off to at least, it doesn't even have to be a great start, but gets tanky enough that he can just kind of plop himself in front of towers to defend them, especially against a lineup with a Nature's Prophet. Tide's the hero that, if he had a better start, he'd be able to defend these towers, but getting level 6 this late and just getting killed constantly has really hurt Boom's ability to defend these lanes.
Absolutely. Very annoying for sure, and kind of putting a wrench in their plans overall, but that does also sort of point out that it's worth pointing out that when that Ravage is online and they sort of now have all their ultis, Phoenix gain level 6 as well, it's hard to fight into this as Neon. They're gonna have to be really careful.
Yeah, we'll see what they do. They have to kind of try and bait out some spells or just have a numbers advantage in order to take a fight. But this time it looks like Boom just looking to group up with most of their lineup. Just the Puck in the mid lane. TP there, so isn't with this push, but can get there pretty quickly.
Interesting. And this triple null power shot coming in there as well. You know, a little bit of extra spell amp, not bad. Taking down the creep pretty quickly.
It's like he's like taking it upon himself to just be this like nuking, long-range nuker, like a hoodwink type hero, just sitting back spamming that power shot.
Ooh, kick back, weird play, silence there. FBZ gets the Kraken Shell, does have Ravage available, thinking about popping it, but holding off. Devil gonna go down. They take down Skem and save the Ravage. Yopaj in the meantime, chase down. Ooh, good taunt with that Remnant, and then the afterwards play, but yeah, the chase down, it's coming. Has stick charges as well as Dissimulate. Well, no, he wasn't able to get it off. Ends up being brought down as well. Really good play from Boom. And almost able to catch their onto Play Hard. Not quite in range in time. And with Natsumi moving over, I think it's a little bit tough here for Makoto. In fact, silence afterwards? Oh, he's actually doing a lot of damage to Earth Spirit.
Yeah, getting a haster in there. It's going to survive even the Witchblade damage.
Shackle. Power shot. It's a very frenetic pace. Look at Playhard. This guy's crazy. He's at 4 HP and he just dies.
That
What
was
did
a
he die
feed.
to?
Yeah, that's
Oh
worthy
my
of a tip.
God.
He died to just an earn plus right click from Phoenix. He's like, oh, I'm hasted. I can, go in and out, dodge some fire spirits with haste. But Phoenix is just like, I have an earn charge. Hello. That is an item.
Unbelievable. Well, meanwhile, FBZ going to get chased down here. And does still have that Ravage available. Do they fully commit for this one? He's down very, very low. Power shot to finish the job. And now maybe going to take a little bit of a chunk out of Hyde as well. Opaj looking for an opening there. Play hard with the kick from downtown. I'm going to give you my tip back. Pulls in onto Hyde. The remnant. Very well played by Neon.
It's just an absolute bloodbath, this game. Both teams just taking turns running at each other, it feels like. Well, what's just going on? The Troll just quietly farming away in this top lane. Weaver not quite doing the same thing, has been involved in a lot more of the action, so Natsumi with a big 1,500 gold lead over the Weaver.
This is such a Natsumi way to play, it feels like. This was, what I remember him like, sort of, when he was making a bunch of waves on a droid. It just feels like it's sort of his preferred way of playing. Letting his team make a lot of space for him and then, doing what he does afterwards. They left a bounty rune on the ground over here for Yopaj. The bait on the bounty rune. Oh, boom. They were ready. Afterwards. How's your bottle taste now? Oh, man.
That's sick. Unfortunately, Urspir was there to pop the smoke on the high ground. I was like, oh, this is a great play from Urspir. He's going to scout this smoke out on the cliff and not get killed, but Void Spirit ran into them.
Oh, poor guy.
Radiant's middle tower is
Now,
under attack.
boom. Really coming into their own here. Has the Tidehunter up front, still hasn't had to pop Ravage. Man, this is a lot of damage from that Wind Ranger, though. Holy moly.
Yeah. Pushing into this power shot spam is so annoying.
Tries to roll again, didn't quite get the connection there, but FBZ still down to about 300 health. So be really careful about another power shot that's coming in just a moment. Jump in comes afterwards, baiting the taunt to catch him yet again. Oh man, these little commitments are really painful for this Tidehunter to play into.
Yeah, this broken prod, it's a defined dance coming out from Neon. Earth Spirit, Void Spirit, just both playing it so well, utilizing, Wind Ranger's never committing, she's just sitting back, chucking power shots, and Void Spirit, Earth Spirit can just be so elusive on the front lines. They're not going Boom to execute their big teamfight combo at all.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I think that you're right. It's it really, in a lot of ways, is the combination of both those and then the Wind Ranger. If it's just the Void Spirit or just the Earth Spirit, you can still kind of do this. But if you don't have the Wind Ranger, that power shot damage is so key.
Yeah. It's so much. If it's the power shot's not traveling through any other units, it's insane how much damage it can do. And it's only going to get scarier. Yeah.
Right. Have you seen the Shard? Have you got to play with that or seen their pro game yet at all?
Yes. I've seen, actually not in programs. I've seen it on a couple streamers doing it.
Okay. It's pretty hype. Ooh, quick jump for the kill. Streamer Cell goes down. Coil afterwards. Maybe they're finally on top of these heroes. This is the Danger Town. Big old ulti's coming out. Takes down both Play Hard and the Wind Ranger. You could just tell they were just fed up. We're killing you two no matter what.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, they finally, let out some of their frustration getting some of these kills here, and they're still pushing with a Ravage here. No Supernova, but just the Ravage should be enough here. FBZ's been struggling to find a way to use that, but just the threat of a Ravage can deter Neon from getting anywhere near these towers. And once Wind Ranger's dead, it does feel like these towers just fall. Wind Ranger is pretty much the tower defense of Neon.
Very interesting. Such a unique way to play, considering, normally that's the offlane role, and normally it's just done with a big, fat tank, not a little Wind Ranger power shotting people. It's kind of cool. I like it. We did see the pressure down bottom again. They need to do a good job of cutting waves, because that is something else that Boom does fairly well, is clear waves pretty quickly. And now a smoke up, moving up towards the north, actually. Interesting. I wonder what they're looking for up here on Makoto and Kezcute.
Yeah, I guess expecting the Troll to be up here farming. I don't think they see him on the map. They're probably thinking Troll's either going to be farming top or Ancients, but Troll's actually syncing up with his team for once.
Manuel is the one that instead is going to place down a ward up on the high ground over here. Interesting.
You might run into a bit of a sticky situation here. It does have a Glimmer. Might be able to Glimmer TP out, but if he dies, it's not the end of the world. He's a support Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. You can see the rest of Neon, though. They just smoked up as 4, and they're going to start heading up somewhere as well to look for a pick-off.
Yeah.
And, yeah, Nature's Prophet, Glimmer. They have Coil available. If you can force the Coil, that'd actually be pretty good, but he's not going to go for it. Just ends up dying. Set up on Dreamocell. Looking for the chase. Eul Scepter lift up, and the Remnant afterwards. Beautifully played for that kill.
Much bigger kill, too. They're like, okay, our Nature's Prophet died top. They know it's safe to go. Usually going from low ground to high, baiting that dire triangle. Very dangerous thing to do, but once they saw those heroes top, they had the info, and they're like, well, there might be a Weaver here, there might not. Let's go find out. Turns out there is, and that's an easy kill.
Roll. Play hard. Spots FBZ up that direction as well.
Yeah. He's trying to scout for some wards here and finds a Tidehunter, a nice juicy Tidehunter.
Chasing, thinking about going in. There's a lot of heroes nearby. It's a pretty good Ravage opportunity if he wants to go for it. Will pop it onto 4 afterwards, and now the Supernova to boot, but it might not get any kills. Genuine looking like the only one that's going to fall here to Makoto's right clicks. So both Egg and Ravage used. You got to wonder, what can Neon do with this timing now?
I think if you're Neon, you're asking your troll, like, hey, are we ready to go? Can we take Roshan? Can we take a fight? You know, troll's their most farmed hero now, and with Ravage Egg down, this has got to be go time for Neon. Even if it is just going for something like a Roshan.
See if that's the option that they go for. He is very close to BKB as well, which, you know, is always that big question. Do you want to try and wait for that one or not? They still will have another 100 seconds before Ravage is back up, and 70 for the Phoenix, as it looks like they're going to go back to pushing out all those lanes. We'll see if they group up afterwards. But bots on Makoto, so he's ready to get the split push going. It feels like he knows the way this game might start turning a little bit.
Yeah, I like it. It's one of those items that you just feel so good being able to farm lanes in very dangerous place on the map and then join up your team for team fights. They don't have... none of his teammates really push lanes particularly well. Like, Tidehunter is just kind of underfarmed and needs to be with the team fighting heroes, so Puck is definitely most suited to being that hero to shove out lanes and split push.
Dreamocell here, playing very carefully, but if he is not on the mark by this tier 1 tower.
Little surprised, Neon not utilizing those long cooldowns. I guess Troll was just not quite ready to fight. His BKB comes out now, so that was the call, you know, like the ultis were used, but Troll's is like, nah guys, I need to finish this BKB first. This is more important than fighting while those ultis are down, so he'll have BKB for a fight into the Ravage Egg, but most likely those ultis are going to be back up soon.
Alright, they just now are going to get the egg done, but the egg is also going to be cracked as they blow up Hyde. And now, well, that's another opportunity here with the BKB. If they wanted to head right into the pit, they could.
Yep.
We'll see if they do.
Tied 20 seconds on Ravage, but not sure if Neon will... I think forcing the Roche could still be tricky. There's not really any answer to the BKB, but if he does somehow get like insta-stunned, or I mean, you're roaching into ET is like, if he gets slept by the ET, that could just set up Ravage into like, you know, Supernova blow up. Like they have a lot of just AoE team fight that could theoretically change down the Troll.
Well, now looking at it, actually, FBZ does have a haste rune and he's gained a blink deliver well. So this could be a nice little timing for them if they ground. Coil is used. Looking forward, looking for the chase now. Got to be careful, Ravage, but the reaction, look at it come out as they're going to try and chase down FBZ. Tsumi being pulled in deeper and deeper to this one. Roll afterwards, play hard, looking for a kick maybe. Get the silence out there afterwards. No more BKB. With the Ravage down, it's a hard fight to take. They still have that Supernova available. Now the turn, looking on the Dreamocell, trying to get the Focus Fire kill, but the silence and Wind Ranger down to low HP. And now the turn onto the egg. Can they blow it up in time? Yes, they will, but so much damage being dealt out. Yopaj, look on the other side, rolling through one by one. They've already lost Natsumi though. And now, with Skem going down and the chase continuing, it's a triple kill for Makoto as he looks for the finish onto Yopaj. Can he get the Euls off? Oh, wait, that was, excuse me, Void Spirits, Euls in. takedown, play hard to boot. Man, what a great fight for Boom.
Yeah, Playhard was trying so hard to chase down the Weaver there, but what a play coming out from the supports. Phoenix and ET were blocking every single roll as he tried to snipe the Weaver there. And Boom pull out a big team fight. They just kind of kited the troll BKB. The BKB and the ultimate were used in response to a Ravage. So it was like this big trade-off where both Ravage and Coil were used in exchange for Troll's ultimate plus BKB. And in the end, that meant this Puck could just wreak havoc over a team fight. Puck just kept going from one kill to the next. He's got 0 mana. He used his entire mana pool. That's how long that fight went,
right,
and how many spells Makoto was using.
Well, and I think the other thing to keep in mind with this, right, is normally when you're playing this type of a game, you have somebody that's got like a pipe or something on your team. Neon, they just have the Wind Ranger, and an ET with maxed out natural order lived throughout the majority of that fight. It's really hard to fight into that when you've got this Puck jumping around everywhere.
Neon changed their game plan, instead gonna eyeball Roshan here. Perhaps feeling like, you know, they can punish those long cooldowns as we mentioned. They are that lineup that's always ready to fight.
Well, the move in now, trying to take down the ET at the start. Great catch, and now the silence onto everybody. Walking forward, looking for more FBZ. Natsumi again chasing him down, but that's pulling him away from the rest of the fight. Might not matter as they have killed 3. Natsumi going down, Yopaj living on absolutely nothing, and they're gonna buy back on the Tide. 10 seconds until Ravage.
Makoto's going in deep too. Not sure what the plan is, if he's just trying to position himself for a Roche steal here, but he's right on top of an Observer Ward, so yeah. He's going to be careful. He's going to get the hell away from this Void Spirit.
Trying to chase there. Dreamacell shows for a moment, has that BKB done and going in. Wanting to fight. Bugs down. Jump forward, Ravage onto 3. Chase down comes afterwards. The silence on a Playhard. He gets buyback. Does he decide to use it now? Jump forward coming from Yopaj. They are going to use the buyback. Natsumi wanting to chase. Do you have anything else left? BKB still on cooldown, 20 seconds. Meanwhile, Skem able to get his BKB off. And now he runs forward. That's 3 dead. Chase for more. Oh, no chance for Dreamacell. Could not manage to make it work. What great kiting from Neon.
Yeah, Puck even had an Arcane Rune, got another coil off, but like you say, they just kited them around. Troll, smart decision just to back off the pit. They kind of, you know, sacrificed, baited his teammates to tank the spells, and once, you know, all those big nukes were used, Troll's like, okay, I'm good, I can run in, don't have BKB, don't have ultimate, but they just used too many spells on heroes like the Earth Spirit that there was nothing left for the Troll.
Very, very strong performance here as Neon take a further pronounced lead in spite of the buyback on the Earth Spirit. This is still going to be a 6, and now trying to get set up with this Aegis to pressure down the lanes, take a tier 2 tower. So this is going to be interesting to watch. I mean, I still feel like that the team fight from Boom is strong enough to win even into the Aegis, but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong on that. We'll have to see how it goes.
I totally agree. I think if they can cut this Troll BKB as we've seen them do in at least some of these fights, definitely possible. I think Weaver's just going to be a little bit careful because there's so many things that can kill this Weaver, between Shackle Shots, the Void Spirit with his Remnant pull, Earth Spirit rolls and stun setup. So it's a tough game for Weaver, but if Execute, get these big ultimates off, put the Egg in a good place. Like, the Egg could theoretically stun heroes like the Troll, the Wind Ranger through their BKBs.
Yeah, that's a really good point. That Egg is so key. And, you know, Hyde, he's been able to get some pretty decent levels. Actually going to go for the BKB as well to deal with the silence from that Earth Spirit. It's been a real pesky thing for him to deal with. Not to mention the Aghanims, which is now completed on Void Spirit.
I don't blame him.
Radiant are scanning.
Well,
Radiant's middle
hunting Neon, trying to play around this Aegis timing.
And they will catch him here. So BKB obviously not going to be there in time. Side is going to drop. But something else that you now need to be real careful on this Puck about is, you know, he doesn't have an answer for the silence. He's gone all out aggression on Makoto, which means they have to be the ones starting these fights. If Makoto ever gets gone on, he's going to be easy pickings.
Yeah. No defensive items. Yeah, usually you see at least one, whether, you know, you go that more farm-heavy Lincoln Sphere or just an Aeon Disc. But a lot on the damage, and yeah, Yopaj ready with Yul's Ag Scepter. This Void Spirit could cause a lot of problems in these upcoming team fights with those AoE silences.
Well, in the meantime, still hanging on with the Aegis. They're going to push up this top lane. Level 20 on Troll has that damage talent, and we'll see if they can take this one down pretty easily and then into the outpost afterwards. Meantime, down bottom, trying to do a little something on the Skem here. Gives them the punches. Okay. Now the roll with everybody else moving into position. Play hard. He's going to try and back out. The coil is there. Dreamlocell going to get the bugs out, but then Ravage comes afterwards. Look at this fight for Boom. The stomp after and the connection with the stun. Not quite going to be there for Yopaj, but still taking a lot of that damage over time. The Phoenix hit him with the spirits, and that's enough for the kill. Natsumi, in the meantime, moving back over and wants to chase to find a kill, but it's not going to happen. Neon
could have been
lose
even
too.
better. Yeah, great fight, but they couldn't kill the Wind Ranger. They didn't have the detection. Wind Ranger just got caught in the coil in the trees. Spent the entire fight just sitting in trees on like 5% health, but regardless of that, Boom still win the fight, just losing a Phoenix. They're still looking like they can hold their own in a team fight when they have their ultimates. The question is always, what can they do when they don't have these ultis? That was, into an Aegis as well.
Oh, Kescute rooted. Can you TP out in time to sleep? Wake up! No, he's not going to do it in time. But, yeah. Interesting way that this game has gone now. They didn't manage to take back over that outpost either. But getting close to that 30-minute mark. We'll see if Boom can secure theirs.
This pleases me to no end.
Yeah, for Natsumi, he's got just an SMY queued up with the Abyssal. So that Abyssal could give him some extra much-needed lockdown for these fights.
Oh, Skem went for it all. We'll see if it matters. Oh, the silence! We talked about it. Oh, wow.
Oh, what a streak.
That is so much gold.
Dire's middle
Holy
tower is
moly.
under attack.
That is bad news. Yeah, Makoto dead for 70 and giving up all that gold, all that experience. And I imagine Neon going to use that to take
Dire's middle tower is
nice
under
little
attack.
stranglehold on this game. Push out the top lane, push out mid lane, and start taking some of these outer towers.
Troll here still has 30 seconds left on the Aegis. If Boom timed this, you could go for some type of like all-in type of play, but it feels like they would need Dreamlocell for that to work. And instead, it's just going to be the tier 2 tower given up relatively at ease. Man, very tough game at this point for Boom.
Hopeless, they still just have that huge team fight that you can never underestimate, but it does feel like Neon are preparing for, Void Spirit has a BKB queued up, and even without a BKB can just kind of play that hit and run style where you're just kiting spells, poking in, spamming the power shots. I think if Neon go back to what worked for them early on, they can still, control the next Roshan if needed, and just really cause Boom a lot of problems with keeping these lanes shoved out. It's really up to Boom to make a big play leaving their base, and that's what they're looking to do here with this smoke.
They're going to reclaim that outpost at the very least. There was a TP onto it by Troll, but wisely going to cancel that as he no longer has the Aegis available.
4 bounty runes though for Neon, so pretty sizable gold swing going their way.
Right. What you like to see for sure if you're playing on this team. There is also the next tier of items that are available. Dire's still missing a couple of them. They have Quickening Charm and a Paladin Sword right now. Meanwhile, for Neon, Spider Legs, that's a real good one.
Perhaps, it's always really good, but one of the games where you've got Weaver and Puck, 2 heroes that don't use the Spider Legs as well as
that's true.
Most here. Pretty much every carry in the game loves Spider Legs, except Weaver.
Right.
So, one of the rare games it doesn't feel as OP. Yeah.
Maybe for FBZ or something. He can walk into the pit for the Ravage. Or he can just
that's when you're an offlane and you get the Spider Legs, you're always happy.
Yeah.
So typically it's like your greedy carry player's like, yeah, that's mine. You're not touching it.
Wow, and an Aghanim Scepter. Interesting.
The Scepter and the Shard.
Yeah. So the Entangle, extra duration up there once it gets to the later ends of it. I always feel like it's sort of weird. See how it works in this game. With no defensive items on Puck, that actually sounds kind of cool.
Yeah, I agree. That could cause some problems. A lot of these heroes, we had the Phoenix queuing up at BKB, but it still has a long way to go to complete it.
Right. I wonder if it's worth it just to throw that first hit onto Makoto to try and mess up his stuff. Ooh. Rolled, tried to get away, play hard, in trouble. Good blink forward there by FBZ. For the kill, but Natsumi jumps in, blows up one. Oh, they weren't quite able to get that kill on Makoto. Now trying to take down the egg. Natsumi doesn't know where to go. Stun is going to connect. His BKB is worried off. Dreamless Cell moving over as well. Oh, can they chase down for this kill? But Makoto, he died to Yopaj. Now trying to TP out. Oh, he's in the place. They get the kill there as High is going to also fall by virtue of Yopaj. They still have that Ravage, but not enough mana.
There's no mana, yeah.
Chase down, Scam in the area, wants to finish him off. Can they get this kill onto Dreamless, his own BKB, but he's stuck in the trees, fully encapsulated in pain. They're gonna find that kill as well on the Weaver. 6 stuff from Scam. They have one more shackle shot afterwards. Very well played here by Neon.
Yeah, this Tide players spent the entire fight just in the front lines using Gush Anchor Smash, then realized like, oh crap, I don't have a Ravage here. A Ravage could have completely swung the fight, saved the Weaver, maybe even won the fight for Boom, but just unable to fully execute and get their ultis off, and that just caused a big problem. Scam is looking like a carry on this Wind Ranger. He's dishing out so much damage, controlling heroes left, right, and center. Really good play coming in from him.
Yeah, very impressive showing. And I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that he had like, I feel like so often you lose value on this hero in the mid game, and he showed another way to play it that just works really well. Silence, jump in, come from the Yopaj, silences everybody, then the back away. Are they going to get the ranged or even the melee racks? No, not in time. But still, tier 3 tower taken.
Well, no back off, perhaps. You know, play around another Roche timing or something. I mean, I feel like Neon is scaling much better with items. It's just really the Weaver who gets a little stronger, and it's almost heading into that Rapier territory where things are just going so poorly that Weaver needs that big late game item.
It needs some.
Neon just have... Yeah, Neon have too many threats. It feels like all 3 of their cores are like scaling really well into the late game, whereas Boom just have the one core scaling well.
Right. Well, are you talking about mainly just the Weaver? Or are you talking about the Puck?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I mean, actually, in some ways, it's like just the Puck in some of these fights.
Yeah.
Perhaps unfair. Maybe it is more too, but it's very much this Tide is not feeling like a factor at all right now.
Keep in mind, like all the heroes that got banned out during the draft, it felt like they sort of left open this Tide Hunter. If you want to take it, you know, go ahead. Who likes this hero anyways?
Yeah.
But regardless, chase down, trying to keep alive their ET, play hard, moves in, gets the magnetized. Oh, this is really good right here for Obi Neon as they chase forward for more. Ravage comes out to try and protect the egg, but you can't deny the Earth Spirit as they take down the Supernova. Dreamo Cell is going to get caught. The Abyssal blade from Natsumi. Very nicely done as Neon proven that they want another shot. They want to make it into the grand finals. What a brilliant performance from them here.
Yeah, showing that, you know, beating Fnatic and making top 6 in a major was not just a one-off. It was not just a fluke. These guys are the real deal when it comes to SEA Dota powerhouses. Just walking their way through Boom ID here, it feels like very convincing. They get the mid lane, they get the top lane, and at this point, I don't think there's anything Boom can do to turn this one around.
Really, really well played stuff here by Obi Neon. 31-23. More importantly, it's just been like the finesse that they've been playing with. That's what it's really felt like. They've just been so clear about what they need to do every fight. Very sick
and
stuff.
Just sticking with their drafts, sticking with their picks, causing some confusion and, you know, havoc. They're like, okay, we're going to first do this Nature's Prophet, the players support, bust out an off-lane Wind Ranger. You know, this is different stuff coming out from them. They have their very unique identity when it comes to their team and their players, and it's working out great.
We'll see. Again, Boom. They obviously would love to be able to continue on in the upper bracket of this one. Facing off in a date against TNC sounds very scary, particularly in the best of one format that we've got here. But right now, at least, Neon need to close it out. And for Boom, they need some big items. They got to get some gold in their hands.
Some Rapier Weaver, perhaps. I don't know what else can change the state of this game. This Weaver, yeah, I mean, I don't actually think he's scaling. Like, I know I made the comment earlier, but I see his items, I'm like, SMY, BKB, he's not doing any damage in these fights.
Oh, no, and again, no defensive items for the Puck. Makoto gets taken down. Look at these guys. They're like predators. They're getting in there and just gobbling them up.
They're all over any Boom hero that's showing on the map, it feels like. This Puck, you know, I don't blame Mikoto going for this all-out offensive. I think he looked around and saw like his Tide having a tough time, his Weaver going very defensive. He's like, no one does damage, so it's all up to me to kill heroes. Going for the Dagon build, but unfortunately just didn't quite pay off.
Oh, the pressure now going to be landed up on the high ground here in a moment or two, as you can see Natsumi cutting the wave over to the other side. Yopaj, he still smells blood in the water, wants to get after it, but there is nobody for him to kill over on this side of the map. They all went back home.
And now if Neon can control this dire jungle, they can get all their tier 4 items and deny Boom ID from leaving the base to get theirs.
I believe the panel the other day said they wanted to see tier 4 items. They didn't want any more stomps. Oh my god, the nullifier. They blow him up. Poor FBC. Yikes. Oh my god, this guy. Skem has just been all over him.
Yeah. Getting demolished. Well, they've got tier 4 items, but it does still feel a little one-sided, unfortunately. Boom did hold for a while with their big ultis, but Neon just having a field day.
Hyde, he gets his BKB off. Still holding on to that 40 seconds until the Tidehunter is back up again, but in that time, Neon going to be able to claim Mega Creeps most likely, although Natsumi still playing things a little bit safe, but the jump forward, tries to find the shackle shot, brilliantly done! The catch is there, the kill is there, one by one they fall, a buyback coming from the Weaver, but Neon, no prisoners will be taken, as GG is called, and Neon are in the grand finals.
Oh boy. Very convincing stuff. They look scary. I don't like going to that grand finals. It's now a best of 3, and I think that's just going to favor Neon even more because they've just looked so dominant and like the better team when they played against TNC and now Boom as well. And I think just when it comes to the draft, they have more crazy unorthodox picks that they play, so it makes them really hard to draft into. And now you got to not just draft for a best of 1, but you got to draft for a best of 3. So really well played by Neon.
Well, and then the other story that we've got to talk about here, wondering what happens going forward for Boom. I mean, you said at the beginning of the broadcast, and I would definitely agree with you, we saw them earlier, TNC haven't looked in like absolute tip-top form. They've looked like they're beatable. Do you think Boom has what it takes to take them down? What do you think about that lower bracket finals we're going to have?
Oh, it's going to be spicy. I think Boom have drafted better. I think TNC's biggest weakness has just been their drafting. They look a little out of touch with the meta, perhaps. Like they're just picking some unorthodox stuff, giving away carry IO, for example, in the game they lost. So I think for me, it comes down to the draft. If TNC can get a good draft, I would favor them. Otherwise, you know, I think Boom ID could perhaps upset.
All right, well, Dota fans out there, that is going to finish the upper bracket finals now. More Dota action to come in just a little bit on the other side of the region and the bracket that we're taking a look at. But for now, we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, the panel's going to break it all down. See y'all then.
I'm Ian Mercado, and I'm a proud Predator ambassador. My all-time favorite games are Valorant, League of Legends, and as of now, I really like Ragnarok Online, Eternal Love. I started playing video games when I was really young, at a young age. So probably nasa around 12 years old ako or younger. My passion for gaming was influenced by my dad. Nung bata kasi ako, pinalaki ako na nasa bahay lang. I grew up in a very, very strict household. So, my best friend is PS1. So, doon ako nagsimula mag-gaming. And me and my brother always bond together with video games. And throughout the years that I grew up, doon ako talaga naging gamer kasama yung brother ko. Average hours, to be honest, siguro minimum na yung 6 hours kasi I play a lot of games. Pero yung pinaka-peak is almost the time I wake up until the time I sleep. My most unforgettable gaming experience ever, of course, one is being the ambassador of Predator
it's one of the biggest thing that ever happened in my life. And of course, yung pagiging boom din ng gaming industry. So that's the most unforgettable because I never knew that this would be a thing. I just risked my life and just do what I love to do. My favorite RPG character, it really depends on the MMORPG that I play, but I usually play as a support, minsan mage, pero of course, mahilig na ako sa mga priest or saints. My go-to food when I play, I think my viewers know this. So, nanood ka na stream ko, I usually drink milk tea. The meanest tweet that I've ever got or message or usually what I get on stream is that I'm boosted. Medyo true. Medyo true. But, okay. My most and the best gaming Predator product is what I use right now. It's Triton 500. You know why? Because it's super thin. I could bring it anywhere and I just love it. And because of it, dual PC setup, bro. It changed my game in sense of, for example, yung gaming setup ko, grabe. Before I stream only in one PC. Sometimes I do get lag, diba, kunwari. Nag-stream ka and nag-game ka at the same time. Minsan hindi kinakaya ng PC. So because of Predator, I have my dual PC setup. Actually, it's laptop, but dual PC pa rin yun. Dual setup, so I could play my games at the same time to the PC ko.
Summon your strength.
And I'm a proud Predator ambassador. I love playing any story-driven game, but my most favorite are the ones from Life is Strange series. I forgot when was the exact time or age I started playing video games, but I was influenced by my uncle from Diablo and PlayStation 1 games. The one that drives my passion through video games is my community and my family. Actually, it depends on the workload that I have for a day. I can play for 4 hours to a day or 2. Sorry. Staying in the industry for years, I am happy to be representing Philippines outside the country. I already represented Philippines in Singapore and Malaysia through cosplaying video games. So when it comes to RPG, first one is I love Gladio from Final Fantasy 15. Second one is Kirby because so cute. And the third one is Max Caulfield because I can relate to her since she has this rewind redo power, and I think everyone can relate to her since that's where we are right now. We decide where we are right now. When playing games, your best friend should be water. But on the side, I love eating pizza, nuggets, and Coke. I think the comment that affects me is the people who discourage you from doing your passion because they question why you guys are doing the things you love the most. I love a lot of Predator products, but for me, my latest favorite is my current monitor, which is XB3. That's 24 Hertz, 1080p, and it has that upstream, USB upstream feature that you can connect your mouse and keyboard where there's gonna be less latency. I am very proud and happy to be part of this family since it changed a lot in me. It helped me grow and it helped me with the things that I'm currently doing. I'm not just gaming, I'm not just doing gaming, I also do content creation and it minimizes the time that I do every day. So I'm very thankful to be part of this.
your strength.
Hi, I'm Marlon and I am a proud Predator ambassador. My all-time favorite games are Dota 2, Counter-Strike Go, and such as Final Fantasy Tactics and Final Fantasy 8. I started playing video games since I was 8 using Game Boy. When I was a kid, I was really fascinated with gaming magazines, Nintendo, Mario Kart series. When I was in college, it's really 8 to 12 hours. But currently, it's more or less 4 hours. On the weekends, I still game because it's part of my DNA. My most unforgettable gaming experience was when my voice, together with my partner Duno, was actually included into one of the games, yung sa Dota 2.
From two dedicated casters who were relatively unknown in the mainstream Dota 2 community until they uttered 4 magical words.
Normally, people actually pay to hear your voice. And it's very expensive at that time, no? And it paved way for Filipino gamers, creators, casters, influencers to be recognized globally.
Marlon Lon Marcielo and Aldrin Duno Pangan kicked off their careers as the go-to broadcasters of Filipino Dota 2 right in its infancy.
Sobrang kulit, tapos iba't ibang lahi nagustuhan yung lakad matatag.
Any way that people would recognize you guys? Any iconic things that they might know you?
So it was really a very great break for me and my partner at that time. I think yung favorite RPG character ko si Alucard sa Castlevania Symphony of the Night, Wall Lionheart, Final Fantasy 8. Normally pag naglalaro ako, it's always either milk tea or iced coffee para you get the sugar. One of the meanest tweet na narinig sa amin is squatter kami, kantok gaming yung casting namin, tsaka wala kaming class. To be honest, it's quite true, but that's where the fun factor comes in. It's our style So if they see us na parang squatter, parang squammy, it's not our problem anymore because at the end of the day, mas marami naman kaming fans kaysa sa haters. So I still think we're still doing a great job. My favorite item is yung Predator X 34 curve monitor. Kasi nakakabaliw siya in terms of gaming. Kasi kuha niya na yung peripheral vision mo So the 34-inch will actually give you a very high level of gaming. Very happy that Predator has recognized someone from the ground up, someone from the start of the scene that actually has contributed to a lot of things now. As you can see now, we've seen a lot of influencers, gaming teams, gaming organizations. 10 years ago, that was just merely a dream sa Pilipinas. And I'm very happy that I was acknowledged to be part of this.
Summon your strength.
back to the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final, as we have just witnessed a very long stump. Even when it was a one-sided affair, it still went long. We kind of feel that all the way through and in control. My name is Wolf, your panel host with Pao and Nate, and pretty soon we're gonna be tackling that best of one upper bracket finals between OB Neon and Boom Esports. But yeah, I want to ask how we feel about that match. I mean, is this what you expected after that draft coming out? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I think we both favored OB Neon to sort of win out in the end. Kind of didn't look very clean from their end. Boom definitely got their hits in, but once OB Neon found their footing, they just didn't let go. So
yeah, there was an
hard.
early solo kill actually from Mikoto, if I'm not mistaken, on Japoy in the lane. So
Yeah.
I mean, that was huge. It sort of delayed Japoy's timings, or at least the usual timings that Neon wanted to play at. And I think that's sort of what I was highlighting during the analysis during the draft as well, or maybe even beforehand during the matchup or the head-to-head. It was really just depending on these two mid laners on how they would be able to carry their teams in the mid game, because the mid game was super important. I mean, all these team fights, all these aggressive goes. I mean, there's so many kills in this game, and yeah, I think it just came down to Neon just being the better team that likes to play their style, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
But we
it
saw at the
definitely
time
felt
where-
like it definitely felt like Boom sort of. It was hard too, right? Because the Boom lineup, they had a Weaver carry, so they were also incentivized to fight. But I felt like that was playing into the strength of Neon as a team, and as you can see from these games, they were trading kills for kills, but Neon were just a lot more efficient, at least with their farming here.
No, we can see that there was a time where the efficiency of farming for Neon was so on point that even after losing a fight, they still took over the map just because of the fact that Boom Esports had to commit so much, like buybacks after ultimates, just to commit onto a kill onto the crucial members of Neon Esports. And while Boom had a way to kind of deal with the heroes individually, it's just that in a macro scale of things, Neon Esports had the upper hand. It might be because of their own mastery of their heroes, but we just them playing or understanding Dota much better than Boom Esports did.
Yeah,
At least that's for me.
I think again, it's just Neon, the way that they play. The brand of Dota that they play is just so uber aggressive. Hyper aggression is just the key to victory in most of these games, or if not every game for Neon Esports. And I think it's just Boom sort of having to adjust to the pace or the tempo that Neon want to play. And I mean, look at the heroes that they have on their side. It's all team fight, and it's sort of like the new way of having to play Dota. Honestly, the aggression, the tempo. It's just not like one of those TI2 games, where you look for those Rubik steals on the Ravages, and you wait on these long cooldowns, and you wait until everything's complete, and then you go team fight. No, it's just the other team just never waits, And I think it's always been a common trend when it comes to Neon when they draft their heroes. It's just they don't really favor these heroes that have long cooldowns. And yeah, I think again it's just Neon out tempoing, out aggressing Boom Esports.
We're looking at their draft, right? It's NP5 and it's Earth Spirit. They don't really depend so much on cooldowns. Their cooldowns are quite quick, so it's probably why they are successful. But yeah, Pao, we're about to say something.
Oh, I think I was just going to say, I completely agree with Nate, right? In general, when you looked at past TIs or past tournaments that had a lot on the line, you would see a lot of lineups that have, big ultimates, big skills, because back then, Dota was like, oh, we need a way to sort of win. So we have all of these I win buttons that if you land them, they win. But I think as we've seen in the last few years, more and more of the professional level of Dota, they sort of understand down to the very last detail when their heroes are powerful, what they can get away with. And that just sort of breeds the confidence that, hey, we don't need this super long ultimate, We can fight, we can do it. And just to go on this game in particular, I really like the Troll Warlord Maelstrom build. Because if he went Battle Fury, I felt like he couldn't connect with his team and be a force to be dealt with. But because he went Maelstrom into an SNY, if they needed the Troll Warlord to connect with them, Natsumi was always there ready to fight.
Yeah.
Right. and that sort of matched the tempo that the Weaver wanted to exert on the game. And so, that's Neon mastery for you.
I want to look back at the draft, and because you talked about the Troll Warrior, that kind of brought me back to the time where I was really harping on the fact that this could be a good Troll Warrior game for Boom Esports, supposedly because of the way that they banned in the second phase, but also discounting the fact that it was Neon Esports who will first pick in the second phase. So that's an automatic pick on the Troll Warrior to go with the fact that they had extra 2 bans to help their draft. So this is also a part where when you look at Boom Esports, it kind of felt like they didn't plan it out so well against Neon Esports, or at least they thought that they planned well, but the execution during the draft isn't. But I also ask, since we've always talked about how difficult it is to draft against Neon, especially when you're from the region, was it also the pressure that Neon Esports exude against Boom Esports in that draft? That's why they kind of got what they wanted?
It's a good question. I don't know if it's a pressure just because of their aura or their persona per se. I think it really just comes down to me looking at Neon's draft, right? You could see they wanted a Nature's Prophet so that they can dominate in the laning stage. Where they were gonna put it was up in the air until we saw who picked it. But the moment we saw that, it's a 5. Why? Because, he's just gonna right-click a Tidehunter. Tidehunter can't do anything. They're up against a Phoenix, position 4 in lane. Not gonna do anything until level 3. So then it just sort of clicks in your head that, this guy is really, they're gonna win the lane down here, right? So to me, the Neon sort of game plan is simple in theory, but when it comes to the execution, they can use any heroes as long as it contributes to that plan of winning the lane or killing you in the lane.
Yeah,
So
and
that's the
again, that
pressure.
just goes to show how versatile. I mean, look, I pointed out in the draft, maybe even potentially Troll, right? Any hero on the side of Neon could have gone mid. So the matchup, I mean, you're kind of thinking, God, basically that you got Puck there, because Puck does pretty well in most matchups, honestly. So it wasn't too much of an issue, I guess, maybe trying to read the lanes, where to put who. So Boom was very, very straightforward when it came to their draft. Okay, Tide off lane, got the Weaver last pick, or put him into the carry, we got the Puck going mid. So it was very standard coming out from Boom. But again, if you're playing against Neon Esports, I don't know, I feel like this comes into the next season of the DPC.
I hope so. There's a patch, supposedly, coming out
that is true.
tomorrow morning.
Could change
in
things.
this
Could
region
change things.
of-
That's true.
So I hope.
We might miss that patch for sure. I mean, when we start, maybe or the videos are out. I don't know about you, but I probably will be asleep by that point. I know you guys here are crazy about it, and I'm sure that
I
you
wish
set
we
your
could
alarms.
play. I wish we could play in the hotel. I wish we could.
Why not? Maybe get some of those Helios 300 that they're giving out pretty soon. Yeah,
That would be nice.
we got a chance. That would be nice. But kidding aside, we're gonna be setting up for a lot of Dota 2 even more, because we've already settled our Asia Pacific matches for today. The next tournament, the next games for that part of the tournament will be starting tomorrow, and we are going to be transitioning into the Asia region, where we were quite impressed. In fact, I think not even us, even the casters, when they casted the game yesterday, they were so impressed. So far, we saw some highlight plays for our teams, and Pao, you're kind of excited about this. What are you looking forward to in the Asia region so far after seeing the first set of games?
I want to see more Chen. I want to see a team pick Juggernaut in the second phase to be automatically countered by a Chen army from the council. I'm sure they're not going to get it, but maybe Visage can do it. So who knows? It was really fun to see like a different hero, in a lot of ways played classically. That Chen yesterday from the council, he had a lot of money.
Yeah,
that was really fun to see.
His greed paid off, right? But I think, I agree as well. It's just refreshing overall, because we didn't even see the hero at the major, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, I think just very refreshing to be able to see a region that is, of course, maybe a bit under the radar, maybe not so well known, and just learning a few things from them is just honestly, I like it. I love it because it's something different, you know. Of course, the meta sometimes does get stale, and we are very late into the patch. And like you mentioned, it will be happening. I think probably tomorrow morning. But by the end of the morning tomorrow, we'll probably be reading the patch notes and be, you know, full of wows and whatevers, because with a patch, honestly, it's interesting because sometimes with Ice Frog, it could be, I don't know, it's kind of random when it comes to patches. Sometimes it's just, you know, hero nerfs and hero buffs. Sometimes it's a change of with the map, you know. Sometimes all of a sudden, you know, there are bounty runes, there are shards, there are outposts all of a sudden, you know. Roshan is just at a different side of the map. So I hope it's something crazy, just so that, you know, it's very refreshing. But I honestly feel it shouldn't be that big to a point where they remove Roshan, but maybe a new mechanic, maybe economical.
A new map though. I'm just gonna say that. Like, I want a new map. That's like the one thing I don't want.
Oh yeah.
Like,
no thanks to shrines.
You guys don't make shrines? What? All right. But yeah, I think that we will be looking more onto the teams and the players of the Dota 2 Asia region, which we are all excited about. Well, at least for me, I would love to see. I want to see more, for sure. As this is a brawl, I would say, for IMG and Veteran at a certain point.
Is this the Hustler stack where he made?
Yes.
Yeah. It's a tiny performance. Yeah, murdering everyone left, right, and center, and setting the tempo for his team.
Yeah.
Look, honestly, I'm impressed by some of these drafts that we see from the Asia region. Honestly, I mean, we came into this region just not really expecting anything, or not understanding what we could really expect. And again, the Ancient Apparition pick was honestly like one of the perfect picks in my opinion for IMG, but it was for Veteran, sorry, but it was just unfortunately not executed at that level that we expected it to be. And yeah, I mean, it's very refreshing to see these kinds of heroes, because like, AA, I guess, is not really a hero that we get to see much, but yeah, Hustler just being too good, I guess, at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I think like the other thing about that is just the way they play their heroes, right? Like, we're watching this Death Prophet, who had a lot of smaller items in the beginning of the game. You know, he built the blade mail. Yeah, it was an offlane DP. Built the blade mail. I believe also built the Glimmer Cape. As opposed to seeing, you know, other regions play it, where you're instantly going into that BKB or you know, another big item into the Octarine Core or an Eon Disc. So it's just, you know, again, it's, to me, it was really refreshing just to see, you know, how the other half lives, right? Like, how do these other regions play? And I think yesterday we both mentioned, right? Our expectation is we want to see, you know, great, fun Dota matches, and that's what we got. I'm happy. Overall, I'm happy.
Especially for the second series, huh? I mean, that one was really crazy, honestly.
That's crazy. And this one is crazy as well.
There's something about watching a really good Chen player. You know?
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. You get to appreciate it, huh?
Yeah. Some people, you know, they like watching the highlight reels of the Storm Spirits or the Shadow Fiends. But for me, I really like watching like a great Chen player just sort of run the tables and run you down.
Yeah. I wonder what you feel. What's your criteria of having a Chen player? Because at least for me, my criteria is to have it's all about macro, right? But at the same time, trying to look for the perfect creep for the like what Kyle pointed out, and you also pointed out yesterday when we the auras that we played wonderfully for that type of match.
I actually have my own Chen aura story. Yeah, this was around 2019 at DreamHack, and we were in Sweden. I was a Fnatic at the time, and we were practicing, and we got into a scrim against then Liquid, so the Kuroki, who are, you know, the team that's now in Najima. And I remember we were in a scrim, and we were winning. We were winning. We were running, you know, some classic lineups at the time. I believe we were on Shaman Tide and a bunch of magic damage, and we were winning until we realized every team fight we went into, we would lose narrowly. Like, they would live at like 10% HP on all 4 or 5 heroes, and we couldn't figure out what was going on until we went to dinner And then we were talking about the game, and then suddenly, I think it was Ice or it was Jabs who said, "Hey, why was Kuroki bringing smaller creeps?"
Oh no! Don't tell me this is the small centaur creep
This
thing.
was the small centaur. This was at the time when the small centaur creeps, they had the magic aura
It's
reduction,
stacked,
and
man.
it's stacked. So you know, we were at dinner and we were talking about that, and then I remember, you know, when we were done, we walked straight back into the LAN cafe we were practicing at, and we fired up the replay, and then we were like, "Oh my, this guy!"
that was,
you know?
I think that
It
was
blew our
patched
mind.
almost immediately, wasn't it?
Yeah, we were. You know, it blew. I remember it very, very clearly, just because it kind of blew everyone's mind, and I think everyone sort of had an appreciation for like, oh, this is such a cool thing to discover. You know, even pro players of that caliber, they can appreciate when they find something cool and something cool and sort of mind-boggling. So I remember it very clearly. That's why in my head, like, man, Chens are great.
Yeah.
You know,
Chen players are great. If you have the vision about it, there was something.
Well, thank you, Wolf. Thank you.
All right, well, you're great. But kidding aside, when I like the point that was I like what they pointed out during the cast where Chen players are more like specialists, right? Because they know and understand this hero, not really. It is the least picked hero all throughout the whole world. It's one of the least picked heroes around the globe. It kind of makes it so that if you pick it up in a professional match, you probably make sure that you are an expert at it, especially when you play it like that. And
kind of like techies, right? Like,
yeah, it is. It is.
Some guy picks up techies,
Visage.
you're quaking in your boots. Like,
yeah.
Oh man, this guy picked up techies. I'm pretty sure this guy's level 30 on the techies too.
Yeah, and then that's one thing, because what we understand about how that game went is that it's just not like a Chen that really just looked wonderful. It actually made impactful plays around the map.
Yeah, no, yeah. I think the way that he played it as well, you know, he didn't. I mean, he was positioned as a 4, but honestly, he played it like a 1 or maybe even a 3. You know, like the Chen of maybe
33.
I would like to say, yeah, sort of like maybe May or June of last year, where teams are running it as an offlane. I think you called it as a 33. Chen was one of the most infamous players, I guess, to do it from the offlane. Skem, of course, from Neon was doing it as well for his team. So yeah, I mean, the way that he just played it, you know, he was just like, team, I have a timing, let me reach it. Once I reach it, let's just start pushing lanes. Let's just start winning team fights, you know. And that's just how he did it. You know, he played it like a core, and the greed, it really just paid off.
I remember back then when Chen was played in soft lane by ISIS. It was around the 2018 era where you just you just teleport one range creep back to base, and it was so hilarious at that point. But those were the olden days. Why don't we take a look at what the teams here in the Asia region will be battling it out for, as we all have 4 of the teams, and the prize pool is $35,000. Only 3 will get it, so that's quite big and massive, especially those teams that were able to take a win yesterday. For now, the 3rd place will get $5,000. In the lower bracket, that is the minimum prize that they will be fighting for. And then 2nd placers will get $10,000. That is the upper bracket finals that we will be talking.
So one team will not be part of the bus.
Basically, yeah. I mean, yeah. Just 4 of them, and you know, with that win in the upper bracket for those 2 teams, in IMG and the Council, and they already secured themselves at least 3rd place, so that's great.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's true. Wonderful. And of course, this is the format that we're talking about. Grueling one for sure, especially when there's just 4 teams in there. 4 teams playing the double elimination playoffs. Each round will be best of 1, except for the grand finals, which will be a best of 3. We saw yesterday that there are already 2 teams that won, and because they won the upper bracket, they have secured that top 3 for sure. And then again, later on, we're going to be looking at Team Veteran and Team Saracol battling it up for a slot at the 3rd place, as both of them lost against their matchups yesterday. That was Team IMG winning in a very commanding victory, a very dominant one, and then the Council with more of a strategic outplay over Saracolo in that match. It's going to be Team IMG and the Council. Now, here's the thing. The Council, they won by a different kind of strategy. For Team IMG, it was just straight up good Dota and good carrying coming out from Hustler, so it seems. But is there anything that you want to point out, and who do you favor best of one matchup that we're gonna have?
I want to say that the Council is going to pull out something cool and amazing again, but I feel like IMG is just not going to give them that kind of hero. I feel like they're not going to give them the Chen. And you know, with Hustler sort of with the kind of rotations that he's bringing to the table, we saw, like, I think we pointed out yesterday that yes, Hustler was, you know, running the tables early on, but to be quite honest, IMG, their movements are pretty crisp, right? The moment they take out two heroes, you see their carry running straight into the Roche pit. So I have a feeling that IMG I'm going to favor them just because they seem to be a little bit more put together. But if Council have another one in the tank, you know, they might pull out a last-minute Meepo or something equally cool.
Yeah.
Then it might be a real match.
I've been hyping it since day number one. You know, we're talking about the cheese. Chen, I'll accept it. It may not be like the cheese kind of hero, you know. It's not like the ultimate stinky cheese, but it's still cheese. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see if the Council does have anything left in their tank. You know, if maybe they have a few cards up their sleeves. But yeah, I agree with Pal. I definitely think IMG looking like the stronger team, much more, straightforward with how they play, much more standard, much more, let's say, disciplined. I was actually interested in seeing how it would go on the lower bracket. You know, honestly, for Saracolo, maybe they just got Shen. We don't know if they have maybe a stronger kind of showing that they can put together in this next match. But I would still have to go with Veteran, honestly, overall as a team, because I've seen them much more. Now they play with the big boys in the Asia Pacific region sometimes. So yeah, I'm still looking a bit more towards Veteran, maybe showing a bit more in terms of that matchup. But yeah, I'm still waiting for the ultimate Brood, ultimate Meepo, ultimate Huskar here, basically.
Man, I can't believe there are two incredible phrases that came from you, Nathan, that you are looking for your Meepos and your Brood markers. It's the first one.
It's fun. It's fun as a spectator.
It's the last few hours of a patch, supposedly, as I have read in books that I've seen.
Yeah.
So I guess, you know, we're just in that sort of position where, I mean, Puck's nice and all, but, you know, something
one
else
for the
maybe.
road, you know, one for the road.
I kind of wonder what would have to change for Puck for that hero to be not picked. I don't know. It's difficult. You're gonna have to remove something, right?
I think the mana cost, Dream Coil cooldown, and damage.
I don't think cooldown can fix it, honestly.
No, I think one of the strong things about Puck is just the way that he can play fast, or she, or it, whatever it is for Puck. You know? But honestly, it's just you go one team fight, you know, and then you go to the other side of the map, and all of a sudden you have Dream Coil again. That's why the hero is just so effective. It lanes very well, it team fights very well, it can scale with a right click kind of Dream Coil rapid fire thing. So it's sort of just complete, you know. It has a whole kit that it can use, and it's just never gonna go away. And maybe the talents had to be, you know, changed a little bit, or maybe again, I feel like the Dream Coil is really what it is, because most of our matches it ends at a certain time, and to be able to have Puck be good within that certain period of time in the Dota game is just, it comes down to the fact that Dream Coil with Aghanims is just great, especially in the late game. It scales as well.
It's a very fair point for sure. Why don't we take a look at the teams that will be participating as we are setting up for this first series? It's Team Veteran. You have Mice, Shoti, Kale99, Kenji, and Insane. Insane, of course, the player with let's say more experience compared to his other teammates, and might be the one to carry this team to victory. We saw them perform yesterday. Any important things that we need to take note about this team?
I think they played well yesterday. It's just that, you know, IMG, they were always sort of just a step ahead in terms of initiative. I didn't see anything like really glaring as to put them down. I have every confidence that, you know, we might see a good game coming out from them against Saracolo. What I will say is that I think in their draft, what I remember out of their draft was that they sort of wanted to play a bit more of a standard game, where they wanted to just, okay, we'll hit our timing and then we'll team fight here. And that's why they were so punished by Hustla, because, you know, they wanted to have a juggernaut AA lane, and they were just right-click to death and then bursted right after because of the stronger sort of lane combination that was drafted by the enemy team. So that's sort of what I don't want to see. I wanted to sort of think about being able to go aggressive and get that initiative from before the horn sounds, right? I want that sort of option coming out from them.
Hey man, they look happy.
Yeah,
they look like they're enjoying their time.
Yeah.
So
they do.
Maybe we'll see that reflected in their game.
You gotta respect it, right?
Gotta respect that, and I'm sure that it's not like what they say. It's a rare occurrence for players to smile while playing Dota 2. It's a
true story, man. True story.
You're hitting deep with that one. That's
well, you get a smile afterwards or when you're watching the game, but when you're actually playing, and it's not it's a rare side, I would say. Not an impossible side, but a rare side. And then let's talk about a team that they will be playing up against. It's gonna be Saracolo. They're from Sri Lanka, if I'm not mistaken. You have Paradox, Sathan, I hope I pronounced that correctly, Green 24, Matrix, and Hockey. So far, this team, and there's another phrase that you also talked about, Ninan. It's is it the only thing that really happened or is this something that we might see them improve from?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think the familiarity factor between Saracolo and the Council definitely played a big part in the series that they had. You know, the bans were really weird, and I feel like there was definitely some kind of familiarity factor. I mean, there were tips thrown in between them, so yeah, I'm not sure. Saracolo is still definitely a question mark for me. I wouldn't say that they played badly versus the Council. I think the Chen really, you know, made a huge impact in the game that they played against the Council, or you know, yeah, for Saracolo, sorry. But going up against the Veteran, you know, again, it's hard to say. You know, I feel like these two teams that we're going to be seeing go up against each other head to head is just, there's still question marks, just because, you know, we know what IMG can do. You know, they played very well. Not to say that Veteran played that badly. Same for the Counts. You know, they had the Chen pick, they played very well. Saracolo doesn't mean that they played badly as well. So I feel like this question mark, I mean, this best of one series should still be a bit of a question mark for me. But yeah, again, just because of my familiarity a bit more for Veteran over Saracolo would maybe just have me edge a bit more towards Veteran as a team in this matchup. But again, it still does come down to the draft. Definitely comes way more down to execution. And I'm just interested to see what both these sides have for each other in store in terms of heroes and.
You already touched upon heroes and drafts. Any quick, I would say, prediction when it comes to the heroes that you would love to see from each team in the upcoming match? Let's start with you, Pao.
I mean, you know, yesterday we saw the Tide Hunter. I think I would like to see that Tide Hunter again, just because they had, you know, some very clean initiations, especially for Saracolo in the I think the first 4 to 5 were like, you know, picture perfect. What I will say is that maybe not the Meteor Hammer. I see what you're going with it, but maybe we invest that into something that can push the tempo a little bit faster. You know, rather than have a Meteor Hammer on a Titan.
Okay,
so that's. I want to see it again, because again, you know, this guy can definitely play it.
Yeah, played well on it, definitely.
Yeah. How about you, Nate? And any other heroes apart from the Chen and your cheese, would you like to see from all these teams?
I don't know. I have a slight feeling we might be smelling or tasting a bit of cheese in this series? I know that I've been hyping it up, and it all seems like fake hype. But honestly, I mean, it's a lower bracket best of one sort of.
It's do or die,
it's,
right?
It's,
this is the actual.
It's definitely it's do or die, and this is the game that will decide whether or not you'll be able to get some prize pool out of this tournament or not. So it's all. You know, it's all down to this, whether or not you can perform, and sometimes a bit of cheese can,
yeah,
maybe give you that little bit of push to be able to get you over the line.
Oh yeah, why not? I mean, it has been 4 days since Mr. Nathan have been craving it, and hopefully it is today that we get to see it. For now, we're gonna be hopping into a break, preparing for our lower bracket lower bracket match. That will be after this, so do not go away, as we will be back for more Dota 2 action straight here at the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final.
Go! German sausage? Come on! Narinig ako. Asa yan?
Alright. What are we doing?
I think we are doing the Whisper Challenge. Alam mo ba yun?
Alam ko yun, but I've never tried it. Have you? Okay, first time.
Okay, so sino ang first blood?
Well, ako. Ako ang unang huhula.
Sige, good luck sa'yo.
Alright.
3, 2, 1.
Gluteal. Cutie. What? Rooty. Oh my gosh! Rooty. What? Cutie. OT. Next na lang, next. Open. Free. Open freak. Feed. Open field? Oh, open field! Open field! Oh my god. Spike. Okay. Beast mode? Yes! Okay, next. Wait,
you lost the last one.
Alright. 3, 2, 1, go! Easter eggs.
GG?
Easter eggs. Easter eggs.
Sneakers?
Easter eggs.
Easter eggs.
Ay, shit! Narinig mo ba ako? Next. Okay. Triggered.
Stinger?
Triggered.
Narinig
ako.
Stinger. Ano yun?
Boss.
Boss?
Yes.
Boss?
Summon your strength.
Ano?
Summon your strength.
German sausage?
Summon.
Ano?
Summon. Your...
Summoner!
Summon your strength.
Summer Rift? Ay, mali.
Summon your strength.
Summon your strength!
Yes! Okay, I stop na. Well, you got 4. Okay. Summoner. German sausage. Relatable sa gaming, eh, no? I got 3, you got 4. Okay, congratulations. That was so fun. Yeah, let's do it again next time.
summon your strength.
Welcome back to the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final as we now head into Asia region for Dota 2. My name is Wolf, your panel host with Pao and Nathan. We've already covered the earlier matches and we also talked about a little bit of the cursor to this match, but we are now getting into business. We're going to be prepping up for the draft of game number 1 for Best of 1 series between the Team Veteran. Oh, sorry, it's Team Veteran. Again, and going up against Haracolo. Pao, Nathan, anything else you want to say so that the viewers right now watching us are kind of prepared for our next match?
We want good Dota. You know, that's the mentality I'm coming into this with. You know, yesterday the Asia region was definitely a palate cleanser. You know, some great Dota, some new picks, some a different way of playing. So I expect more of that, and that's my expectations going into this first match.
Yeah, I think anything to expect basically is the games might be just a bit longer, you know, because some of these teams don't really have the kind of discipline or the finesse to be able to finish a game real quick. So yeah, I feel like maybe we could enter some late game scenarios, maybe the Penta-Edge swords that you've been looking for, you know, the
we
tier
saw it
4
yesterday.
items.
We saw it yesterday.
Yeah,
we saw
I
that
guess.
and the leveler, which we have not seen in the other in the APAC region.
Yeah, so again, maybe just later games, you know, again, the discipline sometimes isn't really there for some of these teams to be able to finish the game up early. Yeah, I'm not sure what else to say. Maybe a bit of cheese, you know. I am sort of slightly expecting just a little bit, but you know, I'm okay. I've been disappointed at times, you know. I've been disappointed, you know. So I understand if some teams don't want to pick the nasty cheese, but yeah, we'll see. I'm excited to see the draft, honestly.
That's a gamer pose, by the way, to be able to play, just to be able to play with your knees up like that. That's that is what is known as a pro gamer pose. I can no longer do that. That just comes with my age. But I can no longer do that. I'm very finicky when it comes.
I don't want
to
to show you my
posture.
pose, man, when I'm at home. Just, you know,
Oh, really?
I look like a shrimp, man. I'm telling you, I swear.
You shrink into the chair. I feel like that might be That might be a nice mini game, you know, rating gamer poses as we go through the cameras for both teams. Actually, Nate, I do want to ask you though, you know, with veteran coming up, and you mentioned that you were seeing them around. You know, what was one thing that you could tell us about how veteran sort of plays their games, you know, prior to this tournament?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen them as much. I've sort of just seen that they pop in and out of some of these tournaments, you know. They've sort of been the team that's never really shown much in terms of being able to reach a top 4, let's say, for example, of a tournament. But they've always just been there, you know, popping in and out. So I can tell definitely that they do have the potential to be a good team. You know, they just maybe need a bit of a push, you know, maybe a coach to be able to show them the ways of disciplined Dota, you know, how to close games out and whatnot. But yeah, in terms of heroes, not really much in what I have seen in the past. You know, it's never really been a team that's, again, been cheesy, I guess. But you know, my memory is not that great, and you know, it can be finicky at times. But yeah, again, potential is basically the biggest word that I can use to maybe to describe the squad.
Over here we see Sarah Colo now, and no gamer poses yet.
Oh no,
I think they look like they're all down for business.
Yeah,
you know
I was about to
like,
say. I mean, look at that.
They're here, they're ready. They know that it's a best of one. They know that only one team will not be able to join the bus of goodies, as we are only paying out the 3rd place. So you know, definitely these guys are gearing up. I like his chair though; that looks comfy.
Oh yeah.
I have a love-hate relationship with the classic gaming chair, but that looks really nice for your lower back. And I think for Sarah Colo, what I've seen from them as well is that they are willing to go straight into that sort of team fighty kind of lineup. But I want to see more dynamism. You know, I want to see more roaming action coming out from them. But to be fair, they do look like a team that once they have their ultimates, they are ready to fight, as we've seen from yesterday, right? They had the Tidehunter always on point with his initial ravages, just that they didn't have enough in the way of a damage follow-up, and they were out-sustained and then immediately run down by a Chen.
No, yeah, definitely. I think something that I noticed in the way that they play is that, yeah, I mean, you're right in the case that they know, you know, they obviously know when their ultimates are up and when they're off cooldown and be able to use them. But I feel like maybe they should just sometimes understand that when they're ahead, maintain the lead. You know, don't be too pressured to make too many plays around the map, because sometimes you do need a breather. You know, sometimes you need to be able to just go back into your own jungle. Maybe you have to take the tier 1 tower
next,
and yeah, exactly.
Right?
Just look for that next item, look for that next timing, and identification of knowing when your team is strong and being able to maintain the strength and maintain your position of strength in the game it could really just make a huge difference, because those are the times wherein, you know, some teams sometimes, let's say, throw a lead that they do have, or sometimes all of a sudden the opponent has this huge comeback. It's mainly because, you know, you're trying to push your team too far. You're not doing it from a position of strength. You're using it, your timings in a way that you're rushing them too much. And yeah, just take a breather. You know, have maybe a captain that understands how his team should play, and just, you know, not rush anything, because I understand that, you know, modern day Dota, it demands a lot of pressure. It demands a lot of you know, aggressive moves around the map. But if you understand that you're not as good as maybe, let's say, the top teams in the world, just play at your own pace. You know, understand that you have a draft. This is when it's strong. Know that you have to relax sometimes and come back and maybe, you know, beat the opponents when you're stronger.
Definitely was not vamping for Wolf, as he is now as he joins us back here again. But
yeah,
I will say for Sarah Colo that they occupied the right areas of the map. Just maybe they didn't have the right resources. But now we are in the draft.
Yeah.
And it looks like a first pick puck has made its way through. I'm feeling some of the teams here in our tournament are sort of looking at the Lion as, hey, we can deal with this puck. It's not a Japway puck. We can do it. We can deal with it. We've done it in pubs.
Well, right? I mean, teams even in the presence or outside of the presence of Japway would just love to pick up the Lion. And needless to say, I like the troll better, but this time he really puts us off. What do you guys think about this?
I don't know. We've seen it a few times, or just at least once in this
This is not
tournament.
mid. This is a 4. Right?
Yeah,
This is
which
gonna
is
be a 4.
Well, we don't know yet. You know, we could obviously see the puck go
10
5, maybe
Also
a 3,
true.
but it definitely does belong a bit more in the mid lane when we were talking about
5
a puck.
seconds
But
remaining.
I don't know, this combo. You know, you usually see teams pick their first 2 picks and have at least, you know, a foundation of where you build on. You know, a Mars Phoenix, a Dark Willow
Radiant
Mars,
team
and
back.
these kinds of things where you
Dire
understand that,
team
okay,
back.
these are 2 heroes that do this and work well together, and that's where we'll build from. But with this, it's a really awkward kind of, I don't know, toss out of a dream coil. It's not exactly the most sophisticated, you know,
It's an
combo that you
option
can
that
come
they
up with.
have, but veteran, I love the ban here, man. Like, they're
yes,
looking,
sir.
they're
Yeah.
looking at it and they're going like, yeah, you know what? We'll just turn this troll immortal. We'll get a BKB on him. We'll get an SNY after his first farming item. We're gonna be fine. And
10 seconds
meanwhile, Sarapolo,
remaining.
they kind of have to remove a lot of things. You can see like first ban
5
is going to be
seconds
on
remaining.
Void Spirit, so they want to have like a better matchup for their puck maybe, and then a Mars ban so that there's not enough sort of team fight around the troll. So right now I'm kind of favoring the veteran opener here, man.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
team
I kind of want to point out as well, Kyle, I think, mentioned it, I think, a day ago. I'd like to say maybe yesterday. You know, okay, the Tusk is gone, the Earth Spirit is gone. What's next? You have the Tiny. You know, in this case, it's a first phase Tiny pick. So I don't know. I still don't really know how I feel about this. Of course, it kind of depends
10
on what
seconds
veteran has to
remaining.
pick eventually. But I mean, now that you see the Tiny, it's not much of a
It's not a
surprise
mystery,
pick
right?
anymore. You know, you go like, okay, they have a Tiny on the side. We understand that it does this kind of damage, and just pick tankier heroes. You know, I think
Radiant
at this
team
point, it's
back.
probably just the Lion that the Tiny can probably always just go after. Of course, it is an important hero. We have seen it make plays over the past few weeks. Just huge hexes,
Radiant
huge
team
double
pick.
impales.
Dire
You know,
team pick.
the Mandrain obviously is very, very annoying, but you're gonna have to cross the Timber Saw if you want to
Oh.
be able to get back to the or get to the back line. Sorry, of veteran here.
I'm just
I
happy that
love
we
it.
get to see Timbersaw, man. It's also
It's usually
always
banned.
constantly banned
Yeah.
in the second phase.
Yep.
This time
I
it's
feel
really
like-
mixed up.
Team pick.
I feel like veterans also really happy with that. Sarapolo, they kind of have to
Ooh.
pick this right against
Again?
the troll. Yeah, they have to pick this against the troll and against
Dire
the
team
Timber, but
pick.
veteran, you could see they were able to telegraph, and they even are able to pick up another strong laning support. And this is a potential try
Dire
lane coming
team
out from
back.
veteran, just because you know, if they could find a good matchup for the Timber, though probably not now because it's going to be an AA that they can use, or they can aggressive try lane with that Lion and the Tusk. It's also possible because they can just right click the
10
Tiny.
seconds
Like early in the
remaining.
game, you can right click Tiny. Doesn't have armor until level 6 or when he
5
decides.
seconds remaining.
Now, Wolf, we were talking about the other day when we used to, you know, because when we saw the apparition, we were sort of thrown back into the days when Chilling Touch was just a different skill. You know, it was an AoE skill that you could throw onto your allies. And
Yeah.
looking at it, man, that Weaver with the Chilling Touch could really do some damage level 1, you know, especially in the laning stage. Obviously, it's different now. Yeah, I guess the AA is not too bad versus the Timber Saw. I
all
thought
right.
the Lion was going to go position 4 as it's, again,
Radiant
I feel
team
like
back.
it's better positioned, but with the Tusk, it's sort of okay. You know, I like the Tusk here. It's maybe not the best versus a Weaver trying to lock it down, but you know, one roll in, maybe a Walrus punch up in the air, and you just get hexed, impaled, and fingered. So I don't know. I kind of fear for this Weaver a little bit.
I also fear for this this AA, right? That's just going to be target number 1 for a Walrus Punch, and it feels like when
hit?
when the support sort of roam around for veteran, it could be an easy sort of -1 situation for the side of Sarapolo if they're
10
not
seconds
careful. That
remaining.
being said, you know, if they have a better sort of laning phase, the Tiny
5
could be
seconds
the
remaining.
one applying pressure on the map. It's just that I think the Tusk is easier to apply that pressure, right, from level 1 just because of tag team.
Mm-hmm. OD actually, a really interesting ban. A
OD.
sort of a hero that was, you know, widely
Radiant team back.
accepted as probably just an OP hero that you know,
Dire
when
team
Astral had a meteor hammer and just killed people in the
Yeah.
laning stage. And I don't know, I just find it interesting that all of a sudden it's just banned out in the last phase of of this draft.
Probably they are preparing really for the Troll Warrior. You just eliminate every single thing that can really mess up with it. Since
Pugna as well.
And, in Pugna, because of the Decrepify.
I agree. Yeah.
They could have been a good setup because I was kind of wanted to talk about the Ancient Apparition having no setup legitimately from a Sven or a Shaman or anything that can really set up for the chain control and overwhelming damage that you can get out of the Ancient Apparition. That's also one thing that they can do with it. But as it goes, OD can also be good against Timbersaw. So I guess Veteran just crossing their T's and dotting their I's as they really want to win this draft in game number 1.
I agree. Still waiting for the cheese, but I agree.
Sarkolo, they need a frontliner though, right? Like, how are they starting a fight? They can do it with the Puck and the Tiny, but they have no way of sort of counter going a fight that's going wrong in their favor just because they don't have enough HP in their HP pools collectively as a team. So it might be an off-lane pick for them here.
Like a Tide, for example, that we were talking about,
or Sand King is going to be the pick.
Yeah, okay. Throwback to the days where SK Ancient Apparition was a thing, right?
That's dangerous though, because then you also have a Timbersaw that's going to have a lot of damage that he can apply to this team. There's 2 strength heroes on the team and kind of an immobile AA that he can.
Okay. No cheese. Slightly disappointed, but no. I was just going to point out how the Ancient Apparition's Ice Vortex is actually not too bad here. You know, it amplifies a lot of this magic burst damage that will be coming out from the side of Saracolo. So I kind of like that. You know, it's sort of like a gimmicky kind of thing, but it definitely makes a huge difference once you have the level 4s of Ice Vortexes and whatnot. But with this Kunkka pick, you know, you have a hero that can lane versus the Puck. It is sort of one of those classic heroes that you pick versus something that's strong in the lane like a Puck. I think it's just been overshadowed because of the fact that Void Spirit is usually the go-to lane opponent for a Puck. You know, it's just identifying that, oh, okay, he's got right click, I'll just pop the Resonant Pulse. It's not going to be a problem during the laning stage. It used to be something like a DK, a Kunkka, but I don't know. I think they understand that they don't have much lockdown. They rely too heavily on the supports to lock this Weaver down, and having an X mark as X marks the spot, that Ghost Ship, Torrent can really just burst any of these heroes down on the other Kunkka pick. I'm actually going to have to side with Veteran here.
Yeah, I think I'll honestly say the same because of the fact that the Kunkka can just literally physically nuke all of the squishy heroes of Saracolo. It's going to be scary. But what about you, Pao? Who do you think will win this game, this best of 1 lower bracket?
Listen, man. I haven't made a mistake in the APAC matches, but the Asia matches, I am 0 for 2. So I just want to see good Dota. If you're asking me what I like, I like the team with the Timber, so I feel like it's just going to be hard to kill them. But that being said, if this AA plays like a god, they'll probably be able to kill and burst them down. I will do the coward thing and say, please give me good Dota.
All right.
So that's what I'm gonna say.
Nothing to be ashamed of, Pao, for sure. You know what? I think Captain Cat will help us out for this best of 1 series between Sarah and as well as Team Bear. Please take it away.
That's right. Thank you, Wolf. That's the advantage of being a caster. We don't necessarily have to choose a winner or a loser. We can just sort of hedge our bets until we actually see how the game goes. Right, Kyle?
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, it depends on your strategy. I try my best to be right at all times without having the luxury of more information.
So you're going to do the classic Kyle double back, where you're going to say one team has the better draft, but then when the other team starts winning, you're going to double back onto why they're winning?
I don't know. I have no idea what you're talking about, Cap. I'm pretty much right 96% of the time. Everybody gets one or here or the other wrong. Yeah, sure, you know, we'll discuss this draft right here. First off, I agree with Natana. I'm not sure about Tiny in the first 2. I just think Tusk is a better hero based on what we've seen at the Major. The thing is, there's a higher degree of difficulty in terms of matching your draft to have the best ideal synergy, laning phase, etc. And it's hard to hit your spells. Tiny, you get a blink, you combo people to death, you toss back on the towers. It's very simplistic. And there's less of that defensive positioning required with the D snowballs and all that. So, but where was I even going with this? I like Veterans Draft. That's the key.
Okay. Well, we are going to see our Sand King maybe chase down here as, goddamn, tag team just lasts forever. The slow is too good. The damage is too high.
What'd I say, Cap? I mean, you know, not everybody has the same gifts. I just try to share mine with the community to the best of my ability.
Yes, your gift of foresight is truly incredible, Kyle. As we'll see how this entire game goes and not just the first 30 seconds of it. As we are going to have a tiny Sand King lane up against the Tusk Troll at bottom. And then the line is going to be playing top lane with the Timbersaw against an Ancient Apparition Weaver. Kunkka and Puck, which, what are your thoughts on the Kunkka here? Because we've definitely seen a lot of people try and come up with an answer to Puck, as it was the most picked hero at the Singapore Major. Is Kunkka the guy?
Kunkka is definitely solid. Now that the Tidebringer is physical damage cleave, consider Puck outside of that tower range. He has 1 armor. So the harass really starts to build up. And you have to be very apt at dodging the Tidebringer hits. You see just jukes one right there. But that's easier said than done. So I like the Kunkka against him. And specifically, it's excellent here against the Sand King, against the Weaver. You have really easy setup stuns. And in addition, consider the Timber and Trolls concept of just, you know, tanking, restoring health through the ultimate, or just, you know, surviving. With that run buff, it is almost impossible to burst these heroes down.
Yeah, their only hope is really the Ancient Apparition pick that they got their hands on. The Sand King does end up going down at bottom lane, as once again the Tusk proves to be just too damn strong.
Yep. They did notice that Tusk was holding a sentry. Really nice job, just dropping it, getting the free kill. And this is a tough lane, you know. Tiny and Sand King, again, really low armor heroes. You're playing against the tag team bonus damage, and arguably the strongest laning carry of the game in Troll. So this lane doesn't really get any easier for our men downstairs.
Oh, certainly not. Meanwhile, top lane is probably going to be pretty easy, even though the Timbersaw may be countered game-wise by the Ancient Apparition. It's not a whole lot that hero does to you when it comes to the lane, so Timbersaw should still be able to walk away with a good amount of CS. As you can see right now, he is top of the board. Gugu, nice land of the Torrent, but unfortunately for him, Tidebringer and level 1 Torrent isn't quite enough to kill the range creep, so he's going to have to be a bit more careful with that in the future.
Yeah, the thing, one other point on the Kunkka matchup is, you know, Puck seems excellent, I think, most of all, when you can skip a point and phase shift. You just can't do that in this Kunkka matchup, so his damage output...
Bottom lane.
Oh my god, this is a disaster.
They don't need to help the Timbersaw anymore, so the Lion's already on roaming duty, pre-3 minutes.
That's the trouble. AA, excellent post 6, and in those mid-game team fights against these high regen heroes, but in the laning phase, you're a creep.
Yeah. Now, that hero, I was surprised to see it so much at the Major, considering how poor it is when it comes to the laning phase. But it does go to show how value that ultimate is in the current meta, where Timbersaws, Alchemists, Trolls, all these kind of heroes are very highly picked. Bottom lane, we're going to go for this. It's just not getting any better for Seracolo. He will manage to burrow strike out. He'll be okay, but it doesn't really change the fact that the pressure is on, and now Matrix, he's going to have to toss the Troll up in the air to protect himself here.
Oh, but look at the levels, man. 3.5. All these heroes are level 2.
He's the king of the lane right now. Sand King can't really do anything. He approaches and immediately gets ensnared, takes about 1/3 of his health as a result of daring to get close to the lane.
This is an impossible lane now, and we've seen Troll win so many games. I think it won both games yesterday in this region as well. Jug lost 2, Troll won 2, and a big part of that is just this lane. And they're winning all 3 lanes at the moment.
Yep. I guess the best hope is going to be Paradox and his rotations on the Puck to try and change things around. Maybe he can go ahead and gank the tri-lane, but he's still a ways away from his level 3, as the Kunkka has been kind of controlling the denies. 10 denies on this Kunkka. Gugu really owning this lane, as they are going to be able to make the trade-off there, as the, well, it's going to be 1 for 2 trade-off. Sand King is also going to die. All for a Tusk kill means Troll is now level 5. soon to be level 6, as the Ancient Apparition is very likely to fall here as well. He's going to turn around, does manage to get off the cold feet for Paradox to come clean up. Did he miss that orb? Oh no. The Haste Rune will allow him to chase down the troll eventually here, as another orb is coming up, unless somehow our Tuskens bailed him out, but sure enough, they do manage to finally get that kill. Paradox gets away into the trees. Unfortunately, he's going to be stuck for a while, as he doesn't have the mana, nor the TP scroll.
This is not where you'd like to be as a puck, unfortunately. This is the big issue with rotating early on, is that if it doesn't pay off, it becomes very problematic. And surprisingly, though, Gugu is top currently trying to do the same thing top lane, and it's a Weaver. Very odd rotation from Gugu. He could just be free farming middle, possibly pushing mid tower with this catapult, and instead he's gonna swipe an easy camp and do the walk of shame back towards mid. So
yeah, if he was mid right now, they would kill the Tiny for sure.
Yes, 100%, and he's looking to do that now. But unfortunately, Puck's now healing, and he'd be able to respond in a few seconds.
We'll see. They're going to be able to go for the boats here. The Tiny will be struck by that one. Torrent follow-up is going to be there, and they have more than enough disables to deal with the Tiny. Or do they? He's got another Tidebringer hit, so this should still be fine. That Tiny's going to remain awfully squishy until he manages to get a level of grow against all this physical damage.
Yeah, this is still, I mean, the trouble you have is all these strength heroes, like look up top, you know, Timbersaw is just bullying the Weaver under tower. He's almost finished off that tier 1. Bottom lane, both of these offlaners have to just hide under tower for fear of their impending death. And it's just so tough. You got pressure coming in all your lanes, and really, it's just the Puck who's free to make rotations. He's got coil, but it is from Gugu is going to cause some fear here. Top tower, going to deny. Nope.
Gets the last hit. Timbersaw will be brought down, but meanwhile, mid lane, look at this. The Kunkka is going to go for a surprise kill onto Paradox, but he's going to find himself completely disabled, not able to jump away to the orb. He's taken down. 4,000 net worth lead for Veteran, as some worthy exchanges all around the map. The Sand King's currently trying to recover his game bottom, but they do need some help bottom lane, as they are just freely diving this tier 1 tower.
I don't even know if you can stop them. Like, whenever you see a troll that's free to get a Void Stone as his first item in Battle Fury, I'm a bit spooked. That's as greedy as it gets.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think we definitely saw from Evil Geniuses the importance of the laning phase at the Singapore Majors. They were one of the teams that heavily focused on that. Is we're just going to continue to watch these one-on-one matchups. Aracolo, the Puck's going to go down again, thanks to Lion just kind of hovering around here. And anybody who teleports in to try and help out is very likely to suffer the same fate. Nice stun to finish up the Ancient Apparition. Mass TP's coming in, but this Kunkka is awfully tanky. He's going to turn around a good Tidebringer hit. That Weaver is actually not that healthy here. Tusk may be in some trouble, as he's going to try and run himself away here. He's going to certainly die. Gugu, meanwhile, juking the Avalanche stun from Matrix. And he'll be able to walk it out no problem. Everybody else on Saracolo actually has to back up after just getting 1 kill.
And this is it's just not looking good. Look at the warding. They have so much control over the enemy side of the map. Again, the troll just he still doesn't have a ring of health. Like he's going Void Stone into Claymore. Like this man feels no pressure whatsoever. This poor AA might just die. He found a troll. Yeah, pop all goodbye. And it's all the pressure. Like mid, they're hunting the Puck. They might get him in.
Yeah, it's looking pretty rough, and I feel like this isn't terribly surprising, just given the fact that, from my perspective anyway, it definitely felt like Veteran put up a better fight when it came to our upper bracket match yesterday against IMG.
Yeah, IMG also played very well, so I am not surprised at this result. And it's just, at the end of the day, you look at the Saracolo heroes, consider how much damage is required to kill all of them. It's about half as much as it is against, in comparison to the cores on Veteran, and that's the big difference here. Yeah, you might get the Timber, but it takes 3 or 4 heroes every time. Same deal with this Kunkka.
Puck is going to go for the kill onto this Lion, and it might just be... Oh, no! The Lion turns around and kills the Weaver, and Gugu might just be able to get the puck as well. He is able to get out of range of that last Tidebringer hit,
no,
but we're going to have a pause here.
That was a dead puck. The Timber DC'd. I saw him go to cast Chakram into the... He was going to cut those trees, and Chakram, or Timber Chain through to finish off the puck, but he DC'd. Very unfortunate. However, they're 8K ahead. It's 9 minutes into the game. I think they're probably okay with this.
Yeah, they're still going to get this tiny kill as well, as they do have Ice Shard. So unless Calais somehow misses, it should be yet another kill for Veteran. And that is one that Shoti could probably help out with. Meanwhile, we see our Troll is just pushing that bottom lane. Like, normally you see Trolls, they have to, like, leave their lane, go hit Ancient Creeps, play for a later game. But this Troll feels so dominant after that laning phase that he's able to play inside of the enemy's triangle. He's able to pressure an off-lane tier 2 before 10 minutes. I mean, this is just crazy how far ahead they are. Toss over to the side. Gugu is going to be placed into tier 2 tower range, but it's still going to be Matrix. Who, I thought he was going to die there, but Shoti apparently not wanting to risk the lead that they have. Will back out. The Troll's going to be cutting in here, and he may get on top of the puck here. Lucky Ensnare, not quite there. Matrix still goes down, but Paradox was able to snatch away that bounty rune. It looks like they're actually going to be able to get 3 with 24 on the other side of the map.
Hi. Okay. Trying to discover a way for Sarko to come back into this game. It's just, I just, it's so hard. Look at the HP. I mean, this Kunkka is going Orchid. My man Gugu is just like, yeah, I don't drums, armlet, like, I don't need these items. I just want to kill this Puck Weaver. And it makes sense. Like, Orchid's actually insanely good against all 3 of the enemy cores. Oh my, he has Battle Fury. What the hell?
Yep. He's got Battle Fury, we've got an Invis Kunkka, and there is about to be some more kills for Veteran, as I'm sure they're going to spot out Matrix. Matrix does what he can. Tries to interrupt the pullback there. Will manage to dodge the Torrent, but he is still very dead. Again, a lack of armor really showcasing his mortality.
And you can see why Timber is just such a value hero. Yeah, you can counter it with an AA, but the trouble is that only deals with him in the concept of like, oh, we're going to kill him in a team fight. But how do you address the big issue with Timber? This is why VP Secret pick him up first phase. You're just shoving top lane all by yourself, no fear. 2 heroes appear, and you ignore it. There's 2 on 4. They're diving.
Yeah, they did not have a level 6 on Ancient Apparition, so the Tusk will manage to get off the Walrus Punch before he goes down. The double kill for Gugu, and now they're going to be able to find the Puck as well. Puck 2 seconds up into an orb, but it's going to be a little too late as the Lion has all the disables, and if they're not careful, they're going to lose their Weaver as well. Barely managed to get away thanks to the time lapse, but still, another fight that Veteran just casually strolls on through while a Troll is farming away.
It's this concept of stickiness on the map. The Timber just, you know, tanked tower for a while, did a ton of damage. He's still full HP. He's half mana. You know, he has no issue sticking on map. Same with this Lion. You know, Void Stone, Tranquil Boots, he's not going anywhere so long as he survives. And Kunkka, you're not even really able to target. It's just tough. This is a tough match. I really like this draft from Veteran, and I think they're executing quite well. No real complaints so far, and just continuing to try and pressure the map as much as possible.
All right, well, Sand King is level 7 and 12.5 minutes in, but he does have a Blink Dagger. He had to go all in on this one, and that is pretty much the last hope of Seracolo to turn this game around anytime soon. If this Epicenter doesn't work, it feels like they're just going to be kind of stuck in their base, waiting for Veteran to throw by diving the fountain or something. I don't know.
You think that'd be enough?
Depends on how long they stay inside the fountain. Here comes that Epicenter. They're going to go for the Burrow Strike. Lands onto the Kunkka. Everything being thrown at this Kunkka. With the Ice Blast on top, they'll manage to kill Calais as well. That is a wicked 6 streak being given up. Unfortunately, it was given to the Ancient Apparition, and this Troll, he's going to be hard killed again. He's still got his Yasha, his movement speed. He's able to actually stay ahead of this Weaver.
You can see Tusk, if he gets the snowball off there to juke the Ice Blast, they might survive, but instead he just pays with his life. But that was it was just too much. There's all 5
Oh no.
Oh god.
Not even needing the finger for that one. Kenji holds on to it for a rainy day.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen games like this. I've played in a couple games like this before.
Yeah, how does it feel when you're playing a game like this?
Not fantastic, especially when you're playing against Lion Tusk supports. Like, you know, it's not as if Matrix did anything wrong there. He just unfortunately had to walk high ground into enemy heroes, and they do so much damage you die immediately.
Yep, we're going to be saying goodbye to this tier 2, and the Orchid with the finger over the top. That's enough. Nice snowball dodge. The Ice Blast completely negated there as our Sand King is going to be pulled back into another Tidebringer hit. That'll be a double kill for him, and they're just going to keep on going. The Kunkka may have backed off, but now it's the Timbersaw and Trolls' turn to assert their dominance. They already took one tier 2 bottom lane. They're going to go for another in mid.
Radiant are scanning.
And that's the last of the tier 2s. Roshan still available. I mean, all the tier 2. It's 15 minutes in. My goodness.
Middle tower is under attack.
Matrix is going to type bottom again, unfortunately. That Orchid Kunkka coming through.
He's got nowhere to go to. Does what he can, but as you said, losing game against Tusk Lion supports. The supports offer so much damage by themselves. They stay ahead like this. It's their ultimates take over half your health.
Let's see. Okay. Yeah, everything just coming up roses so far. I'm gonna go grab some more items, it appears. A Sanj now on the Kunkka. 15k, 15 minutes in. I'd say, you know, challenge yourselves now, veteran. Keep that gold advantage above the game clock. All gas, no brakes. They might have canceled the show, but you can still live by the principle.
Well, they might just be able to do that here if they pick off the Weaver. Sadly, the dust comes a little bit too late for that. They run into him. They still get off the Walrus Punch. He should be able to get off his ultimate, but he's immediately Orchided, immediately axed. And Veteran are going to keep that pace just as you were talking about. They get a pick off right outside of Roshan, so they'll take the Aegis. Paradox is going to cut creep waves. Tiny is going to do something similar. They almost have a blink dagger on the Tiny, but it's not the initiation that's missing, Kyle. It's the damage. They just don't have the damage to kill anybody.
It's the trouble with so we can talk about the draft. The lanes didn't go great, and it's also because there's just too much damage required. All these cores have over 2,000 health. Timber has a pipe. The Aegis now, I mean, AA, you're just dead. You're getting walked at. I think it's time for the high ground push, to be quite honest. And the pipe on Timber, that's just so huge. All of Sand King's Epicenter or the AA Ice Blast just completely negated by that active. And then, of course, the percent magic damage reduction that the entire team will get. It's just so powerful in this game.
Look at Gugu. He knows the Puck and the Tiny have been playing, constantly trying to snipe creep waves, and Gugu is actually going to run into here. Pulls him back. A little bit of a mistake there. Definitely should not have pulled him back right away, and alright, he's just going to have to give up on that kill. Right idea, bad execution. So now it's going to be our Sand King going for the kill onto the Tusk with the Ancient Apparition Ice Blast. They should be able to get that kill, but the Troll has gotten on top of the... double ensnares, triple ensnares. That's going to be the Puck going down. 100-0 from the Troll. And they've got the Aegis, so any openings like this does perhaps behoove a high ground push. We'll see.
Yeah, they get the Orchid off, but nice that Weaver already had Sakuchi running. It's tough to push high ground into this, to be fair. You know, blink on the SK, the AA. But if they can get one pick off, I think things get a lot easier.
He got X'd after the time lapse. That was unfortunate. Well,
that does
that
last.
courier was worth it.
You do, if you get X'd and then time lapse, you're still X'd, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
He casted it on the Weaver, and then the Weaver changed positions, but he was still in vision, so the X ended up finishing its animation after the time lapse went off, which just made things real hard for him. Is now the Orchid may just be enough to pop the Sand King. Not quite enough. The Ice Blast is actually going to be able to nail 2 here, but the poor Tiny, Jesus. In fact, our Troll, that's like 5-shotting the Ancient Apparition. Does so much damage already.
This is fashion beatdown. You know, veterans up against what look like rookies. You can't really expect much more. The TP back to base for the Conky. He's going to grab his finished Sajin Yasha. I like from Saracola. Keep the morale high. Continue to all chat. This is where, if Emo was in this game, he'd be dropping question marks.
That's true. Unfortunately for Saracola, they were playing in a best of 5, and Saracola is playing in a best of 1. So it's looking like they are going to be saying goodbye to the Predator League, but we'll see. The Ice Blast is going to come in. Does manage to hit the Troll there. The Troll just might be losing his Aegis, and Timbersaw is actually taking a lot of damage from the Maelstrom. He goes down. Troll coming back up is going to need the disables of his crew to be able to win this fight, and that's where the Tusk comes in. Does manage to hit the nice stun onto the puck. Not quite good enough, though. The Weaver, any detection? Nothing. Nobody's got detection, so they'll finish up the second barracks here. Oh, they tossed him back in. Matrix trying to get his ally killed here.
So that's against the rules. You're gonna go low priority for that.
That's only in pub games and professional matches. You can do one.
Oh no, Puck! You can't even two-shot the courier.
How embarrassing!
Not like this. Oh, that's never a good sign. The courier's, you know, scaling. So, whose courier was that? Was that Trolls? 240 HP.
Yeah.
Yeah, the courier's too powerful. Not the heroes that are concerned. Oh God.
He's trying to go for a Dagon. You can see the mindset here of the idea of just trying to be able to blow somebody up when they're in the Ice Blast. They pretty much have to use all their spells to be able to focus hitting one person down and then hope that Veteran retreats from there. Satanic complete for the Troll, really now. Alright.
Hey,
not
just
what I expected.
The HP pool, I guess. In addition, I don't know, actually. I mean, it's tough against AA, I suppose, but in theory, if you pop your ultimate just to stay alive during the Ice Blast duration, no, that doesn't work, right? You still die.
You will stay alive. You can be executed by Culling Blade, but you cannot die from Ice Blast for whatever reason.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that is, but.
I mean, you don't have too long. Yeah, Ice Blast 10 seconds, ultimate is 6.5, so you have that 3.5 second window. If you can survive that long, pop your ulti, and then Satanic afterwards, I suppose. Yeah. The smoke out. I like it. Don't give fight, Saracolo.
Well, actually, you've got 25% magic resistance. So the timing almost lines up if you take 25% off of that 10 seconds. It goes 7.5. As long as you survive for a second.
Huh.
You actually would be good.
It's a cool idea.
Alright, well, it's going to be Megas unless Saracolo does something here. Chasing after the Weaver, not quite able to hit him, but it doesn't matter. Saracolo, they have to be the ones to make the first move here. And they don't do it. 666 going to the back line. They do manage to get the Puck Ice Blast. The Lion is going to die to that.
Buyback.
They've already given up the barracks, but at least they got a kill in there. The Lion is immediately going to buy back. They start tipping him, but
they got him.
Houston. It's pretty much the only victory that Saracolo is going to have.
I like it. Respect. You get the kill, force the buyback, throw out some tips. Tried your best, but the draft is so tough to play from behind. The laning phase just an utter disaster. Troll is OP. Tusk also pretty strong, and just didn't have an answer to the Timber Saw. And then all of a sudden you're outnumbered everywhere. The 3 strength cores have the edge, and the game just sort of plays itself from there. But shout out to Team Veteran. That was a really well executed game plan. Nice job.
Yeah, it certainly was, and they seem to be a strong contender for making that run back to the grand finals and seeing if they could perhaps get revenge on IMG on their way through this bracket. But we'll have to see if it's going to be IMG in the grand finals or if it's going to be IMG in the lower bracket. And that's going to be our next match coming up, I believe, IMG versus the Council. So that'll be an interesting litmus test to see who of the winning teams is actually stronger. But Team Veteran for now, they've got another day to be able to play some Dota, and we'll see how they do with that best of 1. But for now, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and we'll go back to the panel, break down this best of 1.
Baka wala akong makuha. Wait lang. Pass!
Okay. Easy.
Kaya natin. Nanalo tayo.
Nanalo tayo.
Timer starts now.
Go.
Spike.
Easy.
Next word. Beast.
Beast mode.
Okay. Camping.
Camping.
Next word. Easter.
Teacher.
Easter. Eggs. Egg.
L.
Next.
Pass.
Triggered.
Drink.
Triggered.
Triggered.
4 out of 5.
3, 2, 1, go.
Post. Bo. Po. Pi. Po. Mo. Pass. Ang haba mo. Summon your strength. Intel. Gaming. Stronger. Sure. Journey. J. Joking. Pass.
Summon your strength. It's time to summon your strength. gaming masters and icons. Forge strong alliances. Expand its clout and engagement. Mounted efforts to reach the gaming community. Summoned during solidarity calls. This is Predator. Summon your strength.
We have just witnessed the beatdown of Team Veteran versus Sarah Colo. And my boys are laughing because they know that's exactly what happened in there. Welcome back to the Acer Predator League 21 Grand Final. Your panel host, Wolf, with Pao Bago and Nathan. Nathan, how you doing? What was that game? Is that what you expected that might have happened in that particular game?
That's what I expected, but I kind of wanted to. I played the middle of the fence just because I knew that the veteran draft was kind of gonna run them over, but I wanted to see a good game, and so I said, "Hey, veterans good, but haha, give us a nice game." But
I don't know about
we had a wholesome game.
Yeah, wholesome game.
That's what I'll say. We had a wholesome game. Yeah, so that's good.
I don't know about expected. I feel like I thought that was what the draft was going to do for veteran, because definitely, I didn't know if Sarah Colo had any fight in them in the laning stage, but then again, I go back and I think, and I'm like, yeah, I guess you do have the AA, you have the Tiny, who are not really going to do too much in the lane. You had the Tiny plus the Sand King, not very good versus a Troll as well as a Lion in the lane. Much more meta, much more strong, I guess, in the laning stage. And if you compare the position 4s, the Tiny versus any other position 4 that's really good nowadays. You have the Earth Spirits and the Tusks. They're mobile. They have the skills that can close the gap. You have the Lions and the Shamans that are this. They have the disables from range, and they're good versus the meta picks like Void Spirit, like Puck, and for a Tiny, for your game to work, you kind of need a Blink Dagger. You need to be able to close the gap, toss people back, and it's sort of a janky kind of thing to have to do. Unlike with an Earth Spirit that can gank from range and whatnot. But something I guess maybe that we didn't really touch too much upon, or I guess you did touch upon it, Pao, with the Timbersaw pick, and it's sort of a hero that's actually not too hyped, honestly, because the top 3 picks, or the top 3 contested heroes of the major were what? Io, DP, and Puck. Not in that order, but the 4th one was actually Timbersaw. And you had
right.
23 picks, 89 bans. So a lot of teams at the major were actually afraid of playing against the Timbersaw, and it's mainly just because of how good it is versus the meta heroes nowadays, which are the Trolls and the Ursus and whatnot. And it's or any physical melee hero basically in the lane. But yeah, I feel like the Timbersaw did a lot. He presented himself, and Sarah Colo could just not cross the line that he drew. But at the end of the game, it was just good fun. Sarah Colo tipping allies, tipping opponents, and it was great. It was good fun.
I think one of the things.
I'm sorry, Paul. I think, but I'm gonna segue into it because I feel that you called this tri-lane in relation to what the strength of the Timbersaw is, because the Timbersaw can just force. Not really force, apart from forcing attention of the opponents, but it can also help the other supports to just go to the other lane. And how come you saw this coming, and what was its effect in that particular match, Pao?
If you have a Tusk, right, it's just a prime sort of tri-lane natural tri-lane hero. We saw that really just coming off the back of right clicks and tag team, and when you have a Timbersaw, the chances of you going for that tri-lane just goes up, because the Timbersaw, once you have a sort of a even to favorable matchup in your lane, you kind of want to be left alone, right? You want to be left alone so that you can get higher levels, you can get high levels in your reactive armor, and you're basically going to be self-sufficient. You're going to push. I've been, I was watching that game, and they didn't necessarily tri-lane from the beginning, but it was more so that the Tusk had the freedom to basically go wherever his heart desired. And one thing that they were doing that I don't, because of everything that was going right, was sort of hard to highlight, was that they were also stacking really, really efficiently. We saw, what was it, like an 11-minute Battle Fury coming out for
it was really quick.
The Troll.
Yeah, it's good timing.
It was really quick, right? Because the Tusk can go be off map basically the moment the gong sort of rings, and from that point forward, he's doing a lot of efficient things, and when the opportunity presents itself, it's an instant kill, and then it's back to what he was doing, roaming around the map and making sure that the transition from the laning stage to the mid game was just all the smoother, right? So I kind of wish I just stuck with my guns. I did say veteran, but I wanted to see a good game. But this might have been the stompiest game, right?
Yeah, straight off the bat. True. Laning stage. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we are going to be looking at the next matchup, however, as we have already taken over the lower bracket match. It's now the upper bracket finals, and Team IMG in there with TSL, Bell, Mandak, KWA God, if that's the right pronunciation of it, and of course Hustler, the better known player. This team also stomped their competition in the previous match, and do we expect them to do the same thing against their opponents? Are they also just mechanically skilled, the better mechanically skilled team over the other? What are your thoughts on Team IMG, boys, after watching their first series?
are they much more mechanically skilled? I feel like their match against Veteran was definitely of a little bit of a higher quality. So I'm inclined to say yes. I'm inclined to say yes, especially because Hustle is there. You know, just look at him. He's looking really happy, looking really confident. Not even doing the esports post, but you know, joking aside, you know, they were crisp that game, right? They were crisp, starting from the laning stage, punishing everyone, outplaying people left, right, and center. Right? He tanked almost a full Omni Slash, tossed back a Pangolier, and just decided he was going to live through that. Not gonna go back to the fountain today.
Yeah, I think if we look at the matchups, right, we saw IMG play pretty well versus Veteran. We saw Sarah Colo sort of go even in the beginning, I guess, let's say, versus the Council. So, I mean, if we take into account how Veteran played against Sarah Colo, I feel like IMG should be the ones that should win this tournament. I honestly feel like they should probably, maybe have the better mechanical skills coming into this matchup. But then again, the Council, they did have the charisma of course, the Chen. Again, we don't know if we'll be able to see. I don't know if IMG was watching the game yesterday. They should have, but yeah, not sure how we approach this as the Council, honestly. Maybe again with some kind of cheese hero. They did have a Visage ban against them, so if, let's say, for example, IMG didn't catch that, then maybe instead of a Chen, we get a Visage instead.
Well, for the Council, it's RR, it's DS Good, it's Deciphered, it's Len with a 3 for an E, and Jin with a 1 for an I. And those are your players going to be playing, and so impressive in the previous match. Not because of mechanical skill outplay or whatsoever, but more on the fact that they brought something new. And Cypher Sora Eyes for sure. Now, we're looking at this team. They look also incredibly happy, like in the first match. This is what I love. Wholesome Dotes.
Yep.
And the rare side of smiling Dota 2 players. But then again,
that man in the bottom, the man in the bottom right, man, that's my guy, you know, Jin. Jin in his Chen play yesterday was that was really fun to watch. And I think there was something that Nathan said yesterday. Oh, by the way, you're Nathan now, so I'm not going to call you Nathan ever again.
I have been dubbed as
you are.
Nathan, yes.
Yeah. So something that Nathan said yesterday was that he was playing like he was assassinating people with Chen, right? He was running down mid, smoking with his entire army, and the moment he would see that lion, instantly gone. You know, whenever he's just sort of trying to snipe whoever is going to TP into the mid lane to refill bottles, instantly gone. So I feel like he has a good sort of fundamental understanding as to the tempo of the match. We've seen in the major, you know, how a lot of people were just, the moment they're dead, we're going to teleport, we're going to refill a bottle somewhere. And he's ready for that. You know, he was ready for that yesterday. And I kind of want to see it here too, you know. I want to see the sort of battle between the position force. We know Hustle is very good, but we saw some really promising things for Jin. So I'm really looking forward to that matchup.
So much for sure. We are looking forward in this particular matchup, only with the heroes, but also the way they play. So it's a tactical approach more from the Council, where for IMG it's brute force way of playing Dota 2, right? With a tiny kind of play. Like, you just want to run into your opponents and try to win it with better heroes when it comes to the understanding of the meta, and then your better understanding of your skills. Then it's a tactical approach for the Council. That is my prediction, at least for this kind of matchup. But for you guys, what do you want to see? That how do you want IMG and the Council to approach this best of one upper bracket final?
I don't know. For me, I guess it's just staying true to yourself. You know, just play whatever you feel like playing. Play to your strengths, and hopefully that'll be enough to be able to beat the opponent. Again, for the Council, no, maybe they do have some of these heroes that they're hiding up their sleeves. For IMG, you know, maybe they just want to continue playing. You know, the way that they want to play in terms of maybe strong lanes and maybe a roaming forward, just to be able to utilize the strength of Hustle in the squad. So yeah, I guess just stay true to yourself, basically.
I don't know. I gotta go with what Nate said. He said, you know, the Visage catch, that was the second ban, right? Like the first one was
the
Enigma.
First phase, second ban after the Enigma.
Right, it was an Enigma, and then it was a Visage. So if you didn't catch that, I kind of want to see it. I want to see what they're going to do with it.
Yeah.
Honestly, I kind of want to see. There's also some kind of overlap. Like maybe they also can run a Lycan really well. Maybe they can also run a Beastmaster. Maybe this team is just known for running pocket army strategies. And I just kind of want to see them sort of do more and more of that. And if they're able to sort of leverage what they do well, they could probably take down a team like IMG, who I think is kind of a consensus, as we've also heard from Kyle and Cap a while ago, that maybe they're the strongest team here, or at least expected. They're the expected team to win this tournament just because of how dominant they look like in their series with Veteran. So yeah, Visage, give me Visage, man. Give me more armies.
I think that not all tournaments end up with the strongest per se team winning it all, right? I think there were championships that were won by teams that are more prepared, or teams that are more mentally focused, or sometimes teams that have more strategies up their belt. So while we can say that just basing on the 4 games or 3 games that we have seen, that IMG might be the team that will have the better mechanical understanding of the game, it could also mean that a team like Team Councils, filled with more pocket picks, can really bring it up. But then again, those are just 1 games that we saw from both teams, right? This was just 1 game from IMG, 1 game from the Council. Yep. Who knows what they can bring to the table? Who knows what else are there in their bag of tricks? So we're just excited to see that more. We already talked and covered all about these teams and players. We also talked about the patch a while ago. And it kind of just brought me back to a certain point in the cast for yesterday, wherein both of the casters were talking about what do you want to change in the patch. Paul already talked about the map. How about you, Nathan? Is there anything else that you want to change?
I want to change the topic because the draft is up, my friend. Look at IMG.
Look at that professional. That professional level segue from Nathan coming out. I love it. I love it. But we're here. First pick, the Council. Let's go. Troll already out because the Council is the kind of team that's going to first pick a Troll. So Team IMG is already doing their... Ooh, but look at this. No Visage ban in the first phase.
Radiant team pick.
Not sure
it's there.
Okay.
Oh, Tusk. All right.
Much more standard.
Respectable. Much more standard. All right. I respect it.
Do you pick up the line now to Team IMG because you don't want to give it?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Not here. IMG, I think this is a good pick just because there is a Mars that's available and nobody's banned it. The Council elected to ban the Razor instead, so I'm not entirely sure what they're really preparing for, but I feel like IMG now have an easy way for the Mars Phoenix opener.
This could be like a next level ban, you know, it's like, you know what, let's waste the ban on the Razor just so we make IMG waste the ban on the Troll, so other heroes open up. I'm not sure if that's the case, obviously I'd have to ask them, but yeah, with the Tusk and the Phoenix, it's sort of the tournament basically just dictating sort of the meta across how things change. You know, we saw in the beginning everyone was just, oh, okay, IO's up, let's pick up IO. Oh, DP's open, let's just pick up DP. But people have just strayed away generally from picking up the expected heroes and just gone for things like Lion, Tusk, and Phoenix. And yeah, I find it interesting because it at least adds a bit of a mysterious factor to your draft. You know, it's sort of like, oh, okay, they didn't take this, so we might have to react differently, because that's sort of how the beauty of drafting goes. You know, if you know that you can expect what the other opponent picks, then you can kind of make come up with a plan, draft up an idea wherein, oh, okay, they're definitely going to first pick this, let's pick this, and understand that if these heroes are open, we can counter this kind of lineup. But if things are a bit mixed up, if the teams sort of think about picking up different heroes, then, you know, things change.
Yeah.
That's kind of like the age-old adage, right? You know, there's a meta game sometimes, especially in a tournament, the meta game is for a weekend. And in that weekend, we saw Storm first picks and we saw Puck first picks. But maybe in this tournament, they're going to come up with their own sort of metagame. The Council going into the tank pretty hard. I feel like they kind of telegraphed it. They tell with that Razor ban, and so IMG, they had a free go at it. But
so much emphasis and love for the Juggernaut. I think in the previous series that we saw that previous day in the Asia region, this is always go to carry. But yeah, Nathan, you were about to say something.
No, I think this is just in anticipation of basically the Mars that's coming up. It's sort of the hero that you pick up when you understand that it's probably going to be a Mars and a Phoenix. It's good versus both heroes. No, you don't like fire spirits on you if you're a Juggernaut, so you spin, you hit the egg, it's going to go down. Mars initiates, you spin, not going to be able to throw you up against the wall of the Arena Blood. Walk right out. That's kind of anticipating what Team IMG might come up with here, but it's not really straightforward. It doesn't seem to be a straightforward Mars pick, so it might just be a Slardar or something. I'm sort of looking at my Timbersaw, I think it is. There we go.
It's a Timber instead.
I saw it on the screen.
Right. Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense though.
Yeah,
they're also watching the stream with us. So
well, I mean,
that's
it's
great.
delayed, you know. So they're sort of just trying to understand. Hey, look, it's me on the screen. You know?
They're talking about us.
Maybe the chat has something to say about my hairstyle. You know,
I just want to say, some players, especially if it's like their first tournament ever, they get their first photo shoots, they get their first game casted. They're so excited about it, and I'm telling you, I didn't think that it's actually true, but it is. Some players are just so primal when it comes to how they approach Dota 2 and professional play that whenever they get featured, they still are very happy about it. So it's a wholesome thing to know.
With me, actually, after casting for a few years now, I sort of understand that I miss watching the English broadcast. Of course, I cast in another language. So of course, me growing up while watching Dota 2, I watched all these English broadcasts growing up and just trying to understand that's where the production is at and all this kind of stuff. And yeah, being a caster, just watching the stream basically is
man. What
I kind of miss it. You know, I kind of miss it.
Yeah, what I play in the game, and Captain Kyle will be casting it, and they're gonna just explain how helpless I play, and then Nathan expects all of our picks. Oh, that's gonna be great.
No, but interesting bans coming out from the cancel here. Moving
banning out a lot of mid laners.
No, I think the Storm and the Batrider is kind of interesting here. It's
I would say that's an interesting second phase ban. Like they did also already show off one core, and I think they're expecting that they might not want to have that big of a lane dominator in the Batrider because they won't be able to sort of pick out, like, I don't know, they have some room for it. That's why it's still a little bit suspicious for me why they would ban it out this early, especially
I have an
trying
idea.
to set up.
Maybe the council, they open the browser, they open up the Dota buff, they look at the player, and they say
5 seconds remaining.
That is the age-old ancient technique. The ancient technique of opening your Dota buff profile. It's going back on the Team IMG pick. They ban out the Death Prophet, which I really like because of their two sort of strength openers right now. But I feel like they still, you know, the Phoenix here, they need a way to sort of protect him from the spin into hitting him, right? Or maybe the plan is, well, if you're going to go directly for the Phoenix, you know, it's all really up to the Phoenix to sort of position himself in the fight. But then if the Juggernaut spins and just goes head straight first into that Supernova, maybe IMG is thinking, what can we pick so that we can dive straight through the Jug and kill the rest of the backline? And maybe that's why Council there from all of these heroes that can just go straight into the backline. And speaking of which, it's IMG with a Clockwork.
Yeah, I was
That's
sort
a lot
of
of strength
thinking,
heroes.
right? What Team IMG? Whenever you're up against a Jug, you know, you sort of just want anything that can disable a spin TP by the Juggernaut. So hookshot, I guess, is something. It may not be the most straightforward. You know, it's not like an LC duel. It's not a black hole and
5 seconds
and whatnot. But it's something. You know, it's a little cooldown kind of disable. You don't commit too much or show too much in the second phase by picking up a support. Yeah, I guess it's something that can, you know, potentially protect the Supernova as well. You know, you hook shot in, you trap people inside the cogs, and they're just committed to the team fight. And even though you got a Jug that can right click the cogs, you're not going to be able to run away from the Supernova as well. So it's okay, you know. It does add up a bit of a tanky factor as well, especially versus the tech team of the Tusk Club.
Oh my God.
Beforehand. It's finally picked here.
It's the first one.
I could have sworn
It's
I
good
would
against
have said that OD
it's good against the
but
Timber.
none of this matters. So, not much about the
10
Phoenix, but
seconds
without
remaining.
BKB, there's really no fight in you if you're the OD, since you're just gonna be
5
slowed
seconds
and
remaining.
controlled overall. But then again, it's a good pick in a sense that it answers some of the heroes of Team IMG. The problem is it's quite telegraphed.
Ooh.
Now you go for Wraith King. Okay.
Yeah, I think the council sort of might suffer a little bit from not much wave clear, I guess. You know,
Not a lot of wave
OD.
clear, and they're going to need a lot
10
more damage
seconds
than this,
remaining.
right?
Yeah.
You got 2 lives on the Wraith King. You got the
5
Timbersaw that has a lot of
seconds remaining.
survivability for physical attacks. You got the Nova and the
Dire team
Sunray. 4 strength heroes.
Siren.
Wow.
Ooh, spicy.
Hold on up a second here. We have 2 carries in the draft. Well, I mean, I think historically Naga Siren has sort of been able to play in different lanes. You know, he's played as a 4 sometimes, maybe even a 5 if really
10
need be.
seconds remaining.
You can even play offlane, right?
Radiant team
You can even
back.
play offlane with
Dire
him
team back.
if you really wanted to.
It's the Ice Classic.
The good old KP, I'd like to say.
Oh, that
actually.
KP, yeah, it's a KP
Yeah,
hero.
to play him in the offlane, buy the utility items, you know, buy your
Radiant
meteor
team
hammers, buy your. I don't know. There's a lot of setup, I guess, that the council can have. It's sort of awkward though that you have a lot of setup. You don't really have anything that can follow up after that. You do have the Omni Slash, but you don't really want to set up for the Omni Slash.
Unless they, they kind of need. Like to me, I want a
10
little bit more
seconds
damage.
remaining.
You know that. Obviously, the Naga can be that damage, but later
5
on in the
seconds
game.
remaining.
Yeah, and tempo-wise, I like the tempo of the Wraith King. You know, depending on the
Yeah,
item build,
it's
you can
also-
go for an early blink sort of desolator, armlet build to join your
Yeah.
team as early as you can.
How likely is it that this will be a support jug, like a
Dire
5
team
jug?
pick.
I Unless your mean- name is Lan M and you play for DK, probably not that high.
I mean, the council's been known to run a few funky picks, I guess. I don't
like
see
a
it happening
Spec
here.
Chen.
Not unless all of a sudden they go, you know what, your job is to
10
spin in,
seconds remaining.
right-click the egg, and we're good. But I actually am sort of thinking about it. The
5
Naga Siren could
seconds remaining.
go ahead and just sleep, and then I think it works like that, right? Where you go sleep,
Yeah.
and then
Radiant team
everyone just
You hit
hits the
it.
egg.
Skywrath
Oh,
Mage.
Are you kidding me?
okay.
Skywrath as a 4?
Well, I have no idea right now, actually, honestly.
This is
I actually also don't
This
have
is
an
why I
idea.
like watching the council, man.
All right,
Yeah,
now I'm
they-
gonna make a weird guess
10
that this is
seconds
a 3
remaining.
tusk, a 5 jug.
3
5
tusks
seconds remaining.
against a Wraith King.
Yeah. I mean, who do you play against the Wraith King, anyways, in this?
Naga's not.
The now.
Nah, I think you go for the OD off lane.
Yeah, I'd rather have like an OD off lane.
Yeah.
Alright, OD
Just
off
because
and-
it's not too bad versus the Wraith King, and then
Yeah, that's
maybe
right.
potentially having a Naga mid, or maybe even a Skywrath
Sky
mid.
is
It-
looking
it highly depends on what team IMG go for as a mid laner here. But I mean, you see the smiles on the side of the council, man. I mean, they know what's up. They're like, these
Oh,
boys
man.
don't know what hit them, you know.
These guys have a master plan. I feel like, but
I mean, they're called the council because of this, right? They are passing all these, and let's just say that the main idea is to not let Team IMG see through them. But if you're looking
Or-
at Team IMG, it's a pretty
You may
solid
now
pick.
select your
Pugna
heroes.
against the OD and the Sky. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, I love
this.
this.
Like 2016,
this is a good.
2015, man.
Yeah, I like this. I think I have a crazy idea. It might not be what they end up going for, but I feel like they might aggro tri-lane the Juggernaut into the Wraith King lane with the Tusk and with the Skywrath, and then they'll have the mid lane for the OD, and then the Naga Siren in where the safe lane should be. Maybe, right? Maybe.
Oh man.
I don't know. But
I played Timbersaw against Naga Siren. I think that I'm winning as a Timbersaw against a Naga Siren most of the time, and
yeah,
it's
that's
just
why.
difficult.
I don't know. I don't know what they're going for, and not entirely sure about the lanes, but draft wise, they can deal with the egg. They can deal with the egg.
Yeah.
They can definitely deal with the egg.
I don't think it's the egg that's the problem here, man. I think the
That's
laning
also
stage
what
versus
I
the-
don't know what it is.
And I think I'm gonna go IMG here just because of the fact that I feel like the
Yeah.
Pugna is just such a really good pick here. You know, it's such a checkmate pick. It's so good versus
Yeah.
the heroes on the other side. I think the Timbersaw, I don't know how you really deal with him in the laning stage. Maybe you have a good start, but yeah, maybe you can deal with the Supernova, but I don't know. I feel like IMG,
That's gonna come in 10 minutes later. in
while
the
the
game.
council has a fun draft, I feel like it might just be IMG.
Yeah, I will have to go the same. I feel like
Alright.
the tempo of the chorus coming online's a bit favored on IMG side.
Yep.
And they have a lot of HP. So.
Well, the best that I can hope for is that I hope that Council is enjoying them. They are enjoying themselves because this is gonna be a funky game for sure.
Yeah.
Let's now pass
Yes,
it
it
over
is.
to Cap and Kyle, the real experts in this. Man, take it away, guys.
Well, Kyle, it seems like we're going to have another Timbersaw game on our hands, and no Ancient Apparition counter at this time around, but something a little bit more interesting. I haven't seen a Skywrath Mage in forever, Kyle.
Yeah, me neither. I'm just excited I called an expert. That's a first, but hey, I'll take it. New title. I think this is going to be support unless we're running the Naga I actually am not even sure. No, okay, I thought this might be the case. It looks like it could be the Weeha Skywrath mid. Indeed. That's cool. You don't see that every day.
Yeah. And that does mean we are left with a 4-position Naga Siren and a 5-position Tusk. So, nothing like too crazy. Anyway, the Skywrath Mage core mid is definitely the weirdest part of all this, but we do have a 5-man smoke coming in from IMG. It's going to break as they go up into the high ground here. I believe that was maybe just time. They are now positioned on the enemy high ground, and the Council, I don't know if they are at all aware of this, but they could be in for a very nasty surprise very soon.
Yeah, it's
Jin, he's gonna run on up, spot the heroes, and no disables in his way, so he's able to just walk away. We'll see how they clash over this bounty rune.
Yeah, I still like the 5-man smoke though. I think IMG did this in their previous game as well. Just a good initiative to take. They have high ground advantage here, but it's a little spooky. Level 1 snowball.
Yeah, level 1 snowball is kind of interesting. They do manage to pick up the Juggernaut. The spin is going to do a lot of damage here. They actually get level 1 Decrepify to try and save this Wraith King, but I don't think there's a ton they can do. I mean, they do have another snowball coming up for 5 seconds, but maybe not. The Naga Siren not quite able to get in front of them with the illusion, so ultimately nobody dies, and looks to me like IMG did manage to walk away with 3 of the bounty runes.
I think that Clock attacked in the low ground there on the Tusk. He should be aware that there's a ward there. They're gonna get, yeah, they know as well that there's high ground vision middle on the Radiant side, so IMG should get a free D ward off there. But yeah, this matchup mid is interesting. In the game, I think Pugna is one of the hard counters to Sky, just because you legit cannot cast your ultimate in the range of the Nether Ward. Like, you just explode. But in the laning phase, I don't know if you can actually beat Skywrath Mage as a Pugna. You just can't trade effectively.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what build he goes for here. If he goes for like early level of Nether Ward just to try and combat the Skywrath Mage's harassment. Meanwhile, they also have that aggro lane that's going on because they wanted to be able to give the OD I'm guessing what should be an okay matchup against Timbersaw. I haven't seen the new OD against side lane Timber, but doesn't look like he can actually do all that much to Timbersaw. This may actually turn out to be kind of bad.
We'll see. I mean, I just don't know about anytime you have 2 supports hard countered by a Jug in the laning phase, it feels kind of awkward. Up top, like we saw in the previous game, this Timbersaw just, I mean, already level 3, it's less than 2 minutes into the game, he's now unstoppable. And that's part of why this hero just consistently is going to see play. Continues blocking the pull as well. He just blocked an easy camp and he's feeling himself. That's confidence.
Yeah, certainly. Especially if you're getting word the bottom lane is going fine, which it is for the Wraith King. He is 9-4. Mid lane is 11-3 for the Pugna, so he's doing well there. 1-1-1 build so far. Let's see what he maxes out from here.
Yeah, I don't know. Man, just a shame. With the Snowball level 1 kind of hurts the Tuskus game quite a bit. He also didn't start Orb of Venom like we saw in our previous lower bracket match. Or Boots. I felt like in all the major games I saw, it was always either Boots or Orb of Venom to start the game.
Yeah, things get a little bit weirder when you're 5 position Tusk, right? You've got a Naga Siren who wants Orb of Venom.
That's true. Wow, I'm sorry, Cap. Thank God you're here to cover my weaknesses. They are many.
What time is it there, Kyle?
3:30 p.m.
Hmm. Must be hitting that afternoon lull, you know?
I mean, it's not, what is it for you, like 6 a.m.? I mean, not everybody gets the luxury of being in a perfect time zone for coverage.
Timbersaw, now level 4, and as you said, seemingly unstoppable. Hustler is going to try and run down our Skywrath Mage here, and there's no try in this situation. He does run him down, and it's going to be giving up the first blood unless the bottle charges? No.
That was sick, though. That was sick. Yeah. Nice try.
Not too bad.
The Netherwood damage is just so significant. 1 damage per mana. Skywrath takes like near 200 just from getting off a QW there. It almost, and the turnaround potential starts to suffer. Dive available on the Phoenix, but he's not even using it.
Holds off on it and is actually going to dive into the enemy to be able to finish up Animal.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I gotta say, things looking pretty good for top lane, and this story, like, I think Natal was saying, 4th most picked band at the major. You can see why. This is a supposed counter, but it's a counter in the game. It's a lot like that AA. You can't clear creep waves, and Timbersaw can just tank yours and run at you.
Yeah, it's not looking so hot. Bottom lane, they are going to be going after the Phoenix before Icarus Dive is back up. They do manage to get that kill.
Oh my!
Meanwhile, our OD.
My webcam was covering the CS. Holy crap!
Yeah, it's not.
That is nuts.
Yeah, now our OD is also dead. So this is looking like, Kyle, that there are levels to this playoffs, and it seems like IMG is on top.
I mean, Quad gave me a shout out in the lobby, so he's my favorite player in this game, and he is just, oh man, this Skywrath is getting put in a body bag. This is insanity. I did not think this matchup was anywhere near this imbalanced, and sure there was a gank, but he was ahead even before that. Top lane again, this poor OD, does he have Astral Skill? Yes. Will it be enough?
No, it won't be, as he's going to be run down.
Oh. His teammates gave up on him, Cap.
Yeah. And we'll see how quickly they are to give up on themselves, because this game's already not going so hot. And with the OD no longer having a TP and not having boots, he's got a very long back to lane. If he wants to go back to that lane at all. I wouldn't.
The ward goes down mid, and now all of a sudden, Len's just got to run away. The tower pressure, man. This Timber, it's the same story every game, man. You just send this Timber top, he hits 6, everybody leaves him alone, and with that first catapult, top tower dies. That is big advantage now for IMG.
Yeah, we'll see what the Timbersaw does with that space, because if he does run over to mid lane and start taking up for the Pugna, they could very easily take that mid tower as well. Hostile is going to die trying to control up the power runes at bottom lane, so at least they do get a little something going for the Council. But ultimately, a lot of things unanswered here. The Wraith King free farming, the Timbersaw free farming. Pugna soon to be assaulting that mid tower. Animal is actually going to get turned around on here as Qua's going to come and join this little battle. And, Animal knows he's dead. If anything, he just creates some space for everybody else to get out.
That was the right move. He knew what was up. And now you're going to see Pugna grab Arcanes. Or perhaps smoke first. He wants to buy Arcanes, you can feel it, but he sees the Naga, doesn't want to break the smoke. Instead, they're going to look to make a play onto the Skywrath mid, who's in some serious trouble if he tanks the Decrep here. No silence point skilled, so he won't be able to interrupt the drain.
Slow down, Hustler. Thoughts second of it, and will actually back out. Meanwhile, the OD does die. Hustle's going to die again to the Skywrath Mage, it seems. They, communication there.
He leveled up just as that gank came through and then had a point in silence. The double slow. And then the ultimate was used just before the Nether Ward went down, so he didn't take an incredible amount of damage.
Very nice for him. And it's pretty much the only nice thing going on right now is bottom lane. They're going to be losing Warp 10. Actually, he's fine. He's still got to dive, so he's going to be good. He gets out. The OD is now here trying to help out the Council because he can't go top lane anymore. But honestly, who can? I remember the Singapore Major, we had several teams picking up Juggernaut specifically against Timbersaw because it was one of the heroes that could just kind of deal with the creep wave, and supports wouldn't even bother trying to lane against him. Here, they try and put the OD against it, and it fails miserably, and his Meteor Hammer is so far delayed.
Yeah, and oh my god, look at the net worth. He's not even a hero in this game.
Hey, they managed to get the kill on the Pugna, though. That's a big kill.
It is. It's just, we're watching this game, but it's just tough. It's hard to see a way for the Council to activate their OD. The big downside of this hero, you don't kill creeps. That's why this Meteor Hammer build is so necessary. You see him, he's farming jungle, hitting them one at a time. There's no way for him to turn mana into AoE damage.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Would love to maybe see this Timbersaw start moving outside of this lane, rather than trying to take a tier 2 too early here, but it does mean that the Clockwork is able to get some recovery time at bottom, and will soon be level 6.
It'll be a blessing, I suppose, but now this Phoenix is approaching level 6, as is the Clock, and then their game gets a lot easier. The other issues these heroes like Sky and OD have is that without any, you really just look at this Council lineup, other than the Jug and the Tusk, it's very tough to survive if you're hooked in by this Clockwork. The tower pressure that this Radiant side will be able to output is going to increase rapidly as the Pugna gets more levels and mana regen. The Timber will continuously be able to tank tower. They don't really have a great song setup either. I suppose you could him. You see Necrobook queued up by the Naga, but later in the game, maybe that OD Meteor Hammer into the Naga song, like that's pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised if... oh, he's actually going to go Necronomicon.
Yeah.
On the Naga Siren. I thought maybe he was going to go with Hammer.
Thought so too.
Interesting. Well, they're going to try. Go for the Timbersaw here. And they've got plenty of space to be able to do so. This Timbersaw is very dead now. With Skywrath Mage joining him, that will easily be able to burst down the big man. And that is Strongman Syndrome at its finest. Timbersaw, believing he is invincible, runs a little bit too far down lane. And a little bit of recovery for the Council. Still not looking great, though, as they are going to lose their mid-tower.
Yep. Oh, they got Naga.
Hook shot in. And not able to use Mirror Image, so nothing to stop the drain.
That's the big thing about Timbersaw. Like that is he's playing it properly. Because yes, you might die being this aggressive for so long, but consider the resources. Skywrath had to run all the way back to base because he was out of mana, and in the meantime, your team is taking mid tower. It always requires more heroes to deal with the Timbersaw than just one. You're going to create numbers advantage for your team around the map. This Wraith King, uncontested, he's just farming. He'll have that Midas finished soon. Next item, Radiance, just going as greedy as possible.
Spin to be able to take out the ward. Now this smoke that's coming in from the Skywrath Mage Tusk. You might feel a little bit better about it, but no, they're actually going to back up. Wait for the power rune to spawn, 12 minutes, see if maybe the Pugna is going to show himself, but Little do they know, all of IMG is still holding out in this bottom part of the map.
We'll see how this plays out. Just the farming speed is the big concern, really. Skywrath and OD, the downsides, they just don't push waves too well. And, you know, as a result, Naga's kind of relegated to this almost pseudo 3-position role, it feels. It's going to be relying, the Necro build, you know, he's pretty much going off-laner items. You know, the Orb of Venom into the Necro, and now they look to fight bottom. Nice rocket, but those heroes are smoked.
Smoke is going to break. Hostile is in a position to be able to hit the hookshot. No, he's silenced up first before he can get off. Still, though, they do have the Supernova. They're going to walk away. They actually don't need to use the Song of Siren to be able to reset here. Not too bad for the Council, though they do continue to lose more and more ground.
I like this from Bell. He's actually going to skip the Midas, kept it queued, but he's just going to rush straight for the Radiance. I think that's the right choice here when you're this far ahead.
Yeah, for sure. Alright, well, you've taken all the tier 1 towers, so now IMG can kind of go back to the status quo of just kind of farming up and occasionally making some smoke maneuvers if they want, but their next big timing is not going to happen for a bit, so. Forge Staff for the Pugna. I expect our Skywrath Mage probably wants to do the same. He's actually going to go for a Rod of Atos. So feeling more like he can just blow up the Clockwork with just massive damage. If he ever gets there, the hookshot is going to be able to land nice and clean onto the Skywrath Mage. And that is a dead mid laner.
I keep my enemies close, and their corpses closer.
7K gold lead. I mean, this is closer than our previous match. You know, half the time in gold advantage compared to an equal standing. Bottom lane.
It's going to be caught by the Meteor Hammer. Oh, the Yule Scepter. Nicely timed there to be able to get out of that bit of damage. Hostile doesn't have the hook shot, so it's not like they can do a whole lot. Being so close to the tier 2.
Can you get off a frame perfect Meteor if somebody has a Yule's? I think it has to be you have one frame, right? And that's it?
Yeah. So the answer is pretty much no. Okay. Now you can do it with the song, but that one's impossible to do with an ally, I believe, as the OD is going to drop the hammer, and it's just enough to be able to kill the Clockwork off of this imprisonment. Oh, no, it's not. He actually had a little bit left in the tank, so he's good. Nobody dies on the side of IMG, and the Council finds themselves more and more ruined economically as they're now 9,000 net worth behind.
This is like 4 on 4. The Wraith King just shoving Jug back under the tower, still free farming his Radiance. It's the map control, man. When these towers die early, I can't get information on this patch, but when I was still playing, I remember us like being baffled by this stat we found about how if a team took 3 tier 1s before their enemy, they had over a 90% win chance, and the team that took the mid tier 1 first won more than 70% of the games.
Yep. No, those are very real stats that, for the most part, that same trend has continued through.
What do you mean those are very real stats?
I can confirm that those stats that you just quoted are real. Now, other stats you've quoted may or may not be real, but...
Okay.
Those ones I'll verify.
Thank you. Just want to make sure we're on the same page here.
Bell trying to finish up his Radiance right now. Just needs a teensy bit more. Glimmer Cape soon for Warp 10. And we're going to have an Octarine being built up by the Timbersaw. Other than that, if you look at the side of the Council, like, they're going to have Rod of Atos coming in soon, but not a whole lot to be able to do here. The nice hook shot is going to be able to land. Actually, the Cogs gets him out Not a position to actually get hit by the Mystic Flare whatsoever. The OD just gets blown up like that. The Supernova on the side here is going to be forced everybody from the council to flee in various directions. Nicely played by the Animal, but a Force Staff coming in from the Clockwork and the Pugna is going to make sure they still claim that kill. Bell is going to make good use of this freshly picked up Radiance, and he's going to challenge that mid-tier 1 tower. See what the council do about that.
I don't know what they can do, to be quite honest. It is a tough spot. I love this pickup on the Phoenix. This is a puppy special. You just grab whatever item your team needs ASAP. Sometimes it's Force Staff, sometimes it's Glimmer Cape. That's going to be his choice. Very effective against both OD and Sky. That's a mid-tier 2, pre-18 minutes. Then straight to the outpost. Nice line drawn by Hustler. Again, will be joining us in our European DPC casting later this next week. Yeah?
Yes, sir. Hustler is going to be able to run into the Juggernaut here, looking to be able to force the spin if possible. Still has the hook shot, getting juked a little bit, and he's going to run head first into the Skywrath Mage. Now, he still has a Force Staff to be able to try and get out of here.
Nice hook.
Nicely used hook there to be able to stop the OD from getting off the Meteor Hammer. He still has his ultimate here, but it's not going to be much use. Oh no, Quad just blows up Arar, and now Bell, he's going to be able to run down the Skywrath Mage. Disaster for the Council as they're going to be losing hero after hero here. The OD, he tries to do what damage he can. The Ensnare might just allow him to escape, but Qua's hot on his case to creep fly up in a second. Life Drain is not quite enough. They need a little bit more, and it's going to be the Sunray burned down by Warp 10.
That was, he died to the Pugna Ward casting Omni Slash. Like a half a second before before the Tusk was able to actually kill it. It's so unfortunate. You just got zapped. Because it does the damage before you cast the spell.
Yep. So as a result, 275 damage to the face, and now they're going to be taking a second tier 2 before 20 minutes. Fortunately for them, there's no bonus for that, but there is going to be a team fight though. Smoked Song is up. They're going to be the lead off on an Ensnare onto the Pugna. Not sure who they want to target here. They go for the Clockwork, do manage to kill him. The Song goes off, but they're not going to be able to deal with the egg in time. It explodes right on top of Jin. Meanwhile, Tusk is going to go down. Looks like Warp 10 is going to go for this kill. Trying to chase down the Nox Siren, burning him up with Sunray, and once again, it's enough to get the long distance kill. IMG assaulting the tier 3s already. Jeez, it's it may not be quite as bad as last game, Kyle, but it's damn near close.
Indeed, and it's just Timbersaw, man. This hero, he gets way too much out of the lane. It creates so much pressure around the map. It just felt like the rest of IMG just knew exactly how to play around it, and you can't stop them. Look how tanky these cores are.
Can't stop, won't stop, as IMG are just going to take a momentary breather here. Not going to go quite for the barracks just yet. After all, there's still Roshan to be taken if they really want to, or maybe they'll just get another pick off. As I can't stand OD as a core. It was a nice meme for a bit, but if you can't win your laning phase and you can't get off the Meteor Hammer, then what do you do? What do you contribute?
It's a great question, Cap.
Bottom is missing.
The answer is a whole lot of nothing.
That's a great answer, Cap.
Thanks.
But it is just the upper bracket. You still have a chance. You're not eliminated if you drop this game. And the Council, I think, really just had some flaws within the draft. They've played necessarily poorly, but the OD pick into the Timber certainly didn't work as they expected.
No, certainly not. Especially since they already had some of the pieces to be able to deal with Timbersaw. Tusk is one of the few heroes who can actually kill Timber because the immense amount of damage Tag Team does when you've got two other heroes. They had a Juggernaut as well. Like, I felt like there were some pieces there, and then they tried to go for something much more archaic, perhaps. An old OD counter to Timbersaw doesn't quite work out that way, though.
No. Not as they had hoped, that is certain. Like Bell with the Blink Dagger, he's gonna buy Shard next, just to make sure that I guess the Necro doesn't burn enough mana to render him dead. All the int loss as well, I suppose.
The mana loss, yeah.
Yeah, mana loss, mana loss. I'm never gonna think of it as mana loss.
Well, you know, you might be right tomorrow, Kyle. When the patch kicks in, you might go back to intelligence. Who knows?
That's a good point. Well, for me, it should be today. I hope it. Man, what? This patch can be wild, and also kind of changes the status of this tournament, right? You're gonna have 24 hours to figure out a new strategy. Hold on,
Timbersaw, he's not gonna die. Oh no, this is just.
Oh no.
No mercy whatsoever from IMG. They don't even let them have the Timbersaw kill, let alone the team fight.
I love the all chatting though. Well, the allied chatting. They know what's going on.
Yeah, I think they do the allied chatting because
their own Juggernaut.
Not a single one of them is silver tier in their heroes, Kyle. Do you notice that? They only have allied chat lines.
So perhaps not as experienced as you would hope on their selections?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take very many games to get to silver tier, so.
Hey, if you want to try out new stuff, it's you got that extra life in this upper bracket, not a bad time.
True. The song, okay.
They're gonna kill the
Sad
Pundor.
part is, they just don't have a ton of AoE disables. The Meteor Hammer's got to be able to lock down too, but Bell has already jumped onto the Skywrath Mage and blown him up. He's dead with no buyback, and this could just be the end of the game right here. Sassel is going to be able to get the Kongs push back onto Arar. He stops with the haste to try and get off on the slash. He disconnected his keyboard.
It's his fault, they say. It's the Juggernaut. He's the one who told us to pick OD into Timbersaw. Everybody in chat, blame him.
29,000 net worth lead as the council watches on. A defeated Homeowners Association with these hoodlums of IMG taking down the buildings. Everybody tipping Warp 10. A celebratory supernova, it seems, is the council. They might come out and play, but they'll be kicked back to the curb just as quick as they showed up. Another roll in, another spin. Once again, the Timbersaw, he is way too tanky for you guys to go on him. Maybe the Clockwork is a better option here, but the Clockwork currently assaulting the OD. Not able to get the kill before the throne explodes. IMG are going to be heading to the grand finals.
Cold-blooded. If we had a BPM meter, I don't think any of these guys would be registering over 100. 100. Wow, what in the hell?
A hundo?
No comment, but casual. That's the key. Team IMG have looked absolutely dominant in both of their games so far. They'll sit in the grand finals. They're waiting for a challenger to take them on in a BO3, but so far they have looked like hands down the best team in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And if anything, this matchup between IMG and the Council compared to IMG and Veteran, I kind of feel like, once again, Veteran looking like the second best team in this tournament, at least from my perspective anyway. But we'll have to see tomorrow how they actually do match up against each other, as that is something still to play out on the docket, Kyle. But for now, IMG is in the grand finals. We're going to see who their opponent is later on. But for now, we're going to go to a break and then head back to the Wolf Pack.
It's time to summon your strength. presented by gaming masters and icons. Forge strong alliances. Expand its clout and engagement. Mounted efforts to reach the gaming community. Summoned during solidarity calls. This is Predator. Summon your strength.
We have just witnessed one of the funkiest games that we'll ever get to see here in the Acer Predator League 2021 Grand Final. As we saw, the council really...
we saw some ideas.
There's a lot of ideas in there, but it didn't work. That has been a wonderful day of Dota 2 action. My name is Wolf, your panel host with Pau and Nathan. So it seems a wonderful series that we've had, but in the end, only one team prevailed. Pau and Nathan, is that how you felt and predicted the game would go?
Yeah, a little bit. Although I'm looking at Nathan and just calling him Nathan's kind of killing him a little bit inside. Nate, I'm going to call you Nate. All right.
I've been called many things in my life, and
going back to the draft, right? Going back to the draft. I think I did say right. It really seemed like the only option that was left for the council was to go for an aggro tri-lane. To place the Juggernaut against that Wraith King and then put 3 heroes there in that lane. Sadly, didn't work for them, and the draft just really was awkward for them. I feel like they had some ideas. They were thinking, we're going to dominate the lanes with these heroes. We have this hero to counter that hero, but they sort of just kind of didn't take into account that in order for that to happen, you have heroes that are good counters in the game, but how are you going to get out of this laning stage? How are you going to get the resources for that to matter? And you can see here, that's a level 6 OD against a level 10 Timbersaw, and they have to send damn well near everybody just to try and kill him.
I mean, the offlaner was even a higher level than the Sky from the mid lane, right? So
that's true. So I feel like they had ideas. It's just that maybe they hadn't fleshed it out, just to sort of really think it through. And they got punished for it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess ideas, maybe too many ideas from the council. I did say be yourself, and I guess they were kind of themselves. I guess this game, just having fun, picking funky heroes, and I mean, at least they enjoy the game, right? But not in all honesty, I think they should have just thought about it. Like, this is a Timbersaw pick. We gotta kind of respect that, but then again, I kind of understand it because they had drafted a Naga. I mean, they had a chance to kind of play against it. Maybe they thought that the OD would have laned a bit better over the Timbersaw. Maybe they were like, you know what, it's a 1v1, you should be fine. But then again, Kyle was right. You have to think about the creeps because OD doesn't have any AoE. They removed that with his Astral Imprisonment a few patches ago. So yeah, I think you just go back for the fun. You go back to the fundamentals and try to understand and see that maybe, it was okay that you ran the aggressive tri-lane, but I thought maybe they could have run a defensive tri-lane just to be able to catch maybe the Timbersaw off guard, get a level 1 surprise kill on the Timbersaw, and you take it from there. But unfortunately, it just wasn't the case. And yeah, I mean, both these games, I think, from the Asia region were just outright laning problems, I think, for the losing side, and it just makes the game so hard to play when you're playing from behind like that. I mean, you see this play at the end where they sleep.
But the sleep to take down the lone Nether Ward. Yeah, but definitely in trouble.
It was a huge difference, I think, the Pugna pick. It just amped up it complemented the win in the laning stage for IMG. The Nether Ward, I think, even killed the Juggernaut at one point when he wanted to use the Omni Slash. So yeah, it was definitely a huge problem for side of the council. And yeah, there's not much to say, honestly. I mean, it was a fun game, but unfortunately for the side of the council, they just got outlaned, and it's just hard to come back from that, especially versus a Timbersaw.
That's true. So many question marks for sure, but we did and I think I'll agree with you that being themselves might be a little bit too much, but it ain't the council if it ain't the council. So I will not stop them from doing this even during their lower bracket finals. That will be such a sight to see. But that has been it for all of our matches here in the Asia region for the upper bracket and the lower bracket. So many standout plays for many players all throughout the day, not only with Dota 2 in the Asia region, but also in the Asia Pacific region and PUBG. And while we're at it, why don't we introduce the way for our fans to actually participate into the Intel MVP. 40% of the votes will be coming from you guys. 40% will be from the talents, 20% from the players themselves. For you watching out there, all you have to do is to enter the voting process by going through the website at www.pl2021intelmvp.com. Log in via email and vote for your Intel MVP for Dota 2 and PUBG. They will be winning one Acer Nitro 5 laptop and one Intel MVP trophy, and will be awarded in the end of our tournament, April 11th. In fact, we are actually 2 days away from it after finishing day number 4. I didn't think it will really run so quick and so fast. So far, Pao and Nathan, what have we been liking in the past 4 days of Dota 2 action?
I'm really enjoying from the APAC region. I'm enjoying, just sort of teams running just the best version of the best strategies that they're able to come up with. I think we've seen how Neon are basically sticking to what they're good at. They've shown the range that they're able to do, even if they have to sort of switch some heroes around in terms of positions. And in Asia, I'm really enjoying just the different ideas that are coming out. We saw the council, pull out some interesting ideas. You can kind of see, right, where their thought process is. And I'm looking forward to seeing it refined. Maybe sort of understand that there's more to life than just sort of thinking counters on paper into the mid-game fights, and really pay attention to how their lanes are going to play out. But I'm enjoying it so far.
Exciting to see, honestly, now that we're down to 3 teams for the respective regions, if I may say so. So these are going to be the 3 teams for each region that will be winning their prize pools, of course. So yeah, definitely the higher, I don't know, I'd like to say the higher quality Dota has been coming out, but there have been a few stomps still all the way up until this point. But maybe tomorrow we'll be able to see a few more even matchups, and excited definitely to be able to cast to panel for the best of 3s for the finals as well over the next few days. So yeah, just been enjoying, of course, been shown before our eyes, and of course the ideas, of course, from the teams that have been coming out is just it's good. It's been good.
Well, even when it's a stop, it doesn't mean that there's no high-level Dota in there, right? Sometimes a stop is a stop because there's a team playing the highest level, and we get to understand the
high level's coming out from one side, right?
Well, that's true, right? Come on. Even in the major, we've seen stomps, and those are the highest level of team.
That is true.
It is what it is. But yeah, we thank you so much for giving your insights all throughout the day, and of course, we would love to send our thanks to both Kyle and Cap, as well as Gods and Lyrical, for a wonderful day of Dota 2 here at the Predator League 2021 Grand Final. That's been a wonderful day, and more coming up in the next and final 2 days of the tournament. We'll see you for sure for that, and hope that you're ready. For now, it's goodbye. Good game and good night, everyone. This has been Wolf, and we'll see you next.
Go! German sausage? Come on! Narinig ako. Asa yan?
Alright. What are we doing?
I think we are doing the Whisper Challenge. Alam mo ba yun?
Alam ko yun, but I've never tried it. Have you? Okay, first time.
Okay, so sino ang first blood?
Well, ako ang unang huhula.
Sige, good luck sa'yo.
Alright.
3, 2, 1.
Gluty, ano? Cutie. What? Rooty. Oh my gosh! Rooty. What? QT. OT. Next na lang, next. Open. Free. Open. Open freak. Feed. Open field? Oh, open field! Open field! Oh my god. Spike. Okay. Beast mode? Yes! Okay, next. Wait,
we lost the last one.
Alright. 3, 2, 1, go. Easter eggs.
GG?
Easter eggs. Easter eggs.
Sneakers?
Easter eggs.
Easter eggs.
Ay, shit! Narinig mo ba ako? Next. Okay. Triggered.
Ano?
Triggered. Triggered.
Stinger?
Triggered.
Trigger.
Naririnig ako.
Stinger. Ano yun?
Quite some time. Now they've got other teams that are getting forced into this area because of the way the circle is shifting up north, so the teams from the south getting pushed in. And they're trying to defend this house. Grenades are out. He should be able to push forward.
Scarier to steal and drive away. He knows he's going to come back to it, though, so just wait. There you go. Easy peasy.
Yeah, it's been a struggle for them, and now they got to start turning it around now or never. It's kind of one of those situations where we're about to be halfway through this tournament, and you got to start putting up points. Grenade over the hill. That's right on the money from the is going to be forced to leave their compound. Purple has to come down from the northeast, try to make something happen, and here's the crash onto BAE. Let's see if they can hold it. 2 down already by M0. Spins around to try to go for another. But he's done well to get this far, to hold that shack down. They got pushed on it, and they were able to lock it. Good shot from Van. The hope is that you could somehow get E365 or VTR to fight, and you're able to make your move off of that, but it never came to fruition. So instead, E365 up over the top. Jack C doing a good job there, getting the knock out of Teddy, almost taking GenFoss down as well. Teddy clean.
West shift when we're already that far northwest is insane. Shots already coming in here from TEG on towards Extreme. He's going to...
It's, you know, very rare, James, that we really see box actions go into play. Now's the perfect chance, now's the perfect opportunity, because he's in a very safe and very secluded area to put it to good use.
Really good real estate in this area if they have the utility like smokes to keep them alive. And we see Troublemaker coming in against Sharper.
Emma's Lounge, bit of a fire the Rome Renaissance, time to start the defensive stance. Molly's nades everything, and this is now where things start to get a little bit dicey. BTR is mild. The second that he gets out of there and across the road, he's instantly dead. The mine's down, the pre-nade's there. You have to have your gun ready though. 2 players on standby. 1, 2. Weighted vehicle on fire. Does have a few seconds to move away from it before it blows up. It can do some damage, especially if it lands on top. It's not. It's blown away, thankfully. But now it's time to respond. Here we go. 2 players laying on the floor. It's a valiant attempt. I'm fine with it. With the nade pin being pulled and the second player fallen, that should be a couple of players gone. Final player, rest in peace. Here the mix, they're down to 1 player. Indian Rivals have read this like a book, then maybe they can put the final nail in the coffin. 1 good grenade would seal the deal. Never mind, they're on fire, they're burning, they're done.
Oh no.
A bit of time to get this Reds, to be fair, he did.
Yeah.
They both just stopped and repositioned themselves and clearly noted by the gunfire what's going on.
Oh no.
That's a good nade. Never
on that south side from Mako. Trying to find the off angle will be a troublesome foe for them. E365 in the kill feed. Shibuya is pushing up against this. He is the kill leader, and they take EV2. They can't recover the players in the top. It's a 2v3. They cannot recover the players in the top. Here come the shots in from the wide angle as well. With those 2 players down, that opens up another angle here for E365. Although Solosi gets himself Vandal. That's a brilliant return, but here comes the nade. It's perfect.
Disarm against the Terrorblade.
It's the shard though, right?
Oh,
wait a minute.
Okay. Oh yeah, you're right.
Hook shot, Cogs out. Really good play by Teehee. Roche is super low. Can they get in there? Parker, your shot.
TP not committing Metamorph. I mean, if he'd like committed Metamorph there to go for Roche, I would have been appalled. But this is more like, okay, they're just poking Roche. They're forcing TNC to come over and not just sit in that bottom lane.
Oh no, but this ward, they didn't know about it. Jump forward, blows up the Tusk. Teehee now also in more trouble as they're going to take down his Cogs. Even with Aegis, I mean, it's still really tough. Jump forward, duel. Able to catch onto one right at the start. Can they bring down Gabby? It doesn't quite look like it yet. Snowballs off to the side, disarmed. Oh, in the duration of the BKB as well. That's not the way that's supposed to go. Aeon dis from Ken Pop. He's going to try and run away, but the Abyssal Blade is there. And they
could be in
are
trouble.
Able to find the Hex, the Finger, and the Death. Rapier in the hands of, who was it that actually got it there? He's going to go down as well.
The TA.
Whoever it is. Yeah, TA roll. Tried to get away. Play hard. In trouble. Good blink forward there by FBZ. To try the kill, but Natsumi jumps in, blows up one. Oh, they weren't quite able to get that kill on Makoto. Now trying to take down the egg. Natsumi doesn't know where to go. Stun is going to connect. His BKB is wearing off. Dreamless Cell moving over as well. Oh, can they chase down for this kill? But Makoto, he tied the Yopaj. Now trying to TP out. Oh, he's in the place. They get the kill there as Hyde is going to also fall by virtue of Yopaj. They still have that Ravage, but not enough mana.
There's no mana, yeah.
Chase down, Scam in the area, wants to finish him off. Can they get this? Anyways, yeah. But regardless, chase down, trying to keep alive their ET. Play hard, moves in, gets the magnetized. Oh, this is really good right here for Obi Neon as they chase forward for more. Ravage comes out to try and protect the egg, but you can't deny the Earth Spirit as they take down the Supernova. Dreamo Cell is going to get caught. Abyssal playing from that.
Boom did hold for a while with their big ultis, but Neon just having a field day.
Hyde, he gets his BKB off. Still holding on to that Supernova. 40 seconds until the Tidehunter is back up again, but in that time, Neon going to be able to claim Mega Creeps most likely, although Natsumi playing things a little bit safe, but the jump forward, tries to find the Shackle Shot, brilliantly done! The catch is there, the kill is there, one by one they fall. A buyback coming from the Weaver, but Neon, no prisoners.
Meanwhile, mid lane, look at this. The Kunkka is going to go for a surprise kill onto Paradox, but he's going to find himself completely disabled, not able to jump on that kill. Right idea, bad execution. So now it's going to be our safety going for the kill onto the Tusk with the Ancient Apparition Ice Blast. They should be able to get that kill, but the Troll has gotten on top of the double ensnares, triple ensnares.
And to this, to be fair, you know, blink on the SK, the AA, but if they can get one pick off, I think things get a lot easier.
You got X after the time lapse. That was
this next week. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Hustla is going to be able to run into the Juggernaut here, looking to be able to force the spin if possible. Still has the hook shot, getting juked a little bit, and he's going to run head first into the Skywrath Mage. Now, he still has a Force Staff to be able to try and get out of here. Nicely used hook there to be able to stop the OD from getting off the Meteor Hammer. He still has his ultimate here, but it's not going to be much use. Oh no, Quad just blows up Arar, and now Bell, he's going to be able to run down the Skywrath Mage. Disaster for the Council as they're going to be losing hero after hero here, the OD. But there is going to be a team fight though. Smoked Song is up. They're going to be the lead off on it and stare onto the Pugna. Not sure who they want to target here. They go for the Clockwork, do manage to kill him. The Song goes off, but they're not going to be able to deal with the egg in time. It explodes right on top. Tusk is going to go down. Looks like Warp 10 is going to go for this kill. Trying to chase down the Nox Siren, burning him up with Sunray. And once it's through.
That's a good point. Well, for me, it should be today. I hope it. Man, what this patch can be wild, and also kind of changes the status of this tournament, right? You're gonna have 24 hours to figure out a new schedule. Hold up,
Timbersaw, he's not gonna die. Oh no, this is just no mercy whatsoever. True. The Song, okay.
They're gonna kill the Pugna Ward.
They just don't have a ton of AoE disables. The Meteor Hammer's going to be able to lock down too, but Bell has already jumped onto the Skywrath Mage and blown him up. He's dead with no buyback, and this could just be the end of the game right here. As Hustle is going to be able to get the Conks pushed back onto Arar. He's